Bai Yue, endowed with a unique ability, was deemed mentally ill from a young age. After traversing through time, she believed she would finally be free from her troubles, only to discover that she was now surrounded by simpletons. The unfortunate reality was that the humans of this era were, indeed, all simple-minded. To her dismay, she found herself purchased by a Beastman to serve as his wife. "Hey, foolish wolf, why are you pinning me down? I am merely a simpleton, tasked only with being adorable, not with bearing offspring. Easy now, it won't hurt," the wolf reassured as he gently patted Bai Yue's head. With his weight pressing down, Bai Yue tragically succumbed, embarking on a shamelessly blissful life of being pampered beyond measure. Bai Yue, a 16-year-old girl, was perceived as a lunatic, engaging in actions incomprehensible to ordinary individuals. For instance, at that moment, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, she climbed atop a steel bridge soaring dozens of meters above the river. The gentle river breeze tousled her long hair, causing her frail form to teeter precariously. "Come down. It's too dangerous up there. Stay calm, you need your medication. Just come down and everything will be fine," implored the anxious medical staff on the bridge. Bai Yue regarded them with a disdainful gaze one might reserve for jesters before turning her head to face the horizon and stepping off the edge. Gasps filled the air as some covered their mouths, hearts racing. However, rather than plummeting as anticipated, the patient vanished into thin air at the moment of descent. The medical personnel stood dumbfounded for several seconds before they remembered to peer over the edge of the bridge. Where did she go? Did she fall? Of course, otherwise how could she simply vanish? Stubbornly clinging to their worldview, the medical staff began searching for her, while rescue teams hastily descended into the river to seek her out. Yet, they would forever find no trace of her. Bai Yue was indeed a mental patient, for she possessed the ability to perceive what others could not. For instance, she saw the naturally occurring time-space tunnel that appeared on the bridge. At that moment, she was unaware of its nature, only that countless entities had been drawn into it, never to return. Her world could hardly deteriorate further, so she thought, why not take a look? Traversing through the time-space tunnel likely drained her energy, as she collapsed into a dense thicket, promptly losing consciousness. Due to the deteriorating conditions of Earth, a developed nation had devised a plant growth accelerator in a bid to reverse environmental decline. However, the plants spiraled out of control, unleashing a calamity upon humanity. In this dire hour, the global community established the International Scientific Alliance, which, in its flawed efforts to enhance human genetics, inadvertently transformed a multitude of animals into valiant beastmen. These beastmen possessed impeccable physiques and near-human intelligence, yet they bore one fatal flaw: the absence of females. Nevertheless, this was not a concern till millennia had proven that beastmen could survive. Bai Yue's leap had catapulted her into a world 2,000 years hence. As she plunged, she felt the light dim before her vision readjusted, revealing a canopy of dense, shadowy trees that blocked the sun's rays. She was descending rapidly, the situation perilous, yet a smile of relief graced her lips. When she opened her eyes again, she beheld the marvels of civilization. The scene before Bai Yue nearly shattered the calm composure she had painstakingly cultivated over nearly a decade in the psychiatric hospital. She found herself in a square room devoid of windows, adjacent to a heap of pale flesh. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a collection of girls. Admittedly, she recognized that it was inappropriate to describe them as heaps, but she could not conjure any other term to quantify the sight. These girls were completely unclad, each adorned with a pair of ample bosoms and protruding like a Buddha belly, their upper bodies nearly composed of these two distinct masses, while their lower halves resembled short, plump legs akin to fat radishes. The sight of their figures was almost unbearable, and their faces were even more dreadful. Round faces, vacant expressions, drool at the corners of their mouths, and some bore the marks of cleft lip correction surgery. Their condition was of no concern to her, but the frustrating reality was that she herself was also entirely unclothed. What on earth was happening? Had she stumbled into a den of debauchery? No, this seemed more like a facility for the intellectually disabled, as these girls appeared to lack cognitive soundness. But she was a fully capable individual. Fortunately, Bai Yue was not a stranger to such circumstances and quickly regained her composure. 7 years prior, she had been confined in a room filled with psychiatric patients. Subsequently, she had become one herself. Now, she found herself among the intellectually challenged. Was this the trajectory of her transformation into someone feeble-minded? At that moment, she caught sight of a wolf emerging outside the wall. More precisely, it was a mass of energy shaped like a wolf. It exuded a formidable presence, and upon closer inspection, Bai Yue discerned another energy mass outside the wall, though it was significantly fainter. The perspective shifted to the other side of the wall. The words Beastman Breeding Center were inscribed in bold, solemn characters at the entrance, painted in a striking vermilion, exuding an aura of authority and gravity. A tall, imposing man entered, identifiable as a wolf tribe beastman by the prominent ears atop his head. His hair and eyes gleamed with a chilling silver-gray hue, and he stood over 2 meters tall, his upper body bare, clad only in gray cotton shorts, his physique radiating strength and intimidation. The attending fox beastman recognized the identity of the newcomer and immediately approached with utmost respect. "Wolf Shao, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, the higher-ups might have forcibly arranged a mating for you. Where are the females?" "I am in a hurry," the beastman known as Wolf Shao replied, his gaze unwavering, briefly glancing at his personal terminal, inadvertently revealing his impatience. "All the females here are adults and single. What type do you prefer? I can make recommendations." The fox beastman gestured towards the glass enclosures on either side. Inside the glass houses were a multitude of curvaceous girls, although they were of age. In modern terms, they were merely in middle or high school. In this era, reaching reproductive capability was synonymous with adulthood. The view expanded, revealing a total of 10 rooms filled with girls, each decreasing in desirability. As Wolf Shao swiftly surveyed each room, he remarked, "I prefer them a bit plumper." The girl in the first room, Xiao Mei, is quite chubby and healthy, very popular. The fox beastman hurriedly followed, struggling to keep pace with Wolf Shao. Yet, Wolf Shao merely cast a cursory glance before his gaze settled on the second room. "Be wise. I wish to communicate with her," Wolf Knox remarked again. "Indeed, this is somewhat challenging. The most intelligent female is only 5 years old and has already been purchased. If you desire her, you must join their ranks." The fox beast, realizing that Wolf Knox was not interested in that female, prudently fell silent. Wolf Knox quickened his pace, his steps growing increasingly impatient. "The most vital aspect is health. What I care about most is that she lives a long life." Thus, he hesitated to acquire a mate, for the lifespan of a female was far too brief for a male. "Wolf Knox, I suggest you take a closer look at the females in the subsequent rooms. The ones in the last few chambers display pronounced genetic disorders, particularly in the 10th room," the fox beast advised from behind. However, upon reaching the 10th room, Wolf Knox suddenly halted. He turned to face the glass enclosure, where a pale, emaciated female form was reflected in his silver-gray pupils. She was exceedingly thin, almost skeletal in appearance. Her skin bore a sickly pallor, as if deprived of sunlight for years, yet her eyes sparkled with brilliance, resembling the most radiant stars in the night sky. Strangely, he felt as though those eyes were gazing directly at him, brimming with unspoken words, curiosity, and confusion. Wolf Knox's intuition was not mistaken. Bai Yue was indeed observing him. What separated them was merely a pane of one-way glass. To Bai Yue, it appeared as a wall, while to Wolf Knox, it was transparent. However, due to Bai Yue's unique ability, the two were able to lock eyes. Bai Yue beheld a standing wolf, bewildered. She found him utterly fascinating and, disregarding her nakedness, approached the glass to peer closer, confident that no one could see her. Seeing the female approach, Wolf Knox pressed a hand against the glass, leaning in closer to gain a clearer view of her. Despite the distance, he could discern her features with remarkable clarity. Bai Yue, captivated, fixated on his magnificent claws. Such large claws had she entered a Jurassic world? In an impulsive gesture, she placed her palm against Wolf Knox's paw, aligning her hand. Her outstretched hand was merely the size of his paw's palm. Wolf Knox's heart raced. The anxiety and irritation within him dissipated, replaced by relief and exhilaration. For he was certain that this was the mate he desired, a partner with whom he could communicate. The fox beast, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished and took a closer look at Bai Yue, finding her remarkably spirited, albeit too frail. This female was retrieved from the wild by a team yesterday afternoon. She likely suffers from serious illness and was abandoned, the fox beast explained. Wolf Knox frowned and inquired, "Has she undergone a medical examination? What is her ailment?" While no specific illness has been identified, her blood contains a significant amount of sedative substances, along with various pharmaceutical components that we are currently unable to analyze and are studying, the fox beast replied. "So, her physical health is intact?" Wolf Knox sighed in relief, resolutely declaring, I choose her. What? The fox beast could scarcely believe its ears twitching atop its head. Please repeat that I didn't catch it the first time, that I declare. I cannot desire anyone but her. Wolf Shao articulated with deliberate precision, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The fox beast was not only questioning his hearing now, but also doubting the evidence before his very eyes. Surely, he must have been ensnared by some hallucinogenic toxin, surely. All his senses had betrayed him. How else could he witness the renowned, cold-faced general of the base, smiling so beguilingly? But you prefer the plump, the fox beast protested, unwilling to see the gene of such a formidable warrior squander at an immense loss for the base. She can be nurtured, Wolf Shao replied, his gentle gaze lingering on the female figure. Though slender, her petite face bore an unexpected delicacy, exuding a unique charm. Perhaps the Beastmen were inherently single-minded. Once Wolf Shao had set his heart upon this female, he found her increasingly captivating. You desire intelligence, the fox beast persisted. I find her quite intelligent, Wolf Shao asserted confidently. With such bright eyes, her intellect could scarcely be lacking. What about health? A healthy female cannot possibly be so thin. To be frank, the higher-ups intended to send her directly to the breeding department, fearing she might not withstand the pressure, which is why she has been temporarily placed here for recuperation, the fox beast explained. Wolf Shao's expression darkened, and he turned to the fox beast, his silver-gray eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Bring her to me immediately. Once in the breeding department, the female would be utterly compromised. During her fertile years, she would be subjected to incessant mating, pregnancy, and childbirth. Once her reproductive capabilities were lost, the fate that awaited her was often euthanasia. If he did not procure a female to take home today, he would have to send her to such a place to leave behind offspring, thereby preserving the genetic diversity of the Beastman destination. All adult beastmen, without females, were compelled to visit. Wolf Shao could not fathom the thought of this female being confined in such an emotionless environment. Fortuitously, he had arrived today. The fox beast trembled, suddenly gripped by an overwhelming sense of danger that was too much for a common beastman, accustomed to the comforts of the base, to bear. Instinctively, he wished to tuck his tail and flee. Fortunately, Wolf Shao's gaze shifted in an instant, his focus returning to the girl within the glass enclosure. The fox beast wiped the cold sweat from his brow, no longer daring to speak further. He retrieved a disinfected towel and, using the personal terminal on his right wrist, opened the glass door. Bai Yue, bewildered, began to suspect that the wolf outside could see her. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a man with a strikingly serpentine visage. Bai Yue froze momentarily, then realized her state of undress, instinctively reacting with a woman's most primal response. Ah! A scream filled the enclosed room. The other girls, startled, glanced around like frightened deer. Noticing nothing amiss, they returned to their dazed demeanor. Bai Yue squeezed between two other girls, turning her back to the newcomer and crouching down, presenting only her back to the outside world. Her back was pale and slender, with a pronounced spine and clearly visible ribs, as if with the slightest exertion she might fracture her own waist, evoking a profound sense of pity. As Wolf Shao entered, the barrier of glass dissolved, rendering the female before him startlingly real. He discerned her scent subtle yet fragrant, mingled with an enduring medicinal aroma. Accompanied by her delicate, bared back, Wolf Shao felt a pang in his heart, akin to 1,000 needles piercing him. I have arrived, Wolf Shao said as he took the towel from the fox beast's hand. His voice was deep and resonant, exuding a sense of calm and solidity. Bai Yue found herself quite fond of this voice, surmising that its owner was certainly not the serpent-like man she had encountered earlier. Just as she was about to turn around for a glance, a soft towel fell upon her shoulders. Wrapping the towel around Bai Yue, Wolf Shao lifted her gently and spoke softly. Do not be afraid, I shall take you home. As Bai Yue beheld the youthful visage before her, her eyes widened in astonishment, her dark orbs brimming with disbelief. He was remarkably handsome, with striking features, arched brows, and gentle eyes. Yet, what truly shocked her was the revelation that he was a wolf, the very formidable wolf she had glimpsed through the wall. Goodness, was she now in a realm of monsters? Had humanity been supplanted by this new society? It appeared she had not descended into ignorance, but had rather become a pet. Just as humans kept kittens and puppies, she now found herself a tiny human kept by a monster. Ah, how self-deprecating that sounded. Even without perceiving his spiritual essence, Bai Yue was certain he was no mere human, for atop his head were a pair of wolf ears. Furry and inviting, she wondered what it would feel like to touch them. Driven by curiosity, Bai Yue extended her hands and grasped his ears. They were thin, warm, and utterly adorable. In an instant, her expression transformed from shock to wonder, her mouth agape in delight, overwhelmed by the urge to squeal. Wolf Xiao's ears twitched slightly, his expression remained unchanged, yet the delicate fur upon his ears blushed a soft pink. Such intimate actions might be deemed reckless in the presence of others. Yet Wolf Xiao was reluctant to withdraw her hands, secretly pleased. Surely, she must adore him as well. I now understand why she has calming medication within her, the fox beast remarked with sudden clarity. She must frequently experience such excitement. That is of little concern. Every medicine has its side effects. As long as it does not jeopardize her safety, I have no desire to medicate her, Wolf Xiao replied as he carried Bai Yue out of the glass room. Bai Yue exhaled deeply, relieved to finally be free from medication. She was utterly repulsed by the side effects of psychiatric drugs. The horrors of those effects were unimaginable to most. After 7 years of medication, at the age of 16, she still had not begun her menstrual cycle, and her hair had once thinned to the point of baldness. Had she not often secretly abstained from taking the pills, her head would certainly be completely bare. Bai Yue would rather be a pet than a mentally stable patient devoid of mental illness. Observing the surroundings, she felt increasingly certain. Indeed, this was a pet shop, and a shop dedicated to selling human pets, no less. Come over to register. Have you thought a name for her? The fox beast inquired as he approached a desk. Wolf Xiao glanced at Bai Yue, poking at her cheeks, which lacked the flesh of a healthy person, and resolutely declared, "Gua gua," as in a fruit. The fruit of a plant is the most resilient of entities, thriving in water and penetrating every barrier. Although somewhat bothersome, he hoped his beloved would live as tenaciously as a fruit. That's a splendid name. It sounds robust. The fox beast complimented casually, then proceeded to search for Wolf Xiao's information on the computer, filling in the companion section with the words "Gua gua." Thus, Bai Yue officially embarked on her whimsical journey as a wolf's wife, blissfully unaware that she was merely a pet. Chapter 3. The Iron Tower and the Black Bear. Purchasing Bai Yue cost Wolf Knox a staggering 10,000 contribution points, a form of virtual currency widely used among the orc race. Currently, the prices for non-consumables are remarkably low. An independent villa can be acquired for merely a few hundred contribution points, while a modest dwelling requires just a few dozen. This starkly illustrates the rarity and value of females in their society. Bai Yue's price had plummeted to a mere cabbage's worth. While the value of a female with the intellect of a 5-year-old, as described by the fox beast, soared into the hundreds of thousands, truly a treasure beyond measure. Scarcity dictates value. The exorbitant price of females is primarily due to the disproportionate ratio of males to females. It is no exaggeration to assert that 90% of orcs lack females. Among the 10% who do possess females, only 1 in 10 or 12 can afford to purchase one. They have formed teams to enable these orcs to own females. When an orc acquires a female, a combat team is typically organized around her, with the purchaser serving as the undisputed leader, assigning mating roles based on the contributions of each team member, while the offspring of the female are collectively raised by the entire team. In their quest for companionship, many orcs often linger outside breeding centers, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to join a team as soon as a female is taken away. Especially today, when Wolf Knox was purchasing a female, the number of orcs present surged, creating a bustling scene filled with various creatures. As Bai Yue was carried out, she was greeted by a spectacular gathering of animals, a vivid assembly of wolves, bears, tigers, and leopards. Each creature was enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, unmistakably revealing their orcish identity to Bai Yue. In her mind, Bai Yue mused, could it be that humans have become national treasures? So many creatures covet me. It seems my future is indeed promising. However, upon noticing her diminutive stature, the eager expressions in the eyes of the orcs receded like a receding tide, and they turned away in disappointment. In a short while, half of the surrounding creatures had departed, while the remaining ones continued to wait for another opportunity. The captain, once highly regarded, was cast aside for having purchased such a small female. Wolf Knox paced at a steady tempo, his face inscrutable, as he affectionately stroked Bai Yue's sparse and soft hair, assuring her, I can take care of you all by myself. Bai Yue could not fathom the source of Wolf Knox's disappointment. Did it truly require a significant sum to care for her? What was the matter with those creatures? As Wolf Knox carried Bai Yue away from the throng of beasts and into a quieter street, he soon realized that one orc was trailing behind them. Halting, he turned to confront the follower. The pursuer was a towering black bear, exceeding 3 meters in height, resembling an iron tower, with long fur obscuring half of its face, and its bright, deep almond-shaped eyes shimmering ominously. The bear's body was enveloped in a dense layer of spiritual energy, earning Bai Yue's respect. It was evident that this bear possessed formidable power. I have no need for teammates, Wolf Knox stated coldly, fixing his gaze on the bear. Besides, you must possess sufficient contribution points, I presume. The black bear twisted its neck, causing a cracking sound as if its bones were being compressed. In an instant, the stout bear transformed into a robust man. Bai Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens, a living transformation. Upon becoming human, the bear's height diminished by a meter. Yet he remained impressively tall, towering over Wolf Knox by an entire head. The bare, muscular physique was as solid as stone, and the chest was adorned with a dense patch of hair, exuding an intense aura of masculinity that could almost be sensed from afar. Bai Yue's gaze instinctively followed the trail of chest hair downward. A large hand, calloused and rough, covered her eyes. Not good. Bai Yue blinked, her eyelashes brushing against the palm like a soft brush, sending a tickling sensation deep into her heart. Long Shao could not help but rub her eyes with his palm, then pressed her face against his chest, locking eyes with the man across from them. Despite being slightly shorter due to his lineage, Long Shao's presence was sharp and commanding, undeniably dominant. If one were to liken it to a battlefield, the black bear would be an indomitable fortress, while Long Shao was the swift blade harvesting heads. She requires care, the black bear suddenly spoke, his voice deep and resonant like an ancient bell, radiating a sense of strength. Long Shao glanced at the black bear, his gaze resting on the top of Bai Yue's head, and replied without hesitation, no need. Indeed, the black bear was formidable, but all he desired was to remain with his mate, simply to survive together. With that, Long Shao turned, embracing Bai Yue as they departed. Upon overhearing their conversation, Bai Yue suddenly realized they were indeed seeking a nanny. Sighing, she thought, considering how poor her foolish master was, she could forgive him for not hiring help. Casting a glance back at the unsuccessful black bear, who had reverted to his original form and stood watching them intently, she felt a pang of sympathy. Poor thing. I wish he'd find a job soon. Redirecting her gaze, Bai Yue began to survey her surroundings, only to discover something peculiar about the city. At first glance, it appeared similar to a 21st century metropolis, yet a closer inspection revealed the absence of any greenery. The lack of plants was one thing, but what puzzled her most was the astonishing purity of the air, a quality she had never experienced in her 16 years of life. There were no vehicles on the streets. The Beastmen mostly ventured out in their animal forms, sprinting far swifter than any automobile, darting about with incredible speed. Long Shao, holding her, maintained a brisk pace, and within minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a villa adorned with a garden. This is our home, Long Shao said softly to Bai Yue, swiping his wrist-mounted personal terminal across the door, which then opened automatically. Upon entering the courtyard, Bai Yue was finally greeted by her first glimpse of green since her arrival. The yard was earthen, featuring a towering giant pitcher plant. 2 flies buzzed around the plant, and in an instant, a shadow flickered, and the flies vanished as the lid of the trap slowly closed. A plant capable of autonomously capturing flies. Impressive. Bai Yue turned her attention back to the pitcher plant, extending her hand toward it to express her curiosity. Long Shao approached with a smile, yet he did not allow her to touch it. Instead, he gently probed the trap with his own hand. You cannot touch this. It may harm you. No sooner had he spoken than the trap lunged towards his hand. Quick as lightning, Long Shao's hand darted out to seize the stem of the trap. In an instant, the leaves of the pitcher plant began to writhe wildly, producing a cacophony as they trembled, yet they were unable to extricate themselves from the grasp of the wolf's claw. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yue realized that the mouth of the trap was larger than her own head. containing a multitude of mosquitoes and even the carcasses of rats and rabbits, with a faint, rancid odor wafting through the air. If she were to be bitten on the head, it would indeed be perilous. She could either suffocate or be overcome by the stench. Observing that, Bai Yue refrained from reaching out. The wolf silently acknowledged his wife's cleverness, releasing the trap and carrying her into the house. Chapter 4 shared bathing. The villa was vast, truly immense, with everything appearing larger than what Bai Yue had ever known, evoking a sense of childish wonder within her. Lang Xiao placed Bai Yue upon the bed, which measured 3 meters in width and 4 meters in length, its height towering over the petite Bai Yue, who stood at 1 meter 60. Her first instinct was to scrutinize Lang Xiao. Despite his towering stature, it seemed improbable that he would require such an expansive bed. A fleeting thought of the bear-like creature she had previously encountered brought her some understanding. Perhaps her foolish master's beast form was indeed quite considerable. Lang Xiao stood at the bedside, cradling Bai Yue's head with care, and earnestly introduced himself. "My name is Lang Xiao." Bai Yue quietly committed the name of her obtuse master to memory, uncertain if she could articulate it aloud. To be on the safe side, she opted for silence. Lang Xiao repeated his name several times, yet Bai Yue remained mute, and he did not exhibit disappointment. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "Lang Xiao instructed. Stay put on the bed and do not move. I shall return shortly." Bai Yue, preoccupied with exploring the room, was too exhilarated to heed his words. It was the delivery of living necessities from the breeding facility for Bai Yue. Lang Xiao signed for the delivery, a large box overflowing with items. Just as he prepared to carry it inside, a shrill scream pierced the air. Guo!" Lang Xiao rushed back, and upon witnessing the scene in the bedroom, his initial panic transformed into a bemused expression. There, Bai Yue, wrapped in a towel, was bouncing on the bed, shrieking joyfully like an exuberant child. Suddenly, he found himself comprehending why Guo had been administered sedatives. Bai Yue, spotting Lang Xiao, felt a surge of emotion. "I cannot contain my excitement. The bed is too soft. Let me bounce a little longer. Today, I am free from the medication that dulls my spirit." Lang Xiao, amused, watched for a while before crouching by the bed to inspect the contents of the box. Inside were custom-tailored garments for Bai Yue, specially formulated supplements, and atop it all lay a manual titled Female Care Handbook. While Bai Yue frolicked on the bed, Lang Xiao sat nearby, engrossed in reading. Due to prolonged malnutrition, Bai Yue soon exhausted her energy, collapsing in the center of the bed, breathless, and unknowingly drifting into slumber. "Guo!" After Bai Yue had slept for an hour, Lang Xiao ascended the bed and gently called out to her, noticing she showed no signs of awakening. He carefully lifted her horizontally and carried her into the bathroom, still clutching the Female Care Handbook. The air was thick with steam, the light dim and hazy, filled with warmth. Bai Yue sensed something was amiss. Her body felt unusually warm. Drowsily opening her eyes, she realized she was in the bathroom. Just as this registered, she felt something icy press against her most private area, startling her into a gasp that jolted her fully awake. "Do not move." Lang Xiao swiftly raised his head from between Bai Yue's legs, his face slightly flushed from the steam. "It will be over soon." Bai Yue stared at Lang Xiao, her gaze dropping downwards. He held a sharp blade, and the delicate area that had just begun to sprout soft hairs had become a bare, rosy mound. Bai Yue's face flushed crimson, and without a second thought, she raised her hand and slapped down atop Lang Xiao's head. "Pervert!" The wolf, named Xiao Xiao, did not flinch. Instead, it lowered its head upon being photographed, feeling no pain, merely sensing a gentle brush against its forehead. However, this only served to deepen Bai Yue's embarrassment, for Xiao Xiao's lowered head was now positioned directly between her legs. A crimson hue enveloped Bai Yue's face, and with a splash, she hastily emerged from the bathtub. Yet, the tub was evidently designed for Xiao Xiao, excessively spacious and towering to her waist. As she leaned over the rim, she failed to escape and slid back down the wall of the tub, submerging herself in the warm water. The water, infused with bath lotion, stung her eyes, prompting Bai Yue to flail about in a desperate attempt to rise. Soon a pair of strong hands grasped her waist and lifted her above the surface. It was Xiao Xiao. Bai Yue's eyes burned, tears welling up, rendering her incapable of fleeing. She instinctively shielded her eyes while rubbing them incessantly. "Remove your hands," a gentle, resonant male voice reached her ears, and momentarily, she envisioned Xiao Xiao as a human man. Obscured from her view was his otherworldly visage. Realizing her own nakedness sent her cheeks aflame, nearly drawing blood from her embarrassment. Despite her urge to squirm, she complied and removed her hands, eager to alleviate the stinging sensation. A stack of warm towels was placed over her eyes, wiping away the bathwater, followed by a direct spray of warm water. After a brief rinse, her vision began to clear, and she turned her head aside. Blinking, she noticed the pain had diminished. "Is it still painful?" Xiao Xiao inquired, setting aside the spray head and cradling her face with scrutiny. She observed the damp, upright beast ears atop Xiao Xiao's head, features impossible for a human to possess. Bai Yue mustered some semblance of calmness, raising her hand to firmly pinch one of his ears in retaliation. "How dare you humiliate me? Do you still possess any rights as a pet? Be careful, or I might just run away." Xiao Xiao inhaled sharply at the sting, but did not remove her hand, enduring the discomfort as he asked, "Is Guo angry?" "How can I not be angry? Unless you decide to shave your own fur," Bai Yue retorted inwardly, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Xiao Xiao's lower body beneath the water. To her astonishment, he too was unclothed, and she caught a glimpse of something that would make anyone blush. Bai Yue's face flushed a deeper shade of red, and she awkwardly averted her gaze. Xiao Xiao followed her line of sight, chuckling as he explained, "I don't need to, for you are a female, and in preparation for childbirth, one must be devoid of fur to avoid infections, as stated in the book." With that, he gestured toward the edge of the tub, where Bai Yue spotted a corner of a book. Reluctantly accepting his logic, she felt a surge of indignation. Was this foolish master truly considering her for motherhood? Who would she bear children with? Would it be akin to modern pet owners arranging mating for their dogs? Perhaps she would finally glimpse human males. She pondered curiously about their nature. Would they be dull-witted? The thought intrigued her. Yet, she firmly resolved against the notion of breeding. She would merely observe the spectacle. Chapter 5. The blow-dry chair wolf Niao first gave Bai Yue a bath, and she complied throughout the process, obediently behaving in a manner that would make any novice caretaker of a female seem overly understanding. Prior to bathing his wife, he had carefully reviewed instructional videos on how to wash a female. Those videos depicted females in various predicaments, often encountering unexpected situations. However, aside from initial scare that caused her to tumble into the water, Guo exhibited minimal resistance and was exceptionally well-behaved. Wolf Niao attributed this to his wife's intelligence, feeling a secret swell of pride within him. "Sit quietly for a moment. We will go out once we finish bathing," he patiently instructed Bai Yue, then stepped back a short distance before transforming into a colossal silver wolf before her eyes. The instant he shifted forms, the spacious bathtub filled to the brim, the water level rising swiftly. Bai Yue watched in astonishment as the water surged over her head, leaving her no time to stand. "Help!" Soon, a drenched wolf head emerged between her legs, lifting her and placing her atop the edge of the tub. With a sputter, Bai Yue expelled a jet of water, splattering Wolf Niao's face before she had even opened her eyes. Wolf Niao leaned in and licked her face, wiping away the water with an air of apology and affection. Bai Yue huffed in annoyance, wiping her face with disdain. "It's all saliva." Unbeknownst to him, Wolf Niao remained oblivious to her displeasure. Seeing that she was no longer distressed, he settled into the tub to begin his own bath. Have you ever witnessed a wolf bathing itself? Bai Yue had the rare opportunity to observe this spectacle and found it quite enlightening. Wolf Niao's beastly form was imposing. His damp fur clung to his powerful frame, accentuating his robust bones and well-defined muscles. One paw donned a bathing brush, deftly scrubbing his chest before reversing to clean his back, limbs, and even meticulously grooming his tail. If one were to substitute the brush for a towel, it would be nearly indistinguishable from a human bathing ritual. Bai Yue was utterly captivated. Before long, Wolf Niao had completed his cleansing. He glanced at Bai Yue, pressed a button on the tub with his paw, and the water drained rapidly, replaced by warm, clean water. "Is it cold?" he inquired, as he cradled her into the fresh water, gently stroking her back. The bathroom was enveloped in steam, akin to a sauna, and Bai Yue certainly did not feel cold. She had been so engrossed in watching him that she had scarcely noticed the temperature. Once they both were clean, Wolfman lifted Bai Yue from the tub and seated her in the blow-dry chair. This chair, affixed to the wall, was constructed from vertical stainless steel pipes. Before Wolfman sat down, Bai Yue had presumed it was merely a rack for clothes and towels. Just as she pondered the chair's purpose, a sudden loud roar erupted from above. "Ah!" Bai Yue shrieked in fright, instinctively attempting to flee, only to be thwarted by the arm encircling her waist. A warm, powerful gust of air descended from above, causing her fine, sparse hair to cascade downward, rendering her unable to lift her head. It was a hairdryer. Goodness, is this hairdryer meant to scare someone to death? The moment it switched on, she felt as if the heavens themselves had collapsed upon her. Wolfman soothingly patted her back. "Do not be afraid. We are merely drying our hair." The wind howled. Bai Yue exclaimed, "Please speak plainly." Indeed, with such a large-headed wolf, a hairdryer was an essential item for bathing. She should have anticipated this. Bai Yue felt vexed at her earlier overreaction. Recalling the time before she was sent to the mental hospital when her family had a toy poodle. Initially, the little poodle was terrified of the hairdryer, though it eventually improved, yet still detested the noise. Today, she finally comprehended the poodle's feelings. Such a cacophonous sound, she believed she would never come to appreciate. Guo was truly obedient. After drying, the wolf, Xiao Xiao, duly complimented Bai Yue. He then placed her on a stainless steel chair and fetched a delicate porcelain jar. What could it be? Xiao Xiao approached, pried open Bai Yue's legs, and nestled between them. She had no time to resist, and tightening her legs proved futile. She could only shield her intimate area with her hands, her eyes wide open, fixed on Xiao Xiao. What was this foolish master up to now? Was he truly leaving no avenue for escape? Xiao Xiao remarked, "Shaving isn't sufficient. It will grow back. After applying this, it won't regrow. Will be good. Remove your hands. It won't hurt." Bai Yue glared at Xiao Xiao with deadpan eyes. She swore, had he been a human male, she would have poured the contents of that jar over his head. What was bearable had become intolerable. Bai Yue felt that she could endure this once. Better a short pain than a long one. To avoid further shaving, she turned her head away and removed her hands. "Go ahead. I will remember this for a lifetime. And you, the one who cleans up after me, shall await your reckoning." Xiao Xiao scooped out a dollop of ointment the size of a soybean, and, as he applied it to his wife, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Chapter 6. Deceptive Delicacies. After applying the ointment, Bai Yue felt a chill envelop her, akin to the sensation of having menthol balm smeared on her skin. She frowned and instinctively reached to wipe it away. However, Lang Xiao seized her hand, lifting her out of the bathroom and placing her gently on the bed. "Behold your new attire." After donning his own clothing, Lang Xiao picked up the outfit laid out on the bed for Bai Yue. It was a whimsical ensemble reminiscent of the playful costumes often seen at park entrances, resembling a wolf, much like Lang Xiao's own kind. The outfit was a complete set, from the headpiece to the shoes, and featured no zippers at the front or back, leaving Bai Yue bewildered as to how she could possibly fit into it. Curiously, she watched as Lang Xiao deftly maneuvered the costume, parting the legs of the outfit and locating the zipper at the tail end. With a swift motion, he unzipped the crotch area. "What on earth? Open crotch pants." Bai Yue was utterly flabbergasted. Lang Xiao then proceeded to pull the outfit over Bai Yue's head, and she silently wept inwardly, recognizing that her future days were bound to be peculiar. Once clad in the garment, with the zipper fastened and without a glance at her reflection, Bai Yue transformed into an adorable little wolf cub. Finally feeling liberated, she took a couple of steps on the bed, which was as spacious as a small room. The cleverly designed tail featured a hook that prevented the zipper pull from slipping down on its own. The soles of the shoes were exceedingly thin, and upon wearing them, she could immediately tell they were not meant for walking. She could feel the softness of the mattress beneath her feet. The sleeves were seamless, connected to gloves shaped like wolf claws, restricting her fingers to their confines. Sighing, Bai Yue did not wish to nitpick, but she couldn't help but internally grumble as she glanced at her hands. No, her paws. Who on earth designed this? Humans? She was merely grateful that her foolish master was not a bird. Otherwise, she might have ended up dressed as an angel. Lang Xiao, however, appeared quite pleased with the result. He placed the hat atop her head, carefully adjusting the ears to stand upright. "You must be hungry. Let us find something to eat." Lang Xiao scooped Bai Yue into his arms. At the mention of food, Bai Yue's mouth watered uncontrollably, and she could not suppress a swallow. After enduring 7 long years in a psychiatric institution, forbidden from indulging in salty or spicy delights, she had once been a fervent aficionado of all things spicy. She felt nearly driven to madness by such deprivation. Hearing that food was available, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she craned her neck to look ahead. Lang Xiao chuckled softly, using one hand to playfully tap her delicate, prominent nose. "So, you're still a little glutton?" Stepping out of the bedroom, they entered the living room, which was sparsely furnished with only a coffee table and a few sofas, leaving ample space that could easily accommodate a game of badminton. The dining table was situated in the far corner of the room, directly opposite the kitchen door. Lang Xiao set Bai Yue atop a tall stone chair and proceeded into the kitchen. Bai Yue mused that preparing a meal would take some time, so she slid down from the chair, eager to catch a glimpse of her first meal in this new world. To her surprise, Lang Xiao soon returned, carrying a tray laden with food. "How did you get down?" "Return to your seat," he instructed, placing the tray on the dining table. Instead of setting her back on the chair, he settled down while still holding her in his arms. The dining table was too elevated for Bai Yue to reach from the chair, so being held was much more convenient. As she finally caught sight of the food on the tray, her expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. On the tray lay a kettle of boiling water, several small bottles, a set of bowls and spoons, and a stack of wood cut into brick-like shapes. Although the wood was uniformly sized and appeared fresh, it was still merely wood. "Don't tell me this is what humans consume." Bai Yue swallowed hard, feeling a slight constriction in her throat. Lang Xiao, oblivious to Bai Yue's expression, felt a surge of happiness at the sight of more food than usual. He was to be the caretaker of a female from now on. He took a piece of wood, crushed it in the bowl, and poured boiling water over it, transforming it into a bowl of wood pulp soup. "Your food needs to soak for a while. Once it softens, it will be edible," he remarked. After preparing the mixture, Lang Xiao brushed off the wood shavings from his hands, picked up another piece of wood, and took a bite, chewing while stirring the wood pulp soup with a spoon. Bai Yue looked up, staring blankly at Lang Xiao's mouth, then skeptically picked up a piece of wood. It felt heavy in her hand, far heavier than expected. Was this wood or a block of lead? With a hint of doubt, she took a small bite. "Ouch!" She bit her tooth. Lang Xiao chuckled lightly, the vibrations traveling through their close proximity resonating against Bai Yue's back, showcasing the strength of his physique. "Eat this," he said, scooping a spoonful of wood pulp soup, blowing gently on it to test the temperature before slowly bringing it to Bai Yue's lips. She sniffed, accepting the spoon. Indeed, it was still wood. Soaking it did not alter its essence. However, there was a faint botanical fragrance, lacking flavor, not particularly appetizing, but also not entirely unpalatable. The wood shavings scraped her throat as she swallowed. After feeding Bai Yue a few spoonfuls, Lang Xiao suddenly retrieved a pill from one of the bottles. Attempting to place it in her mouth, Bai Yue instinctively closed her mouth, instantly becoming wary. Hadn't they agreed not to give her medicine? What was this pill? Did her foolish master, annoyed by her antics, wish to sedate her? Oh no! Bai Yue's resistance was palpable, causing Lang Xiao to pause, then gently coaxed, "Gua gua. Be good. This is a supplement for enhancing your figure." A fuller bosom was essential for nurturing children, and Bai Yue's slender frame certainly needed supplementation. This was part of the diet plan established for her before Lang Xiao acquired her from the breeding facility. Upon hearing his words, Bai Yue let out a heavy sigh of relief. Enhancing her figure was acceptable. She obediently accepted the pill, swallowing it with a sip of soup, secretly commending her foolish master for this thoughtfulness. Lang Xiao observed her, a contemplative look in his eyes. After her understanding of his explanation shifted so dramatically, it seemed she comprehended more than he had anticipated. He wondered how she compared to the legendary female with an intelligence of a 5-year-old. In addition to the breast-enhancing pill, the facility had also provided Bai Yue with another medication, intended for consumption before sleep. However, Lang Xiao stirred a spoonful of this powder into the wood pulp soup. After mixing it well, he continued to feed Bai Yue. sensitive to human emotions. Bai Yue sensed Lang Zhao's probing and immediately composed herself, hesitating only briefly before accepting the spoon. "This is for fattening you up," Lang Zhao remarked casually. Cough. Bai Yue nearly choked on a mouthful of wood shavings. And though she closed her mouth to stifle the cough, it still caught in her throat, causing her to erupt in a fit of coughs, with 2 streams of liquid escaping from her nostrils. Unbidden, the image of the plump girls from the pet shop flashed through her mind, intensifying her coughing. No wonder they were all so overweight. How tragic. Chapter 7. The high cost of living. Wolf Xiao, in a state of panic, hurriedly used a towel to wipe Bai Yue's face, while his other hand clumsily patted her back. "Are you choking?" Noticing that Guogua seemed to have food in her mouth, Wolf Xiao instinctively placed a hand near her lips, anxiously urging, "Spit it out." Bai Yue, reluctant to dirty the table and too embarrassed to expel it onto his hand, discerned that her foolish master was determined to extract the food himself. Thus, she sensibly released the contents of her mouth onto his palm. With her mouth now empty, Bai Yue managed to catch her breath, her pale visage flushed with a gentle hue. Long eyelashes glistened with tears, her moist eyes radiating a pitiful and fragile aura akin to that of a small creature. Wolf Xiao, feeling a pang of heartache, tenderly kissed her eyelids, his tongue sweeping away the traces of her tears. Bai Yue paused, squirming awkwardly for a moment before he released her and retreated to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a clean towel to wipe her face. Once tidied, Wolf Xiao resumed feeding Bai Yue. Aware that the food contained growth enhancers, Bai Yue feigned disinterest, writhing on his lap and resolutely refusing to open her mouth. Unable to force-feed her, Wolf Xiao ultimately relented. After their meal, he once again embraced Bai Yue and returned to the bedroom, settling himself at the computer desk. Despite the passage of over 2 millennia, the Orcish society prioritized physical prowess, resulting in minimal technological advancement. Indeed, they had regressed compared to the technological level of the 21st century. The computer remained a desktop model, and as Bai Yue sat on Wolf Zhao's lap, she observed him power it on and navigate to a social networking site akin to Weibo. What to do if the female doesn't eat? Wolf Xiao posted, worry etched on his face as he affectionately ruffled Bai Yue's hair. Given her rarity, the post was destined to garner attention and quickly resurfaced. What has the female been fed? Without a moment's hesitation, Wolf Xiao replied, "I gave her the birch heart that I usually consume, soaked in hot water for her." This was what the book suggested. Bai Yue leaned closer to the computer screen, squinting at the post and reflecting, indeed it was wood. However, the energy content of wood is quite low. Pandas primarily consume bamboo and must eat copious amounts to satisfy their energy needs. Yet, after just a few bites, she felt remarkably full, indicating that this wood was unlike any she had encountered before. Wolf Zhao's response incited indignation among netizens, and replies began to flood in. "You are far too careless. Birch may be high in energy, but that coarse texture is hardly suitable for a female. Moreover, a small bowl of birch should suffice for her energy requirements. Your female is quite tolerant. Mine wouldn't touch at all. Consider substituting with fruits and tubers. I recommend dragon fruit and melon for fruits, and potatoes and sweet potatoes for tubers. These are my female's favorites, though the prices can be a bit disheartening." Female. Bai Yue found this term somewhat peculiar. However, upon seeing familiar food names, she dismissed her subtle discomfort, glancing up at her foolish master with eyes brimming with anticipation. As a result of a netizen posting images of food, Lang Xiao mistakenly assumed that Guogua was drooling over the pictures and playfully remarked, "All right, let's buy. Bai Yue's eyes curved into crescent moons, and Lang Xiao found her even more amusing, leaning down to plant a kiss on her forehead. Bai Yue immediately bowed her head, yet she could still feel the lingering warmth of his kiss on her skin, causing her to blush uncontrollably. When she finally lifted her gaze, she found Lang Xiao browsing a shopping website, selecting all the recommended delicacies into his cart, and without hesitation, purchasing them all. The total expenditure exceeded 30 contribution points, a sum Bai Yue deemed reasonable, though it was enough for a struggling Beastman to acquire a rather comfortable half-house. For Lang Xiao, it represented a significant expense, considering it was merely a week's worth of food for Guogua. It appeared that nurturing a female was indeed a costly endeavor, which explained why so many were forming teams. The necessity was evident. Had he not been saving, purchasing on the spot would have placed considerable pressure on their finances. Subsequently, Lang Xiao perused numerous posts on the experiences of raising females. Bai Yue, finding it tedious, slid down from Lang Xiao's thigh and made her way to the bedside. The bed loomed above her chest, and after several minutes of effort resembling that of climbing a wall, she finally managed to ascend, collapsing onto the mattress to digest her meal. Her adorable demeanor prompted Lang Xiao to refrain from interrupting her as he sat in his computer chair, amused by her antics. Unaware of her foolish master's gaze, Bai Yue, despite her full stomach, found digestion to be a tiring endeavor. A heavy sensation enveloped her entire abdomen, sapping her energy. Perhaps it was the bed's softness and comfort that lulled her into slumber, as she soon dozed off. Lang Xiao then turned back to his posts, losing track of time until he noticed that night had fallen. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature plummeted. What had been a sweltering summer day transformed into a night where the ground was cloaked in frost, and the wind that swept through the window felt like an icy tongue, swiftly stealing the warmth from the room. Bai Yue curled her body into a tight ball, resembling a shrimp. Lang Xiao glanced at her, closed his laptop, climbed onto the bed, and enveloped his wife in his embrace, sharing a cotton blanket with her, contentedly closing his eyes. Chapter 8. A misstep into the lavatory after a blissful night's sleep. Bai Yue awoke the following morning, cradled in a warm and comforting embrace. The bed beneath her was exceedingly soft, making her feel as though she were floating on a cloud, so delightful that she wished to remain there indefinitely. Stretching languidly, she soon realized she was nestled within a furry hold. As she opened her eyes, memories of the previous day rushed back to her. Before her lay a glimmering silver-white wolf fur, and as her gaze ascended, she beheld the distinctive head of a wolf. Lang Xiao was still slumbering, his beastly form characterized by a long snout, its tip dark and gleaming, with sharp fangs glistening at the edges of his slightly parted mouth. His closed eyes slanted upwards, hinting at the fierce intensity they would possess upon opening. Bai Yue gazed at him quietly. Since the day her parents had sent her to the mental institution, she had known no home. The torment of electroshock therapy, confinement, and medication had instilled within her a deep resentment for the very parents who had given her life yet condemned her to such a living hell. Consequently, the absence of love she had experienced throughout her childhood left her yearning for affection and the warmth of a home more intensely than most. Now, however, there existed someone who treated her with kindness, offering her a sense of belonging. Although the circumstances were somewhat unconventional, it was indeed a comfort. As she observed Lang Xiao, a genuine smile blossomed on Bai Yue's face for the first time since her arrival in this world. Her curiosity piqued. She could not resist extending her fingers, encased by the wolf's paw, to gently touch the sharp tip of Lang Xiao's fang. Suddenly, his mouth opened wide, and her fingers were drawn into the warm confines of his mouth. Ah! Bai Yue gasped in surprise, hastily attempting to withdraw her hand, but it was caught gently between his teeth. The anticipated pain did not materialize, and her gaze shifted upward to meet his deep, silvery gray wolf eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly, shimmering with a playful affection. A soft purr resonated from his throat as his warm tongue playfully entwined around her small paw. Bai Yue felt her cheeks flush as she playfully swatted at his forehead with her other hand, adopting a mock-serious expression of annoyance. The amusement in Lang Xiao's eyes intensified, and he released her, transforming into human form while still enveloping Bai Yue in his embrace. "Good morning, Guo," he said gently. "Oomph," Bai Yue huffed, feigning indignation as she wiped her damp fingers on him and energetically emerged from the covers. Having drunk too much water the previous day, she felt an urgent need to use the restroom. Recalling that the bathroom contained a toilet, she ventured there without calling for Lang Xiao's assistance, successfully locating the lavatory from her memories. This toilet, unlike those used by humans, was quite spacious and elongated, ample enough for a wolf to stand upon, which felt excessively large for Bai Yue. She closed the door and stood with her legs apart, attempting to locate the zipper beneath her tail with her small wolf paw. However, a dilemma arose. Her paws were too coarse to grasp the zipper's pull. Desperation surged as her stomach felt uncomfortably full. With a pouting expression, she twisted her body, determinedly searching for the zipper when, unexpectedly, her foot slipped, causing her legs to part instantly. "Ah!" Bai Yue instinctively cried out. But by the time she regained her wits, she found herself seated unceremoniously upon the toilet, her rear end stinging from the impact. "Guowa!" As the sound of the wolf's howl faded, an individual burst into the room. Bai Yue remained seated in the restroom, her right hand still propping herself up. Upon seeing her foolish master rush in, her expression froze in disbelief. How utterly embarrassing! Bai Yue wished she could dissolve into the ground, wishing to erase all evidence of her presence. The wolf also paused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he swiftly approached and lifted Bai Yue into his arms. "Can Guowa manage the restroom on her own? Next time, remember to call me to assist with your zipper," he teased, stifling his laughter to spare his beloved some dignity. Bai Yue could not bear to meet the wolf's gaze. As he carried her out, she felt a damp warmth in her trousers, further stiffening her expression. The wolf, noticing the situation, deftly unzipped her pants and, with an amused tone, remarked, "Aren't you a grown-up? Still wetting yourself? How shameful." Bai Yue wore a vacant expression, internally lamenting, "I am but a pet. I know nothing of these matters." The wolf, using a gesture reminiscent of aiding a child, positioned Bai Yue before the toilet. At this point, she had lost the will to resist, and after a prolonged moment, she finally relieved her overfull bladder. Once she finished, the wolf retrieved a damp tissue to meticulously clean her up, then removed her clothing and carried her back to the bedroom to dress her in fresh attire. Throughout this ordeal, Bai Yue complied without protest, humbly embracing her role as a pet. Once clad in clean garments, the wolf took Bai Yue to the bathroom once more, assisting her with brushing her teeth, washing her face, applying skincare, and styling her hair, ensuring she looked immaculate before attending to his own needs. When both were presentable, the wolf carried Bai Yue outside. "Your meal has yet to arrive. Let us dine out," he remarked as they walked. Bai Yue refrained from harboring any expectations regarding the food of this era, remaining unresponsive. Upon exiting the courtyard, the wolf paused, his demeanor shifting to one of cold severity. "What are you doing here?" he inquired sharply. Bai Yue turned in confusion, only to discover a hefty black bear lying outside the gate. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the large individual who had sought employment as a nanny the previous day, accompanied by a considerable amount of luggage, truly a determined candidate. The bear quickly rose, but before he could speak, the wolf forcibly turned Bai Yue's head away, his voice growing even colder. "I have no need for a companion." With that, he strode away, refusing to share his beloved with any male, especially one as endearing as her. The bear's resolute gaze followed them as they departed. Undeterred by the wolf's rejection, he was indeed capable of acquiring a female, yet he understood that, given his abilities, the allies he could gather would be mere mediocrities, incapable of providing a good life for her. Rather than subjecting her to hardship, he preferred to join a stronger team that could offer her the best living conditions. Reflecting on the fleeting glimpse of the female he had seen earlier, the bear's expression softened. Was she perhaps too slender? It seemed he would need to work harder on his tasks to ensure she gained some weight. Chapter 9. The articulate female, no matter how fervently Xiong Yao fantasized. Bai Yue remained oblivious to the fact that she had been captivated by the opulence surrounding her. Before her stood the resplendent female deity mansion, a grand edifice that epitomized the bustling heart of Pingan City. As its name suggests, the mansion was constructed for the benefit of females. Given the scarcity of female beastmen, patrons were few, yet each one was a formidable presence. The lobby on the first floor radiated with dazzling lights, encircled by lavish boutiques selling garments, gourmet delicacies, toys, and much more. Bai Yue was utterly entranced. Upon spotting a fruit shop, she swallowed hard, feeling the pangs of hunger. As she drew nearer to the shop, she realized that it was Wolf Xiao who was leading her in that direction. "What would you like to eat?" Wolf Xiao gently inquired, setting Bai Yue down beside the display. The table showcased a vibrant array of oranges, apples, kiwis, dragon fruits, and more, their colors striking and their aromas delectably sweet. Perhaps her sense of smell had sharpened, for she could distinctly perceive the fragrances of the fruits, and her mouth watered as she pointed to the strikingly purple-red dragon fruit. It was the largest of the fruits, and Bai Yue felt as though she could consume an entire ox. "How much is it?" Wolf Xiao promptly addressed the vendor. "I will take one." "Greetings, Wolf brother. A small contribution is required," the robust Beastman attendant replied. Wolf brother is a universal term for wolf beastman, akin to Mr. Li or Mr. Wong in modern parlance. The attendant, unfamiliar with Wolf Xiao, recognized the species by scent and addressed him accordingly. Wolf Xiao raised his right hand and swiped his personal terminal across the transaction device. The attendant retrieved a dragon fruit, but to Bai Yue's surprise, he suddenly turned and placed the fruit into an oven. A chime announced its baking. Bai Yue sighed, her patience waning. "Wolf Xiao, why the delay?" "The loss is not merely of time, but of abundant vitamins. A waste indeed." She leaned languidly against Wolf Xiao, resolved to alter such culinary customs once she comprehended the rules of this world. For now, she would defer to the situation. 3 minutes later, a freshly baked dragon fruit emerged, its skin even more vibrant and steaming hot. The attendant sliced the fruit in half, placing the two halves into a gourd-shaped bowl with a disposable spoon before handing it to them. "Be careful, it's hot," the attendant cautioned Bai Yue, his tone shifting from stern to that of a neighborly older brother. Bai Yue mused, "You can charm me all you like, but it is paramount to win over the one holding the purse strings." Nevertheless, she found his demeanor quite endearing. Wolf Xiao cradled Bai Yue in one arm while accepting the bowl with the other, unable to feed her further. Noticing her keen appetite, he asked, "Shall you eat first?" "Of course," Bai Yue replied. Her hand, ensnared by Wolf Xiao's paw, clumsily grasped the spoon's handle, scooping up a spoonful of dragon fruit. The flesh of the dragon fruit had softened to a delightful mush, its tiny black seeds exuding a fragrant aroma that was remarkably intense. Bai Yue felt her appetite awaken, and she could hardly contain herself as she took a bite. Her eyes sparkled with delight. It was scrumptious, fragrant, and tender, melting instantly upon her tongue, transforming into a warm sensation that enveloped her stomach like sweet wine. No longer regarding this delicacy as a mere extravagance, she eagerly scooped up another spoonful. Seeing his wife's enjoyment, Lang Xiao, who had not eaten, felt a sense of fulfillment. While Bai Yue savored her food, Lang Xiao discovered the female playroom. The chamber was filled with over a dozen females, some playing with toys, others, like Bai Yue, indulging in snacks, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a kindergarten classroom. Bai Yue slowed her eating, casting a suspicious glance at Lang Xiao. He placed her on a charming little wooden horse, gently stroked her head, and said, "I must attend class to learn how to care for you. Will you play here for a little while?" "No." Bai Yue immediately set down her spoon and grasped Lang Xiao's waistband, her large eyes, accentuated by her slender frame, fixed intently on him. Those who are profoundly insecure, once they find a source of support, are reluctant to let go. Lang Xiao, captivated by her pitiful gaze, felt his heart melt for the first time experiencing such reliance. He sensed that this feeling could easily become addictive. However, class was about to commence, and as a novice caretaker, each day of delay posed further danger for Bukwa. Reluctantly kissing her forehead, he said, "Be good. I'll return in an hour." Bai Yue understood she could not hold him back, yet she refused to release her grip. Lang Xiao had no choice but to gently pry her fingers apart before he could leave. Fortunately, Bai Yue was not in a hurry, otherwise, he doubted his resolve would have held firm. Upon reaching the door, he glanced back to find her still watching him. Noticing his gaze, her eyes seemed to brighten, her body instinctively leaning forward as if ready to descend. Bai Yue felt a surge of anticipation. Would he return to take her along? "Wait for me. I'll be back soon." However, Lang Xiao merely smiled faintly before resolutely closing the door behind him as he departed. Bai Yue's shoulders slumped, and she continued to eat the dragon fruit with a lackluster spirit. "I want to eat the fruit." Suddenly, a chubby girl dashed in front of her, reaching out to snatch the dragon fruit away. Bai Yue instinctively clutched her food. The leaner girl was undoubtedly swifter than the plump one, successfully evading those small, pudgy hands. Bai Yue glanced at the girl, attempting to pilfer her snack. The girl had a flat, round face, as if flattened by a frying pan. However, compared to the girl she had seen upon her arrival, she appeared quite proportionate, with features that were at least normal. What piqued Bai Yue's interest was that she could speak. "I want to eat the fruit," the girl shouted, looking back for assistance. Following her gaze, Bai Yue noticed a tall, golden-haired man, exuding an aura of strength akin to a lion. Only her foolish master could rival such presence. As Bai Yue scrutinized the lion beast, in turn, was assessing Bai Yue with a discerning gaze. It then clicked its tongue twice and remarked disdainfully, "Is this the female chosen by Lang Xiao?" Following this, it let out a derisive laugh. Chapter 10. Abducted by a villain, his facial features were rather exquisite, though he was excessively slender. The orc beside him spoke a fair word. Judging by their familiar demeanor, it was evident they were companions. Bai Yue did not recognize his spiritual form, but he vaguely resembled a hornless spotted deer. Hence she referred to him as Brother Deer. The lion beast shook his head, expressing regret as he lamented, "What a pity! What a pity!" He repeated this phrase several times before continuing, "Wolf Knox is a capable individual. How splendid it would be to have him in my ranks. Yet he insists on going solo, acquiring such a useless female." Useless female. Bai Yue pressed her lips tightly together, her cheeks showing signs of swelling. If the orc could perceive spiritual energy, he would have noticed the faint aura emanating from her, albeit much thinner than that of the orc, nearly non-existent. Although she could not comprehend the lion man's words, questioning her worth, she could not fathom how the plump girl could be deemed valuable. Nevertheless, this did not deter her disdain for him. In fact, she loathed him immensely. As the lion beast approached Bai Yue, he leaned closer, adopting a congenial facade, and asked, "Would you like to go out and play with your big brother?" The tone he used to lure her, as if enticing a child, only solidified her resolve to refuse. Firmly clutching her dragon fruit, she recoiled slightly, her eyes narrowing with wariness, her refusal unmistakable. However, the lion beast disregarded her wishes and lifted her from the wooden horse. "Captain?" Brother Deer hurried over, exclaiming, "Wolf Knox is known to be volatile." Bai Yue was taken aback. In her mind, she fervently agreed with Brother Deer. "Yes, yes. My foolish master is formidable. You should tread carefully." "Fear him?" The lion beast smirked coldly, carrying Bai Yue toward the exit. In a state of panic, Bai Yue clutched her bowl with one hand and flailed the other in the air. As she neared the doorway, her heart raced, and taking a deep breath, she shouted, "I want to go." Her exclamation acted as a pause button, causing the surrounding males to halt and turn towards the source of the sound. Even the lion beast paused, taken aback by Yue's outburst. Typically, females were known to speak, albeit with limited vocabulary and phrases. Nevertheless, Bai Yue's sudden articulation evoked envy among many males for her apparent owner. "So Wolf Knox chose you for your intelligence after all," the lion beast realized. Bai Yue dared not say much more. She simply struggled, her gaze darting about in search of assistance. Fortunately, the amusement area was monitored, and the orcs must have felt secure leaving the females here. Especially with Bai Yue's loud cry, it soon attracted the attention of two robust security orc guards. "What's going on? This female seems not to be one you brought," one of the guards inquired politely of the lion beast. Bai Yue became increasingly restless, radiating the message that she was being abducted by a villain. The lion beast soothingly patted her back a few times, yet his grip tightened significantly, causing Bai Yue's body to ache. An ancient saying goes, "Wealth cannot corrupt, and power cannot subdue." Under the oppressive force, Bai Yue was reluctant to yield, yet any attempt to resist was futile, rendering her seemingly pacified. She could only place her hopes on the two handsome security guards. These guards exhibited commendable professionalism, remaining steadfast before the lion beast, undeterred by Bai Yue's apparent calm. The lion beast proclaimed, "I am Lion Yu, and this is the female of Wolf Xiao. Wolf Xiao and I are good friends. He worries for her solitude and has asked me to accompany her for a while, as two females are better off together." Upon realizing that it was Brother Lion, the security guards appeared to hold him in high regard, their vigilance noticeably diminished. Bai Yue sensed the precariousness of her situation. Seizing the dragon fruit in her hand, she hurled it at the lion beast's head. In a swift motion, the lion beast grasped her arm, retrieving the dragon fruit and placing it on a nearby table. "You seem a bit unfamiliar with me," The lion beast jested, playfully tapping Bai Yue's nose. In response, she instinctively bit, but his fingers deftly evaded her grasp, resulting in a comical snap of her teeth in the air. The males present could not suppress their laughter. Even the two stoic security guards failed to maintain their composure. However, this is against the rules, one guard managed to say, suppressing his amusement. Yet, his tone suggested a hint of hesitation. Lion Yu continued, "One must not be overly rigid. Do you truly believe I would harm a female? That would be unlawful. You know me. If anything were to happen to her, I would be the first to face the consequences." Exchanging glances, the two guards finally relented. Very well then. Lion Yu nodded appreciatively at the guards, taking the dragon fruit in one hand while wrapping the other around Bai Yue as he strode away. With Lion Yu's assurances, Bai Yue felt a sense of relief. It seemed she was indeed under the protection of this creature, who would not harm her in plain sight. Rather than risk exposing her intellect in a desperate escape, she found it wiser to accompany him. She preferred to remain inconspicuous, content to live as a mere parasite in the household of her foolish master. Chapter 11. The kangaroo beast Lion Yu cradled Bai Yue in his arms, while the plump girl was held by dear brother. The two walked side by side down the bustling street. "I want to eat dragon fruit," the chubby girl piped up again. Lion Yu promptly handed over the dragon fruit he had snatched from Bai Yue's grasp. The girl beamed with delight, her three chins jiggling as she dug in with a spoon. Bai Yue thought to herself, what the hell? That dragon fruit was mine. Why did you bring her out? Dear brother's expression darkened. Concern etched on his face. The wolf beast is not to be trifled with. Lion Yu cast a glance at Bai Yue and remarked coolly, "If a beastman inflicts significant harm upon a female, he will be stripped of his rights." Dear brother pondered for a moment, then gasped in shock, staring at Lion Yu. According to Article 16 of the Female Protection Act, if a female owner makes a grave mistake, the breeding center has the right to reclaim the female without compensation. Furthermore, Article 11 states that each male possesses the right to purchase a female only once. Losing a female indicates an inability to care for her, barring exceptional circumstances. In simpler terms, if Wolf Xiao lost his claim over Bai Yue, he would have to join another's team. Are you attempting to frame Wolf Xiao and force him into our ranks? Dear brother speculated after a moment of contemplation. Lion Yu regarded dear brother with admiration. Instantly, dear brother's gaze towards Bai Yue was filled with pity. Bai Yue's heart skipped a beat, momentarily overshadowing her anger over the stolen dragon fruit. What was dear brother planning for her? This Lion Yu was indeed no benevolent figure. "Gather the team. We shall go hunting," Lion Yu declared, lightly bouncing the delicate female in his arms. "We will take both females with us." Understood. As the captain, Lion Yu's word was law, and dear brother complied. Tapping a few commands on his personal terminal, they hurried along, and upon reaching the city gate, a throng of 2 to 3 dozen beasts had already gathered. Bai Yue observed that 7 of them exuded formidable spiritual energy, while the rest appeared no different from those encountered along the way, clearly categorized into 2 stages. In truth, only the 7 powerful beastmen were established team members. The others merely clung to Lion Yu's team for survival, lacking any rights to mate with the females. Roar! Upon seeing Lion Yu, the multitude of beasts greeted him in unison. Lion Yu announced, "Today, we shall take the females out primarily for leisure, with hunting as a secondary objective." The beastmen erupted in excitement. Such opportunities to interact with females were rare, making this outing a once-in-a-lifetime chance. As Lion Yu led the group beyond the city gates, Bai Yue anxiously scanned her surroundings. To her astonishment, as they stepped outside, the world transformed dramatically. The city was barren and gray, while beyond the gates lay a verdant expanse, lush and shadowy. A mere 100 meters from the gate stood a towering forest, its trees reaching for the heavens, obscuring the sunlight. The dense thicket loomed ominously, akin to a predatory beast poised to pounce. The chill in the air made Bai Yue feel as though the temperature had plummeted several degrees. Her unease deepened. An instinctive sense of danger surged within her, prompting her to struggle against Lion Yu's embrace, yearning to be set down. At that moment, Brother Deer set down the plump girl, removed his trousers, and instantly transformed into a beastly form. His head resembled that of a beautiful and adorable cicada deer, Yet White Yue recognized his true nature. He was indeed a kangaroo. Towering at over 3 meters, his muscular physique was unmistakable, with the contours of his robust muscles visible even beneath a layer of fur. He deftly opened the pouch on his abdomen with his forelimbs, first stuffing his trousers inside, and then placing the plump girl within as well. White Yue's eyes widened in disbelief as her worldview threatened to shatter. Was this not a pouch meant for nurturing? Such a feature was exclusive to female kangaroos. How could a male possess a nurturing pouch? Please do not suggest that it evolved specifically for the purpose of carrying humans. Yet, the harsh reality confirmed her suspicions. Long ago, when there were no absolutely safe settlements, the Beastmen struggled to protect humans in the perilous jungles, leading to the gradual evolution of the male kangaroo beast into possessing the nurturing pouch typically found in females. Consequently, kangaroo beastmen became highly sought after in modern times, with nearly every team boasting one, making them an indispensable companion for home and travel alike. Soon after, White Yue observed Brother Deer. No, he should now be referred to as Brother Kangaroo, as he approached her, lifting her from Lion Yue's arms and depositing her into the pouch. White Yue was squished alongside the plump girl, still reeling from shock. As she contemplated crawling out, she was suddenly jolted by a violent jolt, finding herself pressed against the soft, furry pouch. The group began to sprint through the jungle. Chapter 12. Escape. Heaven knows where these beastmen might run off to. White Yue dared not be complacent and was solely focused on escaping. She pushed past the plump girl and struggled to poke her head out of the pouch's opening. They were moving at an astonishing speed, especially since Brother Kangaroo was hopping. White Yue squinted, barely able to see anything. The farther they ran, the more her chances of returning home diminished. She needed to find a way to make them stop. Returning to the confines of the pouch, she rubbed her dry, wind-chafed eyes as her mind raced. Beside her, the plump girl was still licking her lips, the sweet fragrance of dragon fruit wafting from her breath. With narrowed eyes, recalling the pangs of hunger, White Yue unhesitatingly extended her hand toward the girl in a moment of wicked intent. Ha ha, ha ha, moments latte. The kangaroo beast heard the frantic laughter emanating from the pouch and sensed the female within writhing with glee. The gentle, almond-shaped eyes of the kangaroo softened further as he tenderly patted the pouch with his forelimbs. The group of beastmen came to a halt. Why is Yuan laughing so heartily? Lion Yue's voice came from outside. A surge of joy filled White Yue's heart as she withdrew her hand from the plump girl's armpit, feigning innocence in her corner. With the distraction gone, Yuan's uproarious laughter gradually subsided, and soon a pair of hands lifted her out. Following suit, White Yue crawled out and was quickly brought outside. In the forest, the light dimmed further, creating an illusion of approaching twilight. The temperature had dropped significantly, and even clad in a single garment, White Yue felt a chill. Lion Yue glanced at her, then lowered his head to softly inquire of Yuan beside him. Do you enjoy playing with her so much? Yuan cast a furtive glance at Bai Yue, immediately clasping her arms tightly and retreating behind Lion Yue, daring only to steal glances at her. Mimicking her posture, Bai Yue adopted a fearful demeanor and hid behind Kangaroo Brother, separated from Yuan by 2 individuals, gazing at each other from distance. The identical antics of the 2 females elicited no suspicion from the males, who merely perceived this as a playful interaction between them. Lion Yue chuckled softly, patting Yuan on the head. He glanced at his personal terminal and remarked, "The time is nearly upon us. Wolf Xiao should be on the way." Suddenly, Kangaroo Brother, standing before Bai Yue, transformed into human form, flicking his tail as he donned his trousers, asking, "Captain, what are your plans?" Caught off guard by the sight of a bare backside, Bai Yue nearly choked on her own saliva and awkwardly shifted to the side. "First, let us conceal her and allow Wolf Xiao to search," Lion Yue instructed. Noticing the puzzled expressions of his team, he elaborated, "While Wolf Xiao frantically seeks the female, let the Chancellor serve as a witness." As he spoke, Lion Yue tapped on his personal terminal. A jolt of surprise coursed through Kangaroo Brother. "You contacted the Chancellor? When the time comes, we'll feign an attack and request the Chancellor's assistance in battle. He will surely acquiesce, given our familial ties." Lion Yue wore a knowing smile, articulating confidently, "Once Wolf Shao is deprived of the female, we shall leak the information about his loss, and I believe no one will dare to ally with him. We shall wait for him to submit to us willingly." Understanding dawned upon the assembled beasts, who regarded Lion Yu with admiration. As they engaged in lively discussion, Bai Yue was not idle. She was stealthily inching her way outward. Upon hearing this, Bai Yue realized she was not in mortal peril, but was disinclined to see their plan succeed, resolved not to remain passive. "Fruits! Fruits!" Yuan suddenly exclaimed with excitement, her chubby finger pointing at a large tree ahead adorned with red berries. The fruits, resplendent in color and exuding a sweet allure, stood out vividly amidst the deep green foliage, an effective strategy employed by plants to attract prey. The Beastmen were acutely aware of this, yet the fruits were undeniably delicious and high in energy, making them particularly suitable for females, prompting the males to take risks. All the males raised their heads, instinctively adopting a battle stance. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Yue slipped out of the encirclement, stealthily merging into the thicket. Why has it become Chapter 19? The preceding chapters were excessively lengthy, and I wish to distribute them more evenly, hence 7 chapters were left vacant. Chapter 13. Consumed had she lingered a moment longer to witness the Herculean effort the orcs exerted in plucking a few fruits, perhaps she would not have so recklessly bolted. Yet, in this world, there exists no perhaps. In reality, Bai Yue fled like a wild stallion unshackled, racing towards the sanctuary of the city. She was acutely aware of their path. Though they meandered through the terrain, the direction was essentially linear, and she only needed to retrace her steps in a straight line. As for their winding route, Bai Yue found herself perplexed, yet indifferently chose to focus on the ground beneath her feet, wary of potential traps. Oh, how exhausting! Having long been deprived of exercise, after just a few strides, Bai Yue found herself utterly fatigued, leaning against a towering tree, panting like a dog. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if something unseen was observing her, sending a jolt of fear through her. "Who goes there?" she shouted, her voice reverberating through the thicket. No response came, and a chilling atmosphere quickly permeated the air. Bai Yue swallowed hard, scanning her surroundings. All she beheld were lush, verdant plants, nothing more. Yet, she was certain she sensed something amiss, an icy dread creeping through her pores, leaving her feeling chilled to the bone. Abruptly, her gaze darted back to the tree she had just leaned against, her heart racing as it lodged in her throat, a wave of terror prickling her skin. This tree, she realized, she had encountered several times before. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lion Yu and his companions had successfully gathered their fruits. Sensing time was of the essence, they intended to conceal Bai Yue, only to discover, to their horror, that she had vanished. Lion Yu's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. She must have run off while we were busy picking fruits. She is doomed." A voice trembled in fear. "Stop with the idle chatter, and search for her," Lion Yu bellowed, tossing the fruits to Kangaroo Brother, swiftly transforming into a beast and following the scent of Bai Yue. As Wolf Shao rushed in a frenzy, he found Lion Yu and his band of beasts encircling the canopy of a colossal tree, too fearful to venture closer. "Where is she?" Wolf Shao seethed, his eyes nearly igniting with fury. Yet, he restrained his urge to confront, first inquiring about the safety of his female counterpart. Lion Yu, now stripped of his earlier bravado, swallowed hard. Just as Wolf Shao seemed on the brink of losing control, Lion Yu hesitantly spoke. She was eaten." Lion Yu took a few steps back, casting a glance at the great tree they had encircled. Wolf Zhao's body trembled violently, his silver-gray eyes narrowing as the minuscule pupils reflected a lurking green monstrosity. It was merely a common banyan tree, its crown modest yet sprawling in coverage. If one were to encounter it, avoidance would suffice, but should one inadvertently wander within, even an orc would find the odds stacked against them. The banyan's branches would descend with countless roots, which would branch out in the foliage, possessing the ability to camouflage. Once a person entered, they would lose all sense of direction, ultimately being lured towards the trunk, where they would be utterly devoured. If survival was arduous for the orcs, One could only imagine the grim fate that awaited a female within. The heart of the wolf was chilled to the core as it stood foolishly outside for a while. Suddenly, it transformed into a colossal wolf and resolutely surged into the banyan tree. Wolf Shao. There is no time. Lion Yu took a step forward, but then halted, finally bellowing, "Old bag, take care of Yuan Yuan. The rest of you, follow me." A throng of beastmen charged in. Chapter 14. Escaped the wolf's heart sank, and it stood outside in a daze for a moment before transforming into a colossal wolf, resolutely charging into the banyan tree. Wolf Shao. It's too late. Lion Yu took a step forward, but halted, hesitating for a moment before bellowing, "Old Dai, take care of Yuan Yuan. The rest follow me." A throng of beastmen surged into the tree. Bai Yue stood in place for a while, finally allowing her racing heart to regain its rhythm. She calmly surveyed her surroundings, realizing that the trees were strikingly similar in appearance, creating a labyrinth from which there seemed no escape. Had she encountered a phantom wall? Although she could perceive spiritual entities, Bai Yue was not superstitious. She suspected she had merely stumbled upon a formidable creature. With this thought, she closed her eyes, blocking out all visual distractions, as her eyesight was merely nearsighted. Severing the interference of sight, her mind became more focused, and she perceived a vast expanse of spiritual trees. Without the obfuscation of debris, she discerned that the surrounding trees were merely branches descending from a single treetop. Glowing roots, akin to serpents, writhed in the air, resembling a moving jellyfish, both exquisite and terrifying. Bai Yue's heart raced anew. She had unwittingly walked into a tangle of roots. Truth be told, she was nearly paralyzed with fear. Daunted, she dared not touch any of the branches and instead, with her eyes shut, tentatively moved her weak legs. The twisting roots seemed intent on drawing her inward, potentially exhibiting aggressive tendencies. Thus, Bai Yue refrained from alarming them, cautiously evading their grasp as she meandered outward, determined not to venture deeper. The further she moved outward, the more tenuous the plant's spirits became, while the central trunk's spirit remained the most potent, emanating an ominous green glow. At that moment, Bai Yue found herself positioned between the edge of the banyan tree and the main trunk. With careful caution, she still held a chance of escape. Amidst the disturbance from the roots, Bai Yue could only circle the banyan tree, moving at a painfully slow pace, yet she continued her outward progression. She was on the brink of freedom. Suddenly, the banyan roots trembled in unison as if struck, and a beastly roar echoed from the center. Bai Yue glanced back and spotted several moving spiritual entities around the luminous tree, the most resplendent resembling a wolf. "Shao!" Bai Yue exclaimed joyfully, unable to contain her shout. The wolf momentarily paused, then suddenly, as if possessed, let out a ferocious roar, intensifying its battle. The banyan tree appeared to have sustained a heavy blow. Its roots flailed chaotically, sending withered leaves swirling and dust rising. With no roots obstructing her path, Bai Yue dashed outward, emerging swiftly from the confines. Yet before she could catch her breath, she felt a pair of hands gripping her waist, lifting her up. What a slender female, all alone. Who was protecting you? The one who lifted Bai Yue was a lion beast, even more robust and towering than Lion Yu, adorned with a half-face of golden whiskers that cascaded down to its chest. Its eyes, radiant and spirited, exuded an air of majesty and authority. In this moment of bias, Bai Yue had to concede that this lion was slightly superior to its foolish master, just a tad indeed. At long last, they had escaped danger. Bai Yue ignored him, resting her head against the lion's shoulder, breathing heavily. Regardless of whether he was a good or bad person, the foolish master had arrived. Lion Quan briefly assessed Bai Yue and, seeing that she was unharmed, turned his gaze towards the violently swaying banyan tree. Following him was a contingent of 50 formidable warriors, and one stepped forward, saying, "Commander, it seems they can handle it." Lion Quan smiled and remarked, "Indeed, the strength of this group of young beastmen is quite impressive. This malignant tumor that has hindered us for decades must be eradicated." Sure enough, it wasn't long before the banyan tree came crashing down. A throng of beastmen emerged, each looking quite disheveled. To Lion Quan's astonishment, the first to charge out was the most disheveled of them all, Wolf Niao. "Niao, Upon seeing Wolfman, Bai Yue immediately reached out her hands and, after a moment's hesitation, called out his name. If even that round-faced fellow could utter a few words. She decided to loosen her own restrictions. As Wolfman transformed into human form while running, he stood before her, took Bai Yue from Lian Quan's hands, and kissed her forehead fervently again and again. My Guo, Wolfman sighed, holding the petite female tightly in his embrace. I am so relieved that you are safe. Chapter 15. A bite back Bai Yue, feeling a twinge of pain from being embraced, retaliated playfully by lifting her hands to pinch the ears of Lang Xiao. The heavy mood that had enveloped Lang Xiao suddenly lightened considerably as he indulgently remarked, "You're being mischievous again." Internally, he felt a surge of joy at his female companion's unexpected verbal expression, though he refrained from displaying his delight in front of others. He had recognized her intelligence upon purchasing her, and her ability to speak was not surprising. He merely wondered about the extent of her linguistic capabilities. He had only taught her his name once the previous day, and her retention of it pleasantly astonished him. The affectionate interaction between the two incited jealousy among the males present. Even the lion, Shi Yue, who typically took pride in his own 5-year-old intellect, felt a pang of envy. Clearing his throat, Shi Quan drew the attention of everyone around, stating, "There's nothing pressing, so everyone should head back. We wouldn't want the females to catch a chill." He cast a suggestive glance at Lang Xiao, adding, "Such matters are best handled at home." Lang Xiao smirked slightly, taking the hint, and pressed Bai Yue's hands down. Bai Yue, perplexed by the exchange, wondered what Shi Quan meant by such matters being suited for home. Moreover, she sensed the peculiar glances directed at her, which made her feel increasingly uncomfortable, prompting her to cease her playful pinching of Lang Xiao's ears. Lang Xiao, Shi Yue suddenly approached him, offering a transparent crystal. "You killed the banyan tree. This is what you deserve." Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Is this a crystal? A jade stone? It's so beautiful. But can one really obtain such a thing from a tree? Do trees even grow stones?" Noticing her intrigue, Lang Xiao accepted the crystal but maintained his icy demeanor, retorting with derision, "Do you think a mere attribute-less crystal can absolve you of your transgressions?" Shi Yue chuckled awkwardly, casting a guilty glance at Shi Quan, who, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired with furrowed brows, "What is going on?" Even in the presence of the highest authority in Safety City, Lang Xiao did not feign cordiality. He gently caressed Bai Yue's back and, with a serious countenance, stated, "Supreme Leader, Shi Yue unlawfully took Guo and put her in jeopardy, which constitutes a legal violation. He should be arrested and dealt with according to the law." Bai Yue swallowed hard, astonished at the severity of the accusation. "Kidnapping? Isn't that a bit extreme? I'm worth more than a national treasure." Shi Chuan's expression darkened instantly as he sharply questioned Shi Yue. "Is this true?" Panic swept through Shi Yue and his companions. They were all implicated, and no one could escape accountability. Shi Yue, unwilling to admit guilt, bellowed, "Lang Xiao, how dare you slander me? We agreed to meet in the jungle, and upon our reunion, I was to hand Guo over to you. You lost the female and now seek to pin the blame on me. How despicable." This was a premeditated defense on Shi Yue's part, and he delivered it with conviction, his words flying like raindrops towards Bai Yue and Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao nimbly dodged, allowing Bai Yue to exhale in relief. Meanwhile, Shi Quan began to harbor doubts about Lang Xiao, considering that he and Shi Yue shared the same kinship and bloodline, thus naturally leaning towards believing his fellow Beastman. Since both parties hold firm to their respective claims, let us return and conduct a thorough investigation. Thus spoke Lian Quan. At once, Lian Yu breathed a sigh of relief, while Wolf Xiao chuckled derisively. Investigation? More like the destruction of evidence. He positioned Bai Yue behind him and cast a fearless glance at the assembled beasts across from him, boldly proclaiming, "Then let us engage in combat." With that, Wolf Xiao instantly transformed into his beast form, his jaw muscles twitching and the glint of his fangs gleaming ominously, revealing his fierce demeanor unmistakably. Chapter 16. The truth revealed. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, akin to a taut bowstring. The team led by Lian Yu quickly gathered, forming a crescent around him, facing off against Wolf Xiao. With a fierce roar, Lion Yu transformed into his beast form, standing at the forefront, locking eyes with Wolf Xiao. The impending clash palpable. In this moment of heightened tension, a petite female clad in wolf attire suddenly dashed onto the battlefield. Guogua! My Guogua! Bai Yue rushed to Lion Yu's side, gripping the thick mane around his neck and tugging it forcefully. It was absurd to think that her foolish master would confront dozens alone. She would never allow that. Uncertain of Wolf Xiao's chances of victory, she believed that 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands, so she positioned herself resolutely between the 2 beasts. The tension in the air dissipated instantly with Bai Yue's intervention. Lion Yu, irritated by the tugging at his neck, howled in protest, shaking his head but hesitating to shake off the helpless little hands of the female, caught in a predicament both awkward and comical. Wolf Xiao observed thoughtfully for a moment, recalling the scent of dragon fruit he had detected from the female upon his arrival. Suddenly, everything became clear. His eyes flared with anger as he reverted to his human form, exclaiming, "You even stole what was food?" With that, Wolf Xiao lifted Bai Yue into his arms. She cast a subtle appreciative glance at her foolish master before gracefully retreating. Upon hearing this, Shi Quan's expression darkened as he questioned Lion Yu. Is what Wolf Xiao said true? Lion Yu's eyes flickered, hesitant to respond in his beast form. As beasts are inherently impatient, Shi Quan, recognizing their kinship, refrained from direct confrontation and approached Wolf Xiao, gently inquiring of Bai Yue, "Please tell me, did that lion take your fruit?" Bai Yue nodded vigorously, pointing at Round, who was nestled in the kangaroo pouch, with only its head visible. "She ate it," Bai Yue replied, her voice imbued with childlike innocence and a hint of grievance. Shi Quan gently patted her head, remarking, "Very clever. How did you get lost? Was Wolf Xiao there at that time?" Bai Yue shook her head in response. Her clear, indecisive answers finally astonished Wolf Xiao. The others were equally taken aback, casting envious glances at Wolf Xiao, especially the group of beastmen who had not yet officially joined the team. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Most of the temporary members of this team had joined due to Round's high intelligence, aiming to secure a place in the permanent team to have exceptional offspring through Round. Now, with the emergence of a female, evidently smarter than Round, their loyalties began to waver. Suddenly, one beast transformed into human form and stepped forward, declaring, "I can attest that it was Lion Yu who brought Guogua out." Wolf Xiao was entirely unaware. With this declaration, others began to follow suit, standing up to testify on behalf of Wolf Xiao. Before long, a third of Lion Yu's temporary members had defected. These members, whose abilities were not particularly strong and who saw no hope of joining the formal team, chose to take the plunge, perhaps hoping to win Wolf Xiao's favor. The remaining individuals, though silent, displayed an undeniable turmoil in their gazes. In an instant, the countenance of Lion Yu transformed dramatically. His lips and the corners of his eyes twitched subtly, rendering his speech inadequate to convey his feelings. Having meticulously devised every strategy, he could hardly fathom that he would ultimately be outmatched by a mere female. Chapter 17. She must be interested in him indeed. She was a female chosen by the wolf, exhibiting clarity of thought and intelligence that evidently surpassed Yuan's. Within mere minutes, she sowed seeds of dissent among his team. He admitted to scheming against Wolf Xiao, yet he felt wronged regarding the accusation of stealing food from female. His only intention was to assist Guogua, who appeared frail and likely could not consume much. Having already devoured a significant portion of the dragon fruit, she would surely be satiated. Had he known this would lead to his exposure, he would have exercised more restraint. The gossip about stealing food from a female would tarnish his reputation beyond repair. Lion Yu felt an ominous cloud of uncertainty loom over his future, his impending severe punishment momentarily forgotten. Lion Quan signaled to his subordinates, and several lions promptly advanced, herding Lion Yu back. A commander of imposing stature was reduced to a mere prisoner in the blink of an eye. Wolf Xiao was somewhat satisfied with this outcome, nodding to the leader before transforming into his beast form and carrying his female companion towards the safe city. Riding a wolf was far more exhilarating than being jostled in a kangaroo pouch, where at least one wouldn't have to worry about being tossed out. Throughout the journey, Bai Yue was jostled to the point of disorientation. Upon arriving at the safe city, Bai Yue felt as if her bones were about to disassemble. Releasing her grip on Wolf Zhao's neck, she leaned toward the ground. Transforming back into human form, Wolf Zhao caught her and stood up with her in his arms. "You must not have eaten enough. Let me buy you something to eat," he said, gently caressing her abdomen. Approaching the nearby food supply station, he scanned his personal terminal, which promptly dispensed a small block of wood. "Here, we only have wooden food. We will enjoy proper meals at home. The fruits I purchased yesterday should have arrived," Wolf Zhao remarked. Bai Yue sniffed the wood, detecting a hint of fragrant greens. Intrigued, she took a few bites while internally grumbling. Honestly, who shamelessly run about naked outside is one thing when there are few witnesses. But now that we have returned to a civilized city, is it truly appropriate to parade around in such a manner? As she nibbled on the wood, she glanced around. Some passers-by took notice of them, yet their attention was solely on her, completely overlooking Wolf Zhao's state of undress. What a peculiar city, what a strange world. Wolf Zhao transformed back into his beast form and hoisted Bai Yue once more, this time jogging along the roadside. The clean breeze brushed gently against her face, imparting a sense of exhilaration akin to riding a horse, rendering even the hard wooden morsel somewhat palatable. Before long, they reached home, where a black bear stood guard at the entrance, resembling a sentinel beside the gate, instantly elevating the grandeur of Wolf Zhao's abode. However, the bundled rags by the bear starkly revealed his homeless essence, rendering him even more pitiable by contrast. Bai Yue sighed inwardly. In every era, there are those who suffer from poverty. Wolf Zhao set Bai Yue down and approached the door to unlock it. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yue tossed the uneaten piece of wood to the black bear that was observing them. Perhaps this morsel would stave off his hunger for today. After all, she was merely a pet, and he would likely regard her as just a creature carelessly discarding things, thus sparing his pride. The bear instinctively caught the item thrown by the female, looking down in surprise upon realizing it was food. "Gua, come inside," Wolf Zhao called out to Bai Yue. Xiong Yao hastily concealed the food behind his back. Had he not been in his beast form at that moment, his face would undoubtedly have been adorned with two suspicious blushes. The female had brought him food. She must certainly have taken a liking to him. Chapter 18. Accepting team members, Xiong Ya's heartbeat quickened, a surge of fervor rushing to his head. Initially, he had aligned himself with Lang Xiao for the latter's formidable strength. But now his aspirations had shifted to the diminutive female before him. Stubbornness was a trait of the Bear clan, and in that moment, Xiong Ya vowed deep within, in this life, Guogua was destined to be his. If Bai Yue were aware that her casual toss had summoned an inescapable romantic entanglement, she might very well have succumbed to despair upon her bed. Lang Xiao cast a displeased glance at the bear, retrieving the fruits purchased the previous day from the storage box beside the door, and then took Bai Yue's small paw to lead her into the courtyard. Where the tune sprouts, Lang Xiao noticed Guogua lacked any food, and while arranging the fragrant fruits in the refrigerator, he casually inquired, "Have you finished eating?" Bai Yue swallowed, retrieving a large red apple from the box and preparing to take a bite. The fruit exuded an irresistible aroma, so potent that even from 10 meters away, it beckoned her appetite. Though she was not hungry, the scent roused her cravings. Lang Xiao swiftly took the apple from Bai Yue's hand, placing it on the stove. "It's still raw. We must roast it before consumption." "Roast the apple? That's disappointing." Bai Yue rolled her eyes in disinterest. The refrigerator brimmed with Bai Yue's provisions: apples, cantaloupe, dragon fruit, and several thick purple sugar canes. After organizing the items, Lang Xiao consulted his personal terminal for instructions on roasting apples, experimenting until he produced a slightly charred specimen. Bai Yue observed the roasting process intently. Despite her disdain for the appearance of the roasted apple, she could not resist the allure of its fragrance and happily began to scoop and eat it with a spoon. Lang Xiao seated Bai Yue at the dining table, silently watching her eat, his expression shifting like the clouds. Suddenly, as if reaching a monumental decision, Lang Xiao sighed and rose to leave. Bai Yue glanced at him, but continued to savor her meal. Xiong Ya leaned against the courtyard wall, repeatedly replaying Guogua's image in his mind, a foolish grin of joy spreading across his bear-like face. The courtyard door swung open, and upon seeing Lang Xiao emerge, Xiongya froze momentarily, hastily stowing the food meant for the female into his luggage and transforming into his human form to face Lang Xiao. "I will not leave. I am determined to join your team," Xiongya declared resolutely. Lang Xiao's gaze turned icy. Having lived independently for over 20 years, he had never shared a partner with anyone, but today he found himself compelled to acquiesce. "Come in." With that curt, frosty remark, Lang Xiao turned back into the courtyard, fearing that the sight of the male's joyful expression might provoke him to unleash his frustrations upon the bear. Today's events had made it abundantly clear to him that he could not protect the female alone. Fortune had smiled upon him this time, allowing Guogua to escape unscathed, a miracle he had not anticipated. Should such a peril arise again, luck might not be on his side. He was unwilling to endure the anguish of losing Guogua once more. Enlisting assistance was imperative. Xiongya stood momentarily in stunned silence, astonished that Lang Xiao had agreed so swiftly. Regardless, without a hint of hesitation, he busily grabbed his luggage and strode into the courtyard. Bai Yue, still seated at the dining table relishing her apple, widened her eyes slightly upon noticing the large black bear following Lang Xiao inside. Did her foolish master truly hire a maid? How delightful! With such a towering stature, she could serve both as a caretaker and a bodyguard, a remarkable bargain indeed. As Xiong Yao remained unclothed, Bai Yue, being a woman, couldn't help but glance towards his lower body, only to have her view swiftly obstructed by the imposing figure of Lang Xiao. Chapter 19. Teasing the house was replete with vacant rooms, and one could choose any to reside in. Noticing Guogua's gaze fixed on Xiong Yao, Lang Xiao promptly dismissed him. Xiong Yao, silent and sullen, carried his luggage away to the room next to Lang Xiao's. Bai Yue, having finished an apple, felt uncomfortably full, yet immensely satisfied, akin to having enjoyed a sumptuous feast. She smacked her lips, gradually realizing that the food in this world consisted solely of plants, which were sufficient to meet human needs. Lang Xiao picked Bai Yue up and headed toward the bathroom. "You're covered in leaves. Let us wash up and then take a nap." Recalling the shared bathing scene from yesterday, a blush crept onto Bai Yue's pale cheeks, her eyes darting around. Her eyelashes were long, dark, and elegant, akin to splendid peacock fans. Her nose was delicate, her lips slightly thin, both bearing an unhealthy pallor that matched her complexion. Though her face was quite slender, her beauty was undeniable. Once accustomed to it, Lang Xiao found himself irresistibly drawn to her, unable to resist placing a gentle kiss upon her lips. "My Guogua is truly beautiful," Lang Xiao remarked, feeling a surge of affection. Bai Yue was startled, instinctively retreating like a frightened deer, her hands pressing against his chest as she stared at him in disbelief. Lang Xiao chuckled suddenly, noting her sensitivity. He concluded that he ought to engage in more intimate actions with Guogua, for her reactions were far too amusing. With that thought, he mischievously squeezed her rear, noticing her body stiffen in his embrace, his eyes sparkling with delight. Bai Yue was taken aback. If she understood correctly, was she being teased? She could hardly believe it. Having been stripped and submerged in the bathtub, it took her a moment to regain her composure. In the 21st century, many people kissed their dogs' mouths. It was not a matter of great significance. However, let it be known, as the owner, I am averse to such things. This boundary must not be crossed. He must understand the extent of my distaste. With indignation, Bai Yue glared at Lang Xiao, suddenly straightening her posture and commanding kneel. Lang Xiao, who was in the midst of squeezing bath gel, paused, glancing at the bare female beside him, and replied with a grin, "All right, I shall kneel." True to his word, he knelt in the bathtub and began applying the bath gel onto Bai Yue's body. The cold gel sent a shiver through Bai Yue, causing her imposing demeanor to diminish. "Where did you learn those words? Did the breeding base teach you to say such things?" Lang Xiao pondered in disbelief, speculating that his Guogua must have overheard someone and self-taught. Bai Yue averted her gaze, deciding to spend the entire day refusing to show her foolish master any semblance of kindness. As Lang Xiao continued with the bath gel, his hands inadvertently brushed against Bai Yue's chest, pressing down lightly. Bai Yue lost her composure, hastily retreating. Yet in the next moment, she found herself swept into Lang Xiao's lap, confined in his embrace, unable to escape. "Don't move. Let me feel," Lang Xiao said, his tone serious yet laced with mischief. Bai Yue's face flushed crimson, and she dared not lower her gaze to behold her own body, preferring to keep her eyes averted. Lang Xiao meticulously squeezed her chest, speaking in an inquisitive tone. "Records indicate you're 16. Are you truly this developed?" Had it not been for Guogua being a non-recommended female from the breeding base, he might have believed he had been deceived. Guogua's physique is comparable to that of a 12-year-old female, distinctly different from those voluptuous, mature females. While he harbors concerns regarding Guogua's flat chest, he wonders if, in the future, there would be sufficient milk for their offspring. Chapter 20. Foolish Dog. "Wolf Xia, Wolf Xia," he called out loudly toward the bathroom door. Instantly, heavy and hurried footsteps echoed outside, and soon, Xiong Yao pushed the door open to find Guogua, bare in the bathtub, her expression somewhat awkward yet unable to divert her gaze. Bai Yue felt even more embarrassed. Not only was she exposed before one male, but now there were two, amplifying her discomfort immensely. She feigned a shiver, curling into Wolf Xia's embrace, leaving Xiong Yao only with a view of her back, as white as. However, unbeknownst to Bai Yue, the allure of the partially concealed form was a temptation difficult for the male to resist. The loose cotton pants Xiong Yao had just donned now stood erect like a grand tent. Nestled in Wolf Xia's arms, Bai Yue remained oblivious to this scene. Yet, Wolf Xia witnessed it all, his face darkening with a scowl. "Help me fetch Guogua's medicine. I forgot to give it to her earlier." Emotions are indeed contagious. Much like watching an emotional scene in a film, the viewers often experience a semblance of the character's feelings. Initially, Wolf Xia had not harbored any inappropriate thoughts regarding Guogua, as her body had yet to mature, but under Xiong Yao's influence, his breathing grew heavier. "What medicine?" Xiong Yao asked, his voice hoarse as he realized his own indiscretion, swallowing hard. Wolf Xia tightened his hold on Bai Yue, impatience lacing his voice. "The first cabinet in the kitchen. Just grab one." "All right," Xiong Yao replied, reluctantly shifting his gaze from the female. He departed with great difficulty, only to return swiftly with a cup of warm water. Bai Yue recognized the medicine as one that promoted breast development, thus she did not refuse it. When Xiong Yao brought the pill to her lips, she opened her mouth and accepted it, swallowing it down with the water he provided. "Good girl." Xiong Yao's heart melted at the moment, his fingers still tinged with the soft warmth of her lips, unable to resist caressing them, feeling immensely grateful for his initial choice of Wolf Xia. Wolf Xia, however, could easily discern Xiong Yao's intentions and felt a surge of fury, but since Xiong Yao had been brought in by him, he could only suppress his anger. "Close the door behind you. There's a draft coming in, and Guogua is cold." With that, Wolf Xia coldly issued his dismissal. Such is the sorrow of relying on others. Without offering any financial support, one must adhere to the captain's commands, who stands as the unquestionable leader. As Xiong Yao exited with the cup, Bai Yue felt a wave of relief and took the opportunity to wash herself with a towel. Wolf Xia's mood lightened upon seeing her earnestness in bathing, so he refrained from interrupting her and instead coaxed, "Your voice is truly melodious. Call my name again for me to hear." Bai Yue shot him a sidelong glance, ignoring him. "You offer not a single snack. How insincere." Wolf Xia smiled mysteriously, pressing a button on his personal terminal on his wrist, which revealed a concealed compartment. Inside lay a transparent crystal that piqued Bai Yue's interest. Her eyes brightened as she reached for it, but Wolf Xia evaded her grasp. Pouting, Bai Yue reluctantly exclaimed, "Foolish dog." Wolf Xia retorted, "I am a wolf." His lips twitched slightly. Dogs are smaller in stature and tend to wag their tails. The canine beasts are renowned among the beast folk for their exceptional affinity, which could be described as passionate exuberance in flattering terms, or as sycophantic flattery in a less favorable light. Does he truly resemble a shameless hound? Alas! Having an overly astute female at home presents its own challenges. Even the simplest attempts at teasing become a daunting task. Despite these thoughts, the corners of Lang Xiao's mouth curved upward evermore, betraying his genuine emotions. Chapter 21. The crystal melts. Bai Yue wore a bewildered expression, as if she had just absorbed a lesson and corrected herself. Foolish wolf. Wolf Zhao's mouth twitched, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to spank his wife. In fact, he acted on that impulse, gently pinching her behind with his large, calloused hand. Bai Yue's body tensed, nearly bouncing up in surprise, her wide eyes accusatively fixed on Wolf Zhao. The sight softened his heart, and he could not bear to punish her. Instead, he teasingly tapped the tip of her nose, saying, "Could you not include foolish? Just call me Zhao." The delicate skin beneath his fingers astonished him, making him feel as though his calluses could easily break through her surface. Relinquishing his hand, he placed the attribute-less crystal into Bai Yue's palm. "Take it and play with it." Bai Yue's expression brightened as she bent to examine the crystal. The transparent gem, composed of numerous irregular polyhedra, was stunning, refracting a rainbow of colors under the incandescent light. Uncertain of its solidity, she thought to herself and impulsively bit down on the crystal. "Stop!" Wolf Zhao rushed to intervene, but he was too late and had to pry her mouth open with both hands. Bai Yue was momentarily dazed, allowing him to force her mouth open. The heartstone, once in her mouth, melted instantly, transforming into a cool, serpentine liquid that slid down her throat. The lingering chill remained in her mouth, and she flicked her tongue around, finding it tasteless. Is the foolish master so anxious because it is poisonous? Hurry and let me rinse my mouth. Bai Yue felt a twinge of fear. Not finding any remnants of the crystal, Wolf Zhao released her, gently patting her head. "It's all right. That was just an attribute-less crystal. It poses no rejection. It's fine to have consumed it." Bai Yue sighed in relief, regretting the loss of the melted crystal, wishing she could have kept it as a keepsake. Wolf Zhao's expression turned serious again as he cradled Bai Yue's face and earnestly warned her, "But you must not casually put crystals in your mouth again. If it were a crystal with energy properties, it could lead to your demise." Bai Yue stared at him in astonishment, nodding in understanding. Subsequently, the playful banter ceased as they quickly washed up, sitting obediently in the drying chairs. Then, Wolf Zhao carried Bai Yue, who was completely unclothed, into the bedroom. "But I am not dressed yet," Bai Yue thought anxiously, pressing close against Wolf Zhao's body for modesty. As if he understood her unspoken words, Wolf Zhao said, "It's time for a nap. Sleeping in the nude is more comfortable." With that, he placed Bai Yue on the bed. She had no desire to be exposed, even if he belonged to a different species. Upon reaching the bed, she burrowed under the covers, curling up like a shrimp, her mind still lingering on the recently melted crystal. Was it merely her imagination, or did she feel that refreshing sensation spreading through her body, leaving her feeling cool and languid? Once she lay down, even a single finger felt too heavy to move. Wolf Zhao suddenly shook Bai Yue, prompting her to laboriously lift her eyelids to look at him. "Don't sleep just yet. There is a dose of medicine you haven't taken. Yesterday, you did not eat, and today you must not skip again." After saying this, Lang Xiao turned to fetch the medicine. Bai Yue's mind instantly became clearer. Could it possibly be that growth stimulant? Oh my! She resolutely decided to sleep instead. Perhaps her determination to rest was too strong, as she truly fell into a deep slumber the moment she closed her eyes. Chapter 22. Obtaining the certificate. Wolf Niao dissolved the medicinal powder in warm water and, after stirring it until fully blended, entered the room. In just a couple of minutes, he beheld the sight of the female sleeping soundly. His large hand gently rested upon her fine, soft hair, making her head appear smaller, accentuating her delicate and fragile form. "You must be utterly exhausted today," Wolf Niao said tenderly, placing the medicine on the bedside table and slowly caressing Bai Yue's back to ensure her slumber remained undisturbed. He watched his wife for a long while, utterly captivated. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the living room, shattering the tranquility of their home. Bai Yue stirred in her sleep, her body trembling slightly, her rest becoming unsettled. Wolf Niao quickly comforted her by stroking her back until her expression relaxed, then rose to his feet. Xiongya cautiously righted the stone chair he had inadvertently knocked over. His family's possessions amounted to little more than a large bundle, as their previous homes had been rather barren. The abundance and intricacy of the furniture in this house left the clumsy bear-like creature feeling out of place and awkward, causing him to tip over items unintentionally. As Xiongya hesitated, contemplating whether to check on the female in the master bedroom to see if she was frightened. Wolf Niao emerged. "You startled her," Wolf Niao said in a lowered voice, though his displeasure was evident. "I apologize," Xiongya replied, glancing anxiously toward the bedroom. Wolf Niao coldly closed the door behind him, stating, "She is asleep. Let us proceed with the paperwork." Xiongya's eyes brightened, and he promptly followed. Upon completing the household registration, he became the lawful mate of Guo. After the registration, all of Xiongya's assets would automatically transfer to Wolf Niao's personal terminal. This control over the financial resources made the captain the undisputed leader of the team. In the event of future disputes that might lead to separation, the division of assets could pose significant challenges. However, typically, team members left empty-handed, as the team needed to support the female. The two, needing to attend to official matters, transformed into their human forms as per the basic etiquette of Beastman, although it proved to be a time-consuming endeavor. They hurried to the Beast Administration Bureau, and upon finalizing the procedures, Wolf Niao raised an eyebrow in astonishment at the increased contribution points displayed on his terminal. It exceeded his expectations, confirming that Xiongya was indeed formidable, sufficient to secure the contribution points necessary to procure a high-quality female, serving as compelling evidence of their alliance. Realizing they were a powerful partnership, he felt relieved at the prospect of not needing to recruit additional members in the future. With this thought, Wolf Niao softened his demeanor toward Xiongya. The books say that females typically nap for 2 to 3 hours before awakening naturally. "Let us attend the course on caring for females," Wolf Niao suggested. In truth, it would have been wiser for them to stagger their studies, allowing one to remain at home to care for the female. However, Wolf Niao could not entirely trust Xiongya just yet. He feared that should Xiongya take advantage of his absence, he might do something untoward to Guo, and Wolf Niao would remain oblivious. This was not born of suspicion, but rather a recognition of the tragic occurrences that often transpired, where females became pregnant unbeknownst to their captains, only to discover the identity of the father after giving birth. "I will listen for half an hour, then allow Xiongya to continue studying. I shall return to check on Guo," he decided. Xiongya, without further thought, followed along cheerfully. At this moment, Bai Yue, who was in the villa, had already awakened. Wrapped in a light blanket, she sat up in a daze. Not seeing Lang Xiao in the bedroom, she instinctively utilized her mental energy to search throughout the entire villa. Soon after, Bai Yue was astonished and covered her mouth in disbelief, her dark eyes filled with wonder and delight. To her amazement, her mental energy had remarkably advanced by leaps and bounds. Chapter 23, Breakthrough of Mental Power after 3 years of being stuck at a bottleneck. The barrier has finally been shattered. The world within her mental perception has become significantly clearer, and she feels invigorated. What could have caused this change? Bai Yue maintained a look of astonishment, her eyes darting about. Recently, she had engaged in unusual activities, aside from traversing realms. The only other notable event was consuming that so-called attribute-less crystal. Could it be that the crystal had an effect on her? Bai Yue held her breath, focusing her mind once more to utilize her mental power. This time, she could faintly sense the tendrils of her mental energy, which seemed to integrate with her very being as they floated into the air. However, when the strands extended 10 meters away, they dissipated. Yet, this was sufficient to elate Bai Yue. She felt that once her mental strands grew stronger, they could serve as limbs. Suppressing her joy, Bai Yue activated her mental perception for the 3rd time, hoping to discern the whereabouts of Lang Xiao and Xiongya. In an instant, she realized there were no formidable beastmen at home. In other words, both Lang Xiao and Xiongya were absent. Bai Yue could no longer contain her exhilaration and sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. "Ha ha!" As the saying goes, when the tiger is away, the monkeys take charge. With the caretaker gone, it was her time to reign supreme at home, living freely. Bai Yue felt invigorated, perched on the edge of her bed. She slid down and dashed to the wardrobe, eagerly pulling it open. Inside were several outfits that bore a wolfish design. After a moment of careful selection, she chose a black wolf cub costume, but she was in no rush to don it. Instead, she clutched it and raced towards the kitchen. First, She needed to rid herself of those cumbersome gloves, for she had no desire to tumble in the restroom again. Upon entering the kitchen, Bai Yue was taken aback. The countertop was as high as her neck, and she found herself unable to reach the knife. Looking around, she contemplated moving a stool, only to discover that all the stools were made of stone, impossible to move. After wandering aimlessly through the house, Bai Yue finally unearthed a few hefty tomes weighing over 10 pounds each from a drawer, which she used to elevate herself, and finally grasped the knife. With the wolf claws neatly severed, she donned the jumpsuit and marveled at her long-lost hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. As for the severed claws, she had dispatched them swiftly into the restroom to obliterate any evidence. Now that she was here, Bai Yue had yet to thoroughly explore this world. She resolved to first understand its worldview, with history books being her primary choice. The Langshao household contained numerous books, though they predominantly chronicled war accounts. A cursory glance confirmed her suspicions. The flora and Beastmen were adversaries, with the Beastmen's enemies being mutated plants. Furthermore, the plants occupied the vast majority of land, leaving the Beastmen with only fragmented safe havens. An unsettling situation indeed. Not having found a history book, Bai Yue decided to turn on Lang Zhao's computer. Fortunately, she had paid attention to the startup procedure the day before. After some exploration, she managed to power it on. However, to her dismay, the computer required a fingerprint verification. A perfectly functional computer was rendered useless due to the failed authentication, instantly switching to offline mode, thereby prohibiting any internet connection or access to files. The only recourse available was to indulge in music and engage in solitary gaming. Bai Yue sighed, expressing her discontent. How can one be so deceiving? Nevertheless, she resigned herself to the situation, murmuring to herself as she opened a song. Suddenly, a piercing howl reminiscent of a wolf echoed from the speakers. Chapter 24. Assaulted by the pitcher plant, the howl of a wolf resonated with fervor, raw and filled with a spirit of combat. Bai Yue slightly parted her lips, glancing at the speaker and then at the computer screen. The howl lingered for several beats before it was abruptly interrupted by a flurry of urgent dog barks. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Grr. Uncertain if it was the roar of a tiger or a lion, the cacophony intertwined with the canine yelps, amplifying the fervent atmosphere. Reminiscent of a battlefield's chaos, Bai Yue felt her lips twitching, unable to suppress a chuckle. Is this the anthem of the beastly realm? How grating to the ears! No, there must be songs sung in articulate language, she thought, filled with curiosity as she switched to a new track. Meow, 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 an enchanting melody composed of crisp cat calls. Bai Yue could not help but change the song again. Chirp! The little birds made their appearance. Chirp, 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 this must be Zhu Beiji. Covering her face with her hand, laughter erupted from her lips. Ha ha! How absurd! Yet, what is this inexplicable emotion stirred by some of these tunes? Are these the songs beloved by foolish masters? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, raising goosebumps all over her body. I cannot endure this any longer. Bai Yue decisively pressed the power button, shaking off the goosebumps as she dashed outside for fresh air. Upon opening the door, she discovered it was locked from the outside, compelling her to climb through the window. Standing at 1.6 meters, she was not particularly short. Yet in this realm, she felt like a mere child, struggling as if scaling a mountain. After an arduous effort, she finally reached the windowsill, panting heavily. Adjacent to the window was a colossal pitcher plant, which was precisely why she had to escape. She yearned to glimpse the spiritual essence of the flora. However, disappointment washed over her, as this particular pitcher plant appeared too feeble. With no insects in sight, the plant stood tranquil, resembling an ordinary specimen. Bai Yue relaxed her guard, gradually sliding down from the window. Suddenly, her rear end was met with a heavy thud, and before she could comprehend the situation, she was hoisted into the air. With her backside facing the sky and her head and limbs dangling below, she caught sight of the pitcher plant's leaves behind her. Oh no! My backside is ensnared by the pitcher plant. What to do? Bai Yue looked despairingly at the window, 3 meters away, aghast at how the plant's stem had ensnared her from the window, when she had believed herself to be at a safe distance. As the pitcher plant captured its prey, It swayed its leaves and trap, attempting to draw her in, lifting Bai Yue higher into the air with a jolt. In a frenzy, she flailed her limbs. But the more she struggled, the tighter her rear became ensnared. Before long, her entire backside was engulfed. Sensing her body sliding further into the trap, Bai Yue froze in fear. If I slip in completely, it could be the end. Her heart raced wildly as she summoned all her strength, using her weight to push the opening of the pitcher plant downwards, finally halting her descent into its depths. The pitcher plant hoisted her once more, even employing its lid to strike the top of Bai Yue's head. Instantly, Bai Yue bent down again, raising her hand to grasp the lid, and thus began to ascend. The pitcher plant seemed to realize that uncovering the lid would facilitate the escape of its prey, and so it remained motionless. Thus, the stalemate between the individual and the plant ensued. Chapter 25. A visit to the hospital after the incident where Guo was taken away. Lang Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that she might also be kidnapped at home. Indoor abductions were not unheard of, and the more he pondered, the more anxious he became, ultimately finding it impossible to focus on his class. He left shortly after entering, hurrying back home. Upon entering the courtyard, a strange tension enveloped him. Bai Yue, who was hanging at the entrance of the pitcher plant, heard the door open and felt a wave of joy. She cried out, "Xiao! Xiao! Xiao! Come quickly! I can barely hold on." Lang Xiao immediately turned his gaze toward the pitcher plant, his pupils constricting in alarm. Bai Yue's prolonged upside-down position had caused her face to become engorged, turning an alarming shade of red, with her lips tinged a faint purple, resembling someone who had been poisoned. In a flash, Lang Xiao dashed to the pitcher plant. Seizing the stem before it could strike, he yanked both the plant and Bai Yue away from each other. Bai Yue breathed a sigh of relief, wrapping her arms around her foolish master's neck as she gasped for air. Hearing her strong breaths, Lang Xiao felt a slight sense of reassurance. "Are you injured?" he asked with concern. The liquid secreted by the pitcher plant contained trace toxins. While it posed little threat to Beastmen, it could be perilous for a fragile female like her. With a few swift motions, he tore the cage from her backside and tossed it aside, where it continued to tremble. Bai Yue felt her face swell, but she was already feeling much better, grateful for her foolish master's timely rescue. She graciously responded with a shake of her head. Yet Lang Xiao remained unconvinced. Cradling her in his arms, he declared, "We need to get you checked at the hospital." Bai Yue was indifferent. She was eager to step outside and explore the world. The hospital was located near the breeding center, but due to her nearsightedness, she couldn't clearly see the bold red characters. She could only vaguely discern that the sign ahead read XX Hospital. The first two characters eluded her, while she half-guessed the latter two, thinking it likely said Pet Hospital. "Brother Wolf, is she unwell?" As soon as Lang Xiao entered the female clinic, a leopard beastman in a white coat approached them. Lang Xiao nodded, stating she was ensnared by a pitcher plant. "I am unsure of the potential harm it may have caused her." The leopard doctor's expression turned serious, and after examining Bai Yue's eyes, he gently instructed, "Open your mouth." Bai Yue obediently complied, feeling utterly foolish and grimacing at the absurdity of the situation. Fortunately, there were no evident signs of poisoning. The leopard doctor exhaled in relief and gestured for Lang Xiao to follow him deeper into the clinic. "We need to conduct further tests to confirm. The longer one is exposed to the toxin, the greater the risk of poisoning." Bai Yue thought to herself, "That is somewhat troubling. I have been trapped for half an hour already." As they entered the hospital, Bai Yue heard a woman's wailing, a heart-wrenching sound akin to that of a child who had just endured a beating. Soon, she found herself in a large examination room, where several plump girls were lying about. The girl who was crying had just been held by her owner after receiving an injection, her sobs echoing through the room. Bai Yue felt a tinge of irritation, yet neither her master, the hospital staff, nor Lang Xiao displayed any signs of discontent. The orc's attitude towards humans here is indeed commendable, surpassing even that of humans towards one another. However, one cannot help but wonder why they exclusively tend to female humans. The individuals confined to the sick beds are all women. And previously, the Lion Lord also cared for females exclusively. Chapter 26. Exclusive physician, why do orcs not raise males? Wouldn't it be more convenient to care for the same gender? Furthermore, it seems I have never encountered a female orc. A faint sense of curiosity arose in Bai Yue's mind, yet she dismissed it, believing she would surely encounter female orcs and male beings in the future. Due to the girl's wailing, Lang Xiao cast her glance. The leopard doctor remarked, that female merely caught a chill. The significant temperature fluctuations between day and night make them susceptible to colds. You should take care of your companion as well. I will, Lang Xiao replied. The leopard doctor then arranged Bai Yue on a pristine white hospital bed and deftly drew the curtains around her. You must remove her clothing. I need to draw blood for testing, the leopard doctor instructed. Lang Xiao furrowed his brow, but complied with the doctor's orders without hesitation. Bai Yue, however, was unwilling. As Lang Xiao reached out, she suddenly grasped his hand. The girl's hand, naturally smaller than a man's, appeared even more diminutive in contrast to the robust hand of Lang Xiao, resembling the juxtaposition of an egg against a pomelo. The contrast in skin tones was striking. Against Lang Xiao's sun-kissed complexion, Bai Yue's hand appeared delicate and pale, exquisite as if sculpted from jade, akin to a craftsman's meticulous creation. A fleeting moment of astonishment flickered in Lang Xiao's eyes as he instinctively clasped her cool, petite hand, his gaze tracing the contours of her delicate fingers. Why did you cut her sleeve? The leopard doctor exclaimed, both astonished and irate. This could lead to her injuring herself while fumbling about. Do you comprehend how fragile their skin is? Just be careful. Her hand has been exposed for over a decade without any issue. Lang Xiao retorted without further explanation, while Bai Yue couldn't help but silently scoff at the absurdity of the situation. The leopard doctor then seized Bai Yue's hand from Lang Xiao's grasp, inspecting it thoroughly multiple times before concluding there were no injuries, thus refraining from further admonishing Lang Xiao. Puzzled, Lang Xiao thought it must be a case of shoddy clothing construction. With Bai Yue's skin now exposed, the leopard doctor no longer insisted on her undressing. He retrieved a syringe and drew a small amount of blood from Bai Yue's arm before stepping out to conduct tests. Lang Xiao, licking the tiny puncture on her arm, proudly remarked, "You've been remarkably well behaved. I've merely grown accustomed to it," Bai Yue thought, retracting her hand with a hint of disdain. Due to the specialized attention, Bai Yue's test results arrived within 5 minutes. The leopard doctor expressed astonishment, stating, "There are no toxins whatsoever." Observing her frail form, the doctor noted her blood cells were exceedingly healthy. I have never encountered such a robust female. Could it be that being slender is beneficial to one's health? The leopard doctor, having encountered countless females, suddenly questioned her professional knowledge, pondering whether it would be prudent to advise orcs to encourage their overly plump females to lose weight. Lang Xiao, feeling a sense of relief, relaxed and lifted Bai Yue, preparing to depart. However, she still needs to gain weight, at least to achieve a fuller bosom. Do you have the necessary medications ready? The leopard doctor inquired as she walked alongside Lang Xiao. All is prepared, he affirmed. The leopard doctor nodded, suggesting, add me as a contact. In the future, should she experience any health issues, she can reach out to me directly. I will monitor her health closely. Every female patient visiting the hospital for the first time is assigned a primary physician, who meticulously tracks their case to devise the most suitable treatment plan. After all, females are exceedingly rare, and even with such lavish treatment options, the qualified physicians of the hospital often find themselves with ample leisure time. Wolf Nitrate cradled Bai Yue in one arm while deftly tapping on the terminal on his wrist with the other, adding Dr. Leopard as a friend. Chapter 27. Lessons from Guogua. The medical expenses for females are considerably high, and even without incurring additional costs, Lang Xiao has already spent a significant sum. However, the medication for females is largely subsidized by the government. The high costs associated with female healthcare stem from diagnostic fees, primarily to ensure that medical personnel can support their families, and as a form of punishment for the orcs who fail to care for the females adequately. Upon exiting the hospital, Lang Xiao pinched Bai Yue's delicate chin, inquiring how she had been ensnared by the pitcher plant. Did she venture too close to the window? Bai Yue, feeling guilty, feigned ignorance and turned her head, pretending to innocently survey her surroundings. Lang Xiao mused that it might be prudent to relocate that plant. However, upon returning home, Lang Xiao was taken aback. The moment he opened the door, He was greeted by a chaotic scene of scattered books and a stone stool askew beside the dining table. Pausing for 2 seconds at the threshold, he finally stepped inside. Who could explain the state of his home? Had they been robbed? Bai Yue felt even more guilty. She had intended to tidy up before her foolish master returned, but had been thwarted by the pesky pitcher plant, leaving no opportunity for cleanup. The sight was unbearable. It was perhaps best to continue her charade of ignorance. Lang Xiao cast a dubious glance at the female in his arms, if they had indeed been robbed. The first thing to go would be Guogua. Thus, had Guogua caused this mischief? Lang Xiao pretended to be angry, squinting his eyes, though no real ire flickered within. Bai Yue bit her fingers, murmuring, "Senmo, I'm merely a pet. I do not comprehend." With a sigh of resignation, Lang Xiao poked Bai Yue's forehead and set her down. The moment her feet touched the ground, Bai Yue dashed into the bedroom, leaving the disarray for her foolish master to address. Lang Xiao meticulously arranged the books, then approached the dining table to return the stool to its rightful place, only to notice a knife resting on the counter by the stove. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. It must have been left by Xiong Yao, as the bear beast was notoriously careless. As Lang Xiao picked up the knife, he suddenly caught the lingering scent of guogua on the handle. He pressed his lips together tightly. If this were a comic, a sweat drop would undoubtedly have appeared on his forehead. He resolved to teach Guogua a lesson for daring to play with a knife. This was the first time he felt a flicker of irritation towards his daughter-in-law, albeit just a slight one. After placing the knife back in its holder, Lang Xiao decided to relieve himself before seeking out Guogua. However, once he had satisfied his physiological needs and flushed the toilet, he discovered that it was clogged. Without a second thought, Lang Xiao instinctively associated the toilet incident with Guogua. He grounded his emotions and called out, enunciating each syllable. Gua, gua. Bai Yue shivered at the sound of her foolish master's voice. It was unmistakably ominous. She gulped nervously and hurriedly emerged, crouching outside the bathroom door to peek inside. Upon seeing the water overflowing from the toilet, she instinctively recoiled, stifling the exclamation that nearly escaped her lips, transforming it into a mere xiao. Lang Xiao extracted the cleaning rod from the toilet, only to encounter a damp imitation wolf paw. What was going on? He lowered his voice, inquiring, finally grasping why Guogua had been playing with a knife. Bai Yue, on the verge of tears, silently cursed the toilet 1,000 times. Even a tiny glove cannot be flushed down this wretched toilet. In her anxiety, she instinctively placed her fingers in her mouth, nibbling at her nails, murmuring softly, "I dislike this." The female, crouched at the door, resembled a wayward cub, gazing at the wolf with wide, innocent eyes, her expression as pitiable as it could be. The flicker of irritation within the wolf was instantly extinguished by the downpour. Chapter 28. The Beastly Punishment in the End. Lang Xiao's lesson was merely a reproachful glance cast upon Bai Yue. The cleaning stick extended once more, and soon after, Lang Xiao retrieved another wolf paw. At this moment, Bai Yue's heart was filled with profound despair. Having accomplished so little, she felt utterly exposed and lamented her failures. Yesterday, Lang Xiao had gleaned an insight about raising females. One must never stray from Guogua outdoors, lest one be abducted. Today, he acquired a new realization. Even within the confines of home, one must remain close to Guogua, or chaos would ensue. Those who have cared for Siberia Huskies would most certainly empathize with this sentiment. Disliking the claws? Lang Xiao meticulously tidied the restroom, and then carried Bai Yue toward the bedroom. Bai Yue nodded eagerly, her heart brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Lang Xiao. With a magnanimous spirit, Lang Xiao declared, "Then let us remove them all. Next time you wish to do something, simply call upon me. But be cautious not to harm yourself." Though she had surmised as much, Bai Yue was still taken aback with joy, unable to resist planting a fervent kiss upon Lang Xiao's face. "My goodness, you are truly a splendid master in this beastly world." Just moments ago, she had been chastised by the doctor, and now, the situation had escalated. Well done. Lang Xiao's body momentarily stilled, his wolf ears perked up, and the skin beneath the fur seemed to flush a rosy hue. Perhaps Lang Xiao's awkwardness had been contagious, for Bai Yue suddenly felt bashful, diverting her gaze from him. As they entered the bedroom in silence, Lang Xiao proceeded to gather all of Bai Yu's garments from the wardrobe, employing a dagger from a nightstand to sever them one by one. Watching the imitation wolf claws being cut away, Bai Yu felt a surge of hope for the future. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lang Xiao, still clutching a pile of wolf claws, rose to answer the door, discarding the refuse in the process. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Lion Yu, clad in prison garb. Lion Yu had received his sentence. Convicted for the crimes of injuring a female, kidnapping, and robbery. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison, stripped of political rights for the same duration, and compelled to deliver a piece of fruit to Bai Yue each day. Indeed, the penalties of this era were rather ludicrous, as the Beastman had far too many battles to fight. Regardless of the gravity of one's offenses, the death penalty was never an option. At worst, one would be dispatched to the most perilous combat zones, left to fend for oneself. Thus, Lion Yu's punishment entailed his unconditional participation in daily combat, while foraging in the wild for suitable fruits to deliver to Guoga, from whom he had previously stolen food. Today, Lion Yu returned from arduous labor, dutifully bearing a ripe dragon fruit. Lang Xiao, having taken note of Lion Yu's sentence, unceremoniously seized the dragon fruit, shamelessly requesting, "We already have dragon fruit at home. Next time, bring something fresh. Do you think I run a restaurant?" Lion Yu felt a deep sense of humiliation and roared in response. "Yesterday, I was unable to attend the sentencing. Had I been present, my fury as the victim would have been palpable. Surely, you wouldn't have received only a 1-year sentence?" Lang Xiao replied with a hint of melancholy. "However, it matters not. I can still petition for a retrial." Lion Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he prepared to voice his burdensome indignation, a head peeked out from the doorframe of a nearby room. "It is that clever female." As their gazes met, Bai Yu stuck her tongue out at Lion Yu and made a face. "Serves you right for snatching my dragon fruit." Lion Yu was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a reaction from a female. He had raised Yuan for over a year and had never witnessed such a display of wit from her. Yet, he was certain that Yuan was exceptionally intelligent. It was this fruit, Guogua, who was remarkably astute. Reflecting on it now, Guogua's eyes were distinctly different from those of other females. Even when she remained silent, her eyes seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken thoughts. At this moment, it appeared she was saying, "You deserve it." Chapter 29. Later, I will feed you meat upon discerning from Lion Yu's expression that Guogua had emerged. Lang Xiao promptly slammed the door shut, nearly grazing Lion Yu's nose. "Guogua, shall we indulge in the dragon fruit that the villain has bestowed upon you?" Lang Xiao inquired gently, lifting Bai Yu into his arms. Bai Yu nodded, but upon seeing Lang Xiao head towards the kitchen, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Not roasted." Although roasted fruits possess their own unique charm, consuming them raw feels inherently healthier. Roasting them seems like a waste, as it diminishes their vitamins and nutrients. Yet Lang Xiao was undeterred and strode into the kitchen, placing the dragon fruit into the oven. "It cannot be consumed raw. It must be cooked thoroughly." Bai Yu pouted in disinterest. Outside the door, Lion Yu awkwardly touched his nose and turned to leave. At that moment, his face bore no trace of anger. Ordering food was merely a formality, after all. It was for the female, not for Lang Xiao. That female was rather undernourished. He might as well do a good deed and plump her up a bit. Xiongyu returned late in the evening, finding Bai Yu and Lang Xiao already at dinner. Upon seeing him, Bai Yu joyfully greeted Xiong, "My exclusive caretaker." He seemed warm and familiar. Xiongyu felt a wave of happiness wash over him as he approached with a blush. "I am Xiongyu." Bai Yu mentally noted this, but refrained from changing her address immediately, continuing to savor her roasted orange. After several meals of roasted fruits, her physical needs were satisfied, yet her appetite only grew more insatiable, leaving her longing for meat. Bai Yu, eyeing Lang Xiao's robust arm, contemplated slicing off a few pieces to roast and enjoy. Lang Xiao, leisurely consuming his rations, noticed Guogua gazing intently at his arm and suddenly playfully offered it for a bite. "Did I anger you?" Lang Xiao mused, allowing the female to nibble at him. Bai Yu, with her mouth full of meat, mumbled indistinctly, "I want to eat meat. The best master in the world. Please grant me a feast of meat." Lang Xiao regarded Bai Yu, a glimmer of mischief surfacing in his eyes as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Be good, there will be meat in the future." Bai Yue's eyes brightened instantly, and she released her grip, gazing at Lang Xiao with palpable anticipation. Her eyes clearly asking, "Really?" Lang Xiao nodded, and upon witnessing Guoguo's elated expression, a flicker of guilt for teasing her stirred within him. However, the thrill of playfully tormenting Guoguo felt rather delightful. Xiongya, maintaining his focus, entered the kitchen in search of something edible. The food is stored in the cabinet beside the refrigerator, with 3 varieties available. Feel free to inform me of your preference, Lang Xiao generously offered. Xiongya successfully located the food, retrieving several pieces of dry wood, and replied, "I can eat anything. There is no need for special purchases." Lang Xiao glanced down at Bai Yue's plate, noticing she was nearing the end of her meal, and instructed Xiongya, "While you're at it, please prepare the medicine." "Understood," Xiongya replied. The medication had already been placed in a glass, ready to be mixed with warm water. Bai Yue intently watched the glass, and seizing an opportunity when Lang Xiao was momentarily distracted, she leapt from his lap and dashed toward the bedroom. She had no intentions of becoming plump. Speaking of which, did foolish master skimp on my breast enhancement medication? Why didn't he ask Xiongya to fetch the pills for me? Wolf Xiao swiftly grasped Bai Yue's wrist, effortlessly pulling her back into his embrace. "Be a good girl and eat the fruit. Once you're done, you'll have some medicine," he said tenderly, ruffling her hair. He then sliced open a segment of orange with a steel knife, extracting the white seeds before bringing it to Bai Yue's lips. As she opened her mouth to take it in, her chewing was unnaturally slow, as if the world had been set to slow motion. "Truly, I do not want to rush her. Wait." Chapter 30. With a perplexed expression, Lang Xiao observed the situation, realizing that Bai Yue indeed seemed to have had her fill, as evidenced by her slow demeanor. Thus, with a considerate gesture, he pushed Bai Yue's plate aside and brought forth the medicinal concoction, stating, "Then let us forego the meal and indulge in the medicine instead." Bai Yue struggled to swallow the morsel in her mouth, casting a glance at the milky, fattening potion, then at the cabinet in the kitchen where the medicine was stored. She extended her hand and pointed emphatically at the cabinet. "Medicine," she insisted, her gaze firm, as if the potion before her was a mere illusion, and only the pills held genuine value. Lang Xiao found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He gently coaxed her, "This is indeed medicine. Come now, drink it up." Bai Yue shook her head vigorously in refusal. Lang Xiao adopted a more serious demeanor, his voice lowering. "Are you not going to listen?" An immediate sense of pressure enveloped the room, momentarily leaving Bai Yue stunned, her gaze fixed on Lang Xiao, too intimidated to move. Lang Xiao brought the blanket closer to her mouth, softening his tone slightly. "Drink up quickly." Bai Yue felt tears welling in her eyes. Under the rare sternness of her caretaker, she reluctantly placed her lips against the rim of the cup and took a substantial gulp of the medicine. Just as Lang Xiao relaxed, a sudden splatter echoed as she inadvertently spurted the liquid all over his face. Quickly, Bai Yue leapt from Lang Xiao's lap, seeking refuge behind Xiongya, who instinctively wrapped his arm around her in a protective manner. "She likely dislikes the taste of this medicine. Please do not force her," Xiongya remarked. Wiping his face, Lang Xiao gazed at Guoguo, who was peeking out from behind Xiongya, and queried, "Is that so?" Bai Yue nodded, confirming that the flavor was indeed peculiar. "Very well then," Lang Xiao conceded. A wave of relief washed over Bai Yue. However, Lang Xiao added, "I shall have someone tomorrow prepare the powder medicine into pills akin to the breast enhancement supplements. Would that be agreeable?" Bai Yue recoiled behind Xiongya, rolling her eyes dramatically. Lang Xiao retreated to the kitchen to wash his face before returning to the dining table to continue his meal, leaving Bai Yue to entertain herself by rummaging through the drawers of their home. Xiongya inquired, "When shall we venture forth to battle?" Lang Xiao responded, "There is no rush. Our contributions will suffice for quite some time. I wish to first cultivate a good rapport with Guoguo. Should you feel restless, you may go out and take on tasks. Partnering with others is perfectly acceptable." Xiongya contemplated this, wishing to foster a connection with Guoguo as well. Yet he understood that Lang Xiao was unlikely to allow Guagua to favor him more. This period was indeed the prime opportunity to earn her trust. A realization he accepted with a nod. The two fell silent after finishing their meal and retreated to rest, with Bai Yue naturally following Lang Xiao. The following day, upon awakening, Bai Yue discovered that both males had already risen. After dressing in the clothes laid out on the nightstand, she descended from her bed, yawning as she made her way outside. Her mental faculties extended outward, probing into the yard to ascertain what her oblivious caretaker was up to, only to find Xiong Yao absent once more. Was he not supposed to be her custodian? Had she been mistaken? Rubbing her eyes, Bai Yue dashed outside in search of Lang Xiao. Guo was awake. Lang Xiao, bare-chested, exhibited a physique taut with muscle, glistening under the sun's embrace, radiating a healthy vigor. He is in the process of transplanting the Nepenthes, that plant which exhibited its fierce demeanor before Bai Yue, yet now appears utterly defeated in the hands of Lang Xiao, resembling a drenched chicken with its leaves drooping in submission. In stark contrast, Lang Xiao's formidable presence becomes even more pronounced. A glimmer of astonishment flickers in Bai Yue's eyes. Indeed, the highest-ranking officials under my command are truly remarkable. Surely, many female beast women must be enamored by him. Alas, the one who tends to my needs holds the deepest affection for me. Ha ha ha. Chapter 31. A visit to the amusement park. Wolf Xiao had prepared a pitcher plant and, after clapping his hands, stood up and walked towards Bai Yue. Come inside. It's sunny out. His hands were smeared with soil, so he wrapped an arm around Bai Yue and led her into the house. Once inside, he first prepared breakfast for her and then took her to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. By the time they finished, breakfast was perfectly ready. After their meal, Bai Yue, feeling restless, dashed into the yard and peered through the crack in the door to gaze outside. Noticing her desire to venture out, Wolf Xiao suggested, "How about we go to an amusement park?" Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing at the thought. An amusement park for pets? Surely, it wouldn't be with beastly children, would it? The pets in this world seemed so fortunate, pampered like children. Wolf Xiao placed a wolf hat atop Bai Yue's head to shield her face from the sun and carried her out the door. The streets were bustling with beasts early in the morning, all heading out in droves. With a greater number of beast folk than before, Bai Yue began to discern a pattern. The street was divided into 4 lanes. The 2 central ones appeared to be high-speed zones, where swift beast-shaped individuals raced, one lane moving forward and the other in reverse. The outer lanes were pedestrian zones, devoid of any directional rules, where Wolf Xiao jogged with her. His pace was brisk, far beyond her capabilities, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. The signage featured a chubby girl surrounded by a group of fluffy little animals, including a lion cub and a wolf pup, 2 species that seemed incongruous, yet somehow harmonious in Bai Yue's eyes. She gazed for a moment longer before being swept inside by Wolf Xiao. 2 tickets? Inquired the kangaroo beast stationed at the gate. Wolf Xiao nodded. The kangaroo beast then scrutinized Bai Yue and asked, "No leash?" Without one, they might run amok and could easily be injured by the machines. You should purchase a leash. As it spoke, the kangaroo beast reached into its pouch and produced a brand new leash. "All right, I'll take one," Wolf Xiao replied. The kangaroo beast set the price, and after Wolf Xiao confirmed, he completed the transaction using his personal terminal. Bai Yue watched with wide eyes, astonished that the day would come when she, who had once walked dogs on a leash at home, would now be led by a large dog on a leash. How the tides had turned. Upon entering the amusement park, Wolf Xiao set Bai Yue down in a clear space and unwrapped the leash to put on her. Having mentally prepared herself, Bai Yue initially intended to cooperate, but upon seeing the peculiar form of the leash, her expression soured. The leash consisted of a rope, naturally, but also featured a head collar or harness to secure around the pet. However, this leash was bizarrely inappropriate. It was, in fact, a pair of underpants. Was this not a pair of superhero briefs? Normal beings did not wear such things. Oh, foolish master. Bai Yue felt a surge of distress, utterly uncooperative. Yet, her resistance bore no weight as Wolf Xiao fastened the ridiculous piece of leash around her. Donning this contraption, Bai Yue felt utterly deflated. Not to mention frolicking joyfully in public, she could hardly muster the strength to dig a hole and bury herself. It would take a formidable mental fortitude to endure such a situation. However, Lang Niao was quite pleased with the device, leading Bai Yue a few steps forward. Bai Yue, akin to a stubborn ox, resolutely remained rooted in place, refusing to budge. Chapter 32. The outwardly worn pants Wolf Xiao, perplexed, gently ruffled Bai Yue's hair and inquired, "Why the long face? You can run about freely like this. Isn't it delightful? With you dressed like that, I can still lead you around. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Bai Yue, harboring unspoken grievances, cast a deadpan gaze at Wolf Xiao. He bent down and planted a soft kiss on her forehead, soothingly coaxing, "Be good. Look over there at the rocking chair. Would you like to try it?" Following Wolf Xiao's gaze, Bai Yue beheld the rocking chair. Reminiscent of the pirate ships commonly found in modern amusement parks, albeit moving at a leisurely pace akin to a swing. Having been sent to a mental institution at the tender age of 9, her childhood had been stripped away. Now, though her body had matured to 16, her heart lingered at a younger age. Certain stages of life, if not experienced, could forever confine one to that phase. Thus, the sight of the gently swaying, enchanting chair stirred something within her, prompting her to finally rise. "That's more like it," Wolf Xiao chuckled, taking her hand and leading her towards the rocking chair. Bai Yue glanced down at the triangular pants she wore, adorned with a wolf's head in the center, then turned to glimpse the small animal motifs on the back. Ah, such is life in the world. One is often at the mercy of circumstances. Once the rocking chair came to a halt, Wolf Xiao guided her into a seat. Among the occupants, only a third were human girls. Some, like Bai Yue, accompanied by Beastmen, while others sat alone, accustomed to it. The majority were small animals and young boys, filling the air with the joyous laughter of children and young beasts. It was Bai Yue's first encounter with children, her curious gaze flitting among them. Though the small animals exhibited little visible mental energy, their clever eyes revealed their beastman nature. Despite the throng, there were still no female beastmen or beast girls in sight. Bai Yue scanned her surroundings, noting that they mirrored the interior of the vehicle. How curious it was that this should be the case. As the rocking chair began its slow motion, the children erupted in excited shrieks and howls. Wolf Xiao held Bai Yue's hand, the warmth of his palm drawing her attention back. "What are you looking at?" "It's starting soon," he remarked. Bai Yue smiled at Wolf Xiao, dismissing her earlier musings. The children and females aboard continued their jubilant cries, and under their influence, Bai Yue too found herself joyfully shouting. After enjoying the rocking chair, Wolf Xiao took her to ride the flying ball and the seesaw. After a whirlwind of fun, Bai Yue was utterly exhausted. Clinging to Wolf Xiao's arm, unable to walk further, Wolf Xiao carried Bai Yue into a stone pavilion, and after a brief respite, he asked, "Would you like something to eat?" Bai Yue glanced towards the snack bar, her throat parched, longing only for water. She licked her lips, and Wolf Xiao, instantly understanding, led her to the snack bar. Beside it stood several withered trees, adorned with artificial green leaves and the ground scattered with dried grass, creating a faux natural environment. As Bai Yue spotted a nest shape amid the dried grass, her mind, having returned home for 6 months, instinctively conjured images of a chicken coop. Some hens, reluctant to lay eggs at home, preferred to hide their treasures among outdoor grass piles. Upon encountering such a grass mound, it was likely that eggs were concealed within. Bai Yue glanced around and indeed spotted chickens pecking at the ground. Their diminutive size suggested they were not beastmen, thus presumably fit for consumption. Bai Yue tugged at Lang Xiao's waistband. Lang Xiao turned to her, inquiring, "Wugwa?" Bai Yue pointed directly at the nest and the chickens, expressing her desire to eat. Lang Xiao chuckled softly, "We cannot eat meat." Bai Yue looked at him with a sense of grievance. "Did you not promise that you would allow me to eat meat in the future?" Chapter 33. The hot spring egg. Bai Yue looked at Lang Xiao with a sense of grievance. "Didn't you promise that I could have meat in the future?" Lang Xiao, understanding her feelings, bent down to meet her gaze and remarked enigmatically, "This meat is not for eating. The kind I mentioned can only be consumed at home." "I want to eat." Bai Yue pointed resolutely at the chicken. "Unless this meat is poisonous, don't expect me to abandon my desire for meat." Lang Xiao, feeling helpless, gestured toward a nearby convenience store. "Let us go there and buy something to eat." With that, he firmly led the reluctant Bai Yue to the entrance of the shop. "What do you want?" Lang Xiao asked gently. Umph. Bai Yue turned her head away, her eyes drawn to the chicken coop beside her, her appetite piqued. Just as Lang Xiao was about to make a decision, Bai Yue suddenly had a bright idea. She approached the merchandise area of the shop, scrutinizing the offerings, and then pointed at a pot of sweet soup. I want that. All right, I'll buy it for you. Lang Xiao affectionately ruffled Bai Yue's hair and immediately began negotiating with the shopkeeper. Seizing the opportunity while they were engaged in their transaction, Bai Yue stealthily crept over to the chicken coop and reached out to feel inside. Fortunately, there were indeed several eggs present. Unable to have the chicken, she decided to satisfy her craving with a few eggs instead. She carefully tucked 2 eggs into the loose sleeves of her garment. Lang Xiao returned with the sweet soup, handing it to Bai Yue while cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." The sweet soup was contained in a bamboo tube, having absorbed the fragrant aroma of the bamboo during its steaming process, resulting in an exceptionally rich and delightful flavor. However, this did little to whet Bai Yue's appetite. Her mind was consumed by the eggs hidden in her sleeves, and she merely nodded absently. Lang Xiao looked around, intending to take Bai Yue to play by the lake. As Bai Yue walked behind him, she stealthily poured a bit of the hot soup out, gently placing the eggs inside before sealing the tube again. This method resembled that of preparing a hot spring egg, where eggs are soaked in water at temperatures between 60 to 80 degrees Celsius. Once the water turns warm, the hot spring egg is nearly ready. The result is a delicately tender egg, akin to silken tofu, garnished with chopped green onions and drizzled with soy sauce, presenting an exquisite flavor. Having practiced this simple recipe in her youth, Bai Yue felt quite confident in her abilities. However, she realized the temperature of the sweet soup was too high. The eggs would likely turn out like boiled eggs, but they would be perfect for consumption at that moment. As she indulged in her culinary fantasies, her stomach grumbled louder. The lake was dotted with numerous transparent balls, where the young ones and females frolicked, pushing the spheres as they rolled across the water's surface. "Let us go play," Lang Xiao's voice interrupted Bai Yue's daydreaming about food, prompting her to look up. The ball resembled a private space, perfectly suited for a picnic, and Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lang Xiao retrieved a large ball from the staff and placed Bai Yue inside it. Just as he intended to join her, she blocked his way. "Do you want to play by yourself?" Lang Xiao inquired. Bai Yue nodded affirmatively. With a generous spirit, Lang Xiao replied, "Very well, I'll watch you from the lakeside. Go ahead." With that, he closed the entrance of the ball, allowing Bai Yue to drift onto the lake. Bai Yue beamed widely, immediately rolling the large ball toward the center of the lake. The ball rolled swiftly, standing out among the slower transparent spheres. The females inside were particularly amusing, scuttling swiftly on all fours, reminiscent of a hamster. Your female truly knows how to play, running so swiftly, surpassing even the young males. A male nearby remarked with admiration to Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao felt a surge of pride, displaying no modesty. She is exceptionally clever. Bai Yue rolled to the center of the lake and remained relatively still, exhausted and drenched in sweat, resting for a moment. The hot spring egg was nearly cooked. Chapter 34. The Lost First Kiss. Bai Yue lifted the lid and peered inside, swallowing hard as she leaned over the edge of the bubbles to gaze outward. From such a distance, the Beastmen should not be able to see her clearly. Even if they could, she had nothing to fear by the time they arrived. She would have devoured the egg completely. Hee. With a delightful spirit, Bai Yue fished out an egg from the now lukewarm sweet soup, setting the bamboo tube aside. She gently clinked the 2 eggs together until they cracked open. Indeed, the eggs were perfectly cooked, resembling those boiled in water. The pale, greenish shells emanated a subtle sweetness, far more tempting than those boiled in plain water. Saliva pooled in Bai Yue's mouth as she let out a delighted growl and took a hefty bite. Delicious. The long-awaited taste of meat was simply magnificent. Bai Yue felt almost moved to tears. What is your female eating?" The Beastman, standing nearby, spoke again. Lang Xiao was taken aback. He could not recall having purchased any food for Guogua. Just a cup of hot drink, wasn't it? Suddenly struck by a thought, Lang Xiao's expression shifted, and he hurried off to find a staff member. "Take me to the center of the lake, quickly." After some contemplation, Lang Xiao could only think of that chicken and the potential existence of its eggs. Was Guogua eating chicken eggs? The more he considered it, the more it seemed plausible. How cruel! Lang Xiao could hardly bear to watch as he hoisted the frail staff member onto the speedboat. As Bai Yue noticed the speedboat approaching her, she hastened her pace, taking a large bite out of the second egg, cheeks bulging. Just in time, Bai Yue managed to shove the last morsel of egg into her mouth before Lang Xiao opened the bubble door. "Spit it out," Lang Xiao exclaimed anxiously, attempting to pry open Bai Yue's jaw. Bai Yue struggled to swallow the egg. The unchewed white lodged painfully in her throat, prompting a series of hiccups. Nevertheless, this did not deter her resolve to consume the egg. Lang Xiao, fearing he might hurt Bai Yue, was gentle in his efforts, yet worried she might choke. Suddenly, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Bai Yue's body stiffened, her eyes widening in shock. The long, warm tongue of the Beastman invaded her mouth, forcefully claiming the food within. Bai Yue was utterly dumbfounded, her mind a blank. As Beastmen evolved from animals, and due to the near extinction of common fauna 2 millennia ago, they had never partaken in their flesh. Now that animals had adapted to their environment, their numbers vastly exceeding those of the Beastmen, the old customs had caused them to entirely forget their carnivorous instincts. Feasting on meat was not as morally reprehensible as consuming human flesh, yet it remained quite distasteful, akin to how certain cultures view the consumption of pork or beef. More importantly, it was a violation of the law. Initially, Lang Xiao found the notion unacceptable, his expression one of distress as he blocked his partner's mouth, seizing all the food within. Just as he prepared to expel it, he paused, taken aback, and could not help but savor the taste. It was surprisingly delightful. But why was it solid? Had the chick already hatched? So this is what meat tastes like. One must admit, a group of vegetarians among the Beastmen was rather tragic. Lang Xiao's ears perked up, hearing a sharp intake of breath. Heavens! She is eating chicken eggs. Upon witnessing the eggshell before the female, the staff gasped in astonishment. Lang Nitrate immediately regained his composure, and reason compelled him to expel the egg into the lake, silently lamenting the loss. Bai Yue, emerging from her state of shock, felt a sense of relief, realizing that her foolish master had gone to such lengths to prevent her from consuming the egg. Alas, my first kiss has been lost just like that. TT Chapter 35. Opening the door to a new century, the staff accompanying Lang Xiao to prevent Bai Yue expressed no dissatisfaction towards her. Yet their gazes towards him were akin to those of a pervert. "Brother Wolf, how could you feed a female chicken's egg?" one staff member admonished. Lang Xiao, unfazed, licked the lingering taste from his lips and replied, "I will compensate according to the law. Now, please take us ashore." Upon reaching the shore, Lang Xiao made a substantial contribution to the amusement park and attracted countless peculiar glances from a Beastman. However, no one blamed Bai Yue, dismissing her behavior as mere immaturity. In her heart, Bai Yue silently shed tears of sympathy for Lang Xiao. She could reluctantly forgive him for the forceful kiss. Lang Xiao escorted Bai Yue out of the amusement park and headed directly to the hospital, ensuring that consuming chicken eggs and meat would not adversely affect her health before he felt at ease. "You are utterly reckless," he said with a mix of laughter and exasperation, playfully flicking her forehead. Today, he felt somewhat ensnared by Guogua's antics. It was likely that those wishing to join his team would now hesitate, a peculiar blend of fortune and misfortune. Bai Yue pouted, feeling quite satisfied. It would be even better if she could devour that chicken as well. Craving chicken? Lang Xiao discerned the hunger in her eyes and leaned closer to whisper in her ear, the scent of eggs still lingering on his breath. He smacked his lips, increasingly appreciating the taste of meat. Bai Yue gazed at him in confusion. Lang Xiao glanced around and lowered his voice. "Tomorrow, I'll have Xiong Yao catch one for you in the wild." Bai Yue. It seemed she had inadvertently opened a new realm of culinary delights for Lang Xiao. Oh, the mischief of it all. Within a day, the tale of Lang Xiao and Bai Yue spread throughout the entire city. As a member of Lang Xiao's team, Xiong Yao returned to the city to find himself the subject of countless scrutinizing stares. Consequently, even he, who often remained oblivious to worldly affairs, became aware of the unfolding events. In a rush, he hurried back, eager to inquire about the situation, only to hear Lang Xiao say, "Tomorrow, there's a chance to catch a chicken." As he spoke, Lang Xiao tossed a bag to Xiaoyao. "Prepare to bring it back. The more, the better. I wish to raise some for fresh eggs." Xiaoyao. Suddenly, he felt he had aligned himself with a rather perilous captain. Although he obediently accepted Lang Xiao's command, what experience did the Beastman possess in hunting? Moreover, chickens, having evolved over 2 millennia, undoubtedly possess survival instincts in the wild. As a bear beast, Xiaoyao was inherently ill-suited for pursuit, and after several fruitless days of searching for chickens, he had wasted precious time. Lang Xiao no longer placed his hopes in him. As time passed, over half a month had slipped away. Bai Yue's health had improved significantly. She appeared fuller, her complexion rosy, and her previously delicate features had taken on a touch of enchanting beauty. Lang Xiao playfully shook her and joyfully remarked, "You've gained weight." Yet Bai Yue frowned, clutching Lang Xiao's neck to prevent him from shaking her. She felt a persistent discomfort in her abdomen, and every jolt intensified the ache, not quite akin to the urge to relieve herself. "Why are you so glum today? Are you feeling down?" Lang Xiao teased, pinching her nose. But Bai Yue continued to ignore him. In order to accompany Bai Yue, Lang Xiao had been cooped up at home for nearly a month, feeling increasingly restless. Suddenly, an impulsive thought struck him. "Shall I take you outside the city for some fresh air? We can also catch a chicken for you." Bai Yue lifted her gaze to Lang Xiao, and at last, a spark of vitality flickered in her eyes. Over the past few days, she had envisioned countless culinary delights centered around chicken, and her appetite for it grew more intense with each passing day. Lang Xiao contacted the outdoorsman Xiaoyao through his personal terminal, secured a leash around Bai Yue, and thus he cradled her and set off on their adventure. Chapter 36. Off to catch chickens through the personal terminal, the female wolf, Sun, swiftly reunited with Bear Yao. Sun gently placed Bai Yue on the ground, transforming into her human form, and tossed a pair of trousers to Bear Yao. "Where can I find the chickens?" "Take me to see," she inquired. After donning the trousers, Sun once again lifted Bai Yue into her arms. Bai Yue gazed at Bear Yao with eager anticipation. Bear Yao, feeling unusually flustered under the female's scrutiny, stammered, "There's a flock of chickens in the sugarcane grove ahead. Follow me." The mere mention of the sugarcane grove brightened Bai Yue's eyes. She had a premonition that today would be delightful, and surely the sugarcane wouldn't be roasted for her. The two creatures dashed through the forest, their legs propelling them forward with fervor, and after more than an hour, they finally arrived at the vast sugarcane grove Bear Yao had described. It was an expansive field of purple-skinned sugarcane, the robust stalks dominating the landscape, while the towering trees around dared not intrude, merely casting a circle of shade at the grove's edge. "I shall clear a path for you," Bear Yao declared. Sun passed Bai Yue into his arms, and while removing her trousers, she replied, "No need." With that, she transformed into a colossal wolf, charging into the grove with breathtaking speed. The sugarcane swayed violently, attempting to ensnare the intruding prey. However, the prey proved too formidable. Sun's strides remained unimpeded, carving a path through the grove and flattening a swath of sugarcane. Bai Yue, endowed with spiritual energy, observed with keen clarity. As Sun unleashed her power, a layer of faint crimson energy enveloped her, blazing like fire, a natural bane to plants. This was the first time Bai Yue witnessed Sun in battle. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it was enough to astound her. The beast folk were undeniably powerful, a stark contrast to humanity, which paled in comparison. It was only natural that humans, overly reliant on intellect, would be outmatched by the raw strength of nature when the beast folk possessed intelligence equal to their own. Bear Yao, holding the soft female in his arms, felt his heart racing fiercely, pounding against Bai Yue's back with fervor. Startled awake, Bai Yue turned to face Bear Yao. "Xiong Xiong," she called, her smile brightening the moment. Seeing his concern for her, Bai Yue resolved to be kinder to Bear Yao, affectionately uttering his name. His cheeks flushed even more. "Gua Gua. I want to eat." Bai Yue pointed towards the sugarcane that Sun had crushed, her eyes filled with longing. Bear Yao, ever amiable, immediately cradled her in his arms, stepping closer to the grove and plucking a stalk of sugarcane before the plants could retaliate. Even after being severed from its roots, The sugar cane still twitched slightly. Bai Yue held the cane aloft with one hand while gently placing Bai Yue back on the ground, hastily tying a lead around his wrist. Then, with both hands grasping the sugar cane, he skillfully peeled away its rough skin. Once stripped clean, the sugar cane finally ceased its movements. "Eat," Bai Yue murmured. Bai Yue giggled, happily beginning to munch on the treat. Bai Yue lifted her again, finding himself talkative in the presence of the female he adored, a common trait among males. "There are many chickens inside. Sun is quick and will surely catch some for you," Bai Yue remarked, glancing at the swaying sugarcane grove. Bai Yue nodded in agreement. If dogs could catch wild chickens, how much more proficient would a wolf be? Xiong Yao suddenly expressed his bewilderment. This sugarcane grove possesses formidable defenses. I truly wonder how the delicate chickens manage to survive within it. Bai Yue, munching on a succulent piece of sugarcane, glanced over and swiftly deduced the reasoning behind it. It must be a symbiotic relationship. Such a densely planted flora undoubtedly requires nourishment. Moreover, with the high sugar content of the sugarcane, it is prone to pests. Thus, keeping a few chickens or birds to feast on the insects would be quite delightful, wouldn't it? Chapter 37. The arrival of menstruation. Uncertain of the progress on the wolf side, Bai Yue found herself reveling in her own accomplishments, having amassed a considerable heap of sugarcane remnants on the ground in a mere moment. Observing that Guo had finished the piece of sugarcane she had provided, Xiong Yao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and inquired, "Do you want more?" As Bai Yue licked her sticky hands coated with sugarcane juice, a pang of discomfort surged through her abdomen. Nevertheless, she nodded in response, "Yes." Thus, Xiong Yao placed her on the ground and hastened to retrieve another stalk of sugarcane, deftly peeling away its skin. Bai Yue rubbed her stomach and took a few steps, only to suddenly halt, glancing down between her legs. What was happening? It seemed as though something was flowing out. Having never experienced her monthly cycle before, Bai Yue was taken aback. As she shifted, she felt an even greater warmth trickling forth, and an inkling of understanding dawned upon her, prompting her to clamp her legs together. "Here you go." Xiong Yao triumphantly presented the freshly peeled sugarcane to Bai Yue while preparing to lift her once more. However, Bai Yue twisted her body to evade his grasp, declining the sugarcane and shyly retreating to the side. "What's wrong?" Xiong Yao asked, bewildered and slightly disheartened. Suddenly, he seemed to detect something, his nose twitching in urgency. The bare sense of smell surpassed that of dogs and wolves, and he quickly caught the scent of blood. Yet, rather than attributing it to Bai Yue, he instinctively scooped her up, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he surveyed the surroundings. "Ah!" Startled by the sudden lift, Bai Yue gasped, acutely aware of the warmth soaking through her pants. She stared wide-eyed at Xiong Yao, dreading the moment he would uncover the truth, hoping desperately that it wouldn't stain his arms. "What? Isn't scared?" Xiong Yao reassured her, his eyes still fixed on the nearby trees. The metallic scent indicated the presence of an animal or beastman that had fallen prey to the plants. Yet, why did he feel enveloped by an aura of blood? Xiong Yao finally lowered his gaze, turning in place and scrutinizing the sugarcane grove. Could there be some hallucinogenic plant here? Was he poisoned? With that thought, he threw back his head and bellowed toward the sugarcane forest, calling for the wolf. The roar reverberated, jolting Bai Yue, causing her head to spin and her ears to ring. Lowering her head, she took a bite of sugarcane to steady herself. Before long, the wolf emerged from the sugarcane thicket, its waist pouch bulging, clearly filled with at least 4 or 5 chickens. What happened? The wolf transformed into human form, scanning Xiong Yao with concern. "Are you injured?" Xiong Yao shook his head, puzzled by the question, when suddenly he felt something damp on his arm. Bai Yue, her head lowered and her mouth stuffed with sugarcane, dared not look up. After a long wait, her period had finally arrived. Yet all she wished was for it to never return, her eyes brimming with tears. With deliberate slowness, Xiong Yao switched arms, glancing down to be met with the glaring sight of bright red blood. "I'm not injured," he stammered, even more bewildered, rubbing his arm against his body. The wolf, having absorbed a few lessons, quickly pieced together the situation. He donned his trousers and cradled Bai Yue in his arms, stating, "Let us head back." Xiong Yao stood frozen, taking a whiff of his blood-stained arm. The scent was mingled with other odors, peculiar yet undeniably alluring. Upon glancing once more at the abducted Gugwa, Xiongya finally experienced an epiphany, recalling the term menstruation he had encountered long ago in a course on female care. When a female experiences menstruation, she becomes capable of bearing offspring. Might it be that their team, too, is destined to nurture young? Chapter 38. A kiss again. Wolf Knox had already prepared everything that Gugwa might need. After bathing her, he dressed her in period pants. The conscientious caretaker eased Bai Yue's shyness considerably. However, upon donning the chubby little undergarment, Bai Yue felt a disconcerting sense of returning to her infancy. Unable to bear the sight of herself, she pointed towards the wardrobe, indicating her desire to wear proper clothes. Wolf Knox chuckled, but did not open the wardrobe. Instead, he grasped Bai Yue's arm and lifted her to stand beside the bed, locking eyes with her. "Let me see if Gugwa has grown," he said with a smile, playfully pinching her chest before concluding, "The medicine has indeed worked." Bai Yue's chest had indeed developed a slight fullness, and the unintentional squeeze by the oblivious Beastman caused her discomfort, prompting her to frown and slap Wolf Knox on the head. "Get off, you rogue!" After striking him, she attempted to burrow under the covers, but Wolf Knox did not release her. Bare and feeling both embarrassed and angry, Bai Yue raised her hands and pinched Wolf Knox's wolf ears. Foolish wolf. Wolf Knox's body quivered ever so slightly, due to the sensitivity of Beastman's ears. Such an action was often perceived as flirtation. In this moment, free from distractions, the atmosphere was just right. Wolf Knox gazed intently at Bai Yue, his eyes filled with profound affection and tenderness. As she tugged at his ears, they seemed to grow noticeably warmer, and his reaction made her feel increasingly uneasy, prompting her to gradually loosen her grip. Perhaps it was indeed unwise to continue this delightful act. Bai Yue silently resolved to restrain herself next time. Just as she prepared to dive back beneath the covers, Wolf Knox suddenly leaned in, pressing her down onto the bed. "Gugwa," he murmured in a husky voice, gently caressing her now much softer hair. "I really like you," he confessed earnestly, feeling grateful once more for his visit to the breeding facility that day. Bai Yue's heart raced as she gazed up at Wolf Knox. Many times, she nearly forgot the racial divide between them. It was only those wolf ears that reminded her, allowing her to behave like a carefree pet. Yet, under the weight of Wolf Knox's proximity, she sensed the boundaries of their species were dissolving. Wolf Knox's intense gaze lingered on Bai Yue. After nearly a month of care, the once frail female now appeared robust. Her complexion was fair, lips rosy, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. Although not as plump as other females, Wolf Knox found no one more beautiful than her. As he continued to gaze, he inadvertently leaned down and captured her lips with his own. Bai Yue gasped, and before he could deepen the kiss, she panicked and began to struggle. "Bear! Bear! Bear!" She cried for help. Xiongya, who was in the yard planting sugarcane for the chickens, immediately rushed in upon hearing Gugwa's cries. "What is wrong, Gugwa?" His voice trailed off as he beheld the two tangled on the bed. Wolf Knox frowned, reluctantly rising from Bai Yue and casting a cold glance at Xiongya. Bai Yue seized the opportunity to burrow into the blankets, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant, a mixture of shame and indignation washing over her. How outrageous! The caretaker had dared to kiss her once more. The last time could be excused, as it was to prevent her from consuming an egg. But what was the rationale this time? Could it be that her foolishly handsome master harbored some peculiar penchant for toying with his pet? Chapter 39. The history of orcs. She had just begun her menstrual cycle. Enveloped in her blankets, Bai Yue heard the deep, resonant voice of Xiongya, seemingly laced with disapproval. "I will not do anything to her at this moment," was Lang Zhao's response. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps gradually fading away, presumably Xiongya departing. Bai Yue lay stunned beneath the covers, her mind racing with the first serious doubts about her own status. It seemed she had misunderstood something. The perpetual absence of female orcs, the orcish affection for human women, the sight of amusement park girls playing alongside animals. Everything appeared so harmonious. Bai Yue's heart raced, her own speculations causing her to break into a sweat. After sending Xiongya away, Lang Zhao returned to the bedside, placing his hand atop the bulge in the blankets. Gua. Bai Yue dared not move, immediately shutting her eyes. Are you asleep? Lang Xiao gently pulled down the covers, exposing her head, and leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead. When you wake up, we shall feast upon a chicken, leaving the rest for you to enjoy at your leisure. With that, Lang Xiao quietly exited the room. Bai Yue opened her eyes, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Previously, she had not given much thought to the appearance of this world, believing she had an unwavering protector. Yet now, it seemed imperative to conduct a thorough investigation. After lying idly on the bed for an hour, Bai Yue sat up, climbed down, and chose an outfit for herself. The sound from the room did not escape Lang Xiao's keen ears, and he soon returned. Awake? Go wash your face first. Bai Yue grasped Lang Xiao's hand, pulling him toward the computer. I want to see. For the past few days, whenever Lang Xiao used the computer, Bai Yue would perch on his lap to watch, and at that moment, Lang Xiao comprehended her intent. Want to look at pictures again? He indulgently followed her to the computer desk, powered it on, and retrieved a collection of vividly colored orc images. Bai Yue feigned interest, fixating on the screen. Then you can look for a while. I will go fetch a chicken, Lang Xiao whispered in her ear before setting her on the chair. Bai Yue felt a surge of joy, perfectly in sync with his actions. Once Lang Xiao stepped out, she immediately typed a phrase on the enormous keyboard, the history of orcs, with the same text and pinyin input method. Bai Yue felt compelled to connect this world with that of humanity, harboring deep suspicions that this was a future realm built upon the foundations of human culture. Thus, researching the history of orcs became imperative. The search engine here was called Wandu, a remarkably powerful tool that promptly yielded a plethora of historical information. Among the numerous pages, Bai Yue selected a book titled 2,000 Years of Orc History and clicked it open. In a mental institution, deprived of entertainment, she had only novels to pass the time, cultivating her ability to read with extraordinary speed. Line by line, page by page, as she perused the text, Bai Yue's expression grew increasingly grave and complex. It turned out that within just a few years after her arrival in this world, humanity had faced catastrophic devastation. The transformation of plants and the evolution of animals into humans have resulted in two of the most formidable classes on Earth. However, it remains a mystery why only the male orcs have undergone this evolution, with not a single female orc achieving such a feat initially. Orcs continue to procreate with ordinary female beasts, yet their offspring were merely standard animals. Eventually, they discovered that only by partnering with human females could they produce powerful orcs, leading them to safeguard and domesticate human women, forming familial bonds with them. Chapter 40. Not a pet but a wife? Yet to the human males, the orcs remained oblivious. Ostensibly claiming non-interference, in reality, without the protection of the orcs, human males faced inevitable demise. The orcs merely sought to eliminate their rivals. However, years later, the orcs discovered that the offspring produced with humans were exclusively male, with no new females emerging. When they sought human males again, only a scant few remained. Present-day women were the descendants of the few men who had survived 2 millennia ago. The relentless inbreeding across countless generations had led to severe genetic disorders and diminished intellectual capacity among modern women. In mere pages, the tragic plight of humanity unfolded before Bai Yue, rendering her utterly immobilized at her computer desk, unable to comprehend anything further. This historical account, penned from the orc's perspective, contained inaccuracies. The so-called plant mutations were, in fact, the result of botanical agents studied by a Western nation long ago. Bai Yue frequently encountered such reports in the newspapers, never anticipating the catastrophic consequences that would ensue. As for the origin of the orcs, Bai Yue could not ascertain. Perhaps they were a product of environmental adaptation, or perhaps a creation of humanity. These details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was that she had been brought home by Lang Xiao, not merely as a pet, but as a wife. Oh my God, could the truth be any more brutal? Bai Yue felt a surge of relief for discovering the truth today, as it spared her from a month of blissful ignorance. Gugua, come out. Lang Xiao's voice drew nearer. Bai Yue swiftly closed the web page and opened an image site instead. She was still browsing when Lang Xiao appeared, feathers adorning his face, looking rather disheveled. Under normal circumstances, Bai Yue would have teased him mercilessly. Yet, at this moment, laughter eluded her. The notion that the creature she had treated as a mere caretaker for a month was, in fact, her nominal husband ignited a murderous impulse within her. Oh, as Lang Xiao reached to embrace Bai Yue, she seized the opportunity and bit down hard on his sturdy arm. Get lost, you foolish wolf. Lang Xiao's arm, as resilient as sinew, proved impervious to her bite, prompting Bai Yue to exert even more force. Stunned, Lang Xiao allowed her to gnaw at him, gently patting her head and inquiring, "What is wrong, Gua Gua?" In moments of comfort, vulnerability often surfaces. As she listened to Lang Xiao's tender and concerned words, Bai Yue was suddenly overwhelmed with sorrow, feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance. Woo-woo. Bai Yue began to weep, her tears cascading onto Lang Xiao's sun-kissed arm. As the pressure of her bite eased, Lang Xiao felt a surge of compassion, glancing at the computer but finding no unusual images before lifting Bai Yue into his arms, soothing her as he carried her outside. Don't cry, don't cry. The chicken is roasted, and we shall feast on it." The kitchen erupted with clamor as Xiong Yao poked his head out, feathers strewn across his face and head, holding a beautifully roasted chicken in his hands, looking even more disheveled than Lang Xiao. Bai Yue, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at Xiong Yao and suddenly burst into laughter. It seemed that today's chicken feast was destined to be thwarted. Chapter 41. Roasting chicken. The kitchen was in a state of utter disarray, far more chaotic than the predicament of Bishon Yao. The air was thick with the savory aroma of roasted meat, yet mingled within it were stray chicken feathers scattered across the countertop and floor, creating a layer of charred fluff. Bai Yue inhaled the enticing scent, her appetite unexpectedly piqued. However, she couldn't help but wonder if the chicken still harbored its innards. Fixating her gaze on the bird for a moment, she felt relieved to see that they had managed to clean out the cavity during the butchering process. Lang Xiao gently wiped away Bai Yue's tears, squatting beside Bishon Yao, and softly encouraged, "The meat is ready. Give it taste." As Bai Yue looked up at Lang Xiao, he smiled and instinctively pressed a kiss on her forehead. This gesture was one she had grown accustomed to, always accepting it as a pet would, but now, receiving it from her legitimate husband, she turned her head shyly to evade it. A fleeting emptiness washed over Lang Xiao. Could it be that she cried because of him? What could have caused such sorrow? Had he mistreated her in a dream? The thought made him chuckle softly. Bishon Yao finally managed to clean a piece of chicken skin and offered a morsel of meat to Bai Yue's lips, calling out, "Gua Gua." Bai Yue swallowed hard, opening her mouth to take a bite. The chicken was devoid of any seasoning, its flavor mild and somewhat gamey, yet the rich, charred protein more than compensated for its shortcomings. Bai Yue concluded that the meat was indeed quite delectable. Thus, she too reached out to pluck the feathers, her eyes still glistening with remnants of tears, revealing her true foodie nature. The stark contrast endeared both males in the kitchen. Lang Xiao placed Bai Yue on a small stool he had bought specifically for her and joined in the feather-plucking endeavor. Through their collective efforts, the kitchen transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Bai Yue recalled that there was salt at home. They occasionally sprinkled a few grains onto their food while preparing it on the wooden surface. As they neared the completion of plucking the chicken's feathers, Bai Yue carried her little stool over to the cupboard where the salt was kept, retrieving a bottle and unceremoniously sprinkling it onto the roasted bird. Lang Xiao assumed that Gua Gua was merely mimicking his frequent salt-sprinkling habits, and couldn't he help but chuckle. They were not consuming salt for flavor, but rather for its essential nutrients. Seeing Gua Gua so enthusiastically sprinkle salt inspired Lang Xiao, who tore off a piece of salted chicken meat and placed it in his mouth. "Let me taste," he said as he chewed, only to suddenly freeze mid-bite, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the chicken. Bishon Yao, perplexed, asked, "Is there a problem?" Bai Yue, observing Lang Xiao's reaction, sensed that the flavor had significantly improved, eagerly reaching out for more. Just then, the roasted chicken seemed to vanish from her sight. Bishon Yao, wary of offering uncertain food to the female, had always been averse to eating meat. However, for Gua Gua's safety, and tempted by the alluring aroma wafting beneath his nose, he took a deep breath, steeled himself, and at last tore off a piece to taste. Wow! Bishon Yao was also taken aback, his dark eyes sparkling with fervor as he glanced at Lang Xiao. The two males locked eyes, both reflecting shock and awe. Could there truly exist such exquisite flavor in this world? Ow! Bai Yue, amidst their astonishment, darted to the roasted chicken and sank her teeth into it. Finally, I get to eat. With the addition of salt, the roasted meat was transformed into a delight, far surpassing its previous state. Though it remains a far cry from the roasted chicken of humanity, it has at least managed to bury the wood in the mire. If she can procure spices such as chili, ginger, and garlic, Bai Yue is confident that she will be able to replicate the brilliance of Chinese cuisine in this future world. Chapter 42 Invitation. I was utterly unaware of how delightful meat could be. After devouring a piece, Lang Xiao's face still bore an expression of astonishment as he thoughtfully remarked, "It appears we must take some action." Xiongya nodded in agreement, both males exhibiting a bold disregard for the so-called ancient customs and punitive measures. Bai Yue mused to herself, "Indeed, the door to the new era of foolish masters. Oh no, the door to the new era of foolish wolves has been opened." Reflecting on her relationship with Lang Xiao, Bai Yue silently altered her designation for him, filled with self-loathing. Initially, she had reveled in her cleverness, but now she wished she could bang her head against the wall and forget. How utterly foolish. She had naively played the pet for an entire month. However, she and the foolish wolf shared a common purpose. With his assistance, her quest to explore normal food would be significantly easier. Henceforth, she must accompany them on their outings, striving to discover seasoning plants, rice, wheat, and other grains at the earliest opportunity. Should she disclose the truth to Lang Xiao? As she nibbled on the meat, she furtively observed Lang Xiao and soon resolved in her heart, there is ample time ahead, yet the opportunity to play the fool while eating the tiger is rare. It is best to savor the foolish wolf service for now. She has grown too lazy to brush her teeth or bathe. Thus, it is evident that transitioning from frugality to luxury is simple, yet the reverse is exceedingly difficult. Once Bai Yue had satisfied her appetite, Lang Xiao and Xiongya polished off the remaining chicken, with Lang Xiao particularly voracious, even gnawing at the bones. Observing this, Xiongya also indulged in the fragrant bones. Apart from a kitchen strewn with feathers and a small amount of entrails in the trash, there were no traces of their meat consumption. The evidence was thoroughly obliterated. Ding dong. As per usual, the doorbell rang. Xiongya cleaned himself of any lingering odors and approached the door. "Wow, you actually keep animals at home. How cultured." Lion Yu exclaimed upon seeing the orderly sugarcane grove in the yard. Keeping animals is not a rarity, much like humans tending to plants. It is a form of refinement and leisure. However, when this notion is associated with the reticent Xiongya and the stoic warrior Lang Xiao, it seems rather incongruous. Xiongya took the fruits brought by Lion Yu and prepared to close the door. "Wait a moment," Lion Yu interjected, stepping 1 foot into the doorway and glancing toward the villa's entrance. "In 5 days, the monthly sacrificial ceremony will take place. Bring Guogua to my house to play, so she can have a female companion." "Get lost," Xiongya replied impatiently, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Lion Yu, whose frivolous demeanor likely harbored intentions toward Guogua. Their Guogua was so adorable that any male would be smitten. He needed to keep a watchful eye on her. Seeing that Xiongya was unyielding, Lion Yu quickly added, "Your household is small. Guogua would be bored to death. Females have topics in common, so don't be so cruel." The response to Lion Yu was the resounding slam of the door. Had he not swiftly withdrawn his leg, he would have been caught in it. TSK, truly. Not a single beast in the family is alike. They each go their own way. Lion Yu shook his head and returned, disheveled in his prison garb. Concealed at the threshold, Bai Yu's heart brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming sacrificial ceremony. Could it be that the Beastmen still harbored superstitions? How delightful it would be to witness the spectacle. However, before she could revel in the festivities 5 days hence, an unforeseen event transpired the very next day. The sun had already ascended high in the sky, yet Bai Yue remained ensconced in her heavy, physiological trousers, blissfully asleep until a cacophony of raucous noises jolted her awake. Chapter 43. The seal weakens. The sound resembled the rustling of leaves, a cacophony that enveloped Bai Yue in an illusion of being ensconced by vegetation. With a lingering pain in her abdomen, She grimaced as she donned her clothing, fastening her zipper before slipping out of bed to seek out Lang Xiao. Upon reaching the living room, she was met with a dense thicket of sugarcane outside, lush and reminiscent of what one might encounter in the wild. Bai Yue thought to herself, has there been an outbreak of sugarcane? Guogua, stay inside. Lang Xiao bellowed, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Startled, Bai Yue felt a tremor run through her as she heard the incessant rustling outside. She stood in the middle of the living room for a while, her courage gradually swelling, before darting to the door to eavesdrop. Before long, the door swung open unexpectedly. Guogua, Lang Xiao, noticing Guogua's anxious expression, softened his demeanor. It's nothing. There's just an overabundance of sugarcane. Bai Yue had yet to grasp the full scene in the yard when she was first greeted by a rich, botanical fragrance. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the sugarcane had been completely harvested, lying in heaps across the ground, forming small hills. A few chickens scurried frantically into the sugarcane piles, blending in seamlessly. The once boastful nepenthes that had grown defiantly for a month now towered to the height of 2 stories, but it too had been uprooted, lying still like the sugarcane. Bai Yue was so astonished that her jaw could have accommodated an egg. Lang Xiao's yard was substantial, spanning around 700 to 800 square meters, and was now rendered nearly unwalkable due to the piles of sugarcane that had seemingly multiplied overnight. It was astonishingly prolific. She felt reassured that she would not lack for food in the future, if only she could find it. Xiong Yao snapped a stalk of sugarcane, peeled it, and approached Bai Yue, offering it to her. She accepted it eagerly and began to gnaw at it. Clear the sugarcane away for now, refrain from planting any more, and keep a close watch on Guogua. I will check the altar, Lang Xiao said, his brow furrowed. The safety of the city was becoming increasingly precarious. Just months ago, the seal had weakened by a day or two, but now it had faltered by 4 days, its cause unknown. Go ahead. I will take care of things here, Xiong Yao replied in a deep, steady voice that mirrored his formidable physique. Lang Xiao felt a measure of trust in Xiong Yao, and as he approached Bai Yue, he gently caressed her fair, delicate face. Be good at home today, and don't act up. Bai Yue sensed the gravity of the situation and nodded obediently. The altar was situated in the heart of the safety city, a vast expanse of flat land where 3 altars stood in a triangular formation, each ablaze with roaring flames. The fuel for these altars was the finest wood, and the flames burned resiliently, impervious to wind and rain. Monthly rituals were held to ensure the tranquility of the city. The fire altars were fundamental to the city's safety. Without this seal, the surrounding flora would overrun the city within 3 days. The rampant growth of the sugarcane and nepenthes in Lang Xiao's yard was a direct result of the weakened seal, which had lost its deterrent effect on the plants. A cacophony of male roars filled the square as they transformed into humanoid forms, each hefting tree trunks as massive as iron towers towards the 3 altars, where they cast the trees into the flames. Boom! Each log cast into the flames ignites a frenzied growth of fire, raising the surrounding temperature by several degrees, while the air becomes saturated with heat and ash. Chapter 44. The challenge wolf Xiao hurled the weighty iron tree, several thousand pounds, into the fire pit. His bare torso glistened with sweat, illuminated by the flames, exuding an intense masculine aura that tantalized the senses. This scent was not merely a pheromone alluring to the opposite sex. It also instilled a sense of apprehension among his peers. From a distance, Lion Quan observed the man upon the sacrificial altar, his thoughts shrouded in ambiguity. Uncle, it is once again January. This year, Wolf Xiao will undoubtedly be among your challengers, commented Lion Yu, aware of Lion Quan's contemplative gaze fixed upon Wolf Xiao. Lion Quan shot a sidelong glance at Lion Yu, scoffing, as if you're not in the running. A chuckle escaped Lion Yu, though his demeanor remained unchanged. Among the Beastmen, strength was revered above all. Thus, the mightiest would invariably ascend to leadership. Let me briefly elucidate the history of the Beastmen. They have flawlessly inherited the civilization of humanity from 2 millennia ago, with the passage of time meticulously accounted for. A year is divided into 12 months, each comprising approximately 30 days. Notably, the month of January marks the establishment of a safety city, with its founding day celebrated as the grandest festival of the year, akin to the human New Year. Following the sacrificial ceremonies each January, the formidable Beastmen are permitted to challenge the elder leader. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished must step down. There exists a peculiar phenomenon. Upon becoming the leader, one's strength significantly amplifies, a factor that explains the fervent pursuit of the position among the Beastmen. This year marks the 10th anniversary of Lion Quan's reign. Now, in the prime of his life, he possesses far greater strength than a decade prior, making it no easy feat to defeat someone of his caliber. Lion Quan harbored confidence in his abilities, yet he felt an involuntary wariness toward Wolf Xiao, perhaps stemming from his keen intuition. Over the years, Wolf Xiao's growth had become increasingly impossible to overlook. Sensing something, Wolf Xiao suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lion Yu immediately composed himself and nodded slightly toward Wolf Xiao. Only then did Wolf Xiao relax his vigilance and lower his head to inquire about Bai Yue's situation on his personal terminal. Lion Yu stepped outside and roared toward the heavens. Roar. His resounding voice radiated outward from Lion Quan, reverberating through the air and seemingly shaking the clouds. The Beastmen immediately responded with their own roars, a grand chorus of bestial cries that echoed throughout the safety city, heralding the commencement of the annual challenge. Meanwhile, Bai Yue was seated at the dining table, savoring warm roasted potatoes, while Xiongyu was busy tidying up sugarcane in the courtyard. Upon hearing the thunderous roars, Bai Yue assumed something significant had occurred and hastily sought out Xiongyu. Just then, Xiongyu entered the house and swept Bai Yue into his arms. His expression remained as serious as ever, yet a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. "Let me take you to see the spectacle," he said, relishing the rare opportunity to be alone with Bai Yue. In a moment of spontaneity, he playfully pinched her cheek. So tender. Bai Yue shook her head, as Xiongya's hands were covered in sugarcane fibers, tickling her. Finally, having grasped the cherished little face she longed for, Xiongya could not help but smile, striding confidently out into the world while holding Bai Yue close. Chapter 45. The Top 10. When Xiongya and Bai Yue arrived at the sacrificial square, it was already a bustling sea of beasts, filled with orcs, younglings, and naive girls. Nearly all the orcs had gathered today, creating a lively crowd of approximately 50 to 60,000. For Bai Yue, who had come from the 21st century, this number seemed insignificant. Yet in the contemporary world, it was one of the largest gatherings in the city. The absence of female orcs served as a compelling testament to the worldview Bai Yue was shaping for the second time. It appeared that she was indeed correct this time. The square resonated with various beastly howls, and a piercing wolf's howl cut through the cacophony, reaching Bai Yue's ears. Instinctively, she thought of Lang Xiao and turned her gaze in that direction. Xiongyu remarked, "Lang Xiao is over there. Let us go find him." With that, he cradled Bai Yue in one arm while shielding her with the other, making their way toward the center of the square. As they entered the triangular area of the sacrificial altar, the temperature surged dramatically, transitioning from the pleasant warmth of spring to the sweltering heat of summer. Infused with an overwhelming sense of pressure, Bai Yue's heart tightened, instinctively urging her to retreat from this place. She straightened her posture, scanning her surroundings anxiously, and extended her mental energy, only to find it stifled by the dense air. She could perceive nothing beyond her immediate sight. Xiongya, towering in stature, enabled Bai Yue to glimpse a higher view, revealing 3 towering sacrificial platforms resembling fiery mountains that vividly colored her dark pupils. "Xiong." Bai Yue embraced his head. Xiongya reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Gua." After a moment's hesitation, influenced by Xiongya and the surrounding orcs, she set aside her fleeting sense of oppression and began to search for Lang Xiao's figure. "Lang Xiao, are you distracted on the battlefield? Don't you want to compete?" Lion Yu, following Lang Xiao's gaze, spotted Xiongya and Guogua, mocking them. The giant wolf on the battlefield cast a cold glance at Lion Yu, its lips curling as it let out a fierce roar and charged toward him. Lion Yu promptly transformed into his beast form, hastily dodging the wolf's aggressive strike with a clumsy retreat. The surrounding orcs howled in approval for Lang Xiao, their excitement rivaling that of the 2 warriors on the battlefield. At this moment, Bai Yue and Xiongya finally made their way to the center of the square. Adjacent to the battlefield stood a massive pavilion where the females had been gathered. Upon entering the confines of the pavilion, Bai Yue felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, and the oppressive heat diminished, allowing her to breathe more easily. She leaped from Xiongya's embrace and rushed to the edge of the pavilion to gaze outside. A wolf and a lion were engaged in a tense struggle. The wolf, though not as physically imposing as the lion, was elongated and agile, sharp as a finely crafted sword. The lion, appearing somewhat clumsy, possessed greater strength, with each roar and paw strike carrying an undercurrent of force. The outcome of their clash was indiscernible, igniting fervor in the onlookers and quickening their breaths. In a moment of excitement, Bai Yue exclaimed, cupping her hands around her mouth, "Foolish wolf," silently adding encouragement in her heart. Though her voice was drowned out by the surrounding clamor, many in the beastly crowd turned their attention toward her. Upon hearing the sounds, the orcs could not help but envy Lang Xiao and Xiong. In witnessing the duel, the females either reacted with panic and commotion or stood in stunned silence. The phenomenon of a female, like Bai Yue, cheering for a male was a rarity. As for any foolishness, the males, who inherently beautify the females, chose to selectively overlook it. Chapter 46. The top 10 to the wolf, invigorated by the thrill of battle, let out a ferocious roar and ceased its entanglement with Lion Yu, launching itself forward with reckless abandon. Engaging in a wrestling match with a lion was a perilous tactic. The lion's larger jaws not only allowed for a formidable counterattack, but its thick mane provided substantial defense, making a direct assault exceedingly challenging. Bai Yue's heart raced as she nervously bit her fingers, stifling her breath. What was happening? It appeared to be a duel, but would there be injuries? The surrounding beastmen shared her sentiments, their murmurs fading into silence. Yet, Lion Yu, caught in the wrestling embrace, felt as though a mountain had descended upon him. Instinctively sensing that he could not confront the challenge head-on, he hesitated for a fleeting moment before retreating and attempting to grapple back. Such a moment of indecision on the battlefield proved to be a fatal flaw, as the previously subtle disparity in their strengths became glaringly evident to those watching. The lion found himself at a disadvantage. With a fierce agility, the wolf darted past Lion Yu's jaws, sinking its teeth into the lion's thick mane. Lion Yu thrashed his head in desperation, but the wolf clung tenaciously, shifting its weight to subdue the lion's body. With a firm press of its forelimbs, the wolf forced the lion down to the ground, its sharp fangs poised dangerously close to the pulsating veins concealed beneath the mane. Lion Yu writhed helplessly, emitting a whimper of submission from his throat. A cacophony of roars erupted from the assembled beasts, overwhelming and deafening. Bai Yue covered her ears. The wolf released Lion Yu, leaping down from the platform, clutching its pants, and hurriedly made its way to Bai Yu's side. "Gua gua, were you frightened?" The wolf, now in human form, asked, laughing as it wiped the sweat from its brow. Even someone as robust, as he was panting heavily after such a fierce bout. "Foolish wolf," Bai Yue retorted with a tone of disdain. The wolf, understanding her underlying message, playfully pinched her cheek. "Have you completed your 10 matches?" Xiong inquired in a deep voice. The wolf nodded, taking Bai Yue's hand and gazing toward the arena of final battles. To challenge the leader, one must first secure 10 consecutive victories to qualify as a challenger, with only 10 challengers permitted. Should the number exceed this, another competition would ensue. "How swift," Xiong remarked with admiration. "Are you not participating?" the wolf asked. Bai Yue stood silently between the two beasts, listening intently. Xiong chuckled self-deprecatingly. "You know I never partake in such things." The wolf refrained from further comment. While the duel between the wolf and lion was somewhat unbalanced, the inequity faced by many beastmen was far more pronounced. The bear beast was relatively fortunate, but kangaroo and sloth beastmen had nearly no chance of entering the battlefield. Those who could ascend to the position of leader were typically limited to a handful of the strongest races. Nevertheless, the wolf believed that if Xiong harbored ambition, his strength was more than sufficient to compete, and he suspected Xiong had not yet revealed his true capabilities. The subsequent duels were dominated by Lion Yu, who completed his 10 victories without significant peril. Ultimately, the 10 victorious beasts included 2 wolves, 2 lions, 1 serpent, 3 tigers, 1 leopard, and 1 lizard. From this data, it is evident that the tiger species is remarkably dominant, comprising nearly 1/3 of the top 10, truly deserving of its title as the king of the forest. Chapter 47. The hidden strength of the leader. As the top 10 contenders were determined, Lion Power leaped onto the challenge platform, standing with an air of composure. His deep voice resonated throughout the sacrificial square. Who will be the first to step forward? The jubilant cheers of the victors abruptly fell silent. No one was eager to lead the charge. Bai Yue glanced at the wolf, Xiao, beside her. He patted her head and transformed into his beast form, leaping forth. A low, battle-filled growl emanated from Zhao's throat. This, for him, marked the true commencement of the duel. Lion Power was unfazed. With a resounding rip, his pants split as he transformed into a colossal lion, fragments of fabric swirling around him. Bai Yue applauded inwardly. Truly affluent. No wonder he is the leader. The two beasts stood at opposite ends of the battlefield, locking eyes with intense focus. The surrounding clamor diminished, gradually giving way to an enveloping silence, interrupted only by the sound of stifled breaths. This time, Xiao approached the fight with caution, shedding the arrogance he had displayed against Lion Yu. As the leader, Lion Power felt compelled to maintain a semblance of dignity, and thus broke the stillness first. With a fierce roar, he lunged at Xiao. As he surged forward, a wave of kinetic energy radiated from him. Bai Yue's expression shifted. Her eyes widened as she instinctively leaned forward. What was that? What had Lion Power unleashed? She rubbed her eyes, yet saw nothing, as if the moment had been an illusion. Mental energy. The realization struck her, prompting her to shield her eyes. Under the influence of the sacrificial altar, her mental senses had dulled considerably. Yet like a nearsighted person, she could still perceive objects up close. The mental forms of Xiao and Lion Power materialized vaguely in her mind. Zhao's mental energy, when unleashed, shimmered with a faint red glow, fiery and intense. In contrast, Lion Power's energy was transparent, but evidently more concentrated and stable, even unconsciously releasing wisps with his movements. Mental strength enveloped the bodies of the beasts, serving as a form of defense and enhancing their offensive capabilities. Perhaps, when physical prowess reached a certain threshold, the competition would hinge upon mental fortitude. She opened her eyes. The two beasts were locked in a fierce struggle, evenly matched. In fact, Xiao seemed to gain the upper hand, exhibiting agility that surpassed that of the lion, thus claiming dominance. With a fierce growl, Xiao executed a tackle reminiscent of the move he had used against Lion Yu. Lion Power, undaunted, reacted decisively, charging forward. The two beasts rose simultaneously. This time, Xiao refrained from recklessly biting down and instead raised his paw to strike at Lion Power's shoulder. With a howl, Lion Power slightly tilted his body but could not maintain his balance. As Xiao threatened to overpower him, he reacted with remarkable speed, rolling away just in time to evade the assault. A chorus of howls erupted from the beast crowd, many pondering in their hearts. This year, a new leader may emerge. Lion Power had shown rapid progress, yet the younger Xiao had advanced even faster, managing to control the lion in such a manner. Meanwhile, Bai Yue maintained her composure, closing her eyes once more. Xiongya, believing that Guoguo was frightened, enveloped her in his embrace, nestled against the bear's chest. Bai Yue found her heart growing ever more tranquil, allowing her vision to sharpen. Unlike those optimistic orcs, it was evident that Wolf Nox had exerted all his strength, with every strike of spiritual energy concentrated on the point of attack. In contrast, Lion Quan maintained a balanced distribution of energy throughout his body, reluctant to mobilize it easily, as if he were wary of something. He was concealing his true power. Bai Yue arrived at this conclusion, her heart sinking completely. Wolf Nox might have little hope of victory. Chapter 48. Wind blades. Setting aside the perspectives of the spectators, let us observe the two combatants on the battlefield. Wolf Xiao launched attack after attack, each time narrowly evaded by Lion Quan. He did not attribute this to mere luck. He was acutely aware of the considerable disparity in strength between himself and the leader. However, duels are rarely absolute, often influenced by fortune. Undeterred, He grew more valiant with each confrontation. Meanwhile, Lion Quan felt an unsettling fear creep in, tinged with a hint of dread. At merely 23 years of age, Wolf Xie had already engaged in their sixth duel since coming of age at 18. No one understood Wolf Xie's rapid growth better than he did. Given another decade, Wolf Xie might truly surpass him, and even with secret techniques, victory was not guaranteed. Contemplating this, Lion Quan's gaze towards Wolf Xie was laced with veiled murderous intent. Though he harbored such thoughts, taking Wolf Xie's life while he was on high alert would not be an easy task. With a fierce roar, Wolf Xie charged at Lion Quan with the speed of an arrow. The beasts around had witnessed the power of this maneuver twice before, believing Wolf Xie to be merely repeating himself. Yet, they understood that the directness and swiftness of this attack made it challenging to counter. They held their breath, eyes wide and unblinking. Lion Quan, too, surmised that he must seize the moment to determine the outcome with this one decisive strike. However, in a flash, Wolf Xie unexpectedly tilted his head, dodging Lion Quan and targeting his waist. With an astonishing arc, he altered his trajectory, aiming to sink his teeth into the lion's most vulnerable abdomen. The surrounding beastmen could not help but step forward, and Xiong Yao rose from his seat. The vast square, filled with thousands, fell utterly silent, the only sound being that of the duel unfolding. A blaring alarm echoed in Lion Quan's mind, the palpable sense of crisis compelling him to unleash his full power, instantly channeling all his energy to his waist. Just as Wolf Xie was about to seize victory with a decisive bite, a piercing female scream shattered the silence. "No, Bai Yue," her face pale, shouted in alarm. Simultaneously, Wolf Xie seemed to sense something, swiftly evading the easily attainable strike. In the next moment, a transparent wind blade erupted from Lion Quan's waist. With a pained howl, Wolf Xie rolled to the ground, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Lion Quan, sensing his advantage, pivoted to pursue with an even more ferocious roar. As Wolf Xie rose, he lowered his forelegs in a gesture of submission, indicating his defeat. Blood oozed from the bristles on his back, dripping onto the scorching stone floor beneath the relentless sun. The scent of blood ignited the primal instincts of the beastmen. Lion Quan, seemingly driven mad, pressed on, intent on bringing Wolf Xie to his end. Just as Bai Yue exhaled a sigh of relief, her heart tightened as she witnessed the unfolding scene, instinctively throwing a piece of sugarcane towards Lion Quan. Xiong Yao, having shifted from joy at Wolf Xie's potential victory to despair at his defeat, reacted swiftly upon seeing the thrown cane, preparing to rush forward. A gust of wind from above alerted Lion Quan, who looked up just in time to snap his jaws, catching a piece of sugarcane instead. In an instant, the lion, known as Lion's Might, was rendered speechless, savoring the sweet nectar and the scent of a female. With a thunderous crash, Xiong Yao leaped onto the battleground, his magnificent form causing the stone platform to tremble slightly, and the surface beneath him began to crack. The lion, clutching a sugarcane, immediately turned around, its expression vigilant as it locked eyes with the bear. Lang Xiao rose, casting a grateful glance at Xiong Yao, then contemplatively directed his gaze towards Guogua, who was intently observing him. He had instinctively evaded danger. How had Guogua perceived it? Chapter 49. The Materialization of Energy at Last. Bai Yue felt completely at ease, meeting the gaze of Lang Xiao. Her eyes brimmed with tears, nearly causing her to weep. This wolf had come perilously close to death. Silently, Bai Yue mouthed the words "foolish wolf," her eyes wide, stifling her tears. After all, it was a rare find to encounter someone who treated her with kindness. She could scarcely bear to imagine how she would cope if Lang Xiao had perished on the stage. Lang Xiao was both amused and pained. It was evident that she longed to cry, yet she steadfastly held back. How could his Guogua be so heart-wrenching? He leapt from the stage, reverting to his human form, and embraced Bai Yue, gently patting her back, speaking softly. "You were frightened, weren't you?" "Humph," Bai Yue responded with a nasal sound, returning his embrace and feeling her hands become damp. Lang Xiao had only sustained minor injuries, and the bleeding had ceased on its own. At that moment, the observing beasts finally regained their composure, erupting into a clamor. However, They gave little thought to Guogua's sudden outburst, for she was merely a genetically flawed female. The fact that the leader had achieved a breakthrough at such a critical moment, manifesting energy, was nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, had Lang Xiao not been so swift, he might have been victorious. Yet it was a shame. I wondered why Lang Xiao had suddenly dashed away. His reflexes were astonishingly quick. Had been anyone else, they surely would have had their necks severed by the wind blades. Thus my admiration for Lang Xiao only deepened. No matter how formidable he might be, with the leader's advancement, it was impossible for anyone to defeat him now. Indeed, the beasts were filled with a mixture of excitement and regret. They were thrilled at the leader's newfound power, which would enhance their safety, yet they lamented that Lang Xiao had nearly become the new leader. A lifelong aspiration for all beastmen. The materialization of energy signified an elevation in rank. Prior to this, they had all been relatively equal, with victories determined by mere chance. Yet, once ranks were established, the weak could no longer rely on luck. It could be said that as soon as the leader reached the level of energy materialization, he was virtually irreplaceable, only to be succeeded by age. The remaining 9 challengers all withdrew, granting Lion Quan a victory without contest. Xiongyu returned as well, his pants torn, standing next to Bai Yue in his bare form. Bai Yue cast a furtive glance at him, her face rapidly flushing crimson, unable to bear the sight. Can't you beastmen retain some fur when you transform? You're completely exposed. At Bai Yue's bashful reaction, Xionyu's heart raced, and his body responded. The significant appendage concealed within his dense fur subtly rising. Bai Yue gasped, utterly stunned. What on earth? It can still move? In the next moment, her head was forcibly turned towards Lang Xiao. Mind yourself, Lang Xiao admonished, displeased. Xiongyu clutched at the restless area, his expression briefly contorting before returning to normal. The beast horde erupted into celebration, offering their congratulations and pledging loyalty to Lion Quan, who promptly approached Lang Xiao. I apologize for earlier. I lost control with my sudden upgrade and nearly harmed you, Lion Quan said sincerely, extending a piece of sugarcane to Bai Yue. Lang Xiao generously replied, It's quite all right. Congratulations on your significant enhancement. Lion Quan smiled, reaching out to pat Bai Yue's head. You are quite the intriguing little one. It seems you have an inkling of what is happening. Bai Yue tilted her head to evade, but the freshly received sugarcane struck towards Shi Quan's face. Shi Quan reacted swiftly, extending his hand to catch it, and awkwardly remarked, It seems I have hurt you. Guo must dislike me now. Evidently, the bond between you two is quite strong. Chapter 50. With a courteous yet detached demeanor, Lang Xiao responded, Guo has a cleanliness obsession. She will not consume the sugarcane if it bears your saliva. So that was the reason. Shi Quan nodded in understanding, donning the guise of a benevolent and magnanimous leader. Bai Yue rolled her eyes, internally scoffing at the hypocrisy. How disingenuous. He was so aggressive from the start, deceiving Lang Xiao. I mean, really, foolish wolf. Are you that Navi? He clearly intends to kill you. After repelling Lang Xiao with the wind blade, he could have simply halted. Why did so many eyes fail to perceive this? It left her feeling somewhat uncertain, desiring to avoid the sight of this duplicitous lion any longer. Bai Yue took a few steps aside, glancing around until her eyes fell upon a platform in the distance. Curiosity piqued, she ventured toward it. While Lang Xiao conversed with Shi Quan and Xiong Yao, a bear followed Bai Yue closely. Upon approaching, she discovered it was a grand water platform. The expanse of the platform was akin to that of a small room, carved from a single block of black stone, which featured a large basin in its center filled with crystal clear water. The water was exceptionally pure, as pristine as melted glass jade. It had emerged from a void, naturally coalescing in the air since the establishment of the safe city, thus earning the appellation of holy water among the beastmen. This stone platform had been constructed specifically for the holy water, its surface adorned with intricate and elaborate patterns that exuded an air of majesty. Scattered at the base of the water platform were numerous transparent crystals, which caused Bai Yue's eyes to sparkle. Weren't those the stones that could enhance mental strength when consumed? She reached out to retrieve them, but her arm could not reach the bottom, prompting her to climb into the water completely. Guo! Xiong Yao immediately grasped Bai Yue's cap. pulling her toward the edge, and whispered, "Come out, this is holy water." "No." Bai Yue pouted, stubbornly insisting, "I want the stones." Xiong Yao glanced down, looking conflicted. "Those are offerings made by others." Bai Yue retorted, "But consuming them would make us stronger. You are wasting them." Unwilling to relinquish the easily attainable crystals, she swam to Xiong Yao's side and suddenly pecked him on the cheek. Xiong Yao froze momentarily, his grip inadvertently loosening. For Bai Yue, the thrill of initiating a kiss made her heart race slightly, yet her body seamlessly slipped beneath the surface of the holy water. It seemed her foolish master was not truly a master, nor did it appear that the caretaker was merely a caretaker. While she could tolerate Lang Xiao, Xiong Yao, perhaps it was best to let that be. One husband was sufficient. She hoped that Xiong Yao's standing at home was not as she imagined. However, given the disparity in the ratio of beastmen to women, it was common for women to have more than one husband. How unfortunate! As Bai Yue submerged, she gathered 2 full handfuls of crystals, surfacing to find 3 figures standing at the water platform's edge. In addition to Xiong Yao, Lang Xiao and Shi Quan had also arrived. Whether it was her imagination or not, Bai Yue sensed a hint of darkness in Shi Quan's expression. Had she known, she would have swum an extra few laps. Lang Xiao's mouth twitched as he pinched Bai Yue's armpit, lifting her out of the water. "You have been quite mischievous," he remarked, playfully tapping her nose. Although the words were reproachful, his tone was filled with indulgence. "Now, be a good girl and return the crystals." Bai Yue retracted her hand, cradling the crystal in her embrace, her expression rife with reluctance. Ultimately, it was Shi Quan who spoke, declaring, "Let her hold it. Keeping it inside serves no purpose." Without hesitation, Lang Xiao accepted the crystal, playfully pinching Bai Yue's cheek and prompting, "Aren't you going to thank the leader?" Bai Yue responded with a playful and exaggerated gesture, sticking out her long pink tongue at Shi Quan. Shi Quan could only respond with silent exasperation. Chapter 51. A feast. Wolf Xiao and Xiong Yue were both amused, while Shi Quan keenly sensed the female's malice directed towards him, feeling only derision as he forced a smile. Despite the sweltering heat, the female could not remain in damp clothing indefinitely. "Why not come to my home and change into something dry?" "Shi Quan invita." Before Wolf Xiao could decline, a lion beast approached, interjecting, "Hey, why is Guoguo's outfit wet? Come, wear Yuan's clothes." Wolf Xiao and Shi Yu had previously shared a measure of camaraderie, their discord stemming from Bai Yue. As the distance to home was considerable, Wolf Xiao did not hesitate and followed along. Once the group had moved away, Shi Quan turned his attention to the water basin, furrowing his brow as he retrieved a few strands of hair that Bai Yue had left behind. Shi Yu's residence was nearby. Having brought Bai Yue along, he also returned with Yuan and a few others to care for her. As Shi Yu gestured towards the restroom, he said to Wolf Xiao, "Take Guoguo for a shower first. I will fetch some clothes." Wolf Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Xiong Yao, who promptly followed Shi Yu. With a slight smirk, Shi Yu thought, "Is it merely a desire to sneak a peek at Guoguo's figure? Must one be so vigilant?" Wolf Xiao carried Bai Yue into the bathroom, and in the comfort of another's home, he led her under the shower for a thorough cleansing. By the time Xiong Yao brought in the clothes, they were already seated in the drying chairs. Clad in Yuan's attire, Bai Yue's hands returned to their restrained state, leaving her decidedly displeased. Wolf Xiao meticulously cleaned and dried the crystals he had collected for Bai Yue, placing them in her hat, advising, "Remember not to put these in your mouth this time." Bai Yue replied, "Sure," but her expression betrayed her insincerity. Wolf Xiao lifted Bai Yue and exited the bathroom. With 3 hours remaining until the bonfire celebration, he suggested, "Let us wait and allow her to have something to eat." Shi Yu presented a platter of roasted fruit, featuring grilled grapes, dragon fruit, and kiwi, among others. Bai Yue's mouth watered at the sight, and she rushed toward Shi Yu. He lowered the plate to accommodate her selection. Yuan was perched on the sofa, eagerly awaiting her share, and upon noticing Bai Yue attempting to seize her food, she quickly rose unsteadily. "Guoguo!" Yuan sprinted forward with the vigor of a 100-meter dash, albeit at a speed that paled in comparison to Bai Yue's rolling. Bai Yue recalled the time she had devoured Yuan's dragon fruit, and, seeking retribution, snatched the largest fruit from the tray. The freshly roasted fruits, sheltered by a layer of fabric, were not scalding. When Yuan reached the tray, only a few scattered roasted grapes remained. "CC, Guoguo is mine," she pouted, casting a reproachful look at Shiziyu, her voice tinged with youthful innocence. Bai Yue took a bite of the tender, fragrant kiwi, relishing it audibly. Yuan's lips curled into a frown, her chin jutting out as her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Under normal circumstances, the males would have been heartbroken, swiftly accommodating Yuan's every whim. But today, they could not help but laugh. Shiziyu affectionately ruffled Yuan's hair, remarking, "Two females are indeed more entertaining. You should bring Guogua here more often." Initially intending to leave promptly, Wolf Xiao, seeing Guogua's joy and liveliness surpassing that at home, decided against declining Shiziyu's invitation. After all, there was still food to be had. The wolf, with a playful tone, remarked to Bai Yue, "You have so many that you cannot finish. Do share some with me." Bai Yue, merely wishing to tease Yuan and not genuinely in need of food, readily handed over the fruit to the wolf. Lion Yu returned to the kitchen with the fruit, meticulously slicing each piece in half before presenting two platters, one for Bai Yue and one for Yuan. Chapter 52. The exchange of food. Bai Yue and Yuan sat on the couch, indulging in snacks, while several males, with nothing to occupy their time, ventured into the yard for a bout of roughhousing. To put it more elegantly, they were engaged in a sparring match. Lang Xiao and Xiong Yao formed one team, while Shiziyu and a dozen or so of his subordinates constituted another. It was not entirely devoid of competition, and they soon became engrossed in their playful scuffle. Inside the room, only Bai Yue and Yuan remained. Bai Yue munched on grapes while casting glances at Yuan. "Mine," Yuan tugged at Bai Yue's clothing. Mimicking her tone, Bai Yue innocently replied, "Mine." Yuan, feeling aggrieved, sulked and continued to nibble on her own fruit. Although Bai Yue found the grapes delightful, the portion was limited. Thus, she retrieved a roasted orange, which she did not particularly favor, and offered it to Yuan. Instinctively, Yuan reached out to accept it, but Bai Yue quickly retracted her hand. "Let us trade," Bai Yue whispered, taking advantage of their solitude. "I'll give you this large fruit in exchange for your small one. You'll benefit." Yuan looked at her in astonishment, seemingly baffled by Bai Yue's unexpected verbosity, which resembled the manner of the males she struggled to comprehend. Bai Yue plucked a grape from Yuan's tray and nudged the orange toward her. Finally understanding, Yuan nodded enthusiastically, trade for fruit. The grape vanished in a single bite, while the orange would provide several mouthfuls, which Yuan unmistakably preferred. Bai Yue nodded in satisfaction, then began to gather the 20 or so grapes into a pile, preparing to claim them all. Yuan, alarmed, quickly offered grape, attempting to place it into Bai Yue's mouth. 1. Bai Yue opened her mouth and bit down, savoring the taste while continuing to take more grapes. "Look at how large mine is, and yours is so small. You should give me a few more." Yuan shook her head vigorously, protecting her grapes, "My fruit. But mine is larger. Yours is so tiny, and you even have to peel it." "What a hassle," Bai Yue argued. Yuan glanced between the towering pile of grapes Bai Yue had amassed and the solitary, unassuming orange beside her, still feeling a sense of injustice. However, under Bai Yue's persuasive expression of immense value, she hesitantly loosened her grip. Bai Yue triumphantly claimed the grapes, her smile radiant. Although she adored kiwis, she found the roasted flavor unappealing. Spotting Yuan's fragrant dragon fruit, Bai Yue placed her egg-sized kiwi on Yuan's plate. "Shall we exchange again?" Yuan inquired. Looking expectantly at Bai Yue pointed a half of the dragon fruit and said, "Let us trade for this." This time, Yuan resolutely shook her head. "Mine is larger." Bai Yue countered, "You only have half. It's quite little. I possess a whole one." Yuan, upon closer inspection, realized Bai Yue was correct. Yet she still believed that half of the dragon fruit was indeed larger, 3 times the size of the kiwi. "But mine is larger," Yuan insisted. Bai Yue, exasperated, retorted, "Yet you only have half, which is scarce. I have a whole one." Yuan began to waver. After a round of persuasion, Bai Yue's kiwi found its way to Yuan's plate, while she successfully acquired half of the dragon fruit. In the end, Bai Yue indulged to her heart's content. leaving a plethora of food on her tray, while the ever-hungry Yuan gazed longingly at Bai Yue's plate, still unsatisfied. Bai Yue suddenly felt a pang of guilt towards Yuan. She fetched a glass of plain water and handed it to her, saying, "Drink this. It will surely satisfy your thirst." Yuan obediently began to drink, and after finishing the entire glass, she indeed felt quite content. In that moment, she was filled with admiration for Bai Yue. Chapter 53. In contemplation, the courtyard was filled with the relentless sounds of growling as a pack of fierce beasts besieged the silver wolf and the black bear at its center. The black bear assumed a defensive stance, successfully parrying the formidable assaults of their adversaries, while the silver wolf took the offensive, expertly targeting the vulnerabilities of its opponents. Surprisingly, the duo, despite being outnumbered, maintained a composed demeanor, while their assailants found themselves increasingly beleaguered. Suddenly, the wolf, now transformed into human form, burst through the encirclement, hastily donning a pair of trousers nearby. "No more fighting. Time is of the essence," he declared. The lion, also reverting to human form, wore an expression of dissatisfaction, lamenting the missed opportunity for teamwork. "Oh, how splendid it would have been if you had stayed with us from the beginning." At the mention of this, the wolf's countenance darkened. Just as he prepared to retreat indoors, a cacophony of feminine voices erupted from within the house. "I need to go. I need to go." The round one, having consumed an excessive amount of water, was naturally in distress. The lion swiftly dashed ahead of the wolf into the house. After a prolonged wait for assistance, the round one grew increasingly irate, restlessly pounding on the sofa. "I need to go." "Calm down, dear, don't fret. We must avoid any accidents." The lion reassured her, scooping her up while adeptly locating the zipper at her tail position and making his way toward the restroom. However, upon reaching the door, he discovered it was locked. Stunned, he realized the predicament. Oh no, Guagua must have inadvertently locked herself inside the bathroom. As he contemplated calling someone for the spare key, he was suddenly startled by the sound of running water, followed by the door creaking open. Bai Yue emerged, struggling to pull up the zipper with her gloved hand, only to be met with the incredulous gaze of the lion. "You managed on your own?" he stammered in disbelief, glancing at the toilet and then at Bai Yue's attire. Everything appeared immaculate, a stark contrast to the frantic situation of his round one. With wide eyes, Bai Yue glared at the lion before sidestepping past him and into the embrace of the wolf. The round one, restless in the lion's arms, began to squirm, prompting a cry of exasperation from the lion. "Ah, now you want me again." Without hesitation, he dashed into the bathroom, while the members of his team, accustomed to such antics, calmly prepared a change of clothes for him and the round one. Bai Yue's lips twitched as she began to comprehend the nature of the lion's earlier gaze. Perhaps she had been a touch too clever? With an internal sigh, the wolf observed the bustling team and then turned his attention back to Guagua, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "Guagua, those paws must be quite cumbersome, aren't they?" he remarked, squeezing her tiny paw, clearly dissatisfied with the current arrangement. "We'll ensure you have a better one when we return home." Bai Yue rolled her eyes at him. "Well, try it yourself and see." The wolf pinched her cheek playfully before turning to leave. Addressing Xiong Yao as he did so, "Let us depart." "Indeed," Xiong Yao replied in a low voice, following closely behind the wolf. Chapter 54. The little leopard in the square. As dusk descended, the sun hung low in the sky like a delectable salted duck egg, casting a golden hue across the horizon. The sacrificial square remained aglow, illuminated by the fierce flames of 3 altars, which painted the entire area in a vibrant red. The orcs transformed into their beastly forms, forming a lively circle around the altars, joyously shouting and running about, perhaps even singing and dancing. The atmosphere was exuberant, reminiscent of a grand celebratory ceremony. Adult orcs danced joyously, while the open space in the square became a paradise for the younglings and females to frolic. Wolf Knox gently set Bai Yue down and patted her head, encouraging her to join in the merriment. As this was her first visit, Bai Yue initially felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, yet now, perhaps having grown accustomed to it, that feeling had lightened significantly. However, the prospect of engaging in self-amusement in the open space felt daunting to her. At that moment, a group of leopard cubs noticed Bai Yue. After exchanging a few curious glances, they stealthily approached her from behind and playfully bit her faux tail. Oh woo! Startled, Bai Yue jumped and spun around. The cub that had latched onto her tail was swung through the air, refusing to let go, as its little paws scrambled up her legs. The younglings preferred to play with the innocent-hearted females, rather than the adults. And so, Bai Yue found herself the center of attention for a gaggle of eager cubs. Oh woo! The three cubs that had failed to catch her tail called out to her with their juvenile voices, glancing back at the cub, still clinging to her tail. Then at the three before her, Bai Yue's heart raced, as if struck by a sudden spark. How adorable! So endearing! She longed to catch one and take it home. With that thought, she acted impulsively, reaching back to seize the cub behind her. Although the cubs were merely a few months old, they were sprightly and clever, quickly scaling onto Bai Yue's back, evading her grasp. Not only were they cute, but they were also mischievous, frolicking like little monkeys. Oh, how delightful! Bai Yue felt an urge to scream with joy as she chased after the playful cubs on her back, reaching for the smaller ones on the ground. Oh woo! The leopard cubs dashed away, and Bai Yue hurriedly pursued them. They would glance back, and upon realizing she could not keep up, would pause momentarily, only to take off again just as she approached, evading her grasp. Thus, a playful chase ensued between 4 cubs and 1 female. Watching from the sidelines, Xiong Yao and Wolf Knox exchanged soft smiles. Xiong Yao, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked, after Guog was time of the month ends, "You will have younglings with her, won't you?" The image of such a lively scene unfolding at home filled Wolf Knox's heart with a profound sense of fulfillment, as though it were brimming with something sweet and satisfying. "Before that, I wish to confirm one matter," Wolf Knox replied. "What matter?" Xiong Yao inquired, intrigued. Wolf Knox merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Regardless of the answer, the outcome would remain unchanged. Ultimately, Bai Yue could not indulge in play for long, as a sudden stomachache compelled her to stop, prompting the family to depart early. Chapter 55. A turn of events perhaps due to Bai Yue's exuberant escapades. Immersing herself in cold water and engaging in strenuous activities, she endured a night of abdominal pain. Stealthily, she consumed a crystal to alleviate some of the discomfort. Nevertheless, her spiritual energy did not significantly increase. She merely felt a marked boost in vitality. Throughout her entire menstrual period, Bai Yue refrained from reckless behavior, taking a crystal each night, though the effects were less pronounced than the first, yet still better than nothing. After a full 8 days, her long-overdue menstruation reluctantly departed, leaving Bai Yue's previously rosy complexion somewhat pallid. Kong Yao observed her condition with concern and remarked at breakfast to Lang Xiao, "I shall venture into the city to seek some restorative fruits for her." "I will accompany you," Lang Xiao replied. Both Bai Yue and Kong Yao were taken aback, turning their heads in surprise at Lang Xiao. This marked the first time Lang Xiao had ventured out in search of sustenance since Bai Yue had been brought home. Lang Xiao affectionately ruffled Bai Yue's hair, saying softly, "Stay at home and behave. Do not cause any trouble. I will bring back delicious treats." Instantly invigorated, Bai Yue nodded eagerly, "Absolutely. I will ensure you remain oblivious." Thus, Kong Yao and Lang Xiao departed, leaving Bai Yue alone at home, to unleash her wild side. Once she confirmed they were far away, Bai Yue placed her hands on her hips and threw her head back, erupting into manic laughter. It is once again time for Bai Yue to reign supreme. Ha ha ha! In her frenzy, Bai Yue remained blissfully unaware of the pinhole camera hidden in the corner of the ceiling, capturing her every move. As soon as Lang Xiao stepped outside, he discreetly sent Kong Yao away and sought a tranquil CAF to observe the images projected onto the wall from his personal terminal. Upon activation, he was greeted by Guoguo's commanding remarks. "Puffed." Lang Xiao spluttered, coffee spraying from his mouth. Bai Yue, in her exuberance, poured herself a glass of cool, tasteless water, which felt like ambrosia upon her lips. After visiting an open restroom, the unpleasant odor wafted to her, and she deemed it a testament to life's harmony. Such a splendid moment inspired Bai Yue to concoct some mischief. She could not let this rare opportunity slip by. The yard sugarcane had been replanted, and Kong Yao had raised over 10 chickens within it. Each time she heard the clucking, her mind conjured images of roasted chicken, chicken wings, chicken legs, and a variety of poultry delights. I shall prepare a grand feast for myself to reward my taste buds. With practiced agility, Bai Yue dashed to the window, clambered out, and made her way towards the sugarcane grove. Lang Xiao, seated in the private room, straightened up, ready to rush home to rescue her. While the sugarcane would not attack, it was highly defensive. If Guogua ventured inside, she might encounter difficulties. Bai Yue recalled the formidable nature of the sugarcane and prudently refrained from carelessly approaching it. She crouched beside the grove for a while, attempting to call the chickens. Cluck, cluck, cluck. After calling for some time, the chickens remained unresponsive. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she ventured back into the villa, and when she emerged again, she was equipped with a bamboo basket and a bowl of wood shavings. Chickens eat grains. Surely the food we consume will also entice them, she mused, scattering the crushed wood into the sugarcane thicket. The chicken concealed within the sugarcane, emboldened and unperturbed, swiftly made its way to the edge, pecking with confidence and abandon. Observing this, Lang Xiao felt a sense of relief and settled back onto the sofa, stroking his chin as he curiously gazed at the screen. What, one wonders, is Google planning? What strategies does she intend to employ to capture the chicken? Chapter 56. The first delectable meal. Bai Yue overturned a bamboo basket onto the ground, propping one end up with sugarcane leaves, and then scattered wood shavings from the sugarcane grove into the basket. A rope was tied to the sugarcane leaves. Thus she reimbursed the leash that Lang Niao had purchased for her, and Bai Yue held the other end of the rope, crouching at a distance. The chickens emerged, pecking their way out, cautiously glancing around. Lacking any experience of being hunted and perceiving no threat from the nearby creature, the leading rooster boldly stepped forward. Bai Yue held her breath, gripping the rope tightly, her gaze fixed on the chicken's movements. The rooster led the way, followed by a string of hens, all pecking contentedly. As the rooster reached the bamboo basket, Bai Yue swiftly yanked the rope. With a resounding clank, the rooster was trapped inside. Cluck! The rooster was startled, flapping its wings in panic, while the hens frantically darted back into the sugarcane grove. The bamboo basket nearly toppled under the rooster's flurry, but fortunately, the dense and heavy plant material held firm, allowing Bai Yue to successfully restrain it before it could overturn the basket. At last, Bai Yue sighed in relief, leaning on the bamboo basket. Lang Niao relaxed as well, but became contemplative upon observing the female figure. From the moment he laid eyes on Guogua, he had sensed her intelligence. Though he never anticipated it to be so profound, rivaling that of males, and perhaps even surpassing it, he never would have thought that one could catch a chicken without resorting to force. Bai Yue remained blissfully unaware of Lang Niao's complex emotions. She was elated beyond measure. The rooster, true to its name, was quite aggressive, and Bai Yue had to retract her hands into her sleeves to subdue it, binding its wings and claws with the rope before carrying it into the villa. Nevertheless, dispatching it required considerable effort. She had initially intended to save some of the chicken's blood for consumption, but after the kill, half of it spilled onto the ground, leaving only a small amount in the bowl, which she ultimately discarded. Next, she began to pluck the feathers. Recalling a method she had once seen, the feathers must be scalded with boiling water. After attempting it, she successfully stripped the chicken of its feathers completely. Then, she proceeded to eviscerate the bird, removing the entrails and cleaning the carcass, thus preparing the ingredients. Standing on a small stool, Bai Yue surveyed the kitchen. It was no longer a kitchen in the traditional sense, but rather a storage room, a pantry, with the refrigerator and oven being the only functional cooking appliances. With no other options available, Bai Yue resolved to roast the chicken. Although she had never cooked before, her experiences alongside Lang Niao and Xiong Yao had imparted her with some knowledge. She evenly coated the chicken with salt. Finding it a bit bland, she crushed the fresh tomatoes that Lang Niao had recently bought for her and generously applied a thick layer on both the inside and outside of the chicken. Satisfied, she wrapped the chicken in aluminum foil and placed it in the oven. After half an hour, Bai Yue could no longer contain her eagerness and retrieved the roasted chicken. Upon opening the oven, she was genuinely astonished by the outcome. The surface of the chicken was golden brown and glistening, its color beautifully melded with that of the tomatoes, emanating an enticing aroma of savory, tangy meat. Bai Yue's mouth watered as she leaned forward and took a small bite, only to be met with a searing sensation that made her gasp yet she refused to spit it out. Wow, how delicious! Did I truly create this? Bai Yue could hardly believe her culinary skills. Had she not been sent to a mental institution in the 21st century, she might have become a renowned chef. While Bai Yue savored her meal with glee, Lang Xiao watched, equally entranced. Lang Xiao licked his lips, contemplating whether to sneak home for a bite to eat. No, he must resist. After all, Guo had deceived him for so long. It was only fair that he return the favor. Chapter 57. Eating dragon fruit raw. The chicken was quite large, and the gluttonous Bai Yue devoured it entirely, her belly now taut. After indulging in so much meat, she found it somewhat cloying and decided to search for fruit in the refrigerator. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. The foolish wolf was not home, allowing her to enjoy fresh fruits. Excited, Bai Yue retrieved a dragon fruit, sliced it in half, and began to scoop out the flesh with a spoon. How sweet! Indeed, fresh fruit is the most delectable. Bai Yue was almost moved to tears. This was what a normal life felt like. Meanwhile, Lang Xiao was contemplating how to reprimand Guo upon returning home when he noticed her eating the raw dragon fruit, causing his expression to shift dramatically. A white blur rushed past as the CAF owner lifted his head, sniffing the air, and hurried to the door, wondering if that wolf had skipped out on the bill. Though Lang Xiao was swift, by the time he returned home, Bai Yue had already consumed nearly half of the dragon fruit and was now feeling quite faint. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she was alarmed. Oh no, who has returned? Glancing at the kitchen, the sight was unbearable. Half of the kitchen floor was stained with chicken blood. The glass door of the oven bore several obvious handprints, and kitchen utensils were strewn about in disarray. In short, the scene was a horrific mess. With no time to tidy up, the next moment, Lang Xiao appeared before her. Bai Yue, with her face smeared in dragon fruit pulp, looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes, as if this calamity had nothing to do with her. Xiao! However, this address revealed her guilt. She only used his name when she was in trouble. Thus, every time she called out to him, Lang Xiao found it hard to feel joyful. Without even glancing at the kitchen, Lang Xiao swiftly snatched the dragon fruit from Bai Yue's grasp. A sense of dread washed over her. It seemed the foolish wolf was angrier than she had anticipated. What should she do? Lang Xiao remained silent, promptly hoisting Bai Yue into his arms and rushing out. Bai Yue discreetly wiped her face with her sleeve, embracing Lang Xiao's neck in trepidation. The jarring motion unsettled her stomach further, causing discomfort and a wave of nausea. She swallowed hard, attempting to quell her unruly stomach. Lang Xiao glanced down at Guo and reassuringly patted her, stating that everything would be fine once they reached the hospital. Am I ill? Bai Yue pondered, her mind swirling with confusion as she rubbed her distended stomach. En route, Lang Xiao contacted Bai Yue's attending physician, and the leopard beast was already waiting at the entrance. Noticing Lang Xiao's grim expression, the leopard beast hurried over to inquire. What happened? She ate raw dragon fruit, Lang Xiao replied succinctly. Instantly, the leopard beast's demeanor grew serious. Urging, follow me. Leading the way, the leopard beast guided Lang Xiao, who was carrying Bai Yue, directly into the operating room. Once on the surgical table, Bai Yue was reminded of unpleasant memories, causing her to sit up abruptly. Xiao? Bai Yue's voice trembled with panic, her brow furrowing. Perhaps in her haste, a sudden wave of pain shot through her stomach. She clasped her abdomen and curled her body, tears of distress blurring her vision. Wolf Xiao held Bai Yue tightly and shouted, "Hurry!" A considerable number of medical personnel had already entered, and within this brief moment, they had prepared the necessary medical instruments. Dr. Bao pushed Wolf Xiao aside and said, "Family members, please wait over there." After speaking, Dr. Bao placed a pill into Bai Yue's mouth. Chapter 58. Gastric lavage. Upon concluding his words, Dr. Bao swiftly placed a pill into Bai Yue's mouth. Instantly, an indescribable stench erupted within her, causing her stomach to churn violently. She retched, expelling the contents into the vomit receptacle beside her bed. What she had ingested was the crimson pulp of a fruit, yet what emerged from her was a vivid green sprout. Exposed to the air, the two leaves of the dragon fruit writhed like worms, rapidly accelerating their growth. After the initial bout of vomiting, Bai Yue felt considerably relieved, but upon realizing what she had expelled, nausea overwhelmed her once more. compelling her to double over and heave again. Seeds, upon contact with water, thrive. In a suitable environment, they burgeon with remarkable speed. The warm, humid bodies of animals serve as the ideal breeding ground, luring prey with their sweet aromas and leading them to demise through their sugary juices, which in turn nourish the seedlings. After 2 episodes of vomiting, Bai Yue felt utterly drained, her complexion pale as parchment, and her mind plagued with horrific thoughts. It was not difficult to envision that had Lang Xiao returned that afternoon, she might have sprouted entirely within the confines of the kitchen. Lang Xiao, filled with concern, attempted to offer comfort, but was promptly ushered out of the operating room by the medical staff. Doctor Bao then inserted a slender tube into Bai Yue's mouth, while several others restrained her limbs, methodically proceeding with the gastric lavage. Bai Yue instinctively struggled for a moment, but soon acquiesced, faintly sensing something crawling within her stomach, sending shivers down her spine. The sensation was akin to having devoured a bowl of roundworms. Bai Yue vowed never to consume dragon fruit again. More food was siphoned into the receptacle, which had been treated with a plant inhibitor. Yet, the resilient seedlings continued to thrive, filling the container to the brim, resembling a lush green pom-pom, surprisingly aesthetically pleasing at first glance. As the food was extracted, the bloated sensation in her stomach subsided. Dr. Bao administered several washes with a medicinal solution, ensuring that not a single seed remained in her stomach before concluding the procedure. Given the severity of her condition, Bai Yue was assigned to a private room. Lang Xiao, filled with dread, embraced Bai Yue, expressing his remorse for not taking better care of her. He felt a profound regret. Had the revelation of Guoguo's true nature come at the cost of her health, he would have preferred to remain oblivious to the truth. Nevertheless, Guoguo appeared to function normally in other aspects, leaving him perplexed as to why she lacked such fundamental knowledge. Perhaps she had been overly sheltered since childhood. Having endured this ordeal, Bai Yue felt as if she had died once, leaning against Lang Xiao, every breath a struggle. "I'm hungry," she murmured faintly, lamenting that the chicken she had finally managed to eat had been entirely expelled. Fortunately, the chicken had been absorbed by the dragon fruit seeds, remaining undetected by the doctors. Lang Xiao's concern deepened as he gently brushed her bangs aside, softly asking, "What would you like to eat? I'll go get something. How about roasted dragon fruit?" Bai Yue jolted at the suggestion, shaking her head vehemently. "I will never eat that again." At that moment, a cold snort echoed through the room, and Bai Yue looked up to see Dr. Bao, his previously gentle demeanor replaced by an expression as dark as a charred pot. "No food for the next 24 hours. We will start with glucose to replenish your energy." Dr. Leopard, with a frosty demeanor, placed a vial of medicine at the head of Bai Yue's bed. "I understand," replied Wolf Xiao. Then he smiled apologetically at Bai Yue, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "After your discharge, we shall indulge in delightful culinary treats." Bai Yue immediately grasped the implication. The delectable treats Wolf Xiao referred to were indeed meat dishes, and she cheerfully nodded in agreement. Chapter 59. Bullying Xiong Yao. Wolf Xiao furrowed his brow, recalling Dr. Bao's diligent care for Guoguo, and spoke in a relatively calm tone. "This does not concern you." "It does not concern me, but that is contingent upon Guoguo's health," Dr. Bao retorted coldly, fixing a steely gaze upon Wolf Xiao. "I will report this matter to the breeding center." The breeding center? Were there really such establishments among beastmen? It sounded utterly perverse, didn't it? Bai Yue stared blankly at Dr. Bao, who merely smiled back before turning to leave. Wolf Xiao glanced at Bai Yue's expression and, understanding her curiosity, explained, "The breeding center is where I brought you from. They oversee the breeding of beastmen. If they learn that I have you hospitalized, they may pressure me to find you several more males." Bai Yue responded with a sigh. "Indeed, that is quite strange." She shook her head and hugged Wolf Xiao's waist. Saying no, Wolf Xiao chuckled with delight, leaning down to plant a kiss on Bai Yue's forehead. "Why not?" From Wolf Xiao's perspective, Bai Yue rolled her eyes in exasperation. How could an intellectually challenged individual like her possibly respond to such a convoluted question without appearing odd? Wolf Xiao, ever contrary, pressed on. Does Guoguo not wish for more males to be fond of her, like Xiong Yao? This was too much to bear. Bai Yue felt tears welling up. For the sake of her future tranquility, she resolutely shook her head. "No, Upon hearing her words, Wolf Xiao appeared quite pleased, his eyes sparkling with joy. It seems Guo cares for me deeply. Very well. In the spirit of your sincerity, I shall not increase the number in our team. Bai Yue inwardly lamented. What brazen face this wolf has. Fond of bears, huh? I must not let this fellow take pride. Wolf Xiao narrowed his eyes. Bai Yue retreated back onto the bed, silently apologizing to Xiong Yao in her heart, hoping that Wolf Xiao would not go too far. Concerned for Guo, who was alone at home, Xiong Yao returned early that afternoon. As he opened the door, the house was eerily quiet, filling him with delight. Perhaps Wolf Xiao had not yet returned. He could spend some time playing with Guo. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses, causing his heart to race as he followed the scent to the kitchen. Guo? In the kitchen, Xiong Yao found large pools of coagulated, darkened chicken blood. Although he recognized it as chicken blood, the vivid red stung his eyes, leading him to fear that something had happened to Guo. Guo! Xiong Yao searched frantically throughout the house, but upon discovering her absence, his anxiety escalated, and he promptly dialed Wolf Xiao's personal terminal. Out of jealousy, Wolf Xiao hesitated to inform Xiong Yao about Guo, confident that she favored him far more than she did Xiong Yao. Upon seeing that it was Xiong Yao calling, Wolf Xiao tucked Guo in more snugly before answering the call nonchalantly. Have you seen Guo? She is missing, Xiong Yao exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Was Wolf Xiao's indifferent response. Xiong Yao was nearly beside himself with worry as he followed the scent outside. Asking you took her? Where are you? Knowing that Xiong Yao would arrive shortly, Wolf Xiao generously revealed the address, which only deepened Xiong Yao's alarm. The hospital. After concluding the call, Lang Xiao mercilessly ended the conversation. Xiong Yao's steps faltered for a moment, his mind momentarily blank, but he quickly regained his composure and hurriedly sought out his destination. Along the way, Xiong Yao was unaware of how many rushing beastmen he collided with or how many traffic regulations he violated. After all, any deductions and contribution points would also affect Lang Xiao. At long last, he found Guo, who was sound asleep. Chapter 60. Compulsory laws. Xiong Yao's hurried footsteps abruptly slowed, accompanied by a corresponding deceleration in his breath and heartbeat. What was wrong with her? A chill gripped Xiong Yao's heart, his palms growing cold. This was a private room, occupied solely by the three of them. Lang Xiao explained she accidentally ingested raw dragon fruit at home. She just had her stomach pumped. There is no serious issue. A wave of relief washed over Xiong Yao as he quickly seated himself beside Bai Yue, gently touching her face. Feeling her warm skin, his heart steadied somewhat. But what about the blood on the floor? Lang Xiao replied, that was my doing. I was preparing roast chicken. Lang Xiao had no intention of revealing Guo's situation to Xiong Yao. This secret was one only he and Guo needed to share. Xiong Yao felt a sense of ease, his gaze fixated on the pale face of the female, the pain in his eyes unmistakable. It was hard to find solace when his female was coveted by another male. Lang Xiao, recognizing his own limitations, suddenly said, you should tidy up the house. We will return home tomorrow. Reluctantly, Xiong Yao squeezed Bai Yue's small hand resting on the blanket before rising to leave. The following day, as Bai Yue and Lang Xiao returned home, staff from the breeding center arrived at their door. The visitor was a middle-aged male, a bull beast, whose countenance bore a stubborn demeanor, rigid and unyielding. However, Lang Xiao appeared even more unapproachable. Bring the bull beast inside, Lang Xiao said coldly. Speak plainly. The bull beast surveyed the villa, appearing somewhat satisfied with the living conditions. Yet upon recalling the duo's team size from the records, his brows furrowed in concern. Bai Yue peered anxiously from behind the door, nervously biting her fingers. The foolish wolf must hold his ground. You have far too few members in your team. You must increase your numbers. The smallest teams have at least 4 members. Is it not selfish of you to only accept one partner to monopolize the female? The bull beast's fury was palpable as he sensed the hidden female, casting a glance in her direction filled with sorrow and compassion. Bai Yue shivered under his gaze. Hastily averting her eyes, Lang Xiao leaned against the wall, stating bluntly, I am selfish. Are you not? The difference is that I possess the means to be selfish. I alone can provide for her. The bull beast was momentarily speechless, his anger boiling over. Caring for a female requires more than mere sustenance. It demands proper care. Can you two males adequately look after her? Yesterday's bloody lesson should serve as a reminder for Guogua's safety. You must expand your team. Don't wait until disaster strikes to regret your choices. Lang Xiao remained unmoved. Perhaps in the past he would have considered it, but upon realizing Guogua's intelligence, he felt no need to compromise. He trusted she could learn to care for herself. The bull beast, incensed, retorted, "You are utterly obstinate. Then we shall report this to the commander, who will assign powerful beasts to your team." Lang Zhao's expression darkened instantly, casting a cold glare at the bull beast. "As far as I am aware, there is no such law in the beast realm." As the bovine creature was about to speak, the wolf continued. "According to Article 9 of the breeding regulations for beasts, if a couple has been married for 3 months without the female conceiving, and the team consists of fewer than 4 members, it is mandatory to increase the number of team members by at least 1. Those who fail to comply will be subject to government enforcement and face severe penalties." Bai Yue, eavesdropping at the door, was utterly flabbergasted. Does this mean she must conceive the wolf's child within 3 months? No, over a month has already elapsed, leaving her with a mere month to bear the wolf's offspring. Goodness, I was hoping to enjoy a romantic relationship first. Chapter 61. An awkward bath. Wolf Zile was approaching Niu Shou with an icy demeanor, questioning, "It seems I haven't even brought Guogua back for 3 months. By what law do you intend to forcibly increase my team?" Niu Shou, unable to retort, flushed with anger and finally declared, "I will return in a month. By then, if Guogua is not pregnant, be prepared to expand your team." With that, Niu Shou stormed out, slamming the door with a thunderous noise. Bai Yue trembled slightly from the impact, peering out from the doorframe towards Wolf Zile. What are we to do now? This absurd law is utterly inhumane. At the entrance stood a female with plump cheeks and fair skin. Her large apricot-shaped eyes framed by long, curled lashes, which adorned her conventional features, rendering her as adorable as a Barbie doll. When such eyes were tinged with a sense of dependence, it was hard for anyone to refuse her requests. As Wolf Zile gazed at Guo, his inner turmoil dissipated in an instant, and a hint of a smile graced his face. "We didn't bathe yesterday. Let's wash up now," he said as he made his way to the bathroom, neglecting to carry Bai Yue as he usually did. Bai Yue instinctively followed him, and upon hearing the footsteps behind her, Wolf Zile stifled a laugh. "Little one, you've revealed yourself again." The bathtub was filled with warm water, steam rising from the surface, enveloping the bathroom in a hazy mist. Wolf Zile squatted in front of Bai Yue, gently unzipping her pants, yet he did not hasten to remove her clothing. His fingers casually brushed over her most sensitive areas. Bai Yue shivered, her skin prickling with goosebumps, and hurriedly began to undress. "Time for a bath," she declared, stripping down completely and crawling onto the smooth porcelain edge of the bathtub, presenting Wolf Zile with a view of her pert, full backside. "Darn it, it's too high. I can't get in." After more than a month of open intimacy, Bai Yue's sense of modesty around Wolf Zile had dulled. She lifted one leg, making a valiant effort to climb into the tub. In the bright light, her private areas were fully visible, revealing a delicate hue. Wolf Zile felt his breath hitch, his body responding involuntarily as he approached the female before him. Bai Yue believed he was coming to assist her, with her back arched over the tub. Her legs were still in the midst of the climbing motion, resembling a koala yet to learn how to ascend a tree, waiting for her mother's help. Little did she know, Wolf Zile pressed himself against her legs but did not lend a hand. Instead, his arms encircled her waist, his touch lingering on her abdomen, exuding a suggestive warmth. Bai Yue froze, her heart racing wildly within her chest. "Is it time for that, Guowa?" Wolf Zile's voice was hoarse. As he spoke, his hand began to wander inappropriately to her most intimate area. The sensation of his fingers brought a sharp sting, and as that discomfort spread within her, Bai Yue's eyes widened, instinctively kicking her legs. In doing so, she finally tumbled into the bathtub. With a splash, Bai Yue fell into the warm water, flailing about. "Clumsy wolf, help!" Wolf Zile was taken aback for a moment. Then a grin broke across his face. He stepped into the bathtub, effortlessly lifting the slippery Bai Yue back up. Was this truly the female he had seen in the videos? Why was she so clumsy? It seems that her remarkable performance is not merely a testament to her acting skills, but rather an authentic portrayal of her true self. Chapter 62. The Revenge from Wolf Xiao positioned Bai Yue upon his lap, exhaling deeply as he subdued his corporeal desires. Do you know what tomorrow is? Guogua. His voice carried a hint of lingering passion, the warmth of his breath caressing the top of Bai Yue's head, rendering her body as rigid as cured meat. What day is it? Bai Yue perked up, intrigued. Wolf Xiao, aware that Guogua awaited an answer, gently wiped her body with a towel infused with bath essence, stating, "Tomorrow marks the day of city establishment." Ah, so a national day? A grand occasion indeed. Wolf Xiao paused momentarily, leaning closer to her ear, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Thus, we shall mate tomorrow. Even submerged in warm water, Bai Yue found herself unable to soften, her body stiffening uncontrollably once more. If death is to come, let it be swift. A single bullet to the head would suffice. Why prolong the inevitable? The anticipation of death is the most harrowing of all. Tears threatened to spill as Bai Yue silently wished that Wolf Xiao had acted upon his desires earlier. What shall I do tomorrow? The seat beneath her felt uncomfortably hard, a stark contrast to her usual experiences. She recalled the sudden arousal of Xiong Yao and suddenly realized that such a reaction was likely indicative of his intentions. Contemplating Wolf Xiao's dimensions and glancing down at her own petite frame, a deep sense of trepidation enveloped her. Would her sizes align? Modern women have undergone 2 millennia of evolution. If compatibility were an issue, it would have been apparent by now, while she had traversed time directly. Wolf Xiao, however, remained relatively composed, merely exploring her softness with a gentle squeeze, remarking, "The medicine proves effective." After an awkward bath, Bai Yue emerged flushed from head to toe, seeking warmth as she draped herself over a drying chair, hastily darting out barefoot before Wolf Xiao could embrace her. After all, they were alone in the house. As Wolf Xiao exited the bathroom, he prepared Guogua's meal. Upon entering the bedroom, he found Guogua already dressed, her face as flushed as a monkey's rear, a sight that elicited both amusement and tenderness from him. "Come eat. You were just clamoring for food yesterday." He lifted Bai Yue, carrying her out of the bedroom. Seated side by side at the dining table, Bai Yue now had her own designated chair elevated above the others, allowing her to reach the table comfortably. Before her lay only a cup of warm water and a baked potato, devoid of the essential breast enhancement pills she had grown accustomed to during lunchtime. That foolish wolf forgot to bring my medicine. Such poor service. Bai Yue fell silent for a moment, then pointed towards the cabinet where the medicine was stored. Adopting an innocent tone, "Time for my medicine." Medicine. The echo of her words struck Wolf Xiao with unexpected humor, reminiscent of Bai Yue's initial reactions upon arriving. Clearing his throat, he covered his mouth with his fist to suppress a burgeoning smile. With a serious expression, Wolf Xiao replied, "I had completely forgotten. Fortunately, Guogua has a sharp memory. I shall fetch your medicine now." In truth, the doctor had advised against taking the medication for a couple of days, citing its adverse effects on the stomach. However, in a moment of whimsy to amuse Guogua, Wolf Xiao indulged himself, retrieving both the breast enhancement pills and a long-abandoned weight gain pill. "Here, take your medicine." Wolf Xiao first produced a weight gain pill, offering it to Bai Yue's lips. In an effort to administer medicine to Guogua, he meticulously placed the medication within a capsule, yet Guogua still refused to consume it. Observing that Guogua's physique began to gain weight, the medicine was ultimately left aside. Today, Lang Xiao brought out the medication with the intention of teasing her. Bai Yue recognized it as a fattening agent and, naturally, declined to eat it, tightly shutting her lips. "Why won't you eat?" Lang Xiao inquired. Bai Yue responded earnestly. "This is not medicine." "It is medicine," Lang Xiao countered, pouring out a breast enhancement pill. "Will you eat this one?" Bai Yue obediently nodded and opened her mouth, allowing Lang Xiao to feed her. After the pill was swallowed, Lang Xiao asked, "Why will you eat this one? Isn't the foolish wolf being rather talkative today? Something seems amiss." Bai Yue thought, cautiously articulating, "Take your medicine." Obedient Guogua. Lang Xiao pressed his lips tightly together, concealing the laughter that threatened to escape, and said, I switched the bottles of the two medications. Bai Yue was taken aback. This meant she had just consumed the fattening pill? A sudden urge to confront Lang Xiao surged within her. Noticing the female's palpable tension, Lang Xiao, who had cultivated an unshakable demeanor over the years, felt his composure begin to crumble. He quickly tucked away the two bottles and retreated into the kitchen. With his back turned to Bai Yue, Lang Xiao could no longer contain his silent laughter. Bai Yue observed his shoulders shaking, but was oblivious to his amusement. She bent down, her fingers probing her throat, but her resilient stomach did not heed her wishes and refused to expel the contents. Alas, she hoped that consuming one fattening pill would not yield overly potent effects. Chapter 63. The day of city building. After finishing their meal, Bai Yue resolutely ignored Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao had no choice but to confess. In truth, the medicine hasn't been changed. What you consumed was actually a breast enhancement pill. As he spoke, Lang Xiao could no longer suppress his laughter at Bai Yue's reaction. It turned out that Guo merely wished to enhance her bust, not her entire physique. Bai Yue, with eyes resembling those of dead fish, shot a look at Lang Xiao, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me?" Her anger, once ignited, would have grave consequences. In a fit of rage, while Lang Xiao was momentarily distracted, she upended the bookshelf, rummaged through the trash bin, and emptied the wardrobe, executing a series of actions that even a fool might undertake with remarkable zeal. Yet, Lang Xiao remained unfazed, treating Bai Yue's home as a mere plaything, which only deepened her frustration. The following day, the city buzzed with excitement. Early in the morning, the streets were filled with the cacophony of youthful cries. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the space and dispelling the chill. The bed began to warm, and a slender, pale arm emerged from beneath the covers. Exhausted from the previous day's antics, Bai Yue slept soundly, undisturbed by the clamor surrounding her. Lang Xiao quietly approached the bedside, gently calling, "Guo, it's time to rise." However, Bai Yue merely turned over, continuing her slumber. As he selected clothes for her, Lang Xiao remarked, "Today is the day of city building. Didn't we agree to prepare food together?" Upon hearing those words, Bai Yue jolted awake, her eyes snapping open. It seemed that the foolish wolf had mentioned the day of city building in connection with her. Surely this must be a dream. Regardless of its authenticity, she was startled enough to sit up, clutching her blanket tightly. Guo is so obedient. Although aware that Guo was merely feigning ignorance, Lang Xiao could not help but speak to her in the most indulgent tone, unzipping the garment and draping it over Bai Yue. After freshening up, they headed to the kitchen together. Xiong Yao, following Lang Xiao's instructions, had captured various animals, including mice, the day prior. Currently, the most abundant and common creatures were indeed the rodents. However, these mice were significantly larger than those recorded 2,000 years ago, comparable in size to rabbits. They fed on vegetation and excelled at burrowing into plants, rendering them formidable foes of flora. Fortunately, due to their diet of clean food, they harbored no diseases. At that moment, Xiong Yao was in the process of plucking the fur from the mice, employing the same method Bai Yue used for chickens, soaking them in hot water. Although effective for mice, the process was slow due to their fine and abundant fur. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiong Yao looked up, his gaze softening instantly. "Guo, Xiong." Bai Yue greeted with a smile, her eyes drifting to the animals soaking in hot water, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. Why were they also using hot water? What a coincidence! Speaking of which, how had Lang Xiao returned so abruptly that day? It was as though he had rushed back to rescue her. With that thought, Bai Yue instinctively glanced around the kitchen, inspecting the corners. Lang Xiao was taken aback. Guo had suspected so quickly. However, it was said that females had considerably poor eyesight, incapable of detecting even the tiniest pinhole camera that males would struggle to notice. Lang Xiao crouched beside Bai Yue at the wash basin and said, "This will be our breakfast today. Do you wish to try it?" Bai Yue's attention was immediately drawn to the ingredients. The mouse measured 1/2 meter in length, and she initially mistook it for a rabbit. She nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "What a truly large rabbit!" However, the long tail was quite repulsive, resembling that of snake. The three of them, with hands moving in a flurry, began to pluck the fur, rendering the mouse's skin grotesquely raw, and the fur was far from fully removed. resulting in a sight that was distressingly unbearable. "Let us roast it as it is. It's certainly better than leaving it unprepared," remarked Xiong Yao. Chapter 64. Roasted Mouse. Bai Yue furrowed her brow, preparing to use a knife to scrape off the fur, when suddenly, Lang Xiao seized the mouse. His fingers digging into its skin, and with a swift motion, he peeled the entire hide away. Bai Yue. Xiong Yao. Perhaps the primal instincts of a carnivore had erupted. Lang Xiao's technique was both fierce and deft, akin to undressing Bai Yue, leaving the mouse entirely bare and bloodied. Bai Yue shivered, feeling as though she was about to be haunted by this sight. Xiong Yao was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mix of disgust and sympathy. The Beastmen, who consumed only plant life and regarded animals as kin, had established an ordinary animal protection law. Witnessing Lang Xiao's actions, Xiong Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "You're truly perverse." Bai Yue silently concurred. "Is it so?" Lang Xiao maintained a stoic demeanor, appearing even more nonchalant than Bai Yue, truly deserving of his status as a born predator. Though somewhat ruthless, one could not deny the efficiency of his method. After thoroughly cleaning the mouse, he evenly seasoned it with salt and placed it into the oven. The final product was utterly delightful, exuding an enticing aroma that filled the entire room. Bai Yue, no longer repulsed, devoured it without a trace of guilt, even taking on the tail that had previously appeared unappetizing. Xiong Yao, too, found himself succumbing to the influence of Lang Xiao, oddly relishing the experience. The roasted meat, seasoned solely with salt, was an exquisite delicacy for the Beastman, who had seldom tasted flesh, yet to Bai Yue, it felt rather bland. With the desire for meat momentarily satiated, she began to yearn for more food, boiled, fried, deep-fried, steamed. Consequently, Bai Yue found herself pondering whether to reveal the truth to Lang Xiao, seeking his assistance in crafting cooking utensils. Such is the plight of a foodie, willing to barter anything for a morsel. Ding dong. As Bai Yue wrestled with her thoughts, the doorbell rang. The three paused, glancing toward the entrance, and then, in unison, shifted the scene to the kitchen. Lion Yu, carrying Yuan, repeatedly pressed the doorbell. Lang Xiao opened the courtyard door, asking, "What brings you here?" "It's a festive day. Let us liven things up," Lion Yu replied with familiarity, sidestepping past Lang Xiao without waiting for consent. Lang Xiao furrowed his brow, but, recalling how much Guogua had enjoyed her time at Lion Yu's home, restrained his impulse to shoo them away. Upon entering, Lion Yu immediately caught a whiff of the delectable meat, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a cat detecting fish. "What's that smell?" he inquired, hastening his steps toward the kitchen. Lang Xiao's frown deepened as he hurried to catch up, but he was too late to intervene. Lion Yu had already dashed to the doorway. "What are you eating?" Lion Yu excitedly asked, colliding with Bai Yue, who stood at the entrance. He instinctively steadied her. Bai Yue's face was smeared with oil, the faint aroma of meat lingering above. Unable to resist, Lion Yu leaned closer to sniff, and suddenly, he leaned in to lick her. Bai Yue, startled, prepared to step back, but her body was whisked away by Xiong Yao, leaving Lion Yu to lick at empty air. Chapter 65. Hide and seek. Xiong Yao lifted Bai Yue into his arms and casually swatted Lion Yu with a paw. Roar! Only then did Lion Yu snap back to reality, hastily retreating as a powerful gust swept past his face, narrowly avoiding the bear's strike. The bear, impulsive and irritable, felt deeply provoked by Lion Yu's frivolous behavior towards Guogua. As the two beasts, each cradling a female, appeared ready to clash, Lang Xiao arrived just in time. "Take it outside. Don't damage the furniture," Lang Xiao remarked coldly, taking Guogua from Xiong Yao's embrace. "Hey, I didn't come here to fight," Lion Yu quickly declared, sniffing the air. "What kind of food did you make? Is it from some fatty tree? Did you chop it down and roast it yourself? It smells divine. What kind of tree is it? I want to chop a few branches and roast them too." "A secret," Lang Xiao replied bluntly. Bai Yue's mouth twitched as she was taken aback by the notion that beastmen considered plants as their food. Yuan was also looking around when she suddenly exclaimed, "It smells so good." Her tone mirrored Lion Yu's earlier words, clearly a phrase she had just learned, drawing the attention of everyone, including Bai Yue. It seemed Yuan truly desired to eat. Since adopting Guogua, Lang Xiao had become much kinder towards the females. Noticing this, he turned to Xiong Yao and asked, "Is there more? If so, let Yuan Yuan have a little." "All right," Xiong Yao replied. Yuan Yuan was salivating at the thought, and as Lion Yu set her down, he too wished to join them in the kitchen for the delicious food, but was forcibly pulled away by Lang Xiao. The three of them squatted in the kitchen, finishing off the remaining roasted meat. Yuan Yuan's look of satisfaction made Bai Yue worry about Lion Yu. It appeared Yuan Yuan would likely pester Lion Yu frequently in the future. One could only wonder if indulging Yuan Yuan was a blessing or a curse. After their meal, Yuan Yuan's attitude towards Bai Yue underwent a complete transformation. She began to treat her as a leader, following her everywhere. This newfound regard greatly benefited Bai Yue, as it kept Lang Xiao from bothering her throughout the day, though the price was spending an entire day playing hide and seek with Yuan Yuan. Yet, the inevitable approached. No matter how well Bai Yue and Yuan Yuan played together, everyone still had to return to their respective homes and beds as night fell. As dusk approached, Bai Yue squeezed herself into the top compartment of the wardrobe, contorting her body almost like a game of Tetris. "Yuan Yuan, it's time to go home," Lion Yu's voice echoed from a distance. After searching for a solid half hour, Yuan Yuan persistently replied, "Looking for Guogua." "Cici, looking for Guogua." "Yuan Yuan, let's find him tomorrow," Lion Yu said, as their voices gradually faded away. Bai Yue remained motionless, her breathing lighter than before. Recalling the hard object pressed against her rear yesterday, she felt a twinge of fear, deciding it was best to sleep nestled in this space for the night. Guogua. The search shifted to Lang Xiao and Xiong Yao. The house was pervaded by Bai Yu's scent, despite their keen sense of smell. The two males could only search diligently and patiently. Xiong Yao called out in a steady voice, "Yuan Yuan has gone home. You can come out now." After a long silence without a reply, Lang Xiao chuckled. "It seems the little one is hiding from me. You should go to sleep. I'll search for her myself." Lang Xiao said. Xiong Yao was reluctant, yet unwilling to stir up discord over such trivial matters with Lang Xiao, so he retreated to his room. Lang Xiao glanced around. The sky had darkened, and the temperature had plummeted. Guogua, being so astute, would undoubtedly seek a warm refuge. Thus, he returned to the bedroom. Where could Guogua be? Lang Xiao's voice echoed within the confines of the room. Bai Yue held her breath, daring not to make a sound. The sound of Lang Xiao's toenails, hard and unyielding, striking the floor, produced a distinct clattering noise. Each step resonated like a thud against Bai Yu's heart, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Chapter 66. Hide and Seek 2. I have figured it out. Guogua must be hiding in the wardrobe, Wolf Xiao declared with certainty, and the footsteps indeed drew nearer, almost echoing in Bai Yu's ears. Bai Yu's heart raced to her throat, her eyes wide open as she focused intently on the sounds outside in the darkness. With a rustle, the wardrobe door swung open, revealing neatly hung clothes within. Wolf Xiao reached in and waved his hand, exclaiming, "Oh, not here." Bai Yue let out a sigh of relief, drenched in sweat from the fright. The wardrobe door opened by Wolf Xiao was right below Bai Yue. The space where she was concealed was merely a small storage cabinet, so diminutive that one would scarcely believe a person could hide inside. Wolf Xiao was not disheartened. He did not expect Guogua to hide in such an obvious place. If she wasn't in the wardrobe, she must surely be beneath the bed. Wolf Xiao approached the large bed step by step, swiftly lifting the bedspread. Yet there was still nothing. Puzzled, Wolf Xiao wondered. Since the only warm clothing was in the bedroom, Guogua wouldn't have gone elsewhere. Could she be hiding in Xiong Yao's room? Was she not here? His gaze scanned every corner of the room. Bai Yue crouched in the cabinet, stifling her laughter. "Ha ha ha. Foolish wolf." Wolf Xiao's ears twitched as he suddenly fixed his piercing gaze on the small compartment above the wardrobe. The joy of the moment was soon to be followed by despair. Bai Yue still grinned, her breathing slightly heavy, which was inevitably captured by Wolf Xiao's keen ears. He was momentarily taken aback, then quickly approached, and before Bai Yue could react, he flung the cabinet door open with a crash. Bai Yu's face still bore a bright smile, abruptly exposed to the light. And in an instant it should be said that the entire bundle of her was frozen in place. Wolf Xiao was equally dumbfounded. The cabinet was nearly filled to capacity with the female figure, leaving him at a loss as to how to extricate this mass without harm. It seemed safer to dismantle the cabinet. How'd you get in there? Wolf Xiao asked after a moment of speechlessness. Bai Yue replied, somewhat exasperated, foolish wolf. Wolf Xiao did not contest this. He simply could not reconcile the image of a person with such a small storage cabinet. He had lost. Struggling, Wolf Xiao managed to insert his hand into the gap of the cabinet, pulling Bai Yue out like a drawer. It took him a full minute to extricate her. Bai Yue felt all her bones ache from being cramped and stretched her limbs, collapsing onto the bed, too lazy to move. Emerging from the tiny cabinet, she suddenly felt so much larger in her newfound space. Wolf Xiao returned everything to its rightful place, then leaned against the wardrobe with a bemused smile. Observing Bai Yue, why did you hide from me? Bai Yue looked up at Wolf Xiao with innocent eyes. I'm just a simpleton. I don't understand. Truly do not understand? Wolf Xiao slowly approached the bed, one hand resting beside Bai Yue's neck, his tone taking on a suggestive quality. Then I shall continue. As he spoke, Wolf Xiao pressed down upon the soft, delicate form of the female, his hand brushing against the zipper beneath her tail. Thump, 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 Bai Yue's heart raced. Her body stiffened like a piece of wax. Yet, Wolf Xiao regarded her with a gentle smile. He was eager to see how long Guogua could hold her tongue. He comprehends Guogua's clandestine approach to concealing her intelligence. During this period, the emergence of a healthy female is paramount. It is not merely about the orcs procreating, but rather about the birth of more healthy females. Should her vitality be made public, she would become estranged from a conventional family, relegated merely to the role of a breeding machine. The moment Guogua chooses to reveal this secret to him will signify that he has been wholly accepted and trusted by her, a day he eagerly anticipates. Oh my, it is already 3:30. Nevertheless, I have been diligently writing without any idleness. Tomorrow, I shall ensure an update precisely at noon. If I fail to do so, you may as well call me white-headed lazy instead of white-headed dream. Chapter 67. Overwhelmed, the rhythmic sound of heartbeats resonated between the two bodies, each pulse distinct. One was rapid and ethereal, while the other was steady and robust. Bai Yue felt a surge of tension as her lips parted slightly, her gaze fixed intently upon Lang Xiao above her. Could it truly be this simple? Perhaps it was rather delightful. After all, she had no intention of parting from him. With this thought, Bai Yue turned her head aside, adopting an expression of resignation as if awaiting what was to come. Lang Xiao, initially teasing the female, suddenly found his breath quickening, unable to suppress a gulp. His eyes were riveted on the female beneath him, akin to a hunter eyeing prime prey, parched and yearning, overwhelmed by an impulse to consume her entirely. This urge had begun the moment he arrived at Guogua's home, intensifying with each passing day until it reached its zenith. Guo, Lang Xiao's voice emerged hoarse, still seeking confirmation from her. Bai Yue cast him a fleeting glance before her gaze fell once more upon the bedding beside them. Lang Xiao could sense her heartbeat escalating. Drawing in a ragged breath, Lang Xiao abruptly pulled Bai Yue toward the center of the bed, unzipping the solitary fastener on her garment. The sound of the zipper echoed like a piercing insect, subtle yet impossible to ignore. A sudden chill enveloped Bai Yue, only to be swiftly countered by a warm hand that shielded her from the coolness. Instinctively, she tightened her legs, inadvertently clutching Lang Xiao's body, which sent a wave of exhilaration through him. His silver-gray eyes glinted with a predatory light, yet his expression remained restrained. I am here, Lang Xiao whispered into Bai Yue's ear, the sensations igniting within him akin to a searing iron brand, evoking a sensation of being scorched within her. Bai Yue, paralyzed by tension, found her throat stiffening. Her hands, resting on Lang Xiao's waist, instinctively tightened, bracing for what was to come, both anxious and expectant. Would it truly be painful, as first times often are? She wondered how much it would hurt, hoping it would not be too severe. Suddenly, Bai Yue felt a lightness as Lang Xiao slightly withdrew from her. After all, it was his first time as well, and the limited space he could explore felt constricting. Bai Yue couldn't resist peering over, her eyes widening in shock at the sight before her. What was that? It was nothing like what she had seen during their bath. At that moment, it appeared to have doubled in size, a vivid and unadorned entity, reminiscent of a skinned animal limb. The astonishment in Bai Yue's eyes gradually morphed into terror, Her body instinctively recoiled, and her arms pressed against the surface, yearning to escape. Lang Zhao's lower body pressed down, firmly anchoring Bai Yue's legs in place. He had cared for her for over a month and had gained some understanding of her physique. Bai Yue's wide-eyed gaze was met with a striking visual impact. Her slender frame, a result of prolonged malnutrition, had gained some flesh over the past month. Yet her legs remained exceedingly thin. Lang Zhao looked up at Bai Yue, tenderly ruffling her hair in a show of affection. Chapter 68. The agonizing first night. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through Bai Yue's lower body, causing her to tense up, emitting a whimper akin to that of a young beast. Lang Zhao's movements were exceedingly slow. He too was not faring any better, as the female's body was both tight and anxious, constricting around him painfully. With the position secured, Lang Zhao pressed down on Bai Yue, continuing to enter based on instinct. Bai Yue's eyes glistened with tears as the pain intensified with each thrust, akin to being stabbed. No, perhaps a knife would not have been as agonizing. At least a clean cut would be swift. This felt more like a slow torture, amplifying the pain with each deliberate movement. She wished Lang Zhao would hasten his pace. Enduring prolonged agony seemed less desirable than a quick suffering. Summoning her courage, Bai Yue sank her body down slightly, providing Lang Zhao with a sense of compliance. Encouraged by this silent communication, Lang Zhao inhaled deeply and thrust forward in unison. A piercing scream erupted from Bai Yue, resonating throughout the villa. Xiong Yao, resting in bed, was startled awake by the sound, his body jolting upright. Upon rushing out of the bedroom, he was met with the sound of Bai Yue's anguished cries. Startled by Bai Yue's scream, Lang Zhao instinctively withdrew, exacerbating her pain, which caused her to break down in tears. As he pulled out, a few drops of fresh blood accompanied him, staining the cream-colored blanket with crimson spots. More blood flowed from Bai Yue, quickly soaking the bedding in a shocking scarlet hue. Lang Zhao knelt beside the bed, momentarily stunned by the sight of blood. And before he could react, Xiong Yao burst through the door. "What happened to Guohua?" he exclaimed, rushing to the bedside, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before him. Bai Yue, however, reacted swiftly, crying as she hurriedly closed her legs to cover herself. She shifted back slightly, smearing the blood and leaving a trail of shocking red. "What have you done?" Xiong Yao shouted in anger. Lang Zhao regained his composure, hastily putting on his trousers and scooping up Guohua. "We need to go to the hospital." With that, Lang Zhao dashed past Xiong Yao, carrying Guohua in his arms. Xiong Yao quickly followed, promptly notifying Dr. Bao. As Lang Zhao ran, Bai Yue wept, trying to zip up her clothing amidst her sobs. How foolish of Lang Zhao not to realize that leaving his zipper down would let the cold air in. If she were truly incompetent, she would catch a cold. Nighttime was the most vulnerable period for the plants, and a time when the Beastmen felt the most at ease, leading to more lively activities. This evening was particularly bustling, being the founding day of the city. Bai Yue's cries drew the attention of many Beastmen, sparking whispers of suspicion. Upon arriving at the hospital, Bai Yue's tears had subsided, yet she was still unable to quell her sobs, her eyes resembling those of a rabbit. Dr. Bao approached urgently. "What has happened?" Lang Zhao replied, his voice frantic. "We were mating tonight, and as soon as we began, she started to bleed." Dr. Bao furrowed his brows upon witnessing Guogua's intense crying, realizing the gravity of the situation. He promptly stated, "Let us proceed to the examination room." The four of them made their way to the obstetrics and gynecology examination room. Chapter 69. Atavism. Before the examination even began, Dr. Leopard was taken aback by the bloodstains on Bai Yue's pants. So much blood had been lost? From his tone, it seemed to indicate a grave situation. What had initially been mere pain now ignited a flicker of concern within her. Could something be irreparably damaged? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, tears began to flow silently, causing the ever-watchful Lang Zhao's heart to ache painfully. "It's my fault," Lang Zhao murmured, embracing Bai Yue. Xiong Yao assisted Dr. Leopard in unzipping Bai Yue's pants, and despite the tension in the room, Bai Yue's shyness was momentarily forgotten. In that brief interval, the swelling in her intimate area had grown significantly, complicating the examination, yet did not deter the highly skilled Dr. Leopard. "What is wrong with her? Is the injury severe?" Will there be lasting effects? Lang Xiao inquired anxiously. Dr. Leopard's expression darkened further, and his countenance frightened Bai Yue, as if she were teetering on the brink of death. How did this happen? Why is she injured to such an extent? Didn't Tiu apply any ointment beforehand? Doctor. Leopard's voice seethed with suppressed anger. Both Lang Xiao and Bai Yue were taken aback, with Lang Xiao asking, what ointment should have been used? Dr. Leopard replied, a softening and aphrodisiac ointment. Haven't you taken the foundational course on breeding females? This statement was nearly a shout, and the veins on his forehead pulsed visibly. I knew something was amiss. I have never seen anyone injured worse than her. His frustration towards the uninformed Beastmen was palpable. They neglected their studies and expected him, a doctor, to offer remedial lessons. I've completed all courses, Lang Xiao asserted, then hesitated, his voice uncertain, except for the accompanying mating guide DVD. The image on the DVD of a female so rotund that she resembled a ball bore no resemblance to Guova, prompting Lang Xiao to dismiss it entirely. Doctor. Leopard was momentarily speechless before quietly stating, that is the most crucial knowledge from the breeding course. Lang Xiao, Bai Yue, Xiangyao, having never encountered the legendary mating guide, could only marvel in confusion. Dr. Leopard, disinterested in further conversation with Lang Xiao, focused on treating the injuries. Suddenly, he halted, sharply inhaling. Is this her first time? Dr. Leopard abruptly looked up at Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao replied uncertainly, it should be. It was no secret that some beastmen bullied females within the breeding center, and this issue persisted despite prohibition. They had no means to discern the truth. Hence, when purchasing females, they merely ensured they appeared unscathed. Dr. Leopard set down the instruments and stared at Bai Yue in disbelief for a protracted moment. I once read in an ancient medical text that 2,000 years ago, a female's membrane would rupture upon her first mating, which closely resembles her condition. Bai Yue. So, it seems that females have indeed evolved. Therefore, she is actually fine? What does that mean? Lang Xiao's furrowed brow remained tense. His concern solely for Guogua's well-being, unaffected by the notion of her first mating. Dr. Leopard continued, this appears to be an atavistic phenomenon. Each generation of females is less robust, and atavism is undoubtedly a positive occurrence. Upon saying this, Dr. Bao gazed thoughtfully at Bai Yue and remarked, no wonder her health is so robust. Lang Xiao initially exhaled in relief. Then, with a serious demeanor, kissed Bai Yue's forehead and earnestly addressed Dr. Bao. I trust you will maintain confidentiality regarding her medical records. Dr. Bao cast a glance at Lang Xiao, clearly sensing a hint of intimidation and menace. Chapter 70. Watching together, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew oppressive. After a moment of contemplative silence, Dr. Leopard replied in a low voice, I will. Wolf Knox shot him a sidelong glance. This leopard beast might currently keep secrets in order to independently investigate Guogua's body, but once he achieved results, it was uncertain what would happen. Either he would be killed, or before he could announce his findings, they would ascend to the highest echelons of Safety City. Let us depart, Wolf Knox said to Xiangyao, adjusting Bai Yue's clothing before lifting her effortlessly into his arms. As they exited, he duly credited a significant amount of contributions. At home, the primary expenditures stemmed from Bai Yue's sustenance and medical expenses, while the costs for Wolf Knox and Xiangyao were nearly negligible. Upon returning home, Wolf Knox first washed Guogua's body, dressed her in clean garments, and gently placed her upon the bed. Today I have erred. Next time, I shall ensure my research is thorough before proceeding, he murmured softly, nuzzling Bai Yue's face. Umph, was Bai Yue's retort, a cold huff escaping her lips. The lingering pain in her body, mingling with the coolness of the medicine, was intensely discomforting, and she felt a surge of anger directed at the source of her plight. Tenderly, Wolf Knox licked Bai Yue's swollen eyes just as a knock echoed at the door. It's unlocked, Wolf Knox announced. Xiangyao entered, casting a glance at the female resting on the bed, feeling exposed at his gaze. Bai Yue instinctively pulled the covers up to her face, hiding her embarrassment. After a prolonged silence, Xiangyao suddenly broke the quiet with a startling declaration. I shall go kill him. Bai Yue gasped, bewildered. Who are you speaking of? When did we become enemies? Is it Dr. Leopard? As expected, Wolf Knox's response provided clarity. Not for now, he said, gently patting the body under the covers. Murder carries a sentence of over a year. This household still requires your assistance, and I have no desire to recruit additional members. Bai Yue silently agreed. They could not afford to add anyone else, especially with the dangers posed to Guogua. It is too perilous for Guogua, Xiong Yao remarked, his brow furrowed. Wolf Knox's hand, which had been rhythmically patting Bai Yue's body, slowed as he declared solemnly, For Guogua, I will surely defeat Lion Authority and ascend as the leader. No one shall dare to harm her. Xiong Yao pressed his lips together, ultimately refraining from further comment. Wolf Knox continued, Starting tomorrow, you will care for Guogua at home while I begin my training. All right, Bai Yue replied, moved by Wolf Knox's words. Despite the pain coursing through her, it seemed to fade into the background. She reached beneath the bedding and retrieved a transparent crystal. Consuming a single crystal alleviated her pain significantly. She had been taking one daily, as it provided some aid to her mental fortitude, though her supply was dwindling, necessitating another opportunity to procure more. What could Wolf Knox be doing? It had been quite some time without any sign of activity. Bai Yue cautiously peeked out, just in time to see Wolf Knox withdrawing a disc imprinted with an image of a bare body from the cabinet. Could this possibly be the legendary mating guide? At that moment, Wolf Knox suddenly turned around, catching Bai Yue in the act of spying. Wolf smiled playfully and approached, lifting Bai Yue into his arms as we watched together. Who will want to watch a movie with you? Chapter 71. Watching Together, Part 2. Noticing Bai Yue's embarrassment, a faint smirk tugged at Wolf Nitro's lips before he quickly suppressed it. With an air of solemnity, he carried her to the desk beside the computer. Soon, the screen displayed the female protagonist from the disc cover, a pale, plump figure seated on the bed, gnawing on a piece of softwood. Several Beastmen appeared in the frame, approaching her. Oh no! Bai Yue covered her face with her hands. This is way too explicit. Wolf Nitro chuckled lowly, the vibrations of his chest resonating against Bai Yue's back. Sensing his teasing, she turned and bit his neck in retaliation. Wolf Nitro's body tensed instantly, the muscles in his neck bulging, making Bai Yue's teeth ache. The neck and abdomen were vital weak points for most species, sensitive areas akin to forbidden scales, where even the slightest touch could provoke retaliation. Startled, Bai Yue thought she had angered him and was about to release her grip when Wolf Nitro relaxed again. He forced himself to grow accustomed to her touch, then let out another soft laugh, his lips brushing against her ear. Guogua, are you blushing? Gore. Her response was another fiercer bite. As the two interacted, the figures on the screen remained equally busy. Though Bai Yue could avert her eyes, she couldn't block out the sounds, the female's panicked cries and the male's instructional murmurs. 2 hands to hold her arms, 2 to grip her legs. This prevents resistance in the early stages. If manpower is insufficient, consider purchasing a bedding set. A bedding set? The name sounded innocent enough, yet somehow carried an indecent implication. Too embarrassed to look at the screen, Bai Yue stole a glance at Wolf Nitro instead, only to find him nodding thoughtfully, as if absorbing valuable knowledge. Suddenly, I feel like hitting a wolf. Don't you dare buy that. Place a pillow beneath her. Apply the medicine evenly and wait 3 minutes. The instructional voice continued. The female's whimpers still laced with fear. After roughly 3 minutes, her tone shifted noticeably. Bai Yue could practically envision her throwing herself forward eagerly. Damn, is this some kind of aphrodisiac? Is a child conceived under these circumstances even healthy? Then came the male's ragged breaths, followed by the rhythmic slapping of flesh. Bai Yue's face burned crimson. She squirmed, attempting to slide off Wolf Nitro's lap, but failed, only succeeding in awakening the dormant beast beneath her, now rigid against her. Guogua. Wolf Nitro's voice was hoarse, his hand slipping beneath her collar to trace the smooth curve of her back. Every hair on Bai Yue's body stood on end, her heart pounding wildly. The forgotten pain suddenly flared again. It hurts. She looked up nervously, fearing he might push further tonight. Before her vision could focus, his lips crashed against hers in a searing kiss. MMPH. Wolf Nitro mimicked the actions from the video, applying them to his own mate. By the time the kiss ended, his lower body was steel hard, yet he made no move to violate her, only pressing her tightly against himself. Bai Yue's lips were swollen from the kiss, her mind clouded, and she inadvertently glanced at the computer screen. Upon discerning the image displayed, her expression shattered instantly, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. The shock reverberated within her. Indeed, it was rather explicit, with a plethora of masculine figures taking advantage on the bed. Bai Yue's body stiffened. She leapt off the wolf-like man's lap and promptly threw herself onto the bed, burrowing into the covers, refusing to emerge again. Chapter 72. The five-piece bedding set. Wang Xiao exhaled a deep breath, suppressing his desires as he lowered the volume of the video. "Gua Gua, are you ready to sleep?" His voice, laced with a hint of longing, was slightly hoarse, yet his mind was clear. Bai Yue chose to ignore him. Approaching the bedside, Wang Xiao slipped his hand under the covers. "You should change before sleeping. You've been walking on the floor, and your feet are dusty." Bai Yue shifted to the middle of the bed, evading Wang Xiao's intrusive hand. The covers formed a small mound, and soon, a bodysuit was kicked out from beneath them. In this era, shoes had become a relic of the past, as the hardened skin of Beastman's feet could easily withstand daily endeavors. Consequently, footwear had vanished from history, leaving only traces in dusty tones. Thus, females generally slept in the nude, unless they had just bathed and donned fresh garments. Bai Yue nostalgically reminisced about the days of wearing shoes, especially when lying next to the foolish wolf who harbored ulterior motives. Wang Xiao chuckled softly, setting aside Gua Gua's clothes before resuming his seat at the computer. Without Gua Gua's presence, watching the video felt akin to viewing a meticulously crafted educational film, albeit it was indeed an educational film. The presentation was concise, summarizing only the critical steps while omitting the superfluous details, with the entire duration barely spanning 10 minutes. At the conclusion, the narrator reiterated the mention of the four-piece set, specifically noting that wolf beasts were exceptions and were required to purchase the five-piece set. Wang Xiao closed the video and promptly navigated to a shopping website, ordering a bedding ensemble. The following day, Bai Yue, still in a daze, stretched languidly only to feel discomfort below. Instantly alert, she reached down, and last night's memories flooded back. "Oh my!" Bai Yue peered around, relieved to find Wang Xiao absent. Clutching the blanket tightly, she rolled around on the bed in a frenzy. "Has Gua Gua woken up?" came the sudden voice of Xiongya. By the time he finished speaking, he had already entered the bedroom. Bai Yue immediately ceased her frantic movements and sat up. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Xiao had already dressed her. Xiongya grinned widely, while Bai Yue felt a twinge of anxiety. The night before, Wang Xiao had warned her that Xiongya would be taking care of her today, repeatedly cautioning her to avoid letting him take advantage, sharing tales of how, in the absence of the captain, many females had faced unwanted advances from team members. Bai Yue had genuinely been intimidated by his warnings. Xiongya, still smiling, gently lifted Bai Yue from the bed. He intended to carry her outside, but she twisted her body to indicate her desire to walk on her own. Fortunately, Xiongya was a considerate soul and set her down. "Do you wish to walk? Let's head to the restroom. We need to brush our teeth and wash our faces," he said, taking her hand. As Bai Yue took her first step, her body protested. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Had she known, she would have let Xiongya carry her. When Xiongya glanced her way, she composed herself and proceeded more gracefully. In the restroom, Bai Yue obediently stood at the sink on the designated footrest for females, allowing Xiongya to assist her in brushing her teeth, washing her face, and applying skincare products. Having grown accustomed to this way of life, Bai Yue felt that she would struggle to survive alone in the future. Every morning, she followed her routine of relieving herself. Xiong Yao accompanied her closely, and she was unsure of how to send him away. Eventually, unable to hold it any longer, she had no choice but to squat over the toilet in his presence. "Do you want me to carry you?" In the spacious restroom, Xiong Yao noticed that Gua Gua's squatting position appeared uncomfortable, and he stepped forward to offer assistance. Chapter 73. Baked Steamed Egg. "No," Bai Yue instinctively shouted. As soon as she uttered the words, a wave of anxiety washed over her, prompting her to glance at Xiong Yao's expression. Noticing that he appeared unfazed, she felt a sense of relief. Xiong Yao stood still, arms outstretched, ready to assist Bai Yue at any moment. The presence of a large man watching her in the restroom made Bai Yue feel quite anxious, and it took her considerable time to finally relieve herself. However, at the very outset, a sharp pain surged from her intimate area, causing her to involuntarily gasp. Xiong Yao squatted down, concern etched on his face. Is it still hurting? Enduring the discomfort, Bai Yue hurriedly finished and, having pulled up her pants, prepared to fasten her zipper, only to be swept up in Xiong Yao's arms. Xiong! She exclaimed in a flustered tone. He explained, the doctor said that washing with warm water after relieving oneself would alleviate the pain. Understanding now, Bai Yue relaxed her body. True to his word, Xiong Yao carried her to the bathroom to rinse with warm water, then helped her dress without any inappropriate advances. It is worth noting that females often find themselves at a disadvantage. Even if something untoward were to occur, they typically could not voice it, leaving it shrouded in secrecy. Xiong Yao's restraint demonstrated his virtuous character. Bai Yue's admiration for him deepened, along with her guilt, for she had been raised in a monogamous environment and had no intention of accepting more than one husband unless absolutely necessary. What would Guo like to eat today? Xiong Yao inquired cheerfully as he made his way to the kitchen. Bai Yue felt her appetite stir and began to ponder. Eggs. Do you want chicken eggs? Xiong Yao placed her on a chair beside the dining table. I'll go check the yard to see if the chickens have laid any. He turned and left. Bai Yue hopped off the chair and dashed to the kitchen to watch. By the time Xiong Yao returned with 2 eggs, Bai Yue was eagerly waiting at the kitchen door, holding a bowl and utensils. Xiong Yao chuckled. It's not ready yet. Let me bake them first. Bai Yue was not fond of baked eggs, finding the yolk somewhat choking, and she seized Xiong Yao's arm to snatch the eggs. I want the eggs. Reluctant to refuse her, Xiong Yao handed them over, cautioning, be careful not to drop them. They'll break. Bai Yue crouched down, cracking both eggs into a large bowl. Xiong Yao silently rose once more to fetch more eggs. When he returned, he found Bai Yue had added a generous amount of water and salt to the bowl, creating a mixture for steamed eggs. Having been sent to a mental institution, her memories of home were particularly vivid, and making steamed eggs was a task she often undertook with her mother. Once the egg mixture was prepared, it could simply be steamed in a rice cooker, and the oven should work similarly. Xiong Yao observed Bai Yue's efforts, slightly taken aback. What are you doing it this way? Planning to bake it and drink it? Leaning down to sniff the egg mixture, he found the aroma quite appealing. Then let me help you bake it. Bai Yue nodded with delight. Xiong Yao truly was considerate. 20 minutes later, the oven beeped. Bai Yue and Xiong Yao hurried over, and as the oven door opened, Xiong Yao stood in stunned silence. Wasn't tea just a bowl of water? How did it turn into a solid? Bai Yue swallowed nervously, urging him, let us eat. Xiong Yao was utterly astonishing. He cast a glance at Bai Yue, who was carrying food towards the dining table. Regardless, it was imperative for Guo to eat. The roasted egg was a remarkable success, indistinguishable in flavor from the steamed version, yet adorned with a layer of beautifully charred golden brown on the surface, enhancing its texture. Bai Yue indulged in the dish, savoring each bite with delightful relish, evoking an appetite in those who observed her. A rather exaggerated sound of gulping echoed into Bai Yue's ears. She turned her gaze towards the side, meeting the eyes of Xiong Yao. Chapter 74. Arrival of the bedding set Xiong Yao's Adam's apple bob as he placed the peeled egg onto the dining plate and pushed it towards Bai Yue. And this, he said. Thank you, Bai Yue thought to herself, scooping some steamed egg with the eggshell and feeding it to Xiong Yao's lips. You should eat too. Xiong Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth to bite the eggshell. The sound of crunching filled the air as he chewed both the egg and shell together. Bai Yue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It sounds quite crispy. Perhaps it's rather delicious? A sudden craving for the eggshell surged within her. Yet, Xiong Yao was indeed easily satisfied. One mouthful of steamed egg brought him such joy. He could certainly prepare a serving for himself. At that moment, Xiong Yao remarked, the food you gave me, I've kept it. What food? Bai Yue inquired, puzzled as she looked at him. With his eyes gleaming, Xiong Yao licked the remnants of steamed egg from his lips. Before I joined the team, you secretly gifted me the camphor wood. Only then did Bai Yue recall, and a sense of foreboding arose within her. As she had feared, Xiong Yao's next words validated her apprehension. I know that females only offer food to males they favor. At that moment, I resolved to join no other team but Wolf Xiao's, vowing to take good care of you and never betray your feelings for me. Bai Yue froze, a sudden urge to end her own life washing over her. Had she known that her relationship with Wolf Xiao and his team was of a romantic nature, she would never have dared to show kindness to any Beastman. Subsequently, Bai Yue, feeling despondent, buried her head in her plate and consoled herself with 4 eggs. Not long after breakfast, the doorbell rang. The bedding set Wolf Xiao had purchased the previous day had arrived. Before leaving, Wolf Xiao had asked Xiong Yao to assist with the installation, so Xiong Yao accepted the delivery and promptly headed to his bedroom. Bai Yue followed eagerly, curious to see what the bedding set entailed. Upon opening the box, they discovered a collection of white fabric. Xiong Yao examined the instruction manual for a while before taking a strip of white fabric and tying it to the foot of the bed. Bai Yue picked up a strip too, but as she observed it, anger surged within her. One end of the strip had a loop. When she placed her hand inside and pulled gently, it tightened around her wrist, leaving her unable to escape, though it did not hurt her. Was this intended to bind her spread eagle on the bed? For heaven's sake, had no one considered the rights of the intellectually challenged? Wolf Xiao, you will pay for this when you return. Xiong Yao tied the 4 strips of fabric to the 4 bedposts and picked up the last uniquely shaped piece of cloth for examination. What is this? Xiong Yao wondered aloud. Bai Yue, unable to comprehend it either, leaned in to study it with him. The fabric was somewhat stiff and, judging by its design, it seemed meant to be worn. However, the manual indicated that this piece was to be secured in the center at the foot of the bed. The Wolfman's beds had specific holes designed for fastening such tools. After a brief period of confusion, Xiong Yao followed the instructions and affixed the 5th item at the bed's end. Bai Yue stood by, observing the bed's new appearance, feeling as though the days ahead would be anything but serene. Chapter 75. The injured foolish wolf on the first day of cohabitation with Xiong Yao. The atmosphere remained relatively peaceful. Lang Xiao returned only in the late hours of the night, while Bai Yue had already succumbed to slumber. Sensing a disturbance in her dreams, she abruptly awoke. Expanding her mental perception, she discerned Lang Xiao's silhouette within her range. "Where is Guogua?" she inquired. Lang Xiao, his muscular frame still taut, bore the pungent scent of blood mingled with the bitter aroma of plant sap. "Guogua is asleep," Xiong Yao replied, noticing Lang Xiao's disheveled state, his brow furrowing in disapproval. "You overexert yourself. As a fire-type ability user, did you not have a defensive Beastman to shield you during combat?" Lang Xiao responded. "I acted alone." Xiong Yao immediately expressed his discontent. "Experience is the sole path to strength, and I obtained a fire-type crystal." Lang Xiao felt quite pleased with the outcomes of the day. The fine timber he had procured had significantly boosted his contribution score on his personal terminal. Not all flora contained crystals. Only those that had reached a certain level of strength could condense energy into crystalline forms. A team of 20 could acquire a single crystal in a day, marking that day as worthwhile. Lang Xiao's solitary achievement rivaled that of an entire team, showcasing remarkable efficiency, albeit with considerable risk, as he had no one to rely on in case of misfortune. "I shall accompany you next time," Xiong Yao declared. Being a paragon of defensive prowess, having previously teamed up with Lang Xiao on several ventures, Lang Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot leave Guogua unattended. Please, go check on her and ensure she does not see me." Before he could finish speaking, he caught sight of a female figure standing at the doorway. Bai Yue, initially reluctant to leave her bed, felt a surge of concern upon hearing Lang Xiao's words and promptly rose. However, upon opening the door, her heart sank at the sight of Lang Xiao, bloodied and bearing several gruesome lash marks across his chest, leaving a trail of crimson footprints on the floor. Bai Yue was momentarily rendered speechless. "Xiao!" Her voice brimmed with anxiety as she hastened towards him. In that moment, she resembled an innocent female, startled by the non-fatal injuries of a male, completely devoid of her usual astuteness. Lang Xiao felt a warmth within him and reached out to touch her. Yet, upon seeing his blood-stained and dirt-laden hands, he restrained his urge. "Guogua dear, return to sleep. I will join you once I have bathed," he spoke softly, a stark contrast to the aggression that had enveloped him. Bai Yue grasped the waistband of Lang Xiao's blood-soaked trousers, drawing closer. The metallic scent of blood was so overpowering that it made her eyes water. "Does it hurt?" After a moment's hesitation, she inquired in a childlike tone. Lang Xiao shook his head, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile, feeling a sweetness emanating from within. "Be good and return to the room with Xiong Yao," he instructed. Xiong Yao lifted Bai Yue, prying her hand away, allowing Lang Xiao to find respite as he entered the bathroom. Xiong Yao cleaned Bai Yue's hands before escorting her back to Lang Xiao's room. When Lang Xiao returned from his bath, Xiong Yao discreetly excused himself. "Foolish wolf." Bai Yue fretted as she approached Lang Xiao's side. Lang Xiao had bandaged his wounds, the faint scent of blood still lingering, yet he appeared invigorated, even in the mood to jest with the female. "Does it still hurt down there?" The wolf's hand brushed against Bai Yue's tail, searching for the zipper. Bai Yue swiftly slapped the wolf in the face, exclaiming, "Pervert!" The wolf chuckled indulgently, pulling Bai Yue into an embrace as they lay on the bed. "Did Xiong Yao do what we did last night?" the wolf inquired. Bai Yue rolled her eyes in response. Chapter 76. The night of renewal nestled in the embrace of Lang Xiao, inhaling the metallic scent of blood. Bai Yue was suddenly overcome with anger, frustrated that he had failed to care for himself. With a swift motion, she sank her teeth into his sturdy chest. "MMM." Lang Xiao let out a muffled groan. Bai Yue contemplated releasing her grip, but upon realizing he bore such grievous wounds without a single complaint, her resolve hardened, and she bit down even more fiercely. "Let it hurt you. Perhaps then you will think twice about your reckless behavior." Her soft tongue pressed against his chest, occasionally sweeping across, sending tingling sensations coursing through her veins. The pain from her bite was entirely overshadowed by the thrill of their closeness. Lang Xiao's breath quickened, and in an instant, he rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Bai Yue stiffened, staring up at him in surprise, but before she could react, darkness enveloped her as he captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Lang Xiao's kiss grew more adept, overwhelming Bai Yue, who soon succumbed to the intensity and passion of his embrace. While kissing her, he retrieved the ointment he had purchased on their way back and unzipped the front of her garment. Feeling his touch against her most private area jolted Bai Yue back to reality as she instinctively struggled. Lang Xiao immediately released her, kneeling between her legs. "Does it still hurt?" he inquired. Bai Yue gazed at his bandaged torso, thinking to herself, "Shouldn't you be asking that of yourself?" Lang Xiao parted her legs slightly and leaned down to inspect. The swelling has subsided. Realizing his intentions, Bai Yue shrank back, the memory of last night's agony flooding her mind, causing her complexion to pale as she instinctively moved away. Lang Xiao pressed one hand against her abdomen and gently kissed her lips, assuring her, "This time, I will be careful." Bai Yue glared at him with fierce determination. They exchanged glances for a long moment, and ultimately, Bai Yue relented, turning her gaze elsewhere. "I will trust you just this once." However, upon noticing the soft ropes at the corner of the bed, a surge of indignation welled up within her, and a cunning plan formed. You think to bind me? I shall ensure that the foolish wolf faces the consequences of his actions." As Lang Xiao diligently applied the ointment, Bai Yue stealthily reached for the ropes, concealing them beneath her pillow. The effect of the medication was rapid, even as Lang Xiao continued to administer it. Bai Yue began to feel an unusual warmth radiating from his fingertips, spreading from her lower abdomen to every corner of her being. Her body involuntarily softened in response. Indeed, it was an aphrodisiac. As the drug took hold, Bai Yue could hardly contain herself, yet Lang Xiao remained focused on his ministrations. When Bai Yue finally spoke, her voice was laced with a sweet, enticing timbre that startled her, prompting her to immediately silence herself. Lang Xiao detected her yearning, his throat tightening as he leaned over her, panting, "It hasn't even been 3 minutes. Bai Yue." In the end, Lang Xiao truly waited the full 3 minutes. Bai Yue gasped, her limbs instinctively clinging tightly to him. The sensation was completely different from the previous night. Though she felt full, there was no pain, only an overwhelming sense of satisfaction filling the long-standing void within her, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. Yet, she still recalled the ropes at the corner of the bed and the fifth, unidentified object. Lang Xiao, however, was entirely consumed by his primal instincts, his eyes glistening with fervor. A series of sounds escaped from Bai Yue's lips, and her eyes brimmed with physiological tears as she weakly reached beneath her pillow to retrieve a soft rope. Chapter 77. Stuck that night. Bai Yue fully realized the truth that Lang Xiao was indeed a wolf. He lay atop her, panting like a dog, his tongue lolling as drool dripped on her face, leaving it damp. The scene was too beautiful. Bai Yue felt she could never look at Lang Xiao in the same way again. Seizing the moment while Lang Xiao was in a dazed state, Bai Yue swiftly secured a rope around his wrist, tightening it firmly before hastily binding him with another soft rope. She cast a glance at the two ropes at the foot of the bed, straining to shift her position and crawl towards them. However, Lang Xiao immediately caught her, pinning her down on the bed. After several unsuccessful attempts, Bai Yue had no choice but to concede. Having completed her vengeful scheme, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her clarity, succumbing entirely to the allure of her partner. In the haze of her mind, Bai Yue vaguely sensed something amiss. Lang Xiao seemed to be getting stuck at a certain point before re-entering. Was it merely her illusion? The following day, daylight poured into the room through the window, the bright sunlight piercingly bright. The quilt lay discarded on the floor, and fragments of plush fabric were strewn about. The bed was in disarray, with a massive wolf sprawled across it, seemingly asleep. Yet, upon closer inspection, a petite figure lay beneath him, too small to be fully visible, revealing only half an arm and a pair of slender legs, completely concealed by the wolf's bulk. As the temperature rose, the utterly exhausted Bai Yue was roused from her slumber by the heat. Bai Yue let out a soft moan, gently pushing the large wolf above her. "You're so heavy. Wake up." Saying this, she quickly covered her mouth, nervously glancing at Lang Xiao's formidable head. Still, Lang Xiao remained with his eyes closed, licking her face twice with his open mouth, seemingly oblivious to the unusual tone in her voice. Bai Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Lang Xiao opened his eyes, his silver-gray wolf gaze filled with joy. He propped himself up, his bones cracking as he transformed into a handsome, silver-haired man. "Gua gua," he murmured, his voice still somewhat hoarse, perhaps a result of the night spent with Bai Yue. There was an added allure of mature masculinity about him. He reached out to caress his partner's face, but as his hand moved, it was abruptly halted mid-air. Lang Xiao. Bai Yue felt both shy and amused, her cheeks flushed as she struggled to suppress her laughter, gazing at Lang Xiao with an innocent expression. It seemed to say, wasn't this how the four-piece set was meant to be used? Lang Xiao's forehead twitched slightly. Very well, Guogua was indeed clever. Unable to contain her gleeful expression any longer, Bai Yue broke into a radiant smile, a look that was oddly infuriating. "Help me untie this," Lang Xiao insisted, gesturing to his bound hands, not wishing to ruin the items he had procured. Bai Yue feigned ignorance, determined to play the fool. Lang Xiao glanced at his tied hands, then at their bodies pressed closely together, and suddenly laughed. "Very good." Bai Yue sensed something mischievous in Lang Xiao's demeanor. Did he have another trick up his sleeve? Noticing the wary look on the female's face, Lang Xiao rolled over. Bai Yue's expression instantly changed, and she let out a sharp scream. Bai Yue collapsed beside Lang Xiao, her body aching from being pulled, and hurriedly climbed onto Lang Xiao to alleviate the pain. Gazing at Lang Xiao's face, Bai Yue wore a look of utter bewilderment. She was aware that Lang Xiao remained within her. Yet why was there still an obstruction? Last night, when Lang Xiao seemed trapped in a certain position, was it not merely an illusion? Chapter 78. Easy to lock. Difficult to unlock Wolf Xiao lay on the bed with a contorted gesture, leisurely observing Guogua. Bai Yue, undeterred, propped herself up on the bed, attempting to rise. However, with the slightest movement, she distinctly felt Wolf Xiao's predicament. He let out a muffled groan, exerting force to sever the soft rope binding him. "Do not move," Wolf Xiao rasped. "I will be out shortly," he declared, sitting up while still holding Bai Yue. It was now time to employ the fifth item from the set. Having been a virgin for over 20 years, Wolf Xiao had only learned through films that their wolf clan possessed an innate advantage. There lay a lock. Last night, Bai Yue had been rendered unconscious, and Wolf Xiao found himself unable to extricate himself alone. After a period of struggle, he too succumbed to sleep, leading to the morning's comical mishap. He gently placed Guo at the end of the bed, contemplating how to drape the fabric from the center of the bed over her. "It may hurt a bit. Bear with it," Wolf Xiao murmured, bracing himself to withdraw. Bai Yue was startled by the tug, instinctively pulling in the opposite direction, her body sinking as she cooperated with Wolf Xiao's efforts. Wolf Xiao's face flushed rapidly, beads of sweat forming on his skin, his reaction more intense than the previous night. A scalding droplet of sweat fell onto Bai Yue's forehead, sliding down her nose and moistening her lips, imparting a glistening sheen to her rosy mouth. Wolf Xiao, moved by the sight, pressed a gentle kiss against Guoguo's lips. Suddenly, Bai Yue let out a cry, losing her balance and being pulled forward by Wolf Xiao. He hastily lunged to catch the female, smoothing her damp bangs. "You've endured much, just a little longer." Bai Yue was repositioned at the end of the bed, gritting her teeth as she once again engaged in a tug-of-war with Wolf Xiao. The sound of their struggle echoed, and Bai Yue felt tears welling up, overwhelmed by an impulse to take a knife to Wolf Xiao. Soon enough, she found herself prone yet again, repeatedly brought down. Surely this one end in a hospital visit? She pondered. Heaven, I might as well just cut Wolf Xiao. She glanced around the room, but alas, no sharp instruments were in sight. Though, she mused, it was merely a fleeting thought. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, the door was rapped upon. Bai Yue wrapped her arms around her bare torso, anxiously glancing towards the entrance. "Come in," she called out. As Wolf Xiao's voice resonated, the door swung open. "I firmly believe I am a breath of fresh air, straightforward without any prelude. Welcome to the Bai Yue Meng Reader Group. The group number is 629512287. Some may encounter repeated chapters or missing sections, but the correct answers can be found within the group. Type Bai Yue Meng to join automatically. Today's updates have been completed. Chapter 79. Do not let the baby escape. Xiong Yao entered with a sense of preparedness, yet upon witnessing the scene within the room, his heart momentarily faltered. He soon approached with an air of naturalness. Lang Xiao loosened the clothing that adorned Bai Yue's waist and legs, and Xiong Yao enveloped her in his embrace. Bai Yue turned her body, burying her cheek against Xiong Yao's chest, unable to bear the sight of her current disarray. However, with Xiong Yao's steady hold, Lang Xiao's pressure eased considerably, alleviating Bai Yue's discomfort. Bai Yue clung tightly to Xiong Yao's waist, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, a muffled groan escaped Lang Xiao's lips, prompting Bai Yue to involuntarily emit a soft moan, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction washing over her in that instant. Once they separated, Lang Xiao swiftly moved forward, lifting Bai Yue from Xiong Yao's arms and laying her gently on the bed. Bai Yue, breathless and weary, managed a slight smile, placing her small hand on Lang Xiao's hand, relishing the intimacy shared between them. "Bad wolf," Bai Yue murmured, burying her face into the blanket. Lang Xiao chuckled softly, picking up the blanket from the floor to cover her, addressing Xiong Yao with a noticeably gentler tone. "Please fetch a basin of hot water for me." "Certainly." Xiong Yao exhaled quietly, hastening out of the bedroom as though escaping. The room was saturated with the sweet scent of arousal, a temptation he feared he might succumb to. Lang Xiao opened the window, and by the time Xiong Yao returned with the hot water, much of the fragrance had dissipated, granting him a sense of relief. Xiong Yao wrung out a towel, preparing to cleanse Bai Yue's body. However, Lang Xiao took the towel from him, gently wiping Bai Yue's face while saying, "I can manage this. You may step outside for now. I will call for you shortly." "All right." Xiong Yao stepped out, and Bai Yue exhaled in relief, sitting up with the blanket wrapped around her. Yet, she exerted herself too vigorously, nearly straining her weary back. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," she cried out, supporting her waist. Lang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to gently massage her back, speaking softly. Guogua is becoming more articulate. She had only become increasingly relaxed in Lang Xiao's presence, losing herself in the moment. Bai Yue pouted, unbothered by the need to restrain herself. Lang Xiao pressed her back onto the bed, continuing to wash her body. "Do not sit up, the baby might escape." Bai Yue's body tensed imperceptibly. Oh, that would lead to pregnancy, wouldn't it? Time had seemingly halted for Bai Yue since her admission to the psychiatric hospital, eternally trapped in the psychological age she was before her arrival. her dreams consumed by memories of childhood. It was only upon being brought home by Lang Xiao that she began to return to a state of normalcy. Under his companionship, she transitioned through childhood, maturing rapidly. The dreams of her early years gradually faded away. Finally liberated from the shackles of her youth, Bai Yue felt a profound sense of relief, deeply grateful to Lang Xiao, thankful for her decision to leap from the bridge. However, a little over a month was hardly sufficient to reclaim the 7 years she had lost, and in that moment, she suddenly recognized her growth, realizing she could indeed become a mother. Yet, she was resolute in her desire not to bear a child at the tender age of 16. Bai Yue's heart raced with turmoil, yet she refrained from causing a scene, obediently lying on the bed, allowing Lang Xiao to attend to her needs. After all, if she does not conceive his child within a month and a half, that breeding center will surely cause trouble. Chapter 80. Awaiting pregnancy after meticulously cleansing Bai Yue, Lang Xiao first dressed her in a pair of menstrual pants before donning his usual wolf attire. He changed the bed linens and gently placed Bai Yue upon them. He casually slipped on a pair of shorts, having removed the bandages from his body, revealing that his wounds had largely healed. Gently stroking Bai Yue's head, Lang Xiao said, "I must leave for work now. Be a good girl and stay in bed. Do not wander about, understood?" Bai Yue furrowed her brow, tightly grasping the hand he had placed upon her face. Did the foolish wolf have to leave so soon? Wasn't he always home before, with no honeymoon to savor? Bai Yue felt a pang of disappointment. Lang Xiao, though reluctant to depart, was compelled by the looming threat posed by Guogua to steel himself and grow stronger. "I will strive to return as soon as possible." He leaned down, pressed a kiss upon Bai Yue's lips, inhaled deeply as he withdrew his hand from her soft grasp, and turned to leave. Bai Yue felt a surge of emotion, her eyes misting over with unshed tears. The steady sound of footsteps approached, and recognizing it was Xiong Yao, she rubbed her eyes and suppressed her tears. Gua, breakfast is ready." Xiong Yao entered, offering a smile to Bai Yue, though the forced nature of his expression was palpable only to him. Bai Yue dared not meet his gaze. She propped herself up on her elbows and settled against the headboard. Xiong Yao placed the food before her, and as Bai Yue picked up the spoon, she discovered her hands trembled uncontrollably, lacking strength. Today's breakfast featured roasted apples, their flesh firm and resilient. She struggled to scoop them, unable to manage even a bite. Suddenly, Xiong Yao chuckled softly, took the spoon from her trembling hands, and in a gentle tone said, "Allow me to feed you." With no other option, Bai Yue acquiesced, allowing him to serve her. Lang Xiao returned late that night, his clothes stained with blood, new wounds obscuring the scars from the previous day. However, Bai Yue did not awaken. Her body was utterly exhausted, and she slept deeply. Lang Xiao climbed into bed quietly, wrapping his arms around his partner's soft form, contentedly drifting into slumber. This routine persisted for several days, with Bai Yue waking each morning to find Lang Xiao absent. After a week, under Bai Yue's deliberate control, she successfully intercepted Lang Xiao one morning as he prepared to leave. The sky had not yet brightened, and he had not turned on the light, merely dressing in the dark. When he casually glanced back at the bed, he found his partner gazing at him with open eyes. "Did I wake you?" Lang Xiao asked apologetically. Bai Yue rolled over and leapt from the bed, embracing him like a koala, her youthful voice chiming, "I want to go to the amusement park." "You might be expecting a baby now, so you mustn't move about carelessly," Lang Xiao replied, tapping her nose. Suddenly he paused, considering whether they should visit the hospital for a checkup. With this excuse in mind, Lang Xiao quickly changed his stance, his demeanor softening as he said, "Then I shall accompany you for a day of fun." Bai Yue nodded enthusiastically, deciding to remain at home. Lang Xiao allowed Xiong Yao to take a portion of food and head out to work. Bai Yue enjoyed a delightful breakfast at home, and as she prepared to leave, the sky began to brighten. Hand in hand, they strolled through the morning streets. Breathing in the fresh air laced with a delicate mist, Bai Yue felt her spirits lift. She pointed to a blade of grass sprouting from a crevice in the stone and remarked, "Foolish wolf, a mere weed." Lang Xiao followed her gaze, furrowing his brow slightly as he approached to pull the grass from the ground. "The safety of the city grows increasingly precarious," he said in a low voice. If even such weeds can take root in the soil, has the barrier begun to weaken? Apologies for the delay. I have yet to complete 2 chapters. I will send them as soon as they are finished. Chapter 81. The barrier weakens again. The two made their way to the hospital first. As most of the Beastmen focus primarily on combat, their technological advancements remain stagnant, resulting in a medical standard akin to that of 2 millennia ago. Testing for early pregnancy still relied on urine samples. However, due to the rarity and preciousness of females, more sophisticated testing devices were employed. Moments later, the results indicated that Bai Yue was not pregnant. Long Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment, while Bai Yue was elated, shaking his hand and urging him to go out for some fun. Long Xiao scooped up Bai Yue in a gentle embrace and asked, "Where would you like to go? Perhaps to the amusement park we visited last time?" Bai Yue found the rides there rather dull and, after a moment's thought, replied, "I want to buy something to eat." Shopping is an inherent trait among women, and Bai Yue is no exception. Long Xiao readily agreed, reflecting inwardly on whether he had been remiss in his duties as Guoguo's partner. Bai Yue's desire to shop indicated that there were some needs he had overlooked. However, he soon realized his worries were unfounded. Long Xiao took Bai Yue to the Femina building, marking her second visit. During her previous trip, she had felt somewhat reserved, but now she was completely at ease, tugging at Long Xiao to explore the place, exclaiming about all the things she wanted to buy. In no time, Long Xiao found himself laden with bags of various sizes. Moreover, Bai Yue gravitated towards heavier items, selecting iron plates, bowls, and shovels. Fortunately, these items were relatively inexpensive, and their total cost was less than that of a single piece of clothing for Bai Yue, making it manageable for him. They continued their shopping until noon, at which point Long Xiao treated Bai Yue to a roasted banana, and they settled in the resting area beside the Femina building to enjoy it. The resting area boasted a vast expanse of lawn, adorned with several flower beds blooming with gentle 3-leaf clovers in hues of blue, pink, and green, creating a visually pleasing scene. Against the backdrop of the concrete and stone city, this beauty felt particularly exquisite and rare. The sun shone brightly, enhancing the vivid greens of the leaves and the vibrant colors of the flowers, casting a sense of clarity over everything. Bai Yue sat at a table beneath a large umbrella, using a small spoon to savor the banana. The roasted banana was delightful, and she thought it would be nice to have Long Xiao purchase more in the future. "Eat slowly, be careful not to choke," Long Xiao advised, wiping a crumb from the corner of her mouth. "Water," Bai Yue mumbled. Long Xiao glanced around at the surrounding plants. Though they appeared harmless, he remained cautious. Ruffling Bai Yue's hair as he reassured her, "We'll go buy some shortly." Bai Yue had no objections, relishing the flowers while continuing to eat her banana. It soon became evident that Long Xiao's caution was well warranted. Just as the sun reached its zenith, the barrier that had been fortified merely 2 weeks prior began to weaken. The flora around them transformed instantaneously. The neatly trimmed grass burgeoned wildly, and the 3-leaf clovers shot up, waving their leaves menacingly. "Ah!" Nearby females screamed as their males swiftly scooped them up from the resting area, plunging the scene into chaos. Long Xiao immediately cradled Bai Yue and fled, as the once lush lawn morphed into a quagmire. Without the protection of a male, the females would find it nearly impossible to navigate. "I haven't finished." Bai Yue, already in Long Xiao's arms, anxiously stretched her arms toward the table, reaching for the banana platter. With a swift rustle, a nearby clover ensnared Bai Yue's arm. Startled, she instinctively jerked her hand away, causing the clover to tear apart. Its leaves fluttered gracefully through the air, still twisting in defiance. Lang Xiao shielded Bai Yue's arm and swiftly dashed to a safe area. Chapter 82. The Eerie Man Guo. "Are you hurt?" Wolf Xiao anxiously tugged at Bai Yue's sleeve, inspecting her arm. Fortunately, the 3-leaf clover's power was feeble and had inflicted no harm upon her. The 3-leaf clover was a herb commonly used by the orcs, almost fully domesticated and exceedingly docile. Generally, even if the barrier weakened, it would not act out of turn. It appeared that the situation was more dire this time. Wolf Xiao's expression turned grave as he spoke. He hastened towards the sacrificial site, gently patting Bai Yue's hand twice. "I'm sorry, I cannot accompany you today. I must participate in the ritual." "The ritual?" Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Their household's transparent crystal stones had already been consumed, and she had been lamenting the lack of opportunity to retrieve more. Fortune, indeed, favored her. By the time they arrived, the sacrificial ground was bustling with numerous males engaged in preparations. An invisible force seemed to suppress the sacrificial altar, with flames swirling at its base, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The orcs were hauling the finest timber, racing towards the altar with utmost urgency. Wolf Xiao set Guowu down there before joining the others at the sacrificial site. The orcs spent the entire afternoon stabilizing the barrier, restoring safety and calm to the city. When Bai Yue was escorted out by Wolf Xiao and Xiong Yao, twilight had already descended. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and the smoke of burning wood. This time, the peril had been too great. The orcs were devoid of the desire for power struggles, and the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the previous vibrant festivities, remaining somber and solemn. Apart from Bai Yue, there was not a single female in the sacrificial area. The males sat in a circle around the lion's throne, engaged in discussion. Water. Bai Yue pointed towards the water basin in the pavilion. The basin was in close proximity to the meeting place, situated at the edge where she could easily glance back. Wolf Xiao placed Bai Yue on the ground, instructing, "Play nearby, but do not wander far." Bai Yue nodded and sprinted towards the water basin. The bottom of the basin still held a multitude of crystal stones, causing her to smile with delight as she circled it, preparing to dive in for the crystals when Wolf Xiao and the others concluded their meeting. Suddenly, she felt a gaze upon her. Raising her head, she looked over. In the vacant space of the square, a tall, pale figure stood silently, fixated on her. The firelight illuminated his bare form, long and fair, with a cascade of dark green hair trailing down to his ankles. Even without a stitch of clothing, he exuded an ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial being. From her distance, Bai Yue could not discern his face clearly, but she sensed it must possess great beauty. He was unlike any orc she had ever encountered, his uniqueness evoking a sense of dissonance within her. Moreover, everyone else was congregated in a meeting. Why was he standing alone? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she cast a glance back at the gathering. When she turned to look again, the vacant space was utterly deserted. Rubbing her eyes, she questioned whether she had merely imagined it. "Save me." The sudden voice ringing in her ears startled Bai Yue, prompting her to whirl around. Who? Yet, there was no one behind her. She spun around twice, still finding no one in sight. "Save me." The voice echoed once more. And only then did Bai Yue realize it was not spoken in any known language, but rather a desperate plea for help emanating as an instinctual consciousness. Bai Yue swallowed hard, her gaze darting nervously in every direction, her hand trembling slightly as it rested on the edge of the water urn. At last, she caught sight of a faint green glow in a shadowy corner. Bai Yue's pupils constricted, and she felt as though all her strength had been drained from her body. Collapsing weakly against the side of the urn, tears streaming down her face in an instant. After 7 long years, she had finally returned home. Chapter 83. Qiu. When Bai Yue was but a child, her dearest companion was not a classmate or the neighbor's child. Rather, she cherished the solitude of her home, where her room was perpetually filled with laughter and joy. "Qiu, do you like me?" Little Bai Yue sat on her bed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the small luminous sphere floating before her. This orb, known as Qiu, was no larger than an egg and emitted a gentle green glow, reminiscent of a new leaf glistening with morning dew. Qiu bobbed up and down, seemingly nodding in affirmation. "I like you too," Bai Yue exclaimed joyfully. The glowing sphere floated beside Bai Yue, playfully rubbing against her cheeks and neck, eliciting peals of laughter from her. "How ticklish!" Bai Yue shrank her neck away for a moment, then seized a blanket and suddenly draped it over the light orb, laughing heartily. "Ha! I've caught you." Yet, the light sphere effortlessly floated up through the blanket. Puffing her cheeks, Bai Yue rolled up her sleeves and darted around the room, attempting to capture Qiu, her innocent and romantic laughter echoing throughout the space. Unbeknownst to her, the door had cracked open, and her parents stood outside with expressions of profound sorrow, unsure of how long they had been watching. At that moment, the small light orb floated to the window, darting in and out, as if inviting her to join it outside. "Do you want me to play with you outside?" Bai Yue called out, running to the window and peering down. It was merely the second floor. Climbing down wouldn't be too challenging. Nodding, she declared, "All right, let us go bask in the sun." With that, she began to climb through the window. Yeah. Suddenly, her father burst in, grasping her arm and pulling her down to the ground. "Daddy?" Bai Yue gasped in surprise. And upon seeing her father's grim expression, fear silenced her. Turning to her mother at the door, she called out for help. "Mommy." However, her mother's gaze was equally inscrutable. In that moment, Bai Yue's heart raced with dread as she scanned her surroundings, ultimately placing her hope in Qiu. Fortunately, Qiu remained true to form, floating over to nuzzle her cheek in a soothing manner. Bai Yue's expression relaxed considerably, and she returned Qiu's gesture with a gentle smile. Yet, her mother stepped forward, embracing Bai Yue and wiping away her tears with a tenderness that sent shivers down her spine. "Yeah, who are you talking to?" "Qiu." Bai Yue opened her mouth to respond, but quickly shook her head. "No, I'm just playing by myself." She had begun to realize that her parents disapproved of her playtime with Qiu. They seemed unable to accept the existence of her luminous friend. At the tender age of 8, Bai Yue lacked a full understanding of the world and her differences from others, nor could she comprehend the implications it would have on her life. Nonetheless, she instinctively sought to conceal it. Her words did little to reassure her mother, who sat on the bed with Bai Yue, silently shedding tears. After observing the two, her father abruptly left the room, returning with a hammer and nails, and proceeded to seal the window shut. From that moment on, Bai Yue resided in a dark room devoid of light, and after the summer vacation concluded, she ceased attending school, opting to study alone at home. This solitary learning was tedious, yet with Qiu by her side, she managed to maintain her sanity. As Bai Yue was diligently working on her assignment, Qiu playfully tickled her. Chuckling softly, Bai Yue quickly covered her mouth and raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. "Shoo, keep it down, or my parents will hear us." Suddenly, with a playful bump to her head, the little light orb seemed to express its displeasure and darted out of the room. Bai Yue hurriedly set down her pen, rose to her feet, and anxiously called out in a hushed tone, "Qiu." Chapter 84. Sent to the psychiatric hospital, it begins anew. The voice of her mother captivated Bai Yue's attention. She instinctively felt that her parents were discussing her, and she stealthily approached their door, pressing her ear against the wooden panel to eavesdrop. This was a daily occurrence. One could see the vacant expression in her eyes, as if there were truly someone present in the air. Her mother spoke with a quivering voice, on the verge of breaking down. "She terrifies me. I constantly feel as if there are eyes watching me. I simply cannot continue living with her." Sob. Bai's mother, a full-time homemaker, often found herself alone with Bai Yue, facing the bizarre and eerie demeanor of her own daughter, which gradually filled her with an unsettling dread. Bai's father replied solemnly, "Yu is merely unwell. Do not frighten yourself." Little Bai Yue rubbed her eyes, standing outside the door, silently weeping, her pale face quickly becoming smeared with tears. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a precious tea set that Bai's father frequently used shattered on the coffee table after a prolonged skirmish with a floating orb. Startled, Bai Yue hurried into the living room, preparing to clean up as her parents rushed over. You are being very disobedient." Bai's father, upon seeing his cherished tea set broken, erupted in fury, his voice echoing throughout the room. Bai Yue, fearing she was about to be struck, trembled in fright, instinctively attempting to evade responsibility. "Father, it wasn't me." Bai's father's footsteps abruptly halted, his anger dissipating as swiftly as it had arisen. Yet, Bai Yue felt increasingly anxious, wishing her father would simply punish her. Bai's mother gently patted Bai's father's arm, then moved to gather the shards from the floor. "It's all right. Yu, why don't you go upstairs and rest?" Thank you." "Mama." Grasping the orb tightly, Bai Yue scampered up the stairs. She thought this incident would pass like the others, but the following day, her parents deceitfully led her into a psychiatric hospital from which she would never emerge. "I'm not ill. I want to take the injections. Let me go." "Ah, father. Help. Mother, help. Qiu, save me." In the initial days, these words echoed from Bai Yue's lips, and time crawled by, measured in seconds. Gradually, she learned to behave, ceasing her cries, becoming as still and lifeless as a wooden doll. Eventually, she discovered how to find joy in adversity, seizing educational opportunities, indulging in novels, newspapers, and magazines, and often amusing the patients in the adjacent beds. Her parents would occasionally visit, but the torment she endured in the hospital bred a deep-seated resentment towards them, causing their visits to dwindle. Moreover, her beloved Chiu never reappeared, seeming to vanish as if it were merely a figment of her imagination. Had she not escaped the hospital and traversed into the future, perhaps one day she would have been discharged, cured of her so-called insanity. Yet, she had come to loathe her original world and the elusive Chiu that had cast her into despair. Although she understood that Chiu's absence was likely due to its inability to stray far from their home time, now returns to the year 2000, where the sacrificial ground was illuminated by a blazing fire, and the males gathered in a huddle, deliberating something amidst the oppressive atmosphere. Bai Yue leaned against the water vessel, her body teetering on the brink of collapse, tears cascading down her cheeks as her gaze fixated on the luminous orb in the corner. Her expression drifting in a haze of uncertainty. The orb trembled and floated towards her, approaching with an almost ethereal grace. It paused momentarily before cautiously inching closer to her face. Suddenly, Bai Yue let out a piercing scream, flailing her arms wildly. "Get away! Leave me be! Go away! Just go!" she shouted, her voice laced with desperation as she swatted at the air. Chapter 85. The discovery of the mental illness upon hearing the cries. Lang Zhao's expression changed drastically as he rushed out from the herd of beasts. Bai Yue clung to Lang Zhao's arm, burrowing into his embrace. Lang Zhao, filled with concern, lifted her into his arms and gently patted her back, reassuring her, "There is no one here, do not be afraid." Bai Yue gazed ahead as the luminous orb paused in midair, lingering for a few seconds before suddenly veering towards the water urn and descending into it. Bai Yue buried her face in Lang Zhao's chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. "What has happened to Guogua?" Xiong Yao had also arrived, asking anxiously. Lang Zhao, still holding Bai Yue, began to make his way out, stating, "We need to go to the hospital." Bai Yue, too distraught to speak, followed Lang Zhao's lead. Before long, they arrived at the hospital, where Dr. Bao's expression grew grave upon learning about Bai Yue's reaction. "Has she exhibited any other abnormalities besides today?" Dr. Bao asked with a serious tone. "Of course, there is one. Guogua's intelligence," Lang Zhao replied, sensing Dr. Bao's concerning demeanor. His anxiety intensified, yet he refrained from revealing this crucial secret. "No, does she have any issues?" he inquired. Dr. Bao sighed. "The examination results from the breeding center have reached me. I did not wish to disturb your lives, so I refrained from informing you. But today, events compel me to speak." Bai Yue, upon entering the breeding facility, underwent a series of tests, and the analysis of her blood revealed the presence of medication typically used to treat mental illness. Dr. Bao continued, "This suggests that Guogua may potentially have a mental illness." A tremor coursed through Bai Yue's body, terror unfurling from the depths of her heart. Would history repeat itself? Would Lang Zhao send her away? Sensing her fear, Lang Zhao tightened his embrace, his voice turning cold. "This cannot be true," he asserted, his expression dark as stormy waters. Yet his hand continued to gently soothe Bai Yue. "Guogua has always been healthy. Do not mention this matter in her presence. It will upset her." Realizing that Guogua understood his words, Dr. Bao felt a wave of surprise and promptly apologized. "I am sorry. I was thoughtless." Bai Yue, initially taken aback, allowed a long sigh of relief as her fear dissipated. "I really like you," she murmured, burying her face in Lang Zhao's neck, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Instantly, the chill in Lang Zhao's demeanor melted away like snow, a smile gracing his lips. "Do not be afraid. I will always be here for you." Bai Yue nodded gently, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "How fortunate I am to have encountered you in this lifetime." Before long, Lion Yu arrived to visit, asking, "Is Guogua all right?" "She is fine," Dr. Bao responded. "No treatment is necessary. Just observe her at home." Lion Yu, noticing Guogua's reddened eyes, pulled out a handful of transparent crystal stones from his pocket. "Here, I know you like these." I specially retrieved them from the holy water for you. Take them all, and please stop crying." Though Bai Yue was still sniffling, she eagerly extended her hands to receive the crystals, filling her hat with them, appearing like a child easily satisfied. Today had not been in vain. She had ultimately achieved her intended goal. Seeing Guoguo's change of expression, the males present could not help but chuckle. Upon returning home, and after taking a shower, Lang Xiao placed Bai Yue on the bed and squatted beside her, observing her intently. "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Lang Xiao rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her leisurely. Bai Yue nestled under the covers, looking at Lang Xiao with an innocent expression. Chapter 86. "Sleeping with Xiong Yao tonight, why are you crying today?" asked Lang Xiao. Bai Yue extended her hand, pointing to her sleeve, and replied, "There are bugs." Lang Xiao, of course, did not believe her. Guoguo was audacious enough to nearly be devoured by a pitcher plant without shedding a single tear. How could she be frightened to the point of tears by mere insects? Perhaps Guoguo truly had a mental disorder, but that was of little consequence. He would ensure that she came to no harm. Following this incident, Bai Yue's admiration for Lang Xiao reached new heights. Bai Yue lifted the quilt and patted the space beside her, inviting Lang Xiao to join her. The impurities attract the impure, and the murky draws in the tainted. Observing her partner's proactive gesture, Lang Xiao's gaze darkened, and he propped himself up beside Bai Yue. "Your eyes are all red from crying. Let us engage in something more joyous," Lang Xiao murmured softly, caressing her reddened eyelids. Bai Yue retorted, "You rogue." Her eyes, as crimson as a rabbit's, glared at Lang Xiao, but the dimming light did not deter him from advancing. The bed creaked and groaned throughout the night, and it was not until the wee hours, with Xiong Yao's assistance, that they concluded their union. As for the matter of Qiu, Bai Yue set it aside for the time being. She no longer dared to approach the sacrificial square. If her intuition served her correctly, she had merely traversed 2,000 years of time without changing location. This land was where she had once lived. Qiu was the finest testament to this. For now, she wished to avoid pondering Qiu's situation, simply desiring to curl up in her warm wolf den. A week after their mating, they were due to check for pregnancy. However, on the 7th day, Bai Yue found herself experiencing her monthly cycle. It is common knowledge that one does not bleed after conceiving. With no pregnancy, Lang Xiao was deeply disheartened, beginning to question his virility. Less than a month remained until the deadline in March. If they failed to conceive, the personnel at the breeding center would not take it lightly. As Bai Yue's ovulation period approached, Lang Xiao returned home early. The three of them were gathered around the dining table for dinner. Tap, tap, tap. Lang Xiao rhythmically drummed his fingers on the table, his brow furrowed with concern. Bai Yue quietly nibbled on dried fruit in the corner, hesitant to disclose that she had only just begun her cycle last month. The problem likely lay with her. Suddenly, Lang Xiao ceased his tapping, raising his head as if he had made a momentous decision. Both Xiong Yao and Bai Yue turned to look at him. "Xiong Yao tonight. Guoguo will sleep with you," Lang Xiao declared in one breath, shoving a large mouthful of wood into his mouth to mask his agitation. Cough. Bai Yue nearly spat out her dried fruit, choking and coughing violently. Lang Xiao hurriedly offered her a glass of warm water. Xiong Yao was completely taken aback, bits of wood falling from his mouth. "Me?" he stammered, staring blankly at Guoguo, his face flushing at the thought of the bodies he had seen before. Once Bai Yue regained her composure, her frustration erupted. She gulped down a large mouthful of water, only to sputter it all over Lang Xiao's face. Foolish wolf. Foolish wolf. Utterly foolish. How could you push me onto another male's bed?" Bai Yue spat out a mouthful of water, still unsatisfied, and took several hearty bites of dried fruit. After chewing, she playfully sprayed the fragments towards Wolf Zhao's face, her petite pink lips resembling a machine gun. Wolf Zhao remained silent, while Xiong Ya's earlier joy faded, replaced by a sense of disappointment. Was Guoguo unwilling? Bai Yue nodded internally, affirming her reluctance. Wolf Zhao, well aware of Guoguo's intelligence, understood her thoughts, feeling both a sense of secret joy and sorrow. To prevent more individuals from sharing Guoguo, he could only allow Xiong Yue a chance, knowing they still had that connection. Perhaps Xiong Yue possessed the strength to make Guoguo conceive at once. Guoguo was merely upset with me. It has nothing to do with you, Wolf Zhao remarked bitterly, his face etched with sorrow. Xiong Yue sighed in relief, confident that Guoguo would not refuse him. She clearly harbored feelings for him. The food she had given him still lay hidden in the bedside cabinet. Chapter 87. Sleeping with the bear tonight after dinner. Lang Xiao personally carried Bai Yue into Xiongya's room. The room was quite simple, featuring only a bed, a bedside table, and a wardrobe, no other furnishings. Lang Xiao gently placed Bai Yue on the bed, cradling her head as he softly said, "I will come to fetch you tomorrow. Get lost." Bai Yue glared fiercely at Lang Xiao, her eyes almost ablaze with fury. Lang Xiao sighed and, with a heavy heart, stepped outside. Panic surged through Bai Yue, and she immediately prepared to follow him out, but Xiongya swiftly grabbed her arm. What? Xiongya held Bai Yue's slender arm, his gaze filled with affection that rivaled Lang Xiao's. Lang Xiao glanced back at the door, and suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his heart. Realizing Guoguo was looking at him, he quickly shut the door, concealing his turmoil. Leaning against the door, he sank to the ground, covering his face with his hands and shutting his eyes. He knew this day would come. He had braced himself when he allowed Xiongya to enter his life. Yet, in this moment, he truly grasped the depth of this anguish. He felt inadequate, unable to care for Guoguo properly, and it was his weakness that brought about this suffering. With a resounding thud, Lang Xiao struck the stone floor with his fist, causing fragments to scatter, his knuckles embedding into the stone, creating a web of cracks around it. His face twisted in rage. He vowed silently he would never allow a third party to covet his Guoguo. Inside the room, Bai Yue shrank her arms and darted to the center of the bed, escaping Xiongya's grasp. Accustomed to Lang Xiao's scent, she felt out of place and anxious in this territory filled with Xiongya's aroma. Every hair on her body stood on end in alertness. Xiongya also began to climb up beside her, and in a moment of panic, Bai Yue jumped up and down in the center of the bed, exclaiming, "My bed! My bed!" However, the weight of a male was not something a female could easily displace. Her efforts did not budge Xiongya in the slightest, and he continued to ascend the bed unaffected. Bai Yue retreated to the corner of the bed, wide-eyed as she watched Xiongya, her chest heaving in tension. It was not that she despised Xiongya. She had simply grown up in a monogamous society and longed for the purity of first love, her heart solely belonging to Lang Xiao. The idea of accepting another person was simply unbearable for her. She yearned to build a happy family with Lang Xiao, and the presence of another bear was something she could hardly fathom. Xiongya approached her but did not pounce immediately. Instead, he extended his arm to the bedside table and retrieved a porcelain box from within. "What is this? Is it some ointment?" Bai Yue tightened her legs, and her eyes darted rapidly, contemplating an escape. Xiongya, his face alight with joy, brought the box before Bai Yue, glanced at her, and opened it. Inside, however, was not the medicine Bai Yue had imagined, but a piece of wood imprinted with several bite marks. This was the fragrant which she had thrown to Xiongya. Xiongya quickly provided her with an answer. "Guoguo, do you remember? This is the food you gave me. I have been reluctant to eat it, wanting to save it for our first replenishment of strength." Bai Yue lifted her gaze to Xiongya, suddenly snatching the piece of wood from the box and hurling it towards the window. "It's my food." In the fleeting moment when the food soared away, Xiongya lunged after the wooden piece like a hound in pursuit. The thud of the wood shattered the glass, sending it flying out of the room, closely followed by Xiongya's leap. Bai Yue stretched her neck to glance, and soon after, Xiongya returned, clutching the wood. He wiped it against his body, sighed in relief, and said to Bai Yue, "It's not broken." Bai Yue reached out her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Xiongya handed her the fragrant wood, a foreboding feeling blossoming within him. Without a second thought, Bai Yue seized the wood and hurled it out of the window once more. Xiongya instinctively flinched, casting his gaze outside. Bai Yue had never truly scrutinized Xiongya before. It was only tonight that she realized he was, in fact, quite handsome. Chapter 88. The wolf's revelation, though Xiongya's visage was not so remarkably handsome as to be unparalleled. It possessed a memorable quality that ensured he lingered in one's mind upon first glance. His nose was strikingly prominent, and his lips, dark as ebony, exuded a healthy sheen that, while captivating, did not evoke an air of the sinister. His thick eyebrows and deep, obsidian-like eyes radiated a magnetic aura, ensnaring anyone who met his gaze. This was a countenance imbued with aggression. However, the dense hair that cascaded down to his jawline softened his features, creating an illusion of earnestness. At that moment, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes as he parted his lips, a sorrowful tone escaping. "Gua gua, is it that you do not relish the flavor of the tune tree, hence you cast it aside?" Xiongya's reaction was precisely what Bai Yue had intended. Yet witnessing his current state stirred an unexpected pang of compassion within her. She understood that he would not impose himself upon her, should she choose to refrain. Xiongya, breath quickening, knelt before Guogua, grasping her shoulders with urgency, demanding, "Is it true?" He blinked, and the illumination brought forth glimmering droplets akin to tears in his eyes, their intensity searing. Gazing into Xiongya's eyes, Bai Yue was overtaken by a singular thought: despair. In that instant, she felt the crumbling of her inner defenses and instinctively shook her head. Xiongya closed his eyes, tightening his embrace around the female. Unable to see his expression, Bai Yue could only infer his belief from the heaviness of his breaths, indicative of his tumultuous emotions, whether stemming from heartbreak or an awakening of desire. She did not wish to confront either. In a moment of desperation, she clutched her abdomen and cried out, "It hurts." Immediately, Xiongya released her, his expressions of anguish and despair dissipating, replaced by concern. "What is it? Did I hurt you?" Bai Yue curled her body, groaning, "It hurts, my stomach hurts." A series of urgent knocks resounded on the door, and the anxious voice of Lang Xiao pierced through. "How is Guogua? I must come in." Xiongya gently massaged Bai Yue's abdomen before rising to open the door for Lang Xiao. Upon seeing Guogua, neatly clothed, Lang Xiao's eyes brightened as he swiftly approached the bedside, inquiring, "What is wrong? Where does it hurt?" Bai Yue, clutching her abdomen, was too irate to meet Lang Xiao's gaze. Xiongya interjected, "We had yet to begin," and suddenly she complained of abdominal pain. "I am at a loss." Lang Xiao swiftly scooped Bai Yue into his arms, declaring, "Let us go to the hospital." From Xiongya's angle, a subtle smile crept upon Lang Xiao's lips, an uncontainable lightness washing over him. Through this incident, Lang Xiao gained a clear understanding of his own emotional fortitude. It was not as formidable as he had once believed. He could not bear the thought of Guogua being possessed by another male. This heart-wrenching anguish was a burden he felt he could endure only once. He lacked the courage to face it a second time. It would be wise to seize an opportunity to send Xiongya away, as he is willing to make greater contributions. Let him acquire a female companion. As long as Guogua has him, that will suffice. They have a month ahead of them. Even if they fail to conceive, they can embark on a journey of wanderlust. The world is vast, and there are numerous safe havens. They shall surely find their place of refuge. There are still 2 chapters unwritten, and it will likely take until 2 o'clock for the birth to occur. Chapter 89. Pregnant? What is wrong with Guogua? Dr. Bao approached, glancing at Bai Yue, and immediately discerned that her condition was not serious. Lang Xiao switched arms to hold Bai Yue and said, "Guogua is complaining of a stomach ache. A stomach ache can range from trivial to serious." Dr. Bao tucked away his relaxed demeanor and promptly led Lang Xiao to the examination room. Since females often find it difficult to articulate their discomfort, internal examinations typically require an ultrasound. As Bai Yue lay on the examination bed, a peculiar sensation washed over her. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a pregnancy checkup. A 4-dimensional display screen stood nearby, and soon, the interior of Bai Yue's body appeared on the monitor. "Doctor." Bao glanced up and suddenly gasped. "What is wrong with Guogua?" Lang Xiao became anxious. He had always thought Guogua was feigning illness. Was it possible that she was genuinely in pain? Dr. Bao did not respond to Lang Xiao, but meticulously conducted the ultrasound on Bai Yue's abdomen. Bai Yue felt increasingly tense as Lang Xiao and Xiong Yao held their breaths, afraid that even the slightest noise might disrupt the image. After what felt like an eternity, Dr. Bao relaxed his brow and turned to Lang Xiao, a smile gracing his face. "Congratulations, Guogua is pregnant." "What?" Bai Yue was taken aback. Xiong Yao stood frozen, silent as a statue. Lang Xiao, however, failed to grasp the information at first. After a brief pause, he urgently inquired, "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Dr. Bao chuckled. "Guogua is pregnant, already half a month along." There is an embryo developing well within the uterus, and we can clearly see 3 babies. It is a bit on the low side, but it is normal for a first pregnancy to have fewer offspring. The urgency etched on Lang Xiao's face gradually solidified, cracking like ice, as he stood utterly dumbfounded. The 2 parents-to-be mirrored each other's astonished expressions. Xiaoyao, standing to the side, suddenly felt like an outsider, unable to penetrate their world. Ahem. Dr. Bao finished with the instruments and helped Bai Yue zip up her clothing, smiling as he said, "It took you half a month to discover this. You two are quite something. In another month and a half, the baby will arrive. Be cautious in the coming days, as early pregnancies are prone to miscarriage, especially for first-time mothers. Start preparing her with some exercise and ensure she maintains proper nutrition. Avoid excessive weight gain, as it may lead to complications during delivery." As Dr. Bao continued with his guidance, the new parents finally snapped back to reality, exchanging knowing smiles. Lang Xiao helped Bai Yue to her feet. Suddenly recalling something, he asked with a hint of confusion, "But Guoguo just had her period a few days ago." Dr. Bao nodded knowingly. It is quite rare, but some pregnant women may have a regular period in the first month. However, it is often a sign of impending miscarriage, so be vigilant. If there is any bleeding, come to the hospital immediately. Understood. Lang Xiao leaned down to kiss the top of Bai Yue's head, his voice barely above a whisper. "Guoguo, we are having a baby." Bai Yue, momentarily forgetting her earlier irritation with Lang Xiao, joyfully embraced him, her face beaming with happiness against his sturdy chest. She too was to become a mother, and she was determined to care for their child, providing ample love. Her child would undoubtedly experience a blissful childhood. However, having 3 children at once, was that perhaps a bit excessive? What would they be, human or wolf? They would surely resemble Lang Xiao closely, wouldn't they? Upon reaching this thought, Bai Yue could not help but chuckle. Dr. Bao gazed at the embracing couple, unable to suppress a feeling of envy, and remarked, "Lang Xiao, Guoguo truly adores you. I have never witnessed a father so elated while being embraced by the mother of his child." Chapter 90. Bear Yao is driven away. Wolf Xiao, with an air of springtime cheer, effortlessly lifted Bai Yue and strode out without a hint of resistance. In stark contrast, Xiong Yao followed closely behind, his expression devoid of emotion. Dr. Bao observed this dynamic and shook his head, concluding that only Wolf Xiao seemed truly happy. Guoguo, clever and devoted, was ensnared by Wolf Xiao's intense possessiveness, rendering their team members more pitiable than ordinary males. That night, Bai Yue naturally slept in Wolf Xiao's room. With a gentle gaze fixed upon her slumbering form, Wolf Xiao summoned Xiong Yao to the living room. "I wish for you to leave," he stated forthrightly. Xiong Yao was unfazed, calmly lifting a cup of water to his lips before responding in a low voice, "I refuse. I have committed no wrongdoing. You have no justification for expelling me. I regret to say it is not due to you. It is something I cannot accept." Wolf Xiao sighed, his typically aggressive visage now marked by resignation. "I acted impulsively at the outset. I will grant you half of the contribution points, sufficient for you to acquire the finest female." "I have no need for that," Xiong Yao replied immediately. Wolf Xiao's gaze hardened, and the nails of his fingers resting on the dining table began to darken and elongate, revealing their beastly form. The expulsion of a team member was akin to a divorce from 2 millennia ago. Unless a member had committed a grievous fault, the leader could not arbitrarily cast them out. Should the leader insist on expulsion, the only recourse was to resort to force, intimidate them until they voluntarily departed. Even if it resulted in death, it was merely a domestic affair. Within a household, the leader reigned supreme. Of course, if the leader was unable to overpower the member, there was little that could be done. "I do not wish to leave, nor do I desire to fight," Xiong Yao asserted. "Guoguo is pregnant and requires care. If you do not intend to add new members, allow me to look after her. I seek nothing but to remain by her side." Wolf Xiao, ultimately in the wrong, watched as his darkened nails receded when they reached 2 centimeters in length. "I initially intended to find a few temporary members to care for Guoguo. Since you insist on staying, you may remain," he conceded, then shifted his tone. "However, I cannot guarantee when I will arrange for you and Guoguo to mate. You are free to leave at any time, and I eagerly anticipate dividing the contribution points with you." With that, Wolf Xiao rose and departed. Thank you. Xiong Yao expressed his gratitude, feeling quite content with the outcome, though the sorrow in his eyes lingered. What filled him with despair was not Wolf Xiao's demeanor, but Guogua. He had always sensed her uniqueness. She had her own thoughts and feelings. He should truly not be liked by her. Had Guogua been resolute in her rejection, informing him that his affections were unreciprocated, he might have been able to accept his departure, though perhaps not without reluctance. Yet, her kindness and compassion had softened her heart, ensnaring him in a hopeless mire from which he could not extricate himself. After all, having encountered Guogua, he could hardly imagine any other female captivating him. To remain by the side of the female he cherished was a form of happiness, and in any case, he did not consider it a loss. Xiong Yao returned to his room, meticulously wiping the mud-stained camphor wood clean. Before delicately placing it back into the porcelain box beside his pillow, he inhaled the fragrance of the camphor wood, keeping his eyes wide open until dawn broke. The following day, Xiong Yao intentionally waited until Lang Xiao and Guogua had risen before he ventured out. Lang Xiao, carrying Guogua's breakfast, glanced at Xiong Yao and immediately discerned that he had not slept the previous night. Good morning, Lang Xiao greeted. Xiong Yao nodded and took a seat beside Guogua. Xiong Yao is the steadfast second male lead, resolute in his presence. Chapter 91. The temporary member Bai Yue stole a glance at Xiong Yao before burying her head in her meal, adhering to the adage that out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Xiong Yao rose to answer the door, casually inquiring, "Who is it?" "Wolf Xiao," replied the voice. "I've accepted a temporary member. You should be arriving now." Xiong Yao hesitated briefly, his steps growing inexplicably heavy as he resumed his stride. Bai Yue paused as well, turning her head towards the entrance. As the door swung open, a waft of unfamiliar fragrance rushed into the room. A young man with snow-white hair entered, his peach blossom eyes and angular face giving him a striking appearance. Though slightly shorter than Wolf Xiao and Xiong Yao, standing around 1.80 meters, he possessed long legs and donned casual shorts, exuding an air of a dashing gentleman. He surveyed the room before extending his greetings. "I am Hu Xing, Boss Wolf. Brother Xiong, I look forward to your guidance." His gaze landed on the female figure at the dining table, and a flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes, momentarily rendering him speechless. He thought Bai Yue to be exceedingly beautiful. Even in her previous slender state, her features had been exquisite, and now, with her fuller face, she was captivating enough to draw one's gaze, far surpassing others whose faces were round as balls. Bai Yue merely glanced at Hu Xing before shooting a fierce glare at Wolf Xiao. Hu Xing conformed to her previous aesthetic preference, resembling a Prince Charming. But that was in the past. Since being with Wolf Xiao, her tastes had shifted, leading her to perceive that men should embody the strength and grace of Wolf Xiao to be deemed perfect. Wolf Xiao was robust, yet not overly imposing, with a lithe, powerful physique, making Hu Xing appear almost insipid by comparison. However, the crux of the matter lay in the temporary member's presence. Temporary husband? She thought, her ire rising sharply as she glared at Wolf Xiao, teeth clenched. Wolf Xiao felt equally vexed, yet upon witnessing Bai Yue's evident discomfort, his agitation dissipated. "He is here merely to assist you. He will not share your bed," he reassured her. Bai Yue sighed in relief, turning her attention away from the newcomer, resting a hand on her abdomen as she resumed her breakfast. She had to nourish the baby well. "Is Guogua having breakfast?" Hu Xing remarked, drawing closer. "She has gained quite a bit of weight since 2 months ago. She is more beautiful than ever." Wolf Xiao replied with a serious demeanor, "She is pregnant, and I require your assistance in caring for her. Call on me whenever you need," Hu Xing declared, thumping his chest with a beaming smile. Xiong Yao, understanding that Wolf Xiao's intentions were to facilitate his departure at any moment, felt a pang of discomfort and remained silent throughout the breakfast. Once the meal concluded, Wolf Xiao prepared to leave. Bai Yue gazed longingly at his retreating figure, suppressing the urge to cling to him for the sake of their unborn child. Wolf Xiao needed to earn a living to support the baby. She could no longer afford to be capricious. Xiong Yao glanced at Bai Yue and suddenly remarked to Wolf Xiao, "Don't overexert yourself. If you were to perish, Guogua would be heartbroken." Bai Yue acknowledged Xiong Yao with a grateful glance. As Wolf Xiao turned his head, he met Bai Yue's worried gaze. A confident smile graced his handsome face as he proclaimed, "Do not worry. With you by my side, I shall not meet my demise." With that, he shed his trousers and transformed into a silver wolf, dashing out into the night. "Foolish wolf," Bai Yue exclaimed, rising from her seat to leisurely stroll to the door. She picked up the trousers Wolf Xiao had discarded and neatly folded them into a tidy square. Foxstar marveled. Goodness, she is so obedient. She even assists in tidying up the male's clothing. How heartwarming. Bai Yue's lips twitched in irritation. When would this troublesome temporary team member leave? Wouldn't it be better if Xiong Yao were home instead? Xiong Yao, unfazed by the situation, took the clothing from Bai Yue and lifted her into his arms, saying, "You shouldn't walk after just eating. Lie down on the bed for a while. I'll bring you some sugarcane to enjoy shortly." Bai Yue lowered her head, feeling increasingly guilty as Xiong Yao's kindness contrasted sharply with her reluctance towards her second husband. As they passed Wolf Zhao's bedroom, Xiong Yao instructed Foxstar, "Please keep an eye on her for a moment. Guogua is quite playful, so do not let her out of bed." Bai Yue looked questioningly into Xiong Yao's eyes. The tenderness in his gaze melted his heart, prompting him to explain, "I am merely repairing the floor in the living room. It will be done shortly." Bai Yue glanced at the substantial cracks at Xiong Yao's doorway, readily assuming they were caused by Wolf Zhao's jealousy the previous night. Her spirits lifted at the thought, and she playfully bounced her legs. Xiong Yao settled Bai Yue onto the bed, tucked her in, and handed her a wooden toy to chew on and alleviate her boredom. With a soft crunch, Bai Yue gnawed on the wooden bear sculpture, casting a furtive glance at Foxstar beside her. Suddenly, the bed shifted as Foxstar perched beside her. "Are you watching me?" he teased, his voice sultry and beguiling enough to send shivers down her spine. Bai Yue shuddered, goosebumps crawling across her skin as she bit down on the wood to steady her nerves. Foxstar leaned closer, half his weight resting on her, his enchanting almond eyes fixated on hers. "Am I not beautiful? Do you like me?" Bai Yue, startled, shook her head vehemently, feeling the weight on her stomach. In frustration, she struck Foxstar's face with the chewing toy. "Ah!" Foxstar exclaimed, caught off guard, and quickly released her, covering his sore cheek. Bai Yue shrank back, radiating an aura of wariness and rejection. Foxstar, taken aback, was once again surprised by Guogua's assertiveness and refrained from further antics. "Do you remember me?" He altered his approach, aiming to appease Guogua. Bai Yue looked at him in confusion, unable to recall who he was. Foxstar, assuming Guogua did not possess a strong memory, continued, "You were taken to the wild by Lion Yu, and I participated in the rescue mission. For your sake, I testified for Wolf Xiao. Does that ring a bell?" Bai Yue certainly remembered that incident. However, she harbored no fondness for the Beastmen who had aided in her abduction. She shifted to the farthest corner of the bed, continuing to ignore him. Foxstar's eyes darted around, and he produced his secret weapon. He reached behind him and retrieved a snow-white tail. "Oh!" Bai Yue immediately lifted her head, fixating her gaze upon the tail. "My tail, would you care to touch it?" Hu Xing proudly swayed his tail, his voice laced with seduction. Previously, amidst the ranks of the Lion Mountain, he had taken considerable advantage of his striking beast form. However, the sheer number of Lion Mountain's members had curtailed his opportunities for further exploits. Yet, in the case of Guogua, with only 2 males in their household, chances were undoubtedly abundant. Once Guogua bore his offspring, Lang Xiao would certainly think twice before casting him aside for the sake of the children. Bai Yue, cradling the wooden bear's head, regarded the snow-white tail with disdain, secretly pondering, "It's merely a tail. Lang Xiao possesses one as well. When he returns, I shall play with his." Nevertheless, when Hu Xing placed his grand tail before her chest, Bai Yue could not resist the temptation to reach out and touch it. Wow, so soft, so sleek. Chapter 93. Tossing the fox, Bai Yue's pupils dilated, overwhelmed by the cuteness, unable to resist the urge to touch again and again. The fox spirit, emboldened, stealthily edged closer to Bai Yue. Suddenly, she felt a pinch on her chest. "Bai Yue, what on earth?" The fox spirit paused momentarily. Having grown accustomed to the round, soft shapes of mature beings, Bai Yue's developing form was hardly comparable. Then, with a teasing tone, the fox spirit remarked, "Your chest is quite small. Allow me to massage it." Bai Yue, instantly infuriated, released her tail and began to strike at the fox spirit's face in a flurry of blows. This time, the fox spirit was prepared and managed to intercept her hand before she could land too many hits. Pouting, "You've touched me, so it's only fair I touch you too." As he spoke, he leaned in, intent on a kiss. Bai Yu's head sank, taking a deep breath to steady herself, her anger coiling within. Boom, boom, boom. Their lips were less than an inch apart when the fox spirit's expression shifted, and he quickly scrambled up, hurriedly straightening his clothes and the disheveled bed. Within moments, Xiong Yao burst into the room, his hands still caked with cement. "What happened, Guo?" Bai Yue leapt from the bed, hiding behind Xiong Yao. Xiong Yao cast a cold glance, shielding Bai Yue in his embrace, surveying the disarrayed bedding and the fox spirit, whose breathing had become erratic. "What did you do?" The fox spirit smiled slightly, flicking its tail. "I was just playing with Guoguo's tail. I fear some fur might have brushed her eyes and startled her." In front of Xiong Yao, he resumed a polite demeanor, completely shedding any semblance of lewdness. Xiong Yao eyed him with suspicion, bending down to sniff Bai Yu's scent. The fox spirit silently rejoiced that he had not indeed kissed her. Unexpectedly, Guo, who had been playing happily, suddenly cried out, utterly different from the round and soft one. Bai Yue, facing away from the fox spirit, whispered, "He tried to kiss me." With a sharp crack, Xiong Yao clenched his fists, a palpable aura of anger radiating from him. The fox spirit, alarmed, darted to the side. Had he accidentally brushed against Guoguo's lips? No, that wasn't the case. The fox's speed far outstripped that of the bear, and the fox spirit was confident in his ability to escape. Yet, Xiong Yao's massive form closed the distance in mere strides, his fist poised to strike. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Xiong Yao's fist shattered a large hole in the wardrobe. The fox spirit narrowly evaded the punch, but the wind from it stung his face, sending a wave of dread through him. Clearly, the distance between him and Xiong Yao was far greater than he had anticipated. The first blow had been evaded with luck. Avoiding Xiong Yao's relentless attacks would prove to be a formidable challenge. Bai Yue was startled by Xiong Yao's fierce energy, fearful for the child, and hurriedly retreated to a corner of the room. The fox spirit, seizing the moment, propelled himself towards Bai Yue. Xiong Yao immediately tempered his strength, altering his fist into an open palm, intercepting the fox spirit mid-flight, seizing him by the throat and pinning him to the ground. "Oh!" the fox spirit whimpered. In the face of imminent peril, his body instinctively transformed, morphing into a pristine white fox. Xiong Yao lifted the fox, the snowy creature thrashing wildly in his grasp, a trickle of blood escaping from its sharp maw. Undoubtedly, the moment the bear's paw exerted even the slightest pressure, the fox would meet an immediate demise. The skirmish had scarcely commenced before it concluded with lightning speed. Bai Yu's heart raced violently as she stood at a distance, cautiously inquiring, "Bear?" Upon hearing Guoguo's panicked voice, the rationality within Xiong Yao swiftly returned, and he loosened his grip slightly. He had no desire to slay the Beastman in front of Guoguo. "Guoguo, do not fear. I shall dispose of him at once," Xiong Yao reassured Bai Yue. She nodded fervently. "Yes, yes, yes." The howling fox star, ensnared beneath the bear's paw, thrashed about a few times in protest. Chapter 94. Xiong Yao is always better than others' protests were in vain. Xiong Yao stepped into the courtyard and unceremoniously hurled the fox over the wall. A dull thud resonated, followed by a few coughs that sounded like water being expelled, and the feeble voice of Hu Xing floated in. "I was invited by Lang Xiao. You have no right to expel me." Xiong Yao pressed his lips tightly together and retreated into the house. The cracks in the living room had been mended, and after washing the cement off his hands in the bathroom, he emerged to find Guo standing at the doorway, gazing outside. "I will not leave." Hu Xing had climbed onto the wall, shouting in anger but too fearful to leap back in. Xiong Yao approached Bai Yue, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not restrain himself, wrapping his arms around her. "I will not allow him to touch you again." Feeling the steady rhythm of his breathing behind her, Bai Yue suddenly felt a complete sense of security. She could hardly bear to imagine what might have befallen her if Xiong Yao had not been home. Even if she confronted Lang Xiao, asserting her ability to care for herself, she could not remain alone in the house. The Beastkin's physical prowess was far too formidable. The low wall could not keep them at bay, and without the protection of a Beastman, she would be utterly vulnerable at home. It seemed she could only accept a second male, and Xiong Yao was certainly preferable to the others. When ideals collided with reality, the happiness Bai Yue sought faced a devastating blow. Tears threatened to spill as her eyes began to redden. Suddenly, Hu Xing on the wall fell silent. Xiong Yao, noticing Guoguo's unusual demeanor from the fox's reaction, quickly crouched down to meet her gaze. "Why are you crying? I can go teach him a lesson." Xiong Yao shot a fierce glare at the fox. Hu Xing trembled, his body taut and poised to flee, and in his anxiety, coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was quite determined to cling to Lang Zhao's group. Bai Yue shook her head, pointing toward the sugarcane grove with one hand, while affectionately clinging to Xiong Yao's arm with the other. "I want to eat." Xiong Yao would certainly not deny her, carrying her into the kitchen to fetch a knife, then settling her in a shaded spot. He peeled the sugarcane, cutting it into small pieces, and placed them on a plate for Bai Yue to enjoy. The sun was radiant, and a gentle breeze rustled through the sugarcane grove, creating a picturesque scene. Influenced by the pleasant surroundings, Bai Yue's spirits gradually lifted. The female sat contentedly under the eaves, savoring the sugarcane, leaving a mess of pulp on the ground. Xiong Yao stood in the sunlight, peeling the cane, each subtle movement showcasing the robust power of his muscles. A cunning white fox hung on the wall, but with the strong bearman present, it posed no threat to the female in the courtyard. The various elements of the courtyard coalesced into a harmonious and tranquil tableau of life. This harmony persisted throughout the day until dusk, when Lang Zhao returned, dust-covered. He glanced at the fox on the wall, raised his paw to open the courtyard gate, and as he stepped inside, transformed into human form. "What are you doing outside?" Lang Zhao inquired. Hu Xing, feeling as though he had found a pillar of support, straightened his back. "Xiong Yao tried to drive me away. He nearly killed me." The wolf, without a hint of surprise, had initially sought the fox star as a substitute for Xiong Yao, making Xiong Yao's hostility towards him entirely reasonable. Foolish wolf. As Bai Yue sensed the return of Lang Zhao, she rushed out of the room. "Guoguo, slow down." Lang Zhao caught Guoguo and gently patted her belly with concern. "You are now with child. You must be cautious." Hee. Bai Yue felt a surge of joy upon seeing that Lang Zhao was unharmed. Xiong Yao also emerged from the bedroom, casting a cold glance at the fox beast trailing behind Lang Zhao. "I have no objections to you seeking a temporary team member, but you ought to select someone else." The fox star, feeling guilty, preemptively accused, I haven't done anything. Don't think you can frame me." Lang Zhao, inherently distrustful of others, immediately grew suspicious. He handed Bai Yue over to Xiong Yao and, adjusting the personal terminal on his wrist, stated, "I will take a shower first." Xiong Yao nodded in acknowledgement. As soon as Lang Zhao entered the bathroom, the fox star's courage dwindled, inching towards the door. Bai Yue suddenly recalled the idiom, the fox, assuming the majesty of the tiger, altered to the fox, assuming the authority of the wolf. It seemed perfectly fitting. Chapter 95. Not adding anyone temporarily, Xiong Yao ignored the fox beast, cradling Bai Yue in one arm while preparing dinner with the other. Lang Zhao dashed into the warm water, his personal terminal projecting dozens of frames on the wall above the bathtub. He clicked on the image featuring Guoguo, and the scene came alive, initially showing Guoguo quietly gnawing on a piece of wood. A smile crept onto Lang Zhao's lips, erasing the fatigue of the day, and his expression softened instantly. However, this gentleness soon solidified into a frown, swiftly replaced by a scowl. The bathroom door swung open. Xiong Yao asked curiously, "So soon?" Lang Zhao, without sparing a glance at Xiong Yao, fixed his sharp wolf-like gaze on the fox beast standing at the doorway. Fox Xing's heart sank, sensing danger. He swiftly transformed into his beast form and vanished in an instant. Bai Yue, Xiong Yao both pondered simultaneously what just happened. What was in the bathroom? Xiong Yao suspected that the fox beast had tampered with something in there. Bai Yue looked up at the corners of the house, feeling as if there were hidden cameras, yet she could not pinpoint their location. Lang Zhao did not pursue Fox Xing, but the matter did not end there. He returned to the bathroom, reported the incident to the relevant authorities, and provided the video as evidence. That very night, Fox Xing was arrested upon returning home. In the detention center, Faced with irrefutable evidence, Fox Xing was left speechless, eventually erupting with a curse. Damn pervert. Installing surveillance in my own bedroom. Subsequently, he was sentenced to 3 months imprisonment for the crime of indecency. This is a side note, not to be elaborated upon. Lang Xiao gently placed Bai Yue on his lap, one hand resting softly on her abdomen while the other held a piece of wood to chew on, his expression decidedly morose. He had always been aware that some beastmen possessed unsavory traits, yet he had not anticipated that a random selection would lead him to such a person. Initially, he had considered several races, but now he dared not bring anyone home. Xiongyu cast a glance at him and inquired, "What race will you seek tomorrow?" Crunch. Lang Xiao bit through a piece of wood, chewing thoughtfully as he replied, "For now, we will not add anyone. I will observe potential temporary members gradually, and only bring them back if they're suitable." Xiongyu exhaled in relief. Bai Yue watched Lang Xiao, savoring his meal, swallowed the fruit flesh in her mouth, and stretched her neck to take a bite of the wood he was chewing. Still as hard and tasteless as ever. Lang Xiao smedet. Wiping the corner of Bai Yue's mouth, his tone softening. "Once the child reaches a year old, we should be able to care for Guoguo properly. As they grow, our home will become increasingly secure." Xiongyu nodded in agreement. After dinner, Lang Xiao and Bai Yue returned to their room. Bai Yue lay in the blankets, noticing a teething toy beside her pillow. Bored, she leaned over and bit down on it. Lang Xiao glanced over, lying next to Bai Yue and instinctively pulling her into his embrace. "Did Xiongyu buy this?" "Huh, wasn't you who bought it?" Bai Yue thought to herself how Lang Xiao could have purchased something for Xiong, realizing it was indeed Xiongyu who had made the purchase. Nevertheless, the teething toy was quite nice, infused with salt, and tasted decent enough to serve as a snack. Lang Xiao remained silent for a moment, then suddenly tightened his embrace around Bai Yue. She looked up at him, resting her body against him, and teasingly asked, "Silly wolf?" Last time, the seal weakened after merely half a month. Tomorrow marks another half-month period, and issues may arise once more. "You must stay close to Xiong Yao at home and avoid any plants," Wolf Knox cautioned. The mention of the seal made Bai Yue think of Chiu Chiu, and her expression instantly changed. She turned her back on Wolf Knox, not allowing him to see her face. Wolf Knox assumed that Guoguo was frightened, so he embraced her gently, murmuring words of comfort as he held her close into the realm of dreams. Chapter 96. The seal's anomaly. Help me. Help me. Amidst the chaos, a voice devoid of discernible gender or age reached Bai Yue's ears. Instantly, her thoughts turned to Chiu Chiu, and she hurriedly scanned her surroundings, soon spotting the glowing green orb not far away. "Help me, Yu, help me." The little green sphere bobbed up and down. What has happened to Chiu Chiu? Has someone bullied it? This was Bai Yue's immediate thought as she rushed toward the green orb. "Chiu Chiu," she called out joyfully. Yet, recalling her experiences in the mental hospital, her steps gradually faltered, her anger igniting like a raging flame. "Yu, help me." The luminous orb swiftly floated toward her. "Go away," Bai Yue shouted vehemently. "Leave. I don't want to see you." The green orb circled around her, persistently pleading for help. Bai Yue flailed her arms in desperation, each movement feeling unbearably exhausting. Her voice slurred, and her body weighed down as if laden with lead. When she needed Chiu Chiu the most, it had never appeared. Now, why should it seek her assistance? Rationality urged her not to take her frustrations out on Chiu Chiu, yet emotions often govern one's actions. It was precisely because Bai Yue cared so deeply for Chiu Chiu that her hope turned to disappointment, leading to a profound sense of grievance and anger. "Go! Just go away! Gua gua! Gua gua!" A deep voice resonated from afar, rich and soothing like an ancient bell, imbued with a calming magic. Bai Yue felt a measure of tranquility wash over her, though she was still unclear about the situation when she sensed her body being gently shaken. Go away." Exhausted, Bai Yue opened her eyes to the bright ceiling above her. She paused for a moment, then turned her gaze to find Xiong Yao's concerned face beside her. "Did you have a nightmare?" he asked, helping her sit up and wiping the sweat from her brow. It was then that Bai Yue realized it had merely been a dream. Ever since she met Chiu Chiu, she had been dreaming of it frequently. Seeing Guoguo awake, Xiong Yao felt relieved. He carefully lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bathroom. Throughout the morning, Bai Yue remained sullen. To cheer her up, Xiong Yao suggested, "Shall we go play near the sacrificial grounds? The barrier might loosen today, and it will be quite lively." He knew how much Guogua enjoyed such bustling scenes and would surely be delighted. However, this time Guogua resolutely shook her head. "No, no, no," Bai Yue repeated, turning to dash toward the room of Lang Xiao. Xiong Yao was taken aback. Had he not seen Guogua run off, he would have thought he misheard her. As Xiong Yao had predicted, the vicinity of the barrier was indeed bustling that day. Without the leader's permission, no one was allowed into the sacrificial grounds. So the males waited outside. However, as the sun dipped low in the sky, the safety city showed no signs of disturbance. For several consecutive days thereafter, the barrier remained stable, and even during the full moon, there was an unexpected stillness. This left the entire city of Beastman astonished, and two theories emerged online. The first, more plausible explanation posited that the last loosening of the barrier had occurred too early, depleting too much energy, resulting in the delay this time. The second assertion is that the sealed object has reached the end of its life. The previous revival was but a fleeting glimpse, and in the future, it will swiftly weaken. The safety city shall revert to an ordinary settlement, once again encircled by peril. Bai Yue was unaware of these claims. Yet she too began to feel a sense of unease. Is something amiss with Qiu? Does it have any connection to the seal? Though she was vexed with Qiu, she did not wish for it to be in danger. And thus her initial decision to refrain from visiting the sacrificial grounds was swiftly altered. The next time the barrier loosens, she must certainly go and take a look. Chapter 97. Production. At this moment, Bai Yue had been pregnant for a month, and her abdomen began to swell. Her appetite had significantly increased. Everything tasted delightful. Yet she primarily consumed low-calorie foods aside from fruits. She indulged in eggs, meats, and softer, inferior woods. This not only satisfied her cravings, but also ensured she did not gain excessive weight, which she considered a form of happiness. As the due date approached, Bai Yue's abdomen rose prominently. Lang Xiao no longer ventured outdoors, but had moved into the hospital with Bai Yue early, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their little one. It is worth mentioning that the barrier, which had safeguarded the safe city for centuries, had remained unresponsive for 2 full months. Nevertheless, the city remained secure, and the aggressive plants designated for the cubs at the Beastman school displayed remarkable compliance. The hospital featured a rear garden designed specifically for females in labor to stroll. At that moment, Lang Xiao was supporting Bai Yue as they walked on the grass, the setting sun casting an orange glow upon them. Nearby, 4 little bears played, their mother hospitalized, creating a scene brimming with warmth. Xiong Yue stood quietly in the corridor, watching, suddenly feeling a pang of envy. When would he and Guogua be blessed with a litter of little bears? Nevertheless, a lively pack of wolf cubs at home would surely bring its own joy. Walk slowly, watch your step, Lang Xiao gently cautioned. Despite the reminder, he extended his foot to kick a stone out of the path. Bai Yue leaned her weight against Lang Xiao, pouting, "It hurts." Lang Xiao attentively monitored Bai Yue's pulse. From it, he could discern the patterns of her contractions. He softly suggested, "Shall we head back in 5 minutes?" Bai Yue nodded. As the intervals between contractions shortened, Bai Yue could no longer walk. Leaning against Lang Xiao's arm to endure the intense pain, Dr. Bao, who had been standing nearby, hurried over. "Carry her into the delivery room." Lang Xiao immediately swept Bai Yue into his arms, and Xiong Yue quickly followed suit. "Ah!" Bai Yue suddenly screamed, the pain overwhelming and unprecedented, tears streaming down her cheeks. She swore she had never experienced such agony before. The electric shock treatments she once feared now seemed like gentle caresses in comparison. Lang Xiao was taken aback and rushed towards the delivery room. "What is happening to her?" Dr. Bao replied urgently, "It's typical for a first-time delivery. The pain will pass soon." Before they could enter the delivery room, Lang Xiao felt a warm wetness in his hands. Her amniotic fluid had broken. "Quick!" Bai Yue realized the child was about to be born, and the most painful moment was imminent, causing her to feel a sudden surge of anxiety, her teeth chattering slightly. "Can I have a C-section?" "Don't worry, Guogua. I'll be right here with you," Lang Xiao comforted, though his voice trembled significantly. Bai Yue's mind raced, her anxiety intensifying at his words. Soon, They transitioned into the delivery room, where several young nurses stood ready, efficiently preparing for the impending arrival. Lang Xiao remained inside to support the laboring mother, while Xiongyu was ushered out. It hurts. Bai Yue's tears flowed freely as she felt several spheres rotating within her. Straining to look down, she could indeed see movements beneath her skin. Wolf Niao embraced Bai Yue, pressing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "How is she faring?" he inquired. Dr. Bao exhaled with relief and replied, "The birth canal is well prepared. The baby is not large, but quite robust. She should deliver swiftly." With that, Dr. Bao rose and approached Bai Yue, offering words of encouragement. "Try to exert yourself. If it hurts, do not hesitate to cry out." Bai Yue buried her face into Wolf Niao's embrace, inhaling deeply as she summoned all her courage to exert her initial effort. In an instant, the pain overwhelmed her senses. Chapter 98. The eruption of the bone vines. As twilight descended, the temperature began to drop. Nightfall marked a period of vulnerability for most flora, offering a sense of ease to the Beastmen. Newly matured Beastmen reveled in bars and nightclubs, while those facing financial hardships took to hunting under the cover of darkness, a strategy that diminished the perils of confrontation. Younglings were ushered home by their parents, continuing their mischief indoors. The Beastmen, lulled into a state of relaxation, savored the tranquility of the night. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the plants beneath their feet began to stir once more. Unlike before, other vegetation remained still. Instead, fresh green shoots sprouted from the ground, emerging through the crevices of stone slabs and peeking from the villa's courtyard. Lacking sunlight, their growth was slow yet unstoppable, akin to phantoms in the night, silently enveloping the world as it once was. In the rear garden of a certain hospital, however, the growth of these vines accelerated exponentially. Numerous seedlings sprang forth from the grass, rapidly extending their tendrils, threatening to engulf everything in their path as they swiftly covered the hospital's walls and grounds. The anguished cries of females echoed repeatedly at the entrance of the delivery room, each sound laced with a palpable pain that instigated a visceral ache in all who heard it. Xiongyu paced anxiously at the door, wishing he could somehow transfer the suffering to himself. Suddenly, a flash of vivid green caught his eye in the farthest corner of his vision. Startled, he turned to look. With a swift motion, the green shadow retreated around the corner. This was not the time for plants to revolt. Yet Xiongyu felt a sense of foreboding and cautiously approached the corner step by step. The corridor was eerily silent, reminiscent of the darkness before dawn, exuding an air of danger, with Xiongyu's footsteps echoing ominously. Upon reaching the turn, he spun around, his pupils dilating in shock as he beheld a passageway overrun with green tendrils. Both the vine and the Beastman froze in place, locked in a tense standoff, as if preparing for a final confrontation. Bone vines? Xiongyu furrowed his brow, advancing to seize a handful of the tendrils. With a forceful tug, several snapped with a resounding crack. The vines, though intimidating in appearance, were remarkably fragile, breaking apart like ordinary plants under his grip. His action was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, sending the vines into a frenzied scramble in all directions. The barrier has weakened. Xiongyu, exerting himself to tear at the tendrils, methodically severing the bone vines one after another. His voice boomed like a thunderclap, summoning numerous beastmen to join the fray. Outside, chaos reigned, yet it did not disrupt the delivery room. Bai Yue was drenched in sweat, her hair soaked, fists clenched tightly as she let out another piercing scream. Dr. Bao positioned his hands between Bai Yue's legs, and as her cries intensified, a warm, soft, and moist little being slipped into his grasp. "It's born. It's a little one," Dr. Bao exclaimed joyfully. Lang Xiao exhaled softly, still tightly embracing his partner's form. Dr. Bao lifted the child, intending to show it to Lang Xiao. However, Lang Xiao's attention was solely on the partner in his arms, oblivious to Dr. Bao's gesture, while Bai Yue craned her neck to catch a glimpse. How dirty! The flesh-colored little body was smeared with blood and mucus, prompting Bai Yue, the child's mother, to express her mild disdain. Dr. Leopard smiled at Bai Yue, gently placed the child down, swiftly severed the umbilical cord, tied a knot, and handed it over to the nearby orc nurse for cleansing. Bai Yue reclined back into the embrace of Wolfman, experiencing a fleeting alleviation of the pain in her abdomen, only for it to return anew. She had grown somewhat numb to the agony, taking a deep breath before exerting herself once more. In just half a minute, the second little orb emerged. Another half a minute passed, and the third was born as well. Chapter 99. The return of the green-haired man. Bai Yue was utterly exhausted, yet she felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as if she had finally expelled a long-held burden that had been festering for 2 months. Suddenly, a jolt of awareness surged through her. Someone was watching her. Bai Yue swiftly turned her head to scan her surroundings, but saw nothing. Closing her eyes, she attempted to use her mental energy to perceive the gaze, certain it belonged to a spiritual entity. However, due to her weakened state, her mental faculties were depleted, rendering her blind to the presence. The peculiar sensation she had just experienced was likely a mere figment of her imagination. Shaking her head, she leaned back in a Lang Xiao's embrace, utterly devoid of strength. In the corner of the delivery room stood a young man with porcelain skin and cascading dark green hair that flowed like a waterfall to the ground, forming a halo of strand around him. Yet, no one acknowledged his presence, save for the faintly conscious Bai Yue. He gazed at her for a considerable time, seemingly coming to the realization that she was merely in labor and not grievously injured, before gradually fading from existence. Concurrently, the skeletal vine, which had previously twisted in a state of self-destruction, abruptly fell to the ground, wilting at a visible rate as if its life source had been severed. Xiangyao, perplexed, observed as his subordinates swiftly tended to the scene alongside the doctors. Lang Xiao gently cleaned Bai Yue's body, and, when he carried her out of the delivery room, the corridor was already immaculate. Xiangyao approached briskly, his dark eyes sparkling under the bright lights as they fixed upon the female cradled in Lang Xiao's arms. "Has she given birth?" he inquired. "Indeed," Lang Xiao replied with a steady voice. Bai Yue turned her head to glance at Xiangyao, offering a faint smile that conveyed her elation. The acknowledgement from the female filled Xiangyao with a profound sense of contentment. Simply being there with Guo Guo brought him immense happiness. "What about the baby?" Xiangyao asked, glancing back. "It's behind us," Lang Xiao replied. "I will fetch it," Xiangyao offered. As they passed each other, Lang Xiao suddenly halted, sniffing the air, and looked towards Xiangyao. "You carry the scent of plants," Lang Xiao remarked with curiosity. Xiangyao glanced at his hands and replied, "It's the skeletal vine. For some unknown reason, it suddenly grew extensively, but it has been taken care of." Lang Xiao nodded and turned into a corner, where even Bai Yue could detect the strong, bitter aroma. This was the scent of sap released from a damaged plant, akin to the blood of a beastman. That plant must have endured significant harm, Bai Yue pondered. Upon entering the maternity ward, it wasn't long before Xiangyao returned, carrying a basket containing 3 tiny infants. "Guo, look, our babies!" Lang Xiao proclaimed with pride, his voice brimming with awe. Bai Yue immediately turned her gaze. The little ones were peacefully asleep, looking far more charming than they had at birth, clean and pristine. However, they bore none of Lang Xiao's striking features. Their bodies were plump, with small limbs and wide mouths dominating their faces, as though their entire structure was designed solely for consumption. Perhaps disturbed from their slumber, one of the babies stretched languidly, lacking any real strength. The little wolf pup let out a soft, melodious call, its forepaw raised gracefully above, revealing a delicate, rosy pink paw pad. It resembled a freshly steamed cake, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and poke it. Bai Yue lifted her aching arm and gently pressed her fingers against the pup's paw pad, immediately gasping in delight. Oh my, how wonderfully soft! It felt as though her heart might melt, and it was still warm. She couldn't help but long to take a bite. Chapter 100. The white bone vine and the safe city wolf. Xiao could not help but smile, his gaze resting upon Bai Yue's face. He reached out, gently pinching her cheeks, which had gained a bit of flesh due to her pregnancy. "Leave them be. Let them sleep," he murmured. Bai Yue promptly withdrew her hand, fixated on the slumbering infants. It was only after they had fallen into a deep sleep that she felt she could divert her gaze. Her abdomen and private areas still throbbed with pain, and her muscles ached from exertion. Bai Yue felt discomfort and glanced at Wolf Xiao's pocket. "Stones," she said. Wolf Xiao chuckled, retrieving a handful of stones from his pocket. "Are you addicted to them now?" He had already seen through the surveillance that Guogua had been sneaking crystals. Since there were no adverse effects, he chose to turn a blind eye. Unbeknownst to him, these were the very stones Bai Yue had saved for her recovery, the perfect means to replenish her strength. Bai Yue opened her mouth, waiting to be fed. Amused, Wolf Xiao placed a crystal in her mouth. As she sealed her lips, the crystal melted instantly, flowing down her throat. Upon entering her abdomen, it transformed into a refreshing sensation. Bai Yue relaxed her body, allowing the energy to permeate through her being, and before long, she drifted into slumber. Wolf Xiao carefully placed each baby beside Bai Yue, tucking them in snugly, before projecting a news report on his personal terminal, keeping the volume to a minimum. Such a peculiar phenomenon could not go unnoticed by the leader, as it concerned the safety of the entire city of Beastmen. The news was broadcasting live scenes from the sacrificial grounds, where many Beastmen were busy adding wood to the altar. "When did this start?" Wolf Xiao inquired. Xiaonya pondered for a moment before responding. "It likely began when Gua entered the delivery room. It's rather strange. This time, there hasn't been any other plant uprising. Yet numerous white bone vines have emerged." Wolf Xiao's expression grew increasingly grave. "White bone vines? Are you certain?" "I could never mistake the white bone vine," Xiaonya replied. "It is a plant sealed within the safe city." Wolf Xiao's eyes darkened, lost in thought. Indeed, the safe city was built upon the territory of a formidable plant, one that had been suppressed for centuries. The white bone vine was once the tyrant of the jungle, a domain of death for beastmen, so powerful that none dared to provoke it. However, its flaw lay in its obsession with capturing females. Its extensive vine network made evasion nearly impossible, resulting in many females being abducted. At that time, the female population was still substantial, but the number of those taken was too great to bear, prompting the beastmen to organize hunting parties. Those who participated in the battles often did not return, and over time, the area became littered with bleached bones. Hence the name White Bone Vine. It was not until 800 years ago that the most formidable warriors of the age formed an alliance and paid a nearly catastrophic price to severely wound the white bone vine, suppressing it beneath the soil. Even in death, its fearsome presence prevented any plant within 100 miles from causing chaos, thus establishing the safe city, which rapidly ascended to become one of the strongest cities on the continent. However, every month, the white bone vine would erupt, and the beastmen would reinforce the seal. For centuries, there had been a semblance of peace, until now, when this established order had been shattered. The wolf, with a rapid tempo, struck the personal terminal, his gaze fixed upon the projection of Lion Quan. Suddenly, he inquired, "What are your thoughts on him?" "Lion Quan?" Xiongyu replied without hesitation. "He is a commendable leader." The wolf scoffed. "The sealing realm undoubtedly harbors secrets. The anomalies of the barrier are likely connected to him." "Why is that?" Xiongyu asked, perplexed. "Otherwise, I cannot fathom the inexplicable phenomenon whereby assuming the mantle of leadership significantly enhances one's power," the wolf explained. "Yet this time, the upheaval is too profound. He too cannot ascertain whether it is the leader's machinations at play." Xiongyu had never contemplated such intricacies, and upon hearing the wolf's words, he too fell into deep reflection. Chapter 101. Qiuqiu and the plants. 2 hours later, the sacrificial ceremony concluded. The myriad of beasts congregated in the central square, all eyes fixed upon the decisive platform where Lion Quan stood. Wolf Xiao and Bear Yue also directed their gaze toward the projection depicting Lion Quan. A calm and composed smile adorned Lion Quan's face, as if everything were well within his grasp. "Fear not. This matter poses no threat to safety city," Lion Quan proclaimed with conviction, surveying the crowd of citizens below, and continued, "The emergence of the bone vine is feeble. Those tendrils are so fragile that even a mere yearling could shatter them, and even a female could tear them asunder. It lacks the strength to break the seal. This is merely a depletion of the energy stored in its roots, a trivial concern. You wonder how much longer Safety City can remain secure?" Upon hearing a query from the crowd, Lion Quan chuckled heartily, as if it were a jest, before replying, "As long as the bone vine endures, safety city shall persist. Ordinary plants can live for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. I need not extol the might of the bone vine. Its lifespan will undoubtedly not fall below 10,000 years." In closing, Lion Quan jested, rather than pondering the issue of living space. One might consider how much contribution is still needed to acquire female. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, their faith in their leader's assurances unwavering as the somber atmosphere dissipated. Wolf Xiao powered down his personal terminal and cast a gentle gaze upon Guogua, lowering his voice. "Be cautious during this period. The bone vine is formidable, and none can ascertain whether it possesses any hidden strategies." "I am aware," Bai Yue nodded in agreement. Wolf Xiao tenderly shifted Bai Yue aside and then climbed onto the sickbed himself. Bai Yue, understanding the unspoken cue, quietly exited the room. As he traversed the corridor, Bai Yue instinctively sought out greenery and, to his delight, discovered several fallen leaves nestled in a corner. The vitality of plants is so robust that even a single leaf, when exposed to water, may sprout into a magnificent tree. For safety's sake, Bai Yue gathered the leaves and disposed of them in the sterilization bin. Bai Yue slumbered deeply through the night, only to be roused the next day by a small, chubby creature's antics. Yo, yo, something was crawling on her arm, soft and ticklish. Bai Yue curled up, only to feel a sharp pain in her abdomen, which jolted her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she met a pair of ash-gray watery orbs. Yo, a wolf cub squatted on her chest, its mouth agape in a howl. Guogua has awakened? Wolf Xiao hurried to the bedside and gently lifted the cub away. Bai Yue wished to rise, but was immediately met with intense abdominal pain. After a moment's hesitation, she finally voiced her need. "I need to use the restroom." Without delay, Wolf Xiao scooped up Bai Yue. Noting her embarrassed expression, he teased, "This is the first time Guogua has sought my assistance." Bai Yue felt her cheeks flush, her thoughts brimming with indignation. "It's all your fault." The hospital room was equipped with a private restroom, specially designed for new mothers, complete with a soft reclining chair. Bai Yue summoned all her courage to relieve herself. Once her physiological needs were met, Wolf Xiao placed Bai Yue in the reclining chair and proceeded to assist her with brushing her teeth and washing her face. As the towel twisted in the hands of the wolf, Bai Yue casually glanced around, her eyes catching sight of a vine peeking through the gap of the nearby window. Her initial reaction was one of caution, but soon a sense of familiarity washed over her. Wasn't this the very plant from her parents' garden? That particular specimen had been purchased by her mother, and she vaguely recalled it being imported from abroad. She could not ascertain its cost, yet it thrived with remarkable vigor, sprawling across the yard within a single spring. When it bloomed, it was breathtaking, with clusters of delicate white flowers dotting the lush greenery, akin to stars scattered across the vast ocean. The memory remains vivid in her mind. It was also during that year that she first encountered Qiu Qiu. Chapter 102. Can she trust the wolf nitrate? Bai Yue stared at the broken vine for quite some time, noticing its wilted state before reaching out to pick it up. She was astonished to find a familiar plant after 2 millennia. A wave of complex emotions washed over her, leaving her unable to discern whether she felt joy or sorrow. Nevertheless, it reaffirmed that this place was indeed her homeland. Wang Yao had tidied up the restroom and, upon turning around, was startled to see his wife holding a plant. His complexion paled, and he rushed over to snatch the plant from her hands. "Did I not tell you to avoid touching any plants?" Wang Yao bellowed, his anger directed at Bai Yue for the first time. Previously, when Bai Yue had been attacked by a pitcher plant, he attributed it to Guogua's lack of intelligence, blaming himself for not protecting her adequately. However, now he knew Guogua was clever yet disobedient, igniting a fire of frustration within him. Bai Yue was taken aback by Wang Yao's reaction, her expression frozen in shock as she stared at him. Instantly, Wang Yao's heart softened, and he crumpled the plant into a ball before discarding it in the trash. He then embraced Bai Yue, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I got too worked up and frightened you." Bai Yue pouted, turning her head away to ignore him. His outburst had genuinely startled her. She had just assumed that after having their child, Wang Yao would no longer care for her. Wang Yao kissed her forehead and in a subdued tone pleaded, I was wrong, I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me. His demeanor resembled that of a chastised husband, perfectly embodying the image of one under the thumb of his wife. Bai Yue's lips curled into a smile, which she quickly suppressed, maintaining her aloof and regal demeanor. I shall not concern myself with you, foolish wolf. Wang Yao, understanding the glint in his partner's eyes, suddenly felt a playful urge. How about I take a bite, and we call it even? He proposed. Bai Yu pondered for a moment, considering the idea. After studying him for a while, she decided to bite his chin. However, much to her surprise, Wang Yao lowered his head just as she intended to bite, resulting in her nibbling on his lip instead. Bai Yu paused, about to withdraw, but Wang Yao seemed prepared, firmly gripping the back of her head as his tongue slipped into her mouth. Bai Yu shook her head, unable to escape. Wang Yao's eyes sparkled with amusement as he entwined with her soft, retreating tongue, leading it in a delicate dance. Bai Yu struggled weakly, offering only a few feeble protests with her tongue before succumbing to Wang Yao as advances. Research indicates that kissing can alleviate pain and serves as a natural analgesic. Once the kiss concluded, Bai Yu truly felt her stomach discomfort lessen, though her face burned with embarrassment, rendering her quite docile. Wang Yao chuckled inwardly. As long as Guoguo was mischievous, kissing her was always a sure way to soothe her. He carried Bai Yu back to the hospital bed and explained, last night, the barrier weakened again. The plant you just touched grew overnight. It's very dangerous. Bai Yu then recalled that something had indeed occurred last night. Perhaps it was due to the excruciating pain of childbirth that her mind felt muddled. She had nearly forgotten the previous night's incident. I need to go, Bai Yu said, gazing at Wang Yao. Wolf Xie inquired, do you still wish to venture to the sacrificial grounds to retrieve the crystal stones? It has already concluded, and we cannot enter. A palpable sense of disappointment etched itself onto Bai Yu's face. She no longer wished to evade the situation. Being sent to a mental institution could not be blamed on Qiu, and she should not misplace her anger upon it. The fault lay solely in her own naivety years ago, for she had not understood the art of concealment. She yearned to meet Qiu. If she could lend assistance, she would undoubtedly do so. Contemplating this, Bai Yu cast another glance at the male figure beside her, realizing that she might require the aid of the Beastman, which would necessitate her full disclosure of all her secrets. If even her parents could inflict harm upon her, could she truly place her trust in Wolfxia? Chapter 103. Colostrum. After a brief commotion, all three wolf cubs awakened. They steadied themselves on their short legs, staggering toward their parents while calling out softly. Bai Yu still found it hard to believe that these three were indeed her offspring. She glanced at the wolf who had sired them. Despite the excruciating pain she had endured the previous night, she felt an inexplicable joy in becoming part of this family. The wolf gently lifted one of the cubs by the scruff of its neck, locking eyes with it for a moment before directing its gaze toward Bai Yu's chest. The little one seemed hungry. Bai Yu tugged the blanket up slightly, pondering, what does this have to do with me? The wolf climbed onto the bed, sitting beside her, and reached under her garment, producing a sound as it unzipped a zipper. Traditional clothing was not suitable for nursing. The female had to be entirely undressed. At that moment, Bai Yu was wearing a hospital gown designed for postpartum mothers, featuring a zipper at the chest for easy access. A chill swept across her chest as she looked down to see the wolf positioning the cub against her. Her cheeks flushed with a subtle warmth. Yet she offered no objection, quietly observing. In recent months, her breasts had begun to develop at a rapid pace. Though they had only reached a modest B cup by now, petite yet full, the little cub, inexperienced, instinctively latched onto her breast with its father's guidance. It seemed as if a powerful vacuum had been activated within their throats, drawing in with fervor, while its front paws pressed against Bai Yu, tugging at her as it nursed. Bai Yu winced at the sensation, pressing her hand against the wolf's arm. Does it hurt? The wolf glanced at her expression and then at the cub, realizing it was biting too hard, and attempted to pull it away. However, it underestimated the cub's sucking strength. As it pulled, the cub's body remained suspended, jaws clinging stubbornly to its mother. The chubby little body formed a bridge between Bai Yu and the wolf. Bai Yu's heart ached at the sight of the poor little creature. This discomfort paled in comparison to what she had experienced the day before. It was entirely bearable. She gently took the cub from the wolf's grasp, cradling it in her arms to allow it to nurse at its own pace. Yet, she felt as though the cub was unable to extract anything. During her pregnancy, her breasts had often felt painfully full, and she had even tried to express milk. But nothing had come out. Now, the sensation was no different from when she was pregnant. Could she truly produce milk? Bai Yue harbored deep skepticism. While the first cub had yet to taste nourishment, the other two had already climbed up her body, vying for a place at her chest. They whimpered, seemingly sensing the aroma of food, and cried out anxiously. "Clever little ones," the wolf remarked, lifting its head from Bai Yue's chest to gaze up at her. "Can you manage? Shall I bring another one over? Is there really a difference between 1 and 2? Bai Yue mused, indifferent. However, she only had a pair of breasts. While the little ones numbered 3, inevitably, one would miss out on fair treatment. Casting her gaze at the remaining 2, she suddenly noticed that one cub bore an uncanny resemblance to the wolf. His entire body was devoid of any stray hairs, cloaked in a shimmering silver gray. The shape of his eyes was sharper than those of the other 2, exuding a fierce wolfish demeanor. The remaining 2 bore a few stray hairs. One had a slight darkening on its chest, while the tip of one ear displayed a hint of black, barely discernible upon closer inspection. Bai Yue, with an affection that extended even to the most unassuming, instinctively picked up the wolf cub that resembled a wolf the most, placing it against her other breast. Howl! Instantly, the cries of the remaining wolf cubs turned mournful. He seemed to grasp that he had been left behind, scrambling awkwardly with his limbs to crawl between his mother's breasts, his mouth nudging against her. Chapter 104. Bear's roasted chicken soup after much commotion. Bai Yue suddenly felt a sharp pain in her breasts, akin to being pricked by needles. Shortly thereafter, she sensed something being drawn out of her body by her baby. With a look of astonishment, she glanced down at her chest where 2 little ones were nursing. The first to feed was a cub resembling a wolf, and upon detecting the sweet aroma of milk, it suckled with even greater vigor. Before long, the other breast began to flow as well. Only one cub, with a few dark tufts of fur on its chest, remained empty, anxiously nudging this way and that, appearing both fierce and pitiful. Bai Yue's heart ached for it, and she cast a pleading glance at the wolf. The wolf gently squeezed Bai Yue's breast, estimating that there was likely little milk left, and pried open the mouth of the solid-colored cub. The third cub, without needing paternal assistance, rushed forward, taking hold of the nipple and suckling with a force greater than the previous 2, as if fearing its meal would be snatched away. "They say the first milk is precious. Let each of them have a taste," the wolf suggested. Bai Yue agreed. Just as the children were nursing, the door to the hospital room swung open. Bai Yue instinctively pulled at her clothing, attempting to modestly cover herself, and looked towards the entrance. Entering was Xiongya, who approached carrying a thermal container. His gaze lingered for a moment on Bai Yue's exposed chest before he awkwardly averted his eyes. "I brought food. Guogu will surely love it," Xiongya said in a lowered voice. Bai Yue's heart leaped in joy, surmising that it contained meat. Indeed, as Xiongya lifted the lid of the container, an enticing aroma of meat wafted forth. Straining her neck to look, she was astonished to find a large bowl of chicken soup. She glanced up at Xiongya, her eyes wide with disbelief. How remarkable it was for him to have concocted such a dish. What method had he employed? After all, this era lacked even basic cooking pots. The wolf sniffed curiously and inquired, "What is your technique? Why soak the meat in water?" Xiongya cast a glance at Bai Yue, a reminiscent glint in his eyes, and replied with a smile, "I observed Guo baking eggs in water, and the food turned out delicious, so I decided to roast an entire chicken in water." Bai Yue was taken aback. Who knew chicken soup could be prepared this way? What a revelation! Applause was warranted. Xiongyu presented the soup, revealing a platter of roasted fruits at the bottom, showcasing a bountiful spread. Noticing Guogu's focused gaze on the chicken soup, Xiongyu felt a surge of delight, though he acknowledged that chicken might not be the best for roasting, as it had taken an entire night to reach this state. "I wonder if you will enjoy it. Please have a taste," he said, scooping a spoonful of soup, cooling it slightly, and offering it to Bai Yue. Bai Yue eagerly drank it, her eyes instantly brightening. The chicken soup required minimal seasoning to achieve deliciousness, and the overnight infusion allowed the flavors of the chicken and bones to meld beautifully. The broth was rich and full-bodied, with some parts of the chicken slightly charred, adding a delightful smoky flavor to the mix. Seasoned with just the right amount of salt, the overall taste was exceptional, rivaling dishes from 2 millennia ago, even possessing a unique charm. After a sip, Bai Yue eagerly opened her mouth, anticipating the next spoonful. Xiongya, filled with joy, hurried to serve Guogua. The wolf, standing nearby, felt a pang of jealousy and lifted the child slightly, abruptly stating, "Don't let Guogua only drink water. She should consume more staple food." In this era, the concept of soup was virtually non-existent, no matter how fragrant the broth. It was regarded as mere water in the eyes of the beast folk, and the wolf's words bore truth. Without hesitation, Xiong Yao immediately shifted the spoon that had been reaching for the soup bowl to the nearby fruit platter. Bai Yue shot a fierce glare at the wolf, and, with determination, bit into a piece of fruit, declaring, "I want a drink." Chapter 105. Changing the wife Xiong, Yue could hardly bring himself to refuse Guogua. Casting a troubled glance at Lang Xiao, with a hint of resignation, Lang Xiao suggested, "Feed her some meat, but let her drink less water. She can take her time with the food." "Understood," Xiongya replied, using a fork to shred the chicken, mixing it with broth to feed Bai Yue. This arrangement was barely acceptable to Bai Yue, who ate with a satisfying smacking sound. In the eyes of her two lovers, however, this sound was irresistibly endearing, unlike how it might have been scorned in the past as a display of poor upbringing. Unable to resist, Lang Xiao pinched Bai Yue's cheeks playfully, chuckling. "Look at you eating. Your cheeks are puffed up like a hamster." Bai Yue shot him a sidelong glance, but continued to enjoy her meal. While she indulged, the two wolf cubs had already drained her reserves, and after a prolonged suckling, they finally released their grip. Bai Yue quickly adjusted her clothing, her mouth still busy relishing the feast. Once the meal was finished, Bai Yue felt full. Yet the three little wolf cubs had merely begun to scratch the surface of their hunger. Unable to sleep due to their appetites, they scurried about on their mother, filling the room with their tender, youthful yelps. Concerned that they might relieve themselves on the bed, Lang Xiao placed the trio in a basket and stood up. Addressing Xiongya, "I will take them a play on the grass for a while. Please look after Guogua." "Rest assured," Xiongya replied. Bai Yue longed to join them in their play, yet the persistent pain in her abdomen forced her to remain lying down, her eyes wistfully following Lang Xiao and the basket. As they reached the grassy expanse, Lang Xiao set the cubs down. It was their first encounter with the outside world, and their eyes sparkled with curiosity as they began their adventurous exploration. Not long into their journey, the little ones relieved themselves in succession, their short, soft legs struggling to support their bodies, nearly sitting directly in their own mess. Lang Xiao gently nudged the cubs away from the droppings, knowing that the waste would soon be concealed by the surrounding grass. "Has your Guogua given birth?" A surprised voice rang out nearby. Lang Xiao turned to see who it was. "What brings you here again?" He replied coldly. "Lion brother, it seems you are overly concerned about my Guogua." Lion Yue, smiling broadly, approached, accompanied by his round kangaroo companion. "What a coincidence. I brought my kangaroo for a checkup. She hasn't conceived in 6 months," he explained, glancing around, seemingly disappointed not to see Guogua. His team, being sufficiently populated, had not faced any disturbances from the breeding center. In truth, genetic defects had begun to affect the fertility of the females. Those who could conceive within 3 months were considered exceptional, while those unable to conceive after 6 months were deemed at risk. Lion Yu's decision to bring his kangaroo for a checkup was thus quite reasonable. Lang Xiao chose not to comment further. Lion Yu gestured for the kangaroo to be taken for examination, then crouched down to observe the wolf cubs for a moment before casually inquiring, "Where's Guogua?" "She has just given birth and is still quite weak, so she cannot come out," Lang Xiao replied. Upon observing the demeanor of Wolf Xiao, Lion Yu discerned that he would not encounter Guogua today. With a sigh, he lamented, "Guogua is truly remarkable, intelligent, adept at childbirth, and becoming increasingly beautiful. How fortunate you are." Wolf Xiao scoffed, recognizing that Lion Yu had indeed developed feelings for Guogua. According to the law, each male is permitted only one female partner. Do not entertain any improper thoughts. Wolf Xiao was not overly concerned about Lion Yu, for Yuan served as the shackles binding him, and the crime of bigamy is not to be taken lightly. Chapter 106. Overflowing milk. Lion Yu seemed unfazed as he remarked, "Why are you so rigid?" Wolf Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Lion Yu, fully aware that he had something to convey. Rising to his feet, Lion Yu glanced around, then placed a hand on Wolf Xiao's shoulder, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "We could covertly exchange females. Many engage in such practices. Bai Yue excels in bed. You would not be disappointed. If the female becomes pregnant, we could also support each other." Bang! Before Lion Yu could finish his sentence, he was sent soaring by a punch from Wolf Xiao. Howling, Lion Yu arched through the air, crashing heavily against the wall. As he fell, he managed to find his balance, executing a roll to land on his feet, thus escaping too much embarrassment from the blow. Wolf Xiao felt the veins on his forehead throb. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to retaliate violently. "Get lost," he growled, regretting having left Xiong Yao at home. He found Lion Yu's audacity in attempting to approach Guo utterly absurd. Coughing softly, Lion Yu clutched his chest, realizing that Wolf Xiao was genuinely angry, and chose not to provoke him further. "So petty. After all these years as comrades, you lack such magnanimity," he muttered as he walked away. Wolf Xiao, devoid of the spirit for childish games, returned the children to their basket and made his way to the hospital room. Inside, Bai Yue lay languidly on the bed, while Xiong Yao styled her hair. "Your hair seems to have grown thicker," Xiong Yao commented. "Really?" Bai Yue replied, joy lighting up her face as she ran her fingers through her hair. Uncertain of its actual thickness, she nonetheless felt it had become much more manageable, shedding its previous sickly appearance. As she stroked her hair, a sudden warmth surged through her chest, followed by the sensation of her clothes becoming damp. It seemed the nutrients she had ingested were transforming into milk. Instantly, both Bai Yue and Xiong Yao were taken aback. The soft hospital gown became soaked, rendering it translucent, revealing a ripe little cherry on the prominent mound, glistening enticingly. Xiong Yao swallowed hard, feeling parched. That should be the child's nourishment. Why was he experiencing such thirst? He struggled to suppress the turmoil within, yet his trousers betrayed him, pitching a tent. In a sudden burst, he dashed towards the bathroom, exclaiming, "I'll grab a towel to help you." Bai Yue, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, glanced at the door. "That foolish Wolf Xiao, where is he?" Inside the bathroom, Xiong Yao pinched a troublesome area without mercy, contorting his face in reaction. However, this method proved effective, as the body's restless beast promptly retreated. He washed a towel in hot water and hurried back outside. Bai Yue gazed at him with wide eyes, her chest continuing to seep milk, leaving her shirt wet in two palm-sized patches. Clenching the towel tightly, Xiong Yao's knuckles turned white as he prepared to reach out and assist her. But Bai Yue suddenly snatched the towel from his grasp. Taking the towel, Bai Yue began to wipe herself, alleviating some of the awkwardness. However, with her chest filled with milk, even the slightest contact caused a trickle to escape, feeling wasteful, especially since Bai Yue's chest was not particularly ample. It lacked the capacity to satisfy the pups. Xiong Yao pondered for a moment, then fetched the clean bowl, unzipped Bai Yue's clothing, and assisted her in collecting the milk with the bowl. Let us use the bowl," he stammered. Bai Yue's body stiffened, feeling an intense heat radiating from her head. Just at that most awkward moment, the door to the ward swung open, and Lang Xiao entered, carrying the children. Both Xiong Yao and Bai Yue froze, their reactions akin to being caught in a compromising situation, leaving Lang Xiao momentarily halted at the doorway. "What you two doing?" The children, resembling Bai Yue, eagerly fed on their mother's milk, while the third child perched on the table, licking the milk from the bowl, all momentarily satiated. Having grown up in the 21st century, Bai Yue was accustomed to a singular mindset. Caught in that scene, she felt both embarrassed and guilty, unable to lift her gaze to meet anyone's eyes. Xiong Yao remained as steadfast as a mountain at the edge of the bed, seemingly unfazed by the incident. After all, he was the nominal male of the fruit family and was not easily perturbed by such matters. "It seems the fruit platter is quite effective for nursing. I shall prepare another one for Guo at noon," Xiong Yao contemplated, then added, "The chickens at home have been consumed, leaving only a few eggs. Or shall we go catch more?" Having witnessed the earlier scene, Lang Xiao harbored serious suspicions that Xiong Yao intended to distract him for a private moment with Guogua. However, since Guogua had a penchant for meat, especially chicken, he found it hard to refuse. Lang Xiao glanced at Bai Yue, noticing her eager expression, and relented. Once we are discharged, I will go catch some. For now, you should capture other animals. All right, Xiong Yao agreed. Silence enveloped the room for a moment, only interrupted by the sounds of the wolf cubs swallowing, as all three focused their attention on them. Who was the eldest? Have you decided on their names? Xiong Yao suddenly inquired. Bai Yue also turned to Lang Xiao with a questioning look. Lang Xiao gently patted the solid-colored wolf cub, saying, "This one is the eldest." Xiong Yao displayed an expression of understanding. No wonder he is clearly the strongest. As a new father, Lang Xiao could not suppress a hint of pride upon hearing his son praised, and then he patted the other cub on Bai Yue's chest. This is the second. This cub had a slight black tuft of fur on its ears. The last one needs no introduction. He is naturally the third. This cub had a patch of black fur on its chest, resembling a dapper gentleman with a tie. Particularly adorable. After finishing the milk in the bowl, the third cub raised its face, smeared with creamy milk, and called out discontentedly towards its mother. As Lang Xiao introduced the children, he carefully scrutinized them once more. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked at the third cub, and he lifted it into his arms. "What's wrong?" Xiong Yao immediately asked, noticing Lang Xiao's unsettling expression. The third cub squirmed in its father's grasp, calling out while licking its lips, cleaning the milk residue around its mouth. Lang Xiao ruffled the fur on its chest, his pupils dilating, his expression oscillating between joy and concern. Is this patch of fur unusual? Xiong Yao speculated internally, wondering if it could be a hereditary condition from Lang Xiao's family. The male genes were dominant, with the offspring inheriting predominantly from their father, thus resembling him closely. The father was a black wolf, and all his progeny were black wolves. A father is akin to a silver wolf, and thus, his offspring are all silver wolves as well. Should any trait diverge from that of the father, it is likely a manifestation of genes inherited from a previous generation. Some may denote formidable strength, while others may reveal pathological characteristics, with the latter being the more probable outcome. Wolf Knox shook his head in disbelief, his gaze fixed on Bai Yue, his emotions shifting like shadows. Bai Yue felt uneasy under his scrutiny, and a sense of concern for her child's health began to take root. Guogua possesses black hair. Suddenly, Wolf Knox uttered this seemingly disjointed statement. Xiongya glanced from Bai Yue's hair to the wolf cub, still engulfed in confusion. Bai Yue, not being a beastman, lacked the conventional thought patterns of one. Raising her hand to touch her own head, she quickly comprehended Wolf Knox's implication. He was suggesting that the child resembled her, was he not? What was so peculiar about that? Naturally, the child she bore would resemble her rather than anyone else. Chapter 108. Discharged suddenly. Wolf Knox erupted into a fit of manic laughter, planting a hearty kiss on the chest of the third child while casting a bright-eyed gaze towards Bai Yue. Though his words were directed at Xiong Yao. "Don't you think the children bear a striking resemblance to Guogua?" "Impossible," Xiong Yao reflexively replied. "For thousands of years, no offspring have ever exhibited maternal influences. No one would attribute the children's peculiarities to their mother." As he spoke, Xiong Yao scrutinized the little ones closely and, with a sudden intake of breath, remarked, "Now that you mention it, I do see a semblance between the third child's eyes and Guogua's. Typically, a wolf's eyes are narrow and fierce, a trait exemplified by the eldest. Yet, the third child possessed charming almond-shaped eyes, complete with double eyelids, reminiscent of a puppy. It wasn't just the third child, the second bore similarities as well." Wolf Knox lifted the happily munching second child, placing the third one in its stead. He gently pinched the second child's ear and remarked, "Both he and the third child carry traces of Guogua." Xiong Yao stood in stunned silence for a long moment before a realization dawned upon him, his expression transforming into one of horror. If Guogua can influence the children's genes, does that not make her akin to the Beastman? His voice involuntarily rose, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Bai Yue. Perhaps Guogua could even alter the affliction that prevents beastmen and females from producing female offspring. If so, this uniqueness is not a divine gift, but a calamity. She is so precious. The breeding base would never allow Guagua to belong to any single Beastman. She belongs to all Beastmen. The two males exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's concern. Another secret had been added to their household. Bai Yue looked at them, bewildered, entirely unaware of the unfolding drama. Did the children's resemblance to her signify something dreadful? Yet, Wolf Knox clearly adored the little wolves that resembled her. Wolf Knox enveloped Bai Yue in his arms, offering a comforting pat, exhaling a sigh that mingled joy with exasperation. Who exactly are you? I find it increasingly difficult to see through you. He rubbed his chin against the top of Bai Yue's head, pondering when Guagua would finally reveal her truth to him. He felt a growing impatience. Bai Yue adjusted the two children in her arms, instinctively maintaining her silence. After a considerable time, Wolf Knox held Bai Yue tightly and instructed Xiong Yao, "Go procure some dye. We cannot allow anyone to discover the children's anomalies." "I shall do so at once," Xiong Yao replied solemnly, striding out with the food box in hand. Xiong Yao returned later that afternoon, bringing with him the dyes and Bai Yue's lunch. They promptly dyed the children's stray fur, adorning them to resemble the eldest so closely that Bai Yue found it challenging to distinguish between them. Bai Yue spent 3 days in the hospital, and on the 4th day, she was discharged. In the beast world, there is no concept of confinement after childbirth, within 3 or 4 days. Mothers generally recover and require no special care, as females tend to go about their daily lives as if they were in confinement. Wolf Knox wrapped Bai Yue snugly in a blanket, cradling her in his arms as they made their way home, while Xiong Yao followed closely behind, carrying the 3 significantly heavier little ones. Upon arriving home, Wolf Knox gently set Bai Yue down in the yard, fully aware that Guagua had likely grown restless and would not wish to remain indoors. Bai Yue immediately darted towards Xiong Yao, calling out, "Baby." With a playful howl, the 3 little wolf cubs eagerly poked their heads out of the basket, their front legs resting upon its edge as they called out to their mother, their urgency suggesting they longed to leap out. Bai Yue, with a cheerful smile, gently extracted each of them one by one and set them down on the ground. "Be cautious in the sugarcane grove," Wolf Shao reminded with a grin. Chapter 109. An adventure with the children. Xiongya indulgently remarked, "It's all right. I'll just build a concrete wall around the sugarcane grove to let them play." Lang Xiao did not object, but gathered the children, instructing Bai Yue, "Wait until the sugarcane is enclosed before letting the kids out. Be good and play in the courtyard for a while." Bai Yue pouted. What fun was it to play alone? The children were tossed into the villa, and Bai Yue hurriedly followed, her footsteps echoing in the house. Xiongya worked swiftly. In just over 10 minutes, a flower bed adorned with tiles was completed. Bai Yue spotted it from the window and rushed outside to take a look, with 3 wolf cubs scampering closely behind her. At merely 4 days old, they had noticeably grown. Their umbilical cords had healed, and their fur had thickened, rendering them quite fluffy, resembling little balls. Bai Yue led the trio of fluffy balls down the steps with a joyful gait, turning back to the children. "Darling, Mommy is taking you on an adventure," she declared with lofty aspirations. "Oh, the 3 little ones stood hesitantly at the top of the steps, howling towards their mother. The staircase had 3 levels, each as high as the 2 cubs, and Bai Yue initially hesitated to step down, as the newborn cubs appeared particularly small atop it. She was about to assist them when a strong arm blocked her. "Do not coddle them. They must learn to solve their own problems," Lang Xiao gently advised, his expression turning stern as he looked at the cubs. "Come down yourselves." With their beastly constitution, the cubs had no reason to fear such heights. They simply had not attempted it before. The 3 little wolf cubs stood at the edge of the steps, peering down before retreating 2 steps in trepidation. "Awoo, awoo, awoo." The cubs looked pleadingly at their parents, their still soft tails wagging fervently, resembling little puppies begging for affection. Lang Xiao's expression darkened, and he growled, "Hurry up, awoo." The little ones promptly tucked their tails, refraining from wild wagging, placing their last hopes in their mother. 3 pairs of bright, wolfish eyes fixated on Bai Yue, as if pleading, "Mommy, hold us." Bai Yue found them utterly adorable and playfully pinched Lang Xiao's arm, exclaiming, "You rascal." Lang Xiao winced from the pain, but did not flinch, gazing at Bai Yue with a hint of grievance. Wagging tails is a disgrace among our kind. Allowing them to develop such habits would invite mockery from their peers. Bai Yue reluctantly forgave Lang Xiao and released her grip. Lang Xiao sighed in relief, turning to the little cubs with a smirk that hinted at mischief. The cubs instantly became anxious, sensing they might have displeased their father. They shuffled in place, glancing at the lower level, yet still hesitant to leap down. The third cub, sporting a little tie, suddenly turned and darted off, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Prancing like a little gentleman. To ensure Bai Yue's safety, Lang Xiao had removed the pitcher plants and planted several bug-repelling herbs near the entrance. While not as effective as the pitcher plants, they were certainly safer. On either side of the steps stood 2 clusters of pest-repelling plants, their height nearly matching that of the steps, dense and round like solid spheres. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of botany, the third sibling propelled himself upward with a kick of his hind legs, exuding an air of triumph in mid-air, his tail held high. However, in the next instant, with a crash, he landed on the ground, letting out a startled cry. Chapter 110. Foolish son Bai Yue. Oh my goodness, how foolish. He truly is the offspring of a wolf. Wolf Xiao. Is it truly beneficial for the children to be influenced by Guogua? As the 2 adults regained their composure, the second child, hearing the commotion, turned his gaze to the side, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He bounced over and gracefully leaped onto the plants. Whoosh! A little wolf cub was once again enveloped by the foliage. Bai Yue, speechless, leaned her forehead against Wolf Xiao's arm, unable to bear the sight of her son's folly. Fortunately, the eldest was quite composed. After preparing himself, he took a deep breath and leapt to the next level. Unable to control his momentum, he descended one layer after another, ultimately stumbling to the ground. At that moment, 2 little wolf cubs emerged from the thicket beside the steps, their disheveled tufts of hair giving them a charmingly messy appearance. Especially the third, who proudly gazed at his mother, his eyes seemingly saying, "Look, am I clever?" Bai Yue's heart melted at the sight, and she bent down with a smile to scoop up the third cub. Silly little wolf. Bai Yue affectionately patted the third one's head, smoothing down his unruly tuft. How? How? The second cub, feeling jealous, clung to his mother's leg, attempting to climb upward. Bai Yue, disinclined to bend down, gave a swift kick, sending the second cub soaring through the air as if playing a game of shuttlecock. How? The second cub yelped in surprise, flailing his limbs in fright mid-air. Bai Yue, cradling the third cub in one arm, swiftly reached out with the other and barely managed to catch the second cub just in time. Wolf Xiao, having lowered his hands that were poised to catch the cubs, exchanged an amused yet exasperated glance with Bai Yue. Bai Yue exhaled, raising an eyebrow at Wolf Xiao, her expression mirroring the proud gaze of the third cub from earlier. Puffed. Wolf Xiao could not suppress a chuckle. Even the bear Yao could not help but smile at the scene. The eldest approached steadily, looking at his mother with an expression that sought praise. However, unlike his younger siblings, he did not whine. Instead, he obediently sat by her feet, gazing up at her with eyes identical to Wolf Xiao's. Bai Yue's fondness for the eldest was profound, and she would not allow him to feel slighted. Embracing the second and third cubs with one arm, she bent down to lift the eldest as well. Yao washed his hands under the faucet in the yard, and then addressed Wolf Xiao. "I shall venture out to hunt." Wolf Xiao replied, "No need. I will go out of the city to catch chickens. You stay here and take care of Guogua." Yao's heart leaped with joy as he glanced at Bai Yue. Bai Yue sensed his gaze and awkwardly averted her eyes. Wolf Xiao, being a decisive individual, spoke and promptly departed with a sack in hand. Once Wolf Xiao left, the warm atmosphere in the yard quickly shifted, becoming tinged with discomfort. Yao occupied an ambiguous position in Bai Yue's heart, more intimate than a friend, yet more distant than a husband. She truly did not know how to categorize him. After a brief bout of activity, the wolf cubs grew hungry, their tiny mouths nibbling at her soft bosom. Bai Yue carried them to sit beside the steps, lowering her head to unzip her clothing at the chest, deliberately allowing the eldest to eat first while the others scrambled for the remaining food. The second cub managed to snatch the food, devouring it fiercely. The unfortunate little one, unable to partake in a meal, wailed pitifully, scampering around his mother's legs. Bai Yue, feeling an overwhelming pang of compassion, had no choice but to offer her finger for him to gnaw on. After several attempts, he still had not learned to behave, eagerly sinking his teeth in her finger once more. Bai Yue let out a sigh. With merely 3 children, she found it challenging to manage. Yet there were those who had 4, 5, or even 6 or 7 to nourish. How could one possibly feed them all? Chapter 111. The struggle for food. No wonder those girls are quite plump. Indeed, it is impossible to be otherwise. Bai Yue felt a profound sense of relief. Fortunate that women had not evolved further. Were they to develop additional pairs of breasts, she would surely become a monstrosity. You are too indulgent with the eldest. It's not beneficial for him, Xiaoyao suddenly remarked. Such a statement seemed foolish when directed at a female, yet he instinctively sensed that Guogua understood his words, and he relished conversing with her. Bai Yue gently stroked the eldest's head, contemplating Xiaoyao's words, and deemed them reasonable, deciding that the next time she would allow the children to compete fairly. At that moment, the youngest, who had been sucking on his fingers, finally realized he had been deceived. Releasing his mother's finger, he raised his head and took a deep breath, letting out a wail. Oh! The volume and ferocity of his cry startled both Bai Yue and Xiaoyao, prompting them to glance at him. Ironically, the youngest bore the appearance of a harmless, cherubic face, which only heightened the stark contrast of his fierce outcry, rendering him utterly pitiable. Bai Yue quickly shook him gently, soothingly saying, "Do not cry, darling." At this juncture, Xiaoyao should have intervened, but seeing Guogua handle the situation adeptly, he remained silent. A female exhibiting such independence could be deemed astonishing in any context. Yet, in the case of his Guogua, it was hardly surprising. The youngest, feeling even more aggrieved, looked up at his mother with wide, watery eyes, brimming with tears that threatened to spill. So hungry, Bai Yue could see those 2 words clearly reflected in the eyes of the wolf cub, causing her heart to ache. Glancing down at her 2 breasts, she gritted her teeth, intending to pull the second child away to allow the youngest a chance to feed. The second child, acutely aware of the youngest's interaction with their mother, tightened his grip, drawing closer to her, his forelimbs clutching at her breast with such fervor that his eyes bulged comically. Bai Yue found herself utterly bewildered, unable to detach him from her. The youngest, initially quieting down upon seeing his mother in a daze, pouted his lips and began to wail once more. "Awu, awu, awu." Observing Guogua's predicament, Xiaoyao's face betrayed a hint of amusement as he crouched down, stating, "Allow me." Before he could act, the second child bristled with alarm, every hair on his back standing on end. Bai Yue could distinctly feel the increased suction of the second child's mouth, and though she was reluctant to remove him, the youngest was still waiting. Xiaoyao, resolute and unyielding, grasped the second child's jaws and applied steady pressure. The second child widened his eyes in shock, his claws frantically scratching at their mother's breast, desperately attempting to anchor himself. Yet his resistance was as futile as a leaf against a tempest, soon succumbing to the strength of Xiaoyao's rough paw. The youngest immediately lunged forward to feed, emitting loud, eager gurgles, reminiscent of a starving ghost reborn. Bai Yue cast a worried glance toward the second child, fearing he might protest. However, the second child appeared only mildly aggrieved, licking his lips before squeezing between the 2 wolf cubs, nudging against his mother's left breast, then the right, constantly seeking an opportunity to partake in nourishment. Throughout the entire episode, the eldest remained calm and composed, embodying the demeanor of an elder. Yet he had never exhibited any inclination to yield when it came to food. The sustenance of orc cubs during their formative years significantly influences their future strength. Nurturing kindness during their nursing period may only lead to their premature elimination by a harsh society. At present, the wolf cubs are still diminutive in size, and Bai Yue's ample milk supply ensures they are well fed, leaving them no chance of hunger, regardless of the order in which they consume. Chapter 112. Taking a leave after the wolf cubs had their fill, Bai Yue still had some milk left. To encourage Bai Yue's body to produce more milk, Xiaoyu used a breast pump to extract the remaining milk and stored it in the refrigerator. The wolf cubs, satisfied from their meal, began to doze off, their fur still speckled with creamy residue, each one nestled against their mother as they drifted into slumber. Bai Yue gently cradled them, tiptoeing as she stood up and made her way to the bedroom. Xiongya swiftly approached from behind, effortlessly lifting Bai Yue in his arms, along with all four of the little ones, and carried them into the bedroom. Bai Yue lay in the center of the bed, with the cubs lined up at the head, their little heads peeking out for air. Does Guoguo want to sleep too? Xiongya adjusted the blankets for them and softly suggested, let us eat something before sleeping, so you won't TB without milk later. Bai Yue nodded, turning onto her side, her gaze tenderly fixed on the children. Her small, uncalloused hands gently caressed their warm, soft bodies. They were so small, so soft and warm, like little fluffy pom-poms. The thought of pom-poms involuntarily reminded Bai Yue of Chio, and the smile that had graced her lips gradually faded. If Chio were the same one she knew, he would be 2,000 years old by now, having developed the ability to convey thoughts. She needed to save Chio. She must communicate with him at least once, or she wouldn't know how to help. Unfortunately, the last time the barrier had weakened, she was in the midst of giving birth. Before long, Xiongya entered with a freshly baked fruit platter. Bai Yue quickly concealed her emotions, propping herself up on her elbows to rise. Don't get up. I'll feed you. Xiongya hurried to the bedside, placing the tray on the nightstand, and offered a piece of baked apple to her lips. Bai Yue, not wanting to disturb the sleeping children, accepted without hesitation, eating while lying down, nearly choking in the process. When Lang Xiao returned, he entered the room to find his wife and children sprawled across the bed. Xiongya, leaning against the headboard in a feigned slumber, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing footsteps. You're back. Lang Xiao brushed his fingers through Bai Yue's disheveled black hair and lowered his voice, saying, You go out. I will keep her company. Xiongya stood up. I'll go make chicken soup. Today is my cousin's son's full moon banquet. I've gone to visit, so I will only update this much for today. I will owe you the rest tomorrow. Kinda for the interest? Chapter 113. The wolf cub is thrown off the bed. Wolf Xiao nestled into the covers beside his wife, gazing intently at her serene sleeping face, utterly captivated. Bai Yue seemed to sense his presence, stirring awake and instinctively leaning toward him. Silly wolf, she murmured, her voice slightly hoarse yet melodious, like a feather brushing against the softest part of the heart. Wolf Xiao embraced her gently, questioning her. Did you sleep so early? Were you bored? Bai Yue silently replied, her gaze fixed on his familiar visage, a sudden urge to speak welling up within her. With Xiongya absent, should she confide in Wolf Xiao? What do you wish to say? Wolf Xiao appeared to read the emotions in her eyes, shifting slightly to regard her more earnestly, his breath becoming slightly shallower. Was Guoguo about to speak with him? Did she trust him completely? The moment felt overwhelming. He was unprepared. Though he maintained his composure, his heart raced, and he struggled to suppress his rapid breathing by parting his lips slightly. Bai Yue sensed the subtle shift in Wolf Xiao and instinctively concealed her true feelings, offering him a goofy smile. I like the silly wolf. She nestled her face against his chest, gently rubbing against him. With a sigh, Wolf Xiao exhaled the breath he had been holding, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he would need to persist in breaking down Guoguo's final defenses. The commotion stirred the wolf cubs from their slumber. One by one, they extended their little paws from the covers, stretching languidly before burrowing out of the blankets. Awo, awo, awo. The three little ones awoke and began their search for their mother. Bai Yue, turning her back to them, watched as they scrambled over her. She instinctively moved to gather the children before her, but Wolf Xiao gently restrained her hand. Let them come on their own. Try not to interfere, he advised. Perplexed by Guoguo's behavior, it seemed she was overly maternal. Typically, females struggled to care for themselves, let alone for offspring. Thus, fathers were primarily responsible for nurturing from birth to maturity. There's a saying that captures this truth. A woman becomes a mother from the moment of conception, while a man only recognizes his role as a father once the child is born. Before this paternal awakening, child-rearing could be somewhat careless, yet children are remarkably resilient, rarely succumbing easily, leading to a casual approach to parenting passed down through generations. Over time, this nonchalance became the norm. Wolf Xiao found it disconcerting to witness Guoguo guarding the children as if they were precious jewels. Bai Yue ceased her movements, acknowledging that boys were best taught by their fathers. Yet, she worried incessantly, fearing the little ones might tumble from the bed. Having just nursed, they won't spit up, will they? She thought. No, she must resist the urge to intervene. They must manage on their own. Bai Yue endeavored to reassure herself as the wolf cubs climbed over her formidable figure. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the air, and Wolf Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. Bai Yue froze, immediately detecting a faint odor, her lips twitching in response. The baby had soiled the bed. The wolf lifted the blanket, sending 3 little ones tumbling to the floor with a series of loud thuds. Hadn't he instructed them before? No playing on the bed. The wolf bellowed in frustration. Although tidying up the bed was a trivial matter, the real embarrassment lay in the presence of Guogua. How had he managed to raise his son in such a manner? And yet Guogua still did not disdain him? It was a rare moment that Guogua seemed willing to open up to him. If these little rascals ruined it, he would surely hang them up and give them a good thrashing. Chapter 114. Bai Yue protects her young. Bai Yue emanated a fierce maternal presence. Upon witnessing Lang Xiao toss the children down from such a lofty bed, she was instantly consumed by rage. She sprang to her feet and forcefully shoved Lang Xiao's back. Taken by surprise, Lang Xiao nearly toppled off the bed. As he turned to observe Guogua's expression, he inwardly lamented his miscalculation. Although females may not typically care for the young, once they embrace motherhood, their instinct to protect their offspring becomes paramount. It was unexpected that Guogua, despite her cleverness akin to a male, would still be swayed by maternal instincts. While Lang Xiao regretted his actions, he couldn't help but smile, finding Guogua utterly adorable. With a huff, Bai Yue shot Lang Xiao a glare before descending from the bed. The wolf cubs, astute as they were, recognized that their mother was on their side and quickly scampered over. A chorus of howls erupted as the 3 little ones nestled behind their mother's legs, peeking out to steal glances at their father. Lang Xiao felt his authority significantly undermined in the presence of the children. Rubbing his temples, he relinquished the idea of reprimanding them and began to remove the duvet cover. "I'm going to wash the duvet," Lang Xiao informed Bai Yue. "Oomph," Bai Yue retorted, continuing her examination of the cubs' bodies. Fortunately, the wolf cubs were remarkably resilient. Despite their fall, they were unscathed, considering they were only 4 days old. As they caught a whiff of their mother, their hunger surfaced, and they eagerly climbed onto her. Bai Yue instinctively picked up the eldest and, while unfastening her clothing, recalled Xiong Yao's words. For a fleeting moment, she hesitated but ultimately set him back down on the floor. However, the eldest cub, being the eldest, immediately displayed his dominance. Once placed on the ground, he charged to the forefront, grasping her clothing with his paws and climbing upward. While it would ordinarily require significant effort for a single cub to ascend their mother, the competition with his 2 younger brothers, rather, the stepping stones, facilitated his ascent as he deftly stepped on one and then the other, burrowing into her clothing. Bai Yue watched in astonishment, a swell of pride blooming within her. This time, without her assistance, the eldest found the milk source all on his own, voraciously latching on. Not providing him with special attention indeed allowed him to mature more rapidly, which filled Bai Yue with immense satisfaction. The second to ascend was the 3rd cub, perhaps motivated by hunger, exerted all his strength. By the time he reached the milk, he was so exhausted that he lacked the energy to suckle. Bai Yue lifted the 2nd cub, glancing back at the slightly ajar door, and in a hushed tone cooed, "Be good, little one. Your turn will come shortly." The 2nd cub, undoubtedly the most placid of the trio, did not cry or fuss despite not securing any food. Instead, he persistently nudged at his mother's chest, unwilling to relinquish hope. After a considerable pause, the 3rd cub regained his strength and sensed the 2nd cub pushing against him, prompting him to begin suckling. At this point, the eldest was nearly satiated, his belly noticeably rounder than that of his siblings. Once the eldest had eaten sufficiently, Bai Yue gently coaxed him away and switched to the 2nd cub. After nourishing all 3, Lang Xiao had yet to return. Bai Yue placed him on the ground and softly said, "Mama is going to check on Daddy. You've just eaten, so you mustn't run around. Be good and sit quietly. Mom will be back shortly." With a playful lift of her brow, she added with keen enthusiasm, "Soon, I will take you on an adventure upstairs. It is said that she has yet to ascend the stairs. She will certainly explore them shortly." "How?" The 3 little wolf cubs replied in unison, as if they comprehended her words. Bai Yue leaned down and bestowed a kiss upon each of their foreheads before stepping outside. The wolf cubs obediently lay down, watching their mother depart. Chapter 115. Hanging the quilts, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, prompting Bai Yue to dash towards it. Guogua. Xiong Yao, hearing the noise, leaned out from the kitchen, remnants of chicken feathers adorning his face. Are you hungry? The chicken soup isn't ready yet. Have a piece of roasted pear instead, he said, pulling out a steaming roasted pear. Bai Yue took a bite of the pear and swiftly entered the bathroom. Xiong Yao sniffed his fingers, still fragrant with the essence of the roasted pear and the gentle warmth of Bai Yue's lips. A faint smile crept upon his face as he returned to the kitchen. Focusing on the chicken soup, Bai Yue munched on the roasted pear and playfully leaped onto Lang Zhao's back from behind. Lang Zhao, having just finished washing the quilt cover, bent down to wring it out when the light weight of Bai Yue suddenly landed on him. One hand held the quilt while the other reached back to support Bai Yue's behind, his voice laced with amusement. Not angry anymore? Oomph. Bai Yue huffed, signaling that she had not entirely forgiven him. Lang Zhao carried his partner into the yard and paused beside the clothesline. Bai Yue gracefully slid down from his back. As Lang Zhao hung the quilt, Bai Yue helped smooth it out from the other side, creating a scene reminiscent of a loving young couple. Once the quilt was hung, Lang Zhao gazed at Bai Yue across the fabric and teasingly pinched her cheek. You've gained some weight. Bai Yue instantly covered her face and pinched her own cheek, confirming that indeed she had put on weight. Just 4 days after giving birth, she could already see the changes. I hope I won't end up with a round face like a pancake, she thought with a shiver, realizing she needed to be mindful of her diet. Determined to lose weight, Bai Yue's gaze towards Lang Zhao turned slightly accusatory. How could he say she was fat? Did he not realize how hurtful that was? Suddenly, Lang Zhao erupted into laughter. Bathed in the radiant sunlight, his silver hair shimmered like precious metal, and the smile on his handsome face seemed infused with the warmth of the sun, revealing 2 delightful dimples. In contrast to his usual seriousness, this smile appeared exceptionally sweet. Sweet. She couldn't believe she found sweetness in Lang Zhao's expression. Bai Yue felt as though she had been poisoned, struck by a toxin known as beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Lang Zhao leaned closer to Bai Yue, whispering, even if Guogua gains 50 more pounds, I would not mind. With that, his lips, filled with mirth, captured hers. Bai Yue stared into Lang Zhao's eyes, incredulous. Do you think I'm unaware that your kind finds plumpness in females to be beautiful? Soon, under the spell of Lang Zhao's increasingly adept kissing technique, her eyes fluttered shut. As the kiss concluded, Bai Yue found her arms wrapped around Lang Zhao's neck, her entire weight hanging from him. Lang Zhao tenderly wiped the moisture from the corners of her mouth, hesitating momentarily before asking, could you please spare me some dignity in front of the children in the future? It would be quite embarrassing for me, as their father. The mention of this made Bai Yue bristle, shooting Lang Zhao a glare, though she silently took note. Since Lang Zhao valued his reputation, she resolved to be mindful and help preserve his face. She would settle the score later. Howl. It had been a considerable time since the mother was last seen, and the little wolf cubs in the bedroom could no longer contain their restlessness. Following the sound of their mother, they scampered to the window, howling in unison. Bai Yue cast a tender glance at Lang Zhao, then turned and dashed into the villa to seek out the children. Upon entering the bedroom, Bai Yue was immediately struck by an unpleasant odor. After surveying the room, she indeed discovered several unsightly piles in the corner. Bai Yue. Chapter 116. The children's recklessness, alas. With no supervision, the wolf cubs exhibited no sense of caution as they gleefully clambered up their mother's legs. Bai Yue nibbled on her fingers, bending down to gather them in her arms. Let's hide quickly, lest your father scold you again, she urged. The cubs, frightened, clung to their mother, seeking solace in her presence. A surge of responsibility welled up within Bai Yue as she decisively fled with her children. When Lang Zhao returned to the bedroom and beheld the scene before him, he could only shake his head in resignation. Silently, he tidied the room, pondering that his children might be spoiled beyond redemption. The second floor was a gym filled with various exercise equipment. Utilizing her mental prowess, Bai Yue located Lang Zhao and Xiong Yao, ensuring they could not hear her, and then released her hold. Come, "My darlings, let us try the treadmill," she exclaimed enthusiastically, stepping onto the machine. Rather than merely supervising her children, it felt as though she was treating them as playmates. The three wolf cubs scrambled onto the treadmill, panting beside their mother-esque legs. Bai Yue examined the buttons and powered it on, opting for a gentle warm-up walk. The treadmill jolted to life, vibrating before it began to roll. The wolf cubs were startled, letting out a yelp and scampering away. In an instant, Bai Yue found herself alone on the treadmill. "Silly babies, do not be afraid. Watch as your mother runs," she laughed. With curiosity gleaming in their eyes, the cubs inched closer, maintaining a safe distance from the machine. The treadmill moved at a moderate pace. Bai Yue grasped the handrails, struggling to keep pace while simultaneously feeling that running was too slow. Yet, she maintained an air of confidence in front of her children, impressing them with her performance. The cubs watched, their expressions gradually shifting to eager anticipation. As Bai Yue felt warmed up, she adjusted the speed to a slow jog. Suddenly, she was propelled off the treadmill, landing on the ground with a thud, inadvertently pinning several wolf cubs beneath her. Their muffled cries echoed from beneath her. Hastily, she propped herself up to release the cubs, relieved to find they were unharmed, though acutely embarrassed. "Ahem, it's my first time using it. I didn't expect it to be so fast," Bai Yue said, smoothing her hair in an attempt to preserve her impressive image in front of her children. Fortunately, the cubs, being blank slates, absorbed her words without a hint of disrespect. Bai Yue sighed in relief and, noticing the nearby dumbbells, expressed her interest. "Let us play with those next." The wolf cubs scampered eagerly behind their mother. Beneath the dumbbells lay a bench where Bai Yue reclined, lifting the smallest barbell with both hands. To her astonishment, although it was only the size of a fist, it felt as heavy as lead. With a single lift, her expression turned bewildered. "Wow." The three wolf cubs sat in a line beside the bench, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration for their mother. "Mother is so talented. She can do so much." Upon witnessing the gleam in the children's eyes, Bai Yue resolutely decided not to falter. Gritting her teeth, she inhaled deeply and summoned every ounce of strength within her. With a powerful roar, she successfully lifted the barbell. The wolf cubs erupted in excited howls, bouncing around the exercise mat. Bai Yue exhaled in relief, but as she slightly bent her elbows, her slender arms could no longer bear the weight. With a resounding crash, the barbell fell to either side of her neck. The wolf cubs gazed at their mother in confusion. Embarrassed, Bai Yue feigned nonchalance as she prepared to rise. However, the moment she moved, her composed demeanor shattered. Oh no! Her head was stuck. She could not get up. Chapter 117. An awkward encounter with a wolf cub. A series of plaintive howls echoed down from the upper floor. Stepping out of the kitchen, Xiongnu was taken aback to find Lang Xiao seated by the door, engrossed in a book. "You didn't bring Guoguo with you?" he inquired. "Has Guoguo gone upstairs with the children?" The mere thought of Guoguo brought a smile to Lang Xiao's face as he replied. "She has done something mischievous and is hiding away. She ought to be happier not seeing me. Let her enjoy her little escape," he mused with a chuckle. The howls of the wolf cubs grew louder, as if they were just at the staircase, calling out fervently. Wolves lack a distinct verbal language, their howls merely conveying simple messages such as hunger, the need to fight, or sleep. At only 4 days old, the little wolves had yet to grasp these forms of communication, their cries a chaotic symphony even their father could not decipher. However, Lang Xiao could not remain indifferent. He set his book aside and rose, making his way upstairs. Seeing this, Xiongnu felt a sense of relief and returned to the kitchen to oversee the oven. The eldest cub stood resolutely at the top of the stairs, persistently calling out, insisting that their father come to assist. Bai Yue lay on the fitness bench, gripping the barbell lodged against her neck, twisting her body until she slid down to the floor. Fearing that the eldest would summon Lang Xiao, Bai Yue hurriedly shifted towards him, lowering her voice. Hey, little one, stop howling, please." The second and third cubs, obedient to their mother's plea and devoid of concern, sat merrily atop her belly, treating her as a makeshift plaything. If they tumbled off, they would quickly scramble back up, blissfully ignorant of their antics. Bai Yue, having nearly caught the eldest, froze at the sound of approaching footsteps. Her senses heightened. She realized Lang Xiao was indeed coming. Casting a glance at her own predicament, with a barbell awkwardly positioned across her neck and two little wolves perched on her stomach. She felt she must appear more foolish than a simpleton. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for her beloved. And although Bai Yue was not one to indulge in vanity, she certainly did not wish for Lang Xiao to witness her in such an embarrassing state. With a swift motion, she attempted to push the cubs off her belly. However, in her fluster, she exerted too much force, sending one of the little wolves flying. The cub soared through the air, a white blur, its elongated howl cascading from the second floor down to the first. As Lang Xiao reached the corner of the staircase, the sound of the cub's cry prompted a reflexive reach, and to his surprise, he caught the soft little body effortlessly. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed his own offspring. What on earth had transpired? Slowly, he raised his head. The first thing he noticed was the eldest cub, perched at the edge of the stairs, sitting upright with a serious and focused expression, exuding an air of wolfish authority despite its tender age. Upon spotting their father, the eldest cub's eyes lit up and it sprang down the stairs, bouncing joyfully like a plump little ball, almost tumbling head over heels. Lang Xiao instinctively caught it with his foot, continuing to look up, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Oh no, was that a barbell on the floor? Due to the angle, Lang Xiao could only see the top of the barbell, but upon closer inspection, he could faintly make out Bai Yue's clothing. Guo, Lang Xiao called hesitantly, lifting his foot to ascend the stairs once more. And then, at last, Lang Xiao beheld the true nature of the scene before him. Guo was indeed right there. A barbell rests heavily upon her neck, seemingly pinning her down, rendering her incapable of rising. Thus she remains reclined. However, who could fathom how this barbell came to be upon her? In the moment her gaze met the wolf's piercing eyes, Bai Yue felt as though she could hear the sound of her own heart shattering. She turned her eyes towards the ceiling, her face a portrait of desolation. Chapter 118. The wolf truly lives up to his name. With a chuckle, Wolf Xiao ascended the stairs step by step. Guo, the barbell is not meant to be played with like that. Bai Yue's eyes remained fixed, as if she were in a meditative state. Do not speak to me. I cannot comprehend anything. Upon reaching the upper floor, Wolf Xiao set the wolf cubs down and reclined beside Bai Yue, observing her expression with keen interest. After a prolonged wait without any assistance from him, Bai Yue finally shifted her gaze towards Wolf Xiao. Foolish wolf, why haven't you removed the barbell for me? Are you seeking death? Her commanding demeanor resembled that of a queen, albeit a queen pinned to the ground by a barbell. Wolf Xiao could not suppress a smile. Resting his chin on his hand, his tone light-hearted. Why not get up? Do you wish to sleep here today? Who wants to sleep here? Bai Yue's anger surged, her eyes ablaze. Surely, the foolish wolf was doing this deliberately, seeking revenge for the chaos the children had caused at home. How could he hold a grudge against his wife when it was the children who were at fault? Such a lack of decorum from Wolf Xiao. Suddenly, Wolf Xiao extended his hand towards Bai Yue. She anticipated that he would finally assist her, but instead, his hand curved over the barbell and brushed against her cheek. With his fingers, he tenderly traced the contours of her eyes that were forever lively, expressing everything yet remaining silent. What do you wish to say? Wolf Xiao inquired, his voice low and slightly beguiling. Quickly help me get it off, you rascal. Bai Yue opened her mouth, almost voicing her thoughts aloud. However, she soon narrowed her eyes, her emotions swiftly retracting, cloaked in a veil of ambiguity. Lying here I senti so bad. After all, I've already been seen. Bai Yue, unbothered, seemed to embrace her predicament. Wolf Xiao sighed, a sudden vexation washing over him as he gently pinched Bai Yue's cheek. Little rascal, is it your intention to torment me? As he spoke, he rolled over onto her, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Very well, since you have not made any requests, let us simply lie here. Bai Yue's eyes widened in surprise, only to be silenced by a fervent kiss that enveloped her. The children are right beside us. How could they be so passionate? It was no wonder the term wolf existed. Bai Yue glanced sideways at the children, realizing the situation was worse than she had anticipated. The wolf cubs not only watched, but also curiously approached. Oh, the wolf cubs' eyes widened with curiosity as they bounced over, their little mouths inching closer. Mommy must have something delicious. Daddy is eating it too. In that moment, The three innocent minds defined their mother, a source of food, with edibles seemingly everywhere on her. Bai Yue, flustered, gave Wolf Xiao a few playful slaps on the head. Roll away, and roll he did. His kiss reluctantly withdrew from her lips, yet lingered on her body, trailing down her jaw to embrace her delicate throat. Bai Yue gasped, only to find the little wolf cubs joining in, playfully licking her lips. Oh, what tasty! The three wolf cubs, including the noticeably more mature eldest, opened their mouths wide and lunged forward, their bright, eager eyes fixated on their mother's lips. Bai Yue found herself both amused and exasperated as she gently pushed them all away. With a swift motion, the wolf's claw unzipped the zipper beneath Bai Yue's chest, kissing the delicate, fair skin exposed beneath. A subtle scent of milk wafted into the air as her clothing was lifted, igniting a tremor through the little cubs' bodies, who could no longer contain themselves. A trio of piercing howls erupted simultaneously, akin to a bull blinded by a red cloth, charging forth with a mighty fervor. Chapter 119. The discovery of pretended misery in the kitchen. Xiong Yao paused, his heart heavy with concern as he stepped outside, gazing anxiously up the staircase. What was amiss? Why were the wolf pups howling so pitifully? Surely nothing had gone awry. He draped the cloth over the railing and hurried up the stairs. Under the intimidation of the children, Lang Xiao reluctantly vacated his wife's embrace, feeling an overwhelming urge to cast the pups down the stairs in frustration. Hut, hut, hut. Xiong Yao's footsteps were heavy, causing the staircase to tremble slightly. Lang Xiao sat up, directing his gaze towards the stairs, while Bai Yue also turned to look. After finally dispelling their common adversary, the three wolf pups had commenced a new round of battle, engaging in a contest of 3 against 2. The outcome soon revealed itself. The eldest and second pup had secured their place, while the youngest tumbled away from their mother. As Xiong Yao approached, the youngest began to wail dramatically, the sound piercing and shrill, as if subjected to the most severe of tortures, evoking a pang of sympathy in Bai Yue, who wished she could offer her flesh to appease him. Standing slightly taller than Lang Xiao, Xiong Yao had a full view of the scene below, yet he remained oblivious to the cub's plight. His eyes widened in disbelief upon discovering that Guogua was trapped beneath a barbell, and he glared at Lang Xiao with fury. He ascended the stairs 2 at a time, one hand lifting the barbell while the other hoisted the female pup. After inspecting Bai Yue's neck and finding no injury, he exhaled in relief, his gaze turning sharply toward Lang Xiao. I cannot believe you would mistreat Guogua. Bai Yue interjected. Lang Xiao replied, well. Yet, with someone to defend her, Bai Yue felt compelled to feign indignation. Xiong! Bai Yue clutched the 2 wolf pups in her arms and scurried behind Xiong Yao, as if she had endured grave injustice at Lang Xiao's hands. Xiong Yao gently patted Bai Yue's head, soothingly murmuring, Do not fear, Guogua. I am here. Bai Yue nodded, appearing comforted. However, when Xiong Yao turned away, she shot a defiant look at Lang Xiao, a smug smile curling at her lips. Look here, I have a bodyguard. Haven't I left you speechless? Ahem. Lang Xiao cleared his throat, concealing a smile, and explained, You misunderstand. I was merely instructing Guogua on physical training. Bai Yue gasped in disbelief, liar. Lang Xiao regarded Bai Yue with a knowing glimmer in his eyes, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. She comprehended his insinuation, as if he were suggesting, Shall I reveal the truth? Instantly, Bai Yue shrank back, conceding, Fine, if you say it's physical training, then it is. Thus, when Xiong Yao inquired of Bai Yue, she shamefully nodded in agreement. Xiong Yao was left perplexed. If she had not been bullied, then what had caused Guogua's earlier display of distress? Suddenly struck by a realization, he cast a quizzical glance at Lang Xiao, uncertainly stating, So, Guogua was just pretending to be pitiful? Bai Yue stiffened, caught in the act of deception. How embarrassing! Lang Xiao stepped forward, lifting Bai Yue as he descended the stairs, replying, It is precisely as you suspect. Xiong Yao, carrying the youngest pup, trailed behind, his mind in a daze, entirely preoccupied with the revelations. Neglecting to soothe the incessantly wailing cub, Guogua feigned a pitiful demeanor, exuding an endearing charm. Xiong Yao gazed at Bai Yue with eyes aglow, his hands itching with a fervent desire to seize her and embrace her tightly in a playful manner. In stark contrast, Bai Yue appeared utterly disheartened. unable to muster the courage to meet Xiong Yao's gaze. Alas, it is indeed essential to approach life with sincerity and to avoid pretense. She serves as a vivid example of the consequences of insincerity. Chapter 120. Xiongya's innovative dish. The events upstairs left Bai Yue feeling so embarrassed that she wished to avoid everyone, quietly sitting at the door to tend to the children. The wolf cubs had too short a gap between their meals, and Bai Yue's milk supply had not yet caught up. The eldest and second cub quickly drained her of milk. By the time the third cub finally latched onto the coveted nipple, there was barely a drop left. Instantly despondent, he released his grip on his mother's paw and plummeted to the ground with a thud, appearing lifeless. Bai Yue poked at the third cub's belly. Had she not noticed the slight flutter of his eyelids, she might have been deceived by his impressive act. Such a little trickster. The chicken soup was ready, and this time, Xiongya had added an egg to the water, enhancing its nutritional value. He approached with a steaming bowl. Steamed egg soup? Xiongya was indeed creative. But would it be palatable after such prolonged steaming? Bai Yue, filled with skepticism regarding Xiongya's culinary creation, tugged at her zipper while craning her neck for a better view. Inside the bowl, it was neither steamed egg nor chicken soup. The prolonged steaming had transformed it into a honeycomb-like layer floating atop the water, cloaked in a lustrous golden chicken fat, presenting a vibrant hue that was surprisingly appetizing. However, even with her 21st century sensibilities, Bai Yue could not discern what kind of food it was. Give it a try, Xiongya urged expectantly, scooping a spoonful of the honeycomb egg and blowing on it before bringing it to his lips. Bai Yue watched intently, and, as he offered the spoon, she promptly took it into her mouth. After a few chews, her expression remained inscrutable, a blend of surprise and disappointment as she tried to identify the taste. The egg, indeed, had aged, losing its freshness, and was overwhelmingly flavored with chicken broth. Had Xiongya not mentioned it, she would not have recognized it as an egg. The flavor was not exceptionally remarkable, but within this context, it was a rare delight. How is it? Xiongya asked anxiously, observing Bai Yue's face. Bai Yue decisively swallowed the food and opened her mouth, ready for another bite. Xiongya let out a sigh of relief and continued to feed her. After satisfying her hunger, it wasn't too long before Bai Yue needed to nurse again. She prepared a special serving for the third cub before attending to the eldest and second. Xiongya found a sense of accomplishment in Bai Yue's enjoyment, which only fueled his burgeoning interest in cooking. He busied himself with food preparation daily, exhibiting the makings of a master chef. Under Xiongya's meticulous care, nurturing, Bai Yue began to resemble a well-fed wolf cub, gaining weight as she watched. With her petite frame, she appeared unchanged in clothing. However, without it, her flesh was ample. Her bust advancing from a C cup to a D cup, never once worrying about her milk supply. Today marked another month's cycle, and the barrier was predictably loosening, signaling that the family must head to the sacrificial grounds. Before leaving, Bai Yue dashed into the bathroom. Surely, she would see Qiu today. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at her charming oval face, suddenly flooded with feelings akin to familial shyness. It was a stark contrast to her former angular jawline, sharp enough to rival a snake's. With a broad smile, she noticed the hint of a double chin forming beneath her once delicate jawline. Would Qiu mock her for gaining weight? It seemed time to consider shedding a few pounds. "Go, I have arrived." The voice of Lang Xiao echoed from outside. Bai Yue regained her composure and, without waiting for Lang Xiao to enter, stepped outside. Lang Xiao scooped up Bai Yue and, glancing at her bangs, teased, "Have you secretly dressed up to go out and play?" Bai Yue shot him a glare, turned her head away, and flicked her braid, splattering Lang Xiao's face with her hair. Chapter 121. The appearance of Qiu hiss. Lang Xiao inhaled sharply. Had history preserved itself a tad more impeccably, he might have unearthed a fitting aphorism to encapsulate his current sentiments. Only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture. "Are we bringing the children?" Xiong Yao inquired. "Today marks their full moon." After a moment's contemplation, Lang Xiao replied, "Yes, bring them along. It's fine, just return early." Xiong Yao acknowledged, bending down to gather the wolf cubs, whose legs were now as high as Bai Yue's calves, into a basket. This basket was the very one they had used when the cubs were born. Back then, It felt spacious enough for the three of them, but now it was nearly overflowing. A woo! The three wolf cubs jostled within, resembling a bowl of glutinous rice balls, their bright eyes wide with curiosity, peering around adorably. Bai Yue gazed at the cubs in confusion. Why must we return early for their full moon? Is there a celebration? I do not wish to return early. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, casting down its searing rays, and the heat-laden air refused to disperse. The barrier had stabilized, and the sacrificial ground was teeming with people. This time, with a slight enhancement of the barrier, the vitality of the plants had been utterly sealed, as if completely subdued by the Beastmen. Consequently, the Beastmen wore beaming smiles, howling and racing about, exuberantly expressing their joy. Only the pavilion where the females and young ones remained was relatively tranquil, and Lang Xiao promptly escorted Bai Yue there. Setting Bai Yue down, Lang Xiao carefully lifted the cubs out one by one. You are entrusted with the care of your mother. Do not let her be bullied, he instructed solemnly. Squatting before the cubs, the three cubs nodded gravely, rushing to their mother's side, scanning their surroundings with vigilance, endeavoring to suppress their burgeoning curiosity. So many people, so many young ones, and even a little bear. The cubs glanced at Xiong Yao, who had brought them over, then at the little bear not far away. Could they join the little bear and play? No, they must protect their mother. The eldest cub snapped back to reality first, using his paw to redirect his younger sibling's attention. The three cubs sat at their mother's feet like statues, embodying the role of protectors with earnestness. Once Lang Xiao departed, Bai Yue playfully kicked them aside. Awu? The third cub tumbled over, sitting on the ground and tilting his head to look at his mother, his naive expression seemingly asking, Mother, why did you push me? Bai Yue chuckled softly, speaking in a tone only Xiong Yao and the cubs could hear. Go play. Awu? Is that permissible? The eyes of the three cubs sparkled with eagerness, yet none moved a muscle. Bai Yue encouraged them with a gentle nudge. The cubs turned back to glance at their mother, and then looked up at Xiong Yao. Your father is jesting. Mother has me to protect you. Go on and play, Xiong Yao assured them. Only then did the little wolf cubs scamper off. They bore the scent of the bear beast, quickly winning the affection of the bear cubs. In no time, the two litters of young ones were entwined in play, as if they had known each other for 100 years. Bai Yue couldn't help but smile. Simply watching her children frolic filled her heart with happiness. I hope such happiness may endure eternally. You have finally arrived. Suddenly, a faint voice entered Bai Yue's ears. Neither distinctly male nor female, it transcended any language, manifesting merely as a profound consciousness. The orb has appeared. The smile on Bai Yue's face faded, her grip tightening as she turned to gaze at the water basin. A pale green sphere floated above the basin, although devoid of features. Bai Yue felt as though she were ensnared by a piercing gaze. I have been waiting for you all along. Chapter 122. Destruction of the altar. I have been waiting for you. The luminous orb floated above the surface of the water, its consciousness clearly transmitted into Bai Yue's ears. Bai Yue released Xiong Ya's hand and stepped toward it, one careful stride at a time. Xiong Ya glanced at Bai Yue, assuming she was merely approaching the water altar, and did not follow. Standing here, he could see both the cub and Guogugua. I will help you retrieve the crystal later. Do not enter the water, Xiong Ya instructed. Bai Yue nodded perfunctorily, moving closer to the water altar to observe the orb. The orb appeared more vibrant than her memory suggested, slightly altered from her recollections. In her previous experiences, the orb would always revolve around her at the first opportunity, yet this time it remained steadily suspended in midair, seemingly appraising her. Bai Yue smiled faintly and thought to herself, it has been a long time. The orb, however, spoke directly this time, its voice unmistakably distinct, though still ambiguous in gender. They cannot hear you. You may speak. Bai Yue was taken aback and turned to the nearest male figure, attempting to vocalize. Orb. The male did not respond, clearly unable to perceive her words. Confused, Bai Yue looked back at the orb. It drifted slightly closer to her, resting at the edge of the water altar. I am now far more powerful than before. I can mute sounds within a certain range. Bai Yue was initially astonished, but then laughed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. If only you could have done this before. She sighed, reflecting that had the orb possessed this ability back then, she might never have been sent to the psychiatric hospital. The orb seemed to share this thought, promptly stating, "After you were taken away, I searched for you tirelessly." Bai Yue froze. What she believed to be a fated bond suddenly reignited within her chest, rapidly expanding. "Really?" Her voice trembled, and as the words escaped her lips, her eyes welled with tears, nearly spilling over. "You have never changed," the orb articulated, each word deliberate, its tone lowered to sound more masculine, imbued with sincere emotion. If Bai Yue had harbored any irrational resentment towards the orb prior to this moment, it swiftly dissipated. As long as the orb possessed such intent, it was enough. Bai Yue took a deep breath, wiped her eyes, and earnestly inquired, "What must I do?" "I shall assist you in any way I can." The pale green orb ascended into the air, its form beginning to morph, elongating from a spherical shape into a vague humanoid outline. The barrier stabilized swiftly this time, a deliberate act on its part. It preserved more energy to facilitate communication with Bai Yue. As the orb began to take on a human form, Bai Yue couldn't help but recall the green-haired man she had encountered long ago. In a fleeting distraction, her attention sharpened again as the humanoid figure's arm gestured toward the altar engulfed in roaring flames. "Destroy it, and I shall be free once more." Bai Yue responded immediately. "But without it, our city will descend into chaos. I can incite their turmoil, yet I can also instill order." The orb elevated slightly, resembling a sovereign surveying their domain. "This is my territory." Bai Yue was taken aback, the sense of unfamiliarity growing increasingly profound. Is this the Qiuqiu she once knew? In a span of 2 millennia, the Han Dynasty, where transportation relied primarily on foot and communication hinged on loud calls, transformed into the People's Republic of China, where one can remain indoors yet be aware of the world affairs. Another 2,000 years brought forth a 21st century characterized by civilization and lawfulness, which has now devolved into a world of beasts, where strength reigns supreme and survival of the fittest prevails. When this epoch descends upon a living being, what monumental changes might it invoke? Bai Yue suddenly realized that her understanding had been overly simplistic. The Qiuqiu before her was no longer the entity she had once comprehended. Noticing the contemplation in Bai Yue's eyes, the luminous orb betrayed a hint of anxiety. "Save me." It had been sealed for 8 centuries, and for a sun-loving plant, enduring such prolonged entombment in soil felt akin to descending into hell. Having been deprived of sunlight's nurturing embrace for 800 years, it was teetering on the brink of collapse, sustained only by its obsession with finding Bai Yue. Should she refuse, the orb's hue deepened, and had Bai Yue possessed a stronger mental fortitude, she would undoubtedly perceive the murderous intent radiating from it. Ultimately, it harbored no fond memories of this world. If Bai Yue declined, it would drag her down to hell alongside it. Chapter 123. Resolute determination. The sound of Qiuqiu brought Bai Yue back to her senses, and she immediately nodded, saying, "As long as I can control the plants, I have nothing to fear. I will act swiftly." The murderous intent emanating from the luminous sphere receded like a tide. At last, Bai Yue found a familiar reflection within it. The sphere fluttered to her side, nuzzling her cheek as it had in her childhood, its touch remaining as ethereal and gentle as if caressed by an invisible, delicate hand. Bai Yue chuckled softly, her neck tingling from the nuzzle, pulling closer to Qiuqiu. "Stop trying to burrow into my clothes." From a distance, one could see a female figure leaning against the water basin, lost in her own joy, laughing and swaying like a drunken beast reveling in its intoxication. Xiong Yao occasionally glanced at Bai Yue, and upon seeing her smile, felt a surge of happiness, harboring no doubts. "By the way, I still don't know what you are." Bai Yue panted after a moment of playful antics. "They say the seal is of a plant. Are you?" "A plant? I am a bone vine." "Bone vine." Bai Yue carefully mulled over these 3 words, etching them deeply into her heart. Encountering unfamiliar compatriots in foreign lands always felt particularly endearing, especially when separated by 2 millennia. Qiuqiu remained her dearest companion from childhood, and their bond, like fine wine, only grew more fragrant with the passage of time. At this moment, Bai Yue resolved to confide in Lang Xiao. Venturing out alone posed significant challenges, let alone destroying the sacrificial altar. She could only rely on the strength of the Beastman. In truth, she had long wished to tell Lang Xiao. But each time the words hovered on the edge of her tongue, she hesitated. Her current life was so blissful. Why take the risk? Hadn't her parents' lessons been sufficient? Now, compelled by her feelings for Qiu, Bai Yue felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. Whether she would live or die hinged on this moment. Should she fail, misfortune would still find her with Qiu by her side. Should she succeed, her future would surely brighten. At least she had a devoted husband and a partner she could wholeheartedly trust. A wolf howl echoed from below, and suddenly, her legs were embraced tightly. 3 wolf cubs clung to her legs like koalas, their mouths eagerly nudging, clearly hungry. Bai Yue looked up at the little wolves, who were also nursing from a plump girl nearby. Xiong Yao soon approached, lifting Bai Yue and taking a seat beside a stone bench. "Is there milk?" he inquired, reaching for the zipper beneath her chest. Bai Yue quickly turned to face him, attempting to shield her body from the gaze of the nearby Beastman. Glancing back at the water basin, Qiu had vanished. The wolf cub scrambled up Xiong Yao's thickly furred legs, the strongest of the trio being the first to reach the top, burrowing into their mother's embrace and selecting the fullest breast before beginning to feed. This time, the second cub was quicker, seizing another nipple. Among the 3 cubs, the eldest consistently displayed superior ability, while the remaining 2 were evenly matched. The distinction lies in the fact that the youngest, upon losing, would weep, fully aware that his mother's heart is tender. His tears and tantrums would surely yield him some advantage, as long as he does not overstep. The second child, however, is more obedient, constantly seeking opportunities, and has even managed to snatch a morsel from the youngest's grasp. When Lang Xiao returned, he found the youngest rolling on the ground, resembling a child who had just received a stern reprimand from their parents, drawing curious glances from the surrounding creatures. Lang Xiao approached and delivered a firm kick. "Get up already." Chapter 124. Confession Howl. The third child immediately sprang to his feet, standing upright and poised, resembling a soldier who had undergone rigorous military training. Bai Yue felt a pang of affection and stretched out her foot, laboriously pulling the third child closer to her side. This family undeniably embodied the archetype of a strict father and a loving mother. Lang Xiao playfully flicked Bai Yue's forehead, indulging her. The child had ceased to fuss. She mused defiantly. It was futile to speak such things to the females. Observing this, the nearby Beastman chuckled and imparted his wisdom. "Whenever I discipline my children, I have someone blindfold the female. They remain oblivious." Bai Yue, upon hearing this, nearly rolled her eyes into the back of her head. She retrieved roasted chestnuts from Xiong Yao's pocket and hurled them at the Beastman with fervor. Alas, the tiger beast was struck in the face, raising his hands to catch a few chestnuts, staring blankly at Bai Yue. Lang Xiao chuckled, affectionately ruffling Bai Yue's hair, and addressed the tiger beast. "You must understand that females can be like this. Do not take offense." The tiger beast chuckled awkwardly, returning the chestnuts to Lang Xiao, feeling as if he had incurred the female's ire. Glancing at her once more, he noted how she leaned against the bare beast, concealing her bosom. Yet a small patch of snow-white skin remained visible, its delicate texture surely inviting to the touch. The tiger beast's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Lang Xiao's expression darkened instantly. The tiger beast, quick-witted, snapped back to reality and awkwardly said, I must check on my female. Let us talk later." With that, he scurried away, tail between his legs. Lang Xiao tugged at Bai Yue's clothing, settling beside her to shield her from prying eyes. The females in the household, being in their nursing period, could conclude their activities early, and before nightfall, Bai Yue's family departed. Bai Yue, averse to mess, rushed home, cradling the eldest child as they made their way to the bathroom, with the second and third children swiftly overtaking her to enter first. "Be careful, don't fall," Lang Xiao cautioned before retreating to the bedroom to fetch his wife's change of clothes. Upon entering the bathroom, Bai Yue hesitated for a fleeting moment before turning on the water for the bathtub. When Lang Xiao returned, he found all 4 of them blissfully soaking in the tub, completely undraped. He raised an eyebrow, suspecting that Guogua had inadvertently exposed herself again, and leaned against the tub's edge, amused. When did Guogua learn to use the bathtub? This time, however, Bai Yue did not rush to respond. She squeezed a dollop of shower gel and silently began applying it to the eldest child's skin. Lang Zhao's smile gradually faded, his pupils dilating rapidly. Breath caught in his throat as he fixated on the female in the tub, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Sensing Lang Zhao's unusual demeanor, Bai Yue glanced at him. "How?" The eldest child, feeling parched, lowered his head to lick the foamy water floating in the tub. Bai Yue raised his chin, admonishing, "You cannot drink this water." The obedient child ceased his drinking. Throughout, Lang Zhao remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Yue, emotions swirling within him, threatening to overflow. Was Guogua about to confess to him? As anticipated, while washing the eldest child's fur, Bai Yue suddenly spoke. Lang Xiao. The delicate and gentle voice of the woman resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in the depths of Lang Zhao's mind. Despite having envisioned this moment countless times in his imagination, when Guogua finally confessed to him, her tone and manner of speaking left him utterly captivated and entranced. It was the quintessential feminine intonation and timbre, so melodious and enchanting, surpassing even the song of the lark in its beauty. Chapter 125. Honesty. Bai Yue felt an intense nervousness, but upon seeing Lang Zhao's foolish expression, she couldn't help but chuckle, significantly alleviating her anxiety. "Aren't you coming in? We are about to finish," she said with a smile. Lang Zhao stared blankly at the female, his foolish demeanor betraying no hint of the truth he had already grasped. Moving mechanically, he climbed into the bathtub as instructed, forgetting to remove his trousers. Seated beside Bai Yue, she naturally leaned against him. "Lang Zhao, actually, I am. From 2,000 years ago," Bai Yue revealed, laying bare her truth. This revelation was not part of her plan. She had intended to proceed gradually, halting at any sign of discord. Yet, it was done now. Failure would be unfortunate, but not catastrophic. Lang Zhao was genuinely taken aback. Facing Bai Yue as thoughts raced through his mind, he inadvertently recalled Dr. Bao's words. The components of the medication in Guogua have been analyzed. Guogua may have a mental illness. Bai Yue watched Lang Zhao anxiously, awaiting his response. Lang Zhao gazed intently into her eyes, and under her clear, wise gaze, the nascent doubts dissipated. "Is there more?" he asked, pulling her into his embrace. Having regained his composure, Bai Yue, uncertain of his attitude, recounted her experiences in detail, including the ball she had encountered in her childhood and her mental prowess. As he listened, Lang Zhao instinctively tightened his hold on her, his heart aching with empathy, his expression stiffening. His throat constricted, and with a choked voice he said, "Thank you for believing in me." He planted a gentle kiss on the top of her head, which bore a faint floral scent, and continued, "I can understand your parents' actions, but I will never treat you that way. Even if you truly have an illness, I will not abandon you." In that moment, the heavy stone resting upon Bai Yue's heart vanished, and she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Playfully, she nestled against Lang Zhao, blinking as 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks. "You are so wonderful," she said, her voice steady while recounting her past, now tinged with the threat of tears. Her heart raced, the apprehension transforming into exhilaration. Joy and ecstasy erupted within her chest. Even if she were to die at that moment, she would have no regrets. She had made the right gamble. Meeting Lang Zhao in this lifetime was undoubtedly the greatest fortune of her existence. "Don't cry, it's all over now," Lang Zhao said, cradling her face in his hands, his thumbs wiping away her tears. "Oh?" 3 wolf cubs stood on a bench, startled by their mother's demeanor, calling out helplessly. Bai Yue smiled softly and gathered the children into her embrace. "Yes," she nodded, a playful grin returning to her lips, revealing a hint of childishness. "With the children here, you wouldn't dare to bully me." Lang Zhao, momentarily lost in thought, recalled his wife's earlier antics and chuckled. "So, you weren't pretending to be foolish. You were simply being your true self." Bai Yue shot him a glare and reached up to tug at his pair of wolf ears. "How dare you call me foolish? You are the foolish one. Foolish wolf. Foolish wolf." As a thought crossed her mind, Bai Yue paused and cast a suspicious glance at Lang Zhao. "Did you know about this all along?" she inquired. Raising her gaze to the corner of the bathroom, she added, "Do you have surveillance cameras installed now?" Lang Xiao replied, "Well, it is indeed time to dismantle the cameras. Some areas are equipped with them." He candidly admitted, before showing Bai Yue the footage from their first encounter. The moment she laid eyes on it, her embarrassment turned to fury, and she forcefully pinned Lang Xiao in the bathtub, venting her frustration upon him until she was satisfied. There are 2 more chapters left. Once completed, I will share them. Chapter 126. A plea after a tumultuous episode, Bai Yue felt utterly exhausted, idly tugging at her children's hair, transforming them into 3 fluffy cotton balls. Lang Xiao inquired, "What was your original name?" Bai Yue shrugged and replied dismissively, "Bai Yue." "Bai Yue." Lang Xiao pondered over the 2 characters, unaware of their true meaning, likening them to the moon in the sky, and complimented. "It is a beautiful name." Irritated, Bai Yue pouted and said, "I prefer you to call me Guogua." Although the name was rather silly, it radiated warmth and affection. Compared to the despairing Bai Yue who accompanied her through suffering, she cherished this simple name much more. Lang Xiao responded, "Very well. I shall call you Guogua from now on." He gently combed through Bai Yue's damp hair with his fingers and asked, "You are always searching for attribute-less crystal stones. They assist your mental prowess, do they not?" Bai Yue nodded in affirmation. Lang Xiao, filled with delight, remarked, "That is splendid. Attribute-less crystals are of no use to us, so I can help you find plenty. However, but what?" Bai Yue inquired, lifting her gaze to Lang Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, Lang Xiao delicately stated, "You have utilized quite a few transparent crystals, yet they seem to have little effect. Perhaps transparent crystals do not work well for you." Not just a few. Guogua had consumed no less than 50, a quantity that an ordinary beastman would struggle to amass in a lifetime. Even for him, it would take years to use such an amount. Bai Yue's expression fell instantly, murmuring, "The first one was quite evident." "It may be that the connection method was incorrect," Lang Xiao said, ruffling Bai Yue's hair. "No worries. In this household, I shall provide, and you shall bear. Our cooperation is just perfect." Bai Yue felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, swatting Lang Xiao's head. "Do you take me for a sow? I will not bear any." Lang Xiao chuckled, a pair of sweet dimples appearing on his cheeks. In front of Guogua, he never exhibited the demeanor of a cold-faced warrior. "Once you are done, rise. Your skin will wrinkle," Lang Xiao advised. Bai Yue grasped his arm. "Wait a moment." Bai Yue hesitated, her emotions still fraught with tension. In a soft voice, she said, "Xiao, I have one more matter for which I seek your assistance." Lang Xiao smiled and replied, "There is no need for formalities between us. Speak plainly, and I shall exert my utmost effort." Bai Yue nibbled on her fingertip, stammering, "That." "The ball unmentioned, it pertains to the bone vine sealed in the safe city." Lang Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, becoming grave. His pupils constricted rapidly into thin, dark slits, as if illuminated by a blinding light. For a fleeting moment, Bai Yue sensed hostility emanating from him and instinctively recoiled. Lang Xiao snapped back to reality, gripping Bai Yue's wrist tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "So, Bai Yue took a deep breath. Summoning her courage, "I wish to save it." Lang Xiao, raised amidst the ravages of war, knew only animosity towards plants. They had taken his father, his brothers, and countless beastmen with whom he had merely crossed paths. The hatred ran deeper than mere loss. It had festered for 2 millennia, embedding itself in the very marrow of every beastman. Speaking of the infamous bone vine, it is undoubtedly one of the plants most feared and loathed by the orcs, a notorious killer in the annals of history. Yet now, his beloved female companion is requesting his assistance with this very plant. Wolf Nitrate found himself at a loss, caught between disappointment and sorrow. He opened his mouth, hesitatingly uttering, "Do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying?" Chapter 127. The 2,000-year generation gap. Bai Yue felt a sharp pain in her wrist as it was grasped by Lang Xiao, yet she maintained a facade of nonchalance, gazing into Lang Xiao's eyes and stating, "It has declared that it shall not harm the beastmen, and it will assist in suppressing other plants. Releasing it will bear no adverse consequences. There may be an increase in the expanse of vegetation, but with the ample open spaces in Safety City, a few more plants pose no issue." "Has it seen you?" Lang Xiao inquired. Bai Yue nodded in affirmation. Lang Xiao rested one hand upon the edge of the bathtub, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the ceramic tiles, the sound echoing like a heartbeat, a stark reminder of his growing apprehension. He found himself questioning whether that cunning plant had indeed ensnared his guagua. Perhaps, as Dr. Leopard suggested, guagua was grappling with a mental affliction, despite her remarkable intelligence. Yet, confronted with the earnest expression of longing on her female visage, Lang Xiao felt an undeniable reluctance to refuse her. I must see it once before making a decision, Lang Xiao declared. If this is merely a figment of Guogua's imagination and I release the bone vine, the Beastman of Safety City will be doomed. Conversely, if the bone vine has indeed manipulated Guogua, I must confront that plant. Should it turn out that Guogua speaks the truth, then I shall take a reckless chance and release the bone vine. It is often said that the affections of children are profound, while the valor of heroes can falter. Lang Xiao sensed that he was perhaps on the brink of the greatest calamity of his life. However, Bai Yue's laughter erupted like sunlight breaking through clouds as she wrapped her arms around Lang Xiao's neck and planted a resounding kiss on his cheek. You are truly wonderful. You are my favorite. The brilliance of her smile was so radiant that Lang Xiao found himself mirroring her joy. As long as she was content, it seemed that nothing else mattered. Once they had cleared the air, Lang Xiao lifted Bai Yue from the bathtub. The five of them gathered on the drying chairs, basking in warmth as they dried their bodies and fur before donning clean attire. Before stepping outside, Bai Yue recalled the presence of Xiong Yao and inquired, "What about Xiong Yao? Can we tell him?" "No need," Lang Xiao replied. "If you are to have children in the future, then you may inform him. He is still undecided and may leave at any moment. We cannot allow him to carry this secret away." Bai Yue felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning, her mind reeling. A child, Lang Xiao, as her husband, casually planned for her to bear the offspring of another man. The 2,000-year generation gap was indeed terrifying. Yet, Lang Xiao's demeanor belied the turmoil within. He tilted Bai Yue's chin upward, narrowing his eyes dangerously. "However, matters concerning you must be arranged by me. Should you dare to consort with him without my consent, I shall not hesitate to break your legs." Bai Yue's lips twitched at his words. "That is illegal. Furthermore, do not speak of consorting so crudely. I can hardly bring myself to discuss such things with you." Lang Xiao replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall break Xiong Yao's legs." Bai Yue stood speechless for a moment before she opened the door and stepped out, only to find Xiong Yao busy preparing dinner. "Guogua," Xiong Yao waved at her. "Gulme, it's time for dinner." Xiong. Bai Yue dashed towards him. In her heart, she had nearly resigned herself to the reality of her situation. Xiong Yao treated her with such kindness that she could not bear to refuse him. Yet the objective truth loomed. She was likely destined to never have but one partner in this life. As a genuine relic of the past, Bai Yue found it exceedingly difficult to willingly accept Xiong Yao, while the assertive demeanor of Lang Xiao truly alleviated her concerns. She resolved to heed his arrangements, relinquishing her anxiety and allowing life to unfold as it may. Meanwhile, Lang Xiao felt a pang of bitterness as the veins in his forehead throbbed. After being candid with Guogua, he sensed a heightened sense of jealousy within himself. How could he possibly send Xiong Yao away? The update for today is complete. Chapter 128. The wolf cubs wean off milk. Xiong Yao gently placed Bai Yue upon her designated chair, where her meal, a bowl of steamed eggs, awaited her. The eggs were adorned with a delicate layer of roasted strawberry slices, the soft yellow base punctuated by vibrant red, rendering it irresistibly appetizing. In stark contrast, the meals for Lang Xiao and Xiong Yao consisted of a monotonous pile of wooden pieces, identical to their usual fare. Yet the dining table also featured 3 bowls filled with softened wood shavings. Bai Yue took a piece of strawberry into her mouth, glancing at Lang Xiao and then at Xiong Yao. "Is there a special treat today?" she pondered, for the soaked wood was quite unpalatable. The wolf cubs, having chased up to the side of the chair and noticing their mother partaking in food, lay down on the ground, idly gnawing on the stone chair leg, producing a series of crunching sounds. Xiong Yao bent down, lifting a wolf cub and placing it on the dining table. Bai Yue immediately realized this was intended for the little wolves. A wolf. The cubs, still bewildered, gazed at Xiong Yao, their peripheral vision curiously drawn to the items upon the table. Lang Xiao hoisted the last cub onto the table, stating, "Today marks your full moon. It is time to wean." "Oh?" The cubs remained confused. Lang Xiao placed the soaked wood in front of them, his expression stern as he instructed, stand properly to eat, and do not leave any behind. The cubs twitched their noses, curiously licking the wood shavings, and their eyes sparkled with surprise as they began to devour them eagerly. Though Lang Xiao maintained a serious demeanor, a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. The cubs consumed every last morsel from their bowls, licking them clean before plopping down and rubbing their swollen bellies with their front paws, casting glances towards their mother's vibrantly colored food bowl. With a smile, Bai Yue scooped a spoonful of egg and offered it to them, igniting a competitive spirit among the three cubs as they rushed to nibble at it. Yet, a swift hand was quicker. Lang Xiao extended his long arm and swatted the three cubs off the table. Oh! The cubs yelped as they soared through the air, landing with a series of thuds on the ground. Upon landing, they quickly rolled over and scrambled to their feet, shaking their fur and adjusting their appearance before resuming their play as if nothing had happened. Eat properly, Lang Xiao admonished Bai Yue. She pouted, frustrated, and bit down on the spoon, nearly chipping her front teeth. The wolf cubs, having filled their bellies, were typically inclined to sleep. However, today, having feasted on wood, they were unusually energetic, barking and dashing about, causing the front door to thump loudly. After finishing her dinner, Bai Yue found them still racing around the house, creating an uproar. Babies, she called from the doorway, attempting to summon them inside. The little wolves had always been obedient to their mother. At the mere sound of her voice, they would abandon their play, no matter how joyous, and return promptly. Yet today, they merely glanced at her before intensifying their frenzied antics, akin to runaway cars with malfunctioning brakes. Bai Yue's annoyance grew, and she shouted, "Babies!" Oh! Finally, the wolf cubs reacted, veering around and charging towards their mother, yet they showed no sign of slowing down. As they neared, Bai Yue hurriedly dodged aside, and the cubs leapt onto the bed with a powerful push of their hind legs. Oh! They frolicked upon the soft bed, soon leaving a plethora of muddy paw prints on the creamy sheets. Bai Yue clenched her fists, preparing to give the wolf a good thrashing. At that moment, Lang Xiao entered the bedroom and casually shut the door behind him. He ruffled Bai Yue's hair, unusually indulging the children. Let them be wild while they can. We shall indulge in some computer games. Huh? Bai Yue looked at Lang Xiao with a puzzled expression. Chapter 129. The wolf cub transforms. Observing the puzzled expression on the female's face, Wolf Xiao suddenly realized that she was unaware. You see, the energy contained in the wood is significantly greater than that of milk. When the cubs consume their first meal of wood, they become exceedingly excited and will subsequently transform into human form. Bai Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying the children will become human tonight? Wolf Xiao nodded with a smile. Indeed, Bai Yue's mouth fell agape as she turned her gaze toward the children. What if they do not transform? Wolf Xiao fell silent for a few seconds before responding in a low voice. Then they will not be able to become Beastman. A wave of anxiety washed over Bai Yue, her heart sinking. The probability of that happening must be low, right? She asked hopefully. Wolf Xiao replied, I too am a triplet. One of my brothers had a weaker constitution and could not transform. The first meal would cause him to explode. Bai Yue's heart plummeted further. Yet Wolf Xiao remained untroubled, wrapping her in his embrace and reassuring her. Our children are strong. They will not fail. Bai Yue nodded with unwavering belief. The wolf cubs had been frolicking on the bed for quite some time, transforming a once tidy bed into a chaotic mess, and finally began to show signs of fatigue. The youngest was the first to collapse onto the bed, mouth agape, his long tongue hanging out as he gasped for breath. The second cub, seeing this, sprawled next to him, mirroring his actions with his mouth open and tongue out, panting. The eldest, though he paused his jumping, still managed to stand, leaning against his brothers while catching his breath. Bai Yue's own breath was as shallow as the children's, her heart racing, eyes fixed intently upon them. Even Wolf Xiao had softened his breathing, focusing intently on the cubs' reactions. They had reached the most precarious moment. The cubs' previous exertions had consumed much of their energy, and as their stamina waned, the remaining energy would coalesce, compelling them to complete their first transformation. If a cub's constitution was weak and it failed to expend enough energy in the early stages, it could be overwhelmed by the energy itself. Moreover, the consumption of wood could not be diminished. Insufficient energy could prevent the cubs from transforming, significantly impacting their future growth. The eldest was the first to react, becoming restless as he stomped his feet and turned in circles. Suddenly, his form elongated, transforming into a small infant with wheat-colored skin. Ah! Bai Yue gasped, gripping Wolf Zhao's hand tightly. They transformed. Woo! The eldest let out a somewhat clumsy wolf howl, still processing the change, as he looked up at his mother and, with a kick of his hind legs, scurried toward her on all fours. Bai Yue rushed forward to catch him. The infant appeared small, yet he was surprisingly heavy, comparable to his weight as a wolf cub. Wah-wah! The eldest emitted a few indistinct syllables. Upon hearing his own voice, his elongated eyes widened even more as he looked down at his body, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Woo! The eldest touched his hairless belly, soon discovering that his hands were different as well. He lifted them for closer inspection and then took his mother's hand to compare. After a considerable while, the elder sibling finally comprehended the nature of the transformations occurring within his body, and a sense of joy gradually enveloped him. Wow! He exclaimed, gazing upwards at his mother. Bai Yue, realizing that he was calling for her, gently corrected him. It's Mama. Ah! The elder sibling altered his pronunciation slightly, yet his words remained largely unintelligible to those around him. 2 chapters remaining. Chapter 130. Naming Bai Yue slowed her speech, breaking each word into 2 syllables. Ma. The eldest child attentively observed his mother's mouth, mimicking her lip movements, his delicate lips resembling peach blossoms kissed by the morning dew, parting to reveal his bare gums. Wooden horse. Though not quite correct, his attempt followed the right steps. Bai Yue nodded encouragingly. Well done. Little one, let's try again. Wooden horse, wooden horse, wooden horse. As he spoke, the eldest suddenly uttered 2 perfect mama. He was momentarily taken aback, then looked at his mother with a pleading expression. You are truly remarkable, Bai Yue praised without reservation, cradling his head and planting a heavy kiss on his forehead. 2 sweet dimples appeared on the chubby, youthful face of the eldest, radiating charm and innocence, akin to the delightful laughter of a playful wolf cub. Bai Yue suddenly froze. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the eldest's features bore a striking resemblance to the wolf cub, resembling a miniature version of him. You are truly handsome. Bai Yue couldn't help but exclaim, believing that the wolf cub was the most attractive being in the world, and naturally, his child must be equally charming. The eldest laughed even more joyfully, finding his rhythm in speech, and called out Mama several times in succession. His mother's delight caused his tail to wag excitedly behind him. The wolf cub, in good spirits, refrained from reprimanding him and continued watching the 2 younger siblings on the bed. The second and third children noticed the transformation of the eldest and, filled with envy at their mother's praise, stood up one after the other, anxiously pacing on the bed. Before long, the third child suddenly straightened up, transforming into a plump little infant lying on the bed. Almost in the next instant, the second child also took on human form. Bai Yue's heart was finally at ease. She approached the bed, gently placing the eldest down while scooping up the second and third children in her arms. You all did wonderfully, Bai Yue said, tilting her head to look at the wolf cub, smiling, don't you think? The wolf cub chuckled softly, his satisfaction evident, though he remained silent. Now that they had transformed, it was time for names. The wolf cub embraced Bai Yue and asked Guogua, what names do you wish to give them? Bai Yue pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled shyly, pursing her lips. Although the second and third children had yet to decide, she instinctively thought of naming the eldest AI Xiao. However, that wouldn't do, as the child would bear the surname Wolf, making it Wolf AI Xiao, which sounded peculiar. Wolf AI seemed more fitting. Nonetheless, that name felt biased. So Bai Yue shook her head and said, I can't think of anything. You decide. The wolf cub, evidently prepared, promptly replied, let us name them according to the element of gold, as we named our first set according to stone. The eldest shall be Wolf Duan, the second Wolf Qin, and the third Wolf Jin. Beautiful names, Bai Yue nodded repeatedly, thoroughly satisfied with the names chosen for the children. The wolf cub placed the children on the ground, swiftly changed the bed linens, and then took them out for a bath. Xiong Yao, waiting outside, sighed in relief upon witnessing the successful transformation of the wolf cubs. Congratulations, Xiong Yao sincerely remarked. Wolf Knox nodded slightly, pausing his steps, and expressed gratitude, saying, I truly appreciate your care for them during this time. I shall not forget it. Xiong Yao offered a faint smile before turning and retreating to his own chamber. The wolf cubs had mastered the art of transformation, their excitement keeping them awake for much of the night. At last, they drifted into slumber, only to awaken at the break of dawn, still enchanted by their delightful dreams. Chapter 131. Teething Bai Yue had already consumed her breakfast, her breasts swollen with milk. Upon noticing this, she beckoned to her children. Come here, my babies. Mommy. The three little ones swiftly crawled towards her, clinging to her legs as they attempted to ascend her body. However, in an unexpected moment, their mother was lifted into the air, causing the little ones to tumble to the ground. Lang Shao cradled Bai Yue in his arms and sternly addressed the children. You're old enough to stop nursing. Go outside and ask Xiong Yao for something to eat. Oh, the wolf cubs reluctantly made their way out. Bai Yue, feeling quite dejected, gave Lang Xiao's ear a sharp twist. Ouch! Lang Xiao winced in pain, and, suddenly recalling a phrase from the Chronicles of Ancient Humanity, he quoted, Indeed, a loving mother often spoils her children. Infuriated, Bai Yue twisted his ear even harder, nearly pulling out the fur, before finally releasing him. Rubbing his ear, Lang Xiao went to the kitchen to fetch a breast pump. The books say milk should not remain in the body. I'll help you extract it. Bai Yue's cheeks flushed as she snatched the breast pump from him. I'll do it myself, although she intended to handle it alone. The presence of Lang Xiao made her feel somewhat shy. To divert the conversation, she urged, You mentioned going to the sacrificial grounds to watch the ball game. When will you go? The smile on Lang Xiao's face quickly faded. I'll step out for a moment and return with news for you. Bai Yue nodded. I will wait for you. Lang Xiao leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips before rising to leave. As soon as he departed, Bai Yue swiftly removed the breast pump, ensuring that Lang Xiao had gone far enough before running to the door and calling out, Babies! Babies! The three little ones, engrossed in their meal at the dining table, simultaneously lifted their heads towards the sound. Taking advantage of Xiong Yao's turn back, Bai Yue gestured to her children, mouthing, Come here, it's time for milk. Oh! The three little ones promptly jumped off the table, transforming into chubby, short-limbed human forms, moving with speed comparable to their wolf forms. Quickly reaching the doorway, Xiong Yao turned to them and said, You haven't finished your food. Come back. Bai Yue swiftly closed the door, blocking Xiong Yao's gaze. Mommy! Mommy! The three little ones gazed at her expectantly, licking their lips in anticipation. Having grown accustomed to milk, they had not yet weaned off their craving. The occasional taste of solid food was still novel, but transitioning entirely from milk to wood was unbearable for them. Bai Yue unzipped her top, and the eldest immediately rushed forward, embracing her and taking a bite. Bai Yue cried out in pain. Xiong Yao rushed over, bursting through the door with a loud bang. Guoguo, what happened? He asked, concern etched on his face. Bai Yue, holding one of the babies, looked up at Xiong Yao with teary eyes. Understanding immediately, Xiong Yao swiftly removed the eldest from Bai Yue and, for the first time, displayed anger, tossing the eldest aside. Bai Yue felt a mix of milk and blood flow from her chest, rapidly soaking her garment. Xiong Yao grabbed a nearby thin blanket and pressed it against her chest, then lifted her in a horizontal position. We are going to the hospital. The eldest was almost bewildered, watching as his mother and Xiong Yao departed. Then licking the tips of his fangs, stained with blood. Oddly, the flavor of the milk today seemed different. The more he licked his lips, the itchier it became, prompting him to thrust his paw into his mouth and gnaw away. The second and third siblings followed suit, but as they stepped outside, Xiong Yao delivered a swift kick that sent them flying back to the villa's entrance, leaving them to remain indoors, each seeking something to gnaw on. Chapter 132. Seeking Lion Yu Wolf, Xiao made his way directly to the city center, the location of the barrier arena. The entrance to the arena was firmly shut, guarded by a lion beast. After a brief glance, he veered off and entered a nearby path adjacent to the arena. Ding dong. Wolf Xiao rang the doorbell of the villa. The door opened automatically moments later, and Lion Yu, sporting a thick mane and a half-bearded face, swiftly emerged. Hey, Wolf Xiao. The sun must be rising in the west today, as you've taken the initiative to contact me. Lion Yu approached with a lively demeanor, knowing that Wolf Xiao had a favor to ask. Without delay, Wolf Xiao stepped inside and stated plainly, I wish to enter the barrier arena. Lion Yu's smile faltered, revealing a hint of concern. You know that trespassing the barrier arena is illegal, and I lack the authority to enter freely. But I know you have the chance to go in, Wolf Xiao interjected candidly. Lion Yu fell silent, contemplating. After a moment, he speculated, Are you seeking to retrieve the crystal from the holy water for Guoguo? Didn't you collect it yesterday? Indeed, Wolf Xiao acknowledged tacitly. While trespassing the barrier arena is a grave offense, Lion Yu understood Wolf Xiao's predicament. A female's unfulfilled desires often lead to chaos, and few beastmen could withstand such upheaval. It was surprising, however, to see Wolf Xiao display the same vulnerabilities as any typical male. Lion Yu's mind raced as he scrutinized Wolf Xiao's expression. With a chuckle, he lowered his voice. If I assist you, will you offer me some benefit in return? Wolf Xiao managed a slight smirk, his smile concealing enigmatic intentions. As long as Guoguo agrees, I am open to it. Wolf Xiao's words left an air of mystery, yet Lion Yu remained oblivious. To him, Wolf Xiao's consent sealed the deal. He dismissed the female's autonomy, believing that with a little indulgence, they would not protest much. All right, Lion Yu clapped his hands excitedly. Leave this matter to me. I will go all out to help you enter the barrier arena. Then it's settled. Wolf Xiao, not wishing to gaze upon Lion Yu's exuberant face any longer, turned and exited the villa. He feared that if he lingered, he might be tempted to land a punch on Lion Yu's overly enthusiastic visage. Upon returning home, Wolf Xiao encountered Xiong Yao and Bai Yue, who had just returned from the hospital. Curiosity piqued. He noticed Guoguo obediently nestled in Xiong Yao's embrace, leading him to believe she was there willingly, thus raising no suspicions about Xiong Yao. What took you out? Wolf Xiao inquired. Bai Yue looked at him with a sense of grievance, extending her arms toward him. Xiong Yao, seeing this, handed her over to Wolf Xiao and explained Guoguo was nursing the child and got bitten. With no one around, Wolf Xiao promptly unzipped Bai Yue's jacket beneath her chest. There, against her snow-white, ample bosom, 2 distinct bite marks marred her skin, treated with red ointment, creating a striking contrast that was particularly alarming. Those wretched wolf pups. Wolf Xiao's fur bristled with anger as he stormed through the courtyard, his pace quickening. Oh woo, oh woo. The wolf cubs have now transformed into their wolf forms, frolicking in the living room, vying for the teething toy that their mother is not on. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, they became quite exhilarated, scampering towards the entrance with eager paws. Get out here! A thunderous roar reverberated through the villa. The 3 wolf cubs, their fur bristling, abruptly halted, coming to a standstill in the living room, exchanging glances, neither daring to advance nor to retreat. Chapter 133. The boss in confinement Wolf Knox entered the villa, placing Bai Yue gently upon the ground, and cast a stern gaze upon the wolf cubs. Who bit mother? The second and third cubs, trembling with fear, tucked their tails between their legs and crouched low, their necks nearly retracting into their chests. The eldest, frozen in place, cautiously stepped forward, his heart racing. Very well. You dare to take responsibility. Wolf Knox commended the eldest, though his expression darkened. Striding forward, he seized the eldest and ascended the stairs. Bai Yue, worried for the eldest, hurried after them, but the towering staircase proved treacherous for a human, and soon she lost sight of Wolf Knox. Oh woo! The eldest howled as he was cast into a small storage room on the 3rd floor, accessible only through a tiny square window. Reflect on your actions here. There will be no dinner for you tonight. Tomorrow, you shall apologize to your mother, Wolf Knox declared, slamming the iron door shut with a resounding clang. Having descended a few steps, Wolf Knox soon encountered Bai Yue. She glanced behind him and, lowering her voice, inquired, Where's the eldest? Wolf Knox, with a hint of irritation, scooped her up and reassured her, Do not worry. I did not harm him. Bai Yue exhaled in relief. Is your wound still hurting? I told you not to indulge the children too much. Look at their audacity. They make me want to discipline them, Wolf Knox grumbled, suppressing his frustration and lifted Bai Yue's garment for inspection. Eager to change the subject, Bai Yue asked, What is the plan? When shall we go see Chio Chio? Wolf Knox paused on the second floor, glancing at his personal terminal. Lion Yu, a decisive figure, had already sent him the itinerary. We can go tonight, he replied. As he had anticipated, after taking power, Lion Quan appointed several key positions in the city to his kin among the Beastmen, and Lion Yu, being a relative, secured a significant role overseeing the sacrificial grounds. Lion Yu had refrained from work during the day, preparing for the night shift. Bai Yue gasped, so soon? Then let us go tonight. Wolf Knox nodded. That is thanks to your urging. As he spoke, he playfully squeezed Bai Yue's noticeably fuller bosom before continuing down the stairs. You should express some relief. Otherwise, it will be you who suffers. Bai Yue averted her gaze, feeling uncomfortable. In the living room, the two wolf cubs remained nervously huddled together. Upon seeing their father, they pressed their tails tightly and scurried to Bear Yao's legs for comfort. Bai Yue's heart ached at the sight, prompting her to retreat to her room to express milk, immediately ushering Wolf Knox out. You must leave. I wish to play with the children, she insisted, pushing him away. Wolf Knox cast a warning glance at Bai Yue, forbidding her from feeding them. I understand. I have no milk left anyway. Even if I wanted to, I could not, Bai Yue replied, flustered. Only then did Wolf Knox step outside, also ushering the children into the bedroom. With nothing to occupy him, Bear Yue remarked upon seeing Wolf Knox, I am heading out of the city. No need, Wolf Knox replied. Rest at home today. I and Guoguo will be going out tonight. Keep an eye on the children. Observing Wolf Knox's demeanor, Bear Yue suddenly felt that something significant was afoot and asked earnestly, What do you and Guoguo plan to do? If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Wolf Knox approached Xiongya and patted his shoulder firmly. You are an admirable teammate. Should the need arise, I shall call upon you. However, tonight is not that time. We are merely here to ascertain the existence of the sphere and its purpose. When a moment for action arrives, Xiongya will be his sole ally. Xiongya nodded in understanding, feeling honored to be of assistance. 2 more chapters remain. Chapter 134. A grand misunderstanding. As dinner time approached, Bai Yue was so exhilarated that she could hardly eat. She hastily consumed a few bites, and, taking advantage of the moment when Lang Xiao was not paying attention, stealthily snatched a piece of wood and ascended the stairs with a roasted kiwi fruit she had not finished. Captain, where are you? Bai Yue whispered softly. Oh, the captain excitedly pressed against the iron door, his claws producing a jarring sound. She'll keep it down, or Dad will hear us, Bai Yue admonished. Following the sound, she found the captain's room, tiptoeing as she handed the wood and kiwi fruit through the small window. Oh, the sound of the cub gnawing on something echoed through the door. Listening to the child eat brought Bai Yue a sense of satisfaction, and she gently advised, Take your time, my dear. Mother can only bring you dry food. If you're thirsty, you can eat the fruit. The captain mumbled back indistinctly. Suddenly, a sigh resonated from behind, causing both Bai Yue and the captain behind the door to freeze. Lang Xiao seized Bai Yue's hat, lifting her to face him. How should I address you? Lang Xiao shook his head in resignation. Bai Yue lowered her gaze, resembling a child caught misbehaving. In that instant, Lang Xiao felt as though he had taken on the responsibility of raising 4 children. Guoguo was indeed the ringleader, the most adept at causing mischief. Cradling Bai Yue in his arms, Lang Xiao began to descend the stairs, stating, It's time to head out. Bai Yue, now serious, nodded in agreement. Their first stop was at Lion Yu's villa, where he had changed into military attire of a muddy hue. The well-tailored uniform accentuated his physique, exuding both righteousness and authority. Bai Yue couldn't help but admire the impressive military garb, thinking how splendid it looked. Lion Yu, in turn, brazenly appraised her, feeling confident that his imposing figure had captivated her. He raised his chin, allowing his half-maned beard to appear more pronounced, a sign of the lion's strength. The more powerful the lion, the denser the mane, albeit this did not entirely align with human aesthetic preferences, especially for Bai Yue, who was accustomed to the sharp-featured beauties of the 21st century. The robust visage and neck of Lion Yu were quite striking. She glanced at him repeatedly, stifling her laughter. Today, she realized just how large Lion Yu's face was, especially with his chin raised. It seemed even larger, and his gaze appeared rather peculiar. Why is Guoguo here? Lion Yu inquired. Lang Xiao replied. She insisted on coming along, I couldn't stop her. Bai Yue cooperatively clung to Lang Xiao's neck, presenting herself as someone unwilling to dismount. Lion Yu's wavering resolve crumbled instantly. Fine, keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't make a ruckus. If she exposes us, we'll all be in trouble. Of course, Lang Xiao assured him. Lion Yu led a contingent of men ahead, with Lang Xiao trailing discreetly behind. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yue leaned close to Lang Xiao's ear and whispered, "Don't you think Lion Yu's gaze towards me is rather strange?" Lang Xiao's lips curled into an involuntary smile as he replied in a serious tone, "It's merely your imagination." "Is it?" Bai Yue remained skeptical. Ahem. Wolf Xie couldn't help but smile, his lips pressed together until they turned pale. He cleared his throat and said, "You are becoming increasingly beautiful. It is only natural that males are drawn to you. If they dare to lay a hand on you, simply deliver a swift kick to their groin." Bai Yue touched her face, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, and she no longer harbored any doubts. Chapter 135. Unveiling Secrets. Lion Yu, with a team of individuals, approached the entrance of the barrier, his expression inscrutable as he stated, "You may conclude your shift." Understood. The two squads of Beastmen underwent a brief handover, with the original guards vacating the premises entirely, replaced by Lion Yu's crew. However, his squad was not comprised solely of his own men. The members were randomly assigned, with him merely serving as the captain. To facilitate the clandestine entry of individuals, he needed to disperse some of the team. "You few, commence your patrol from the left." Lion Yu directed, identifying several unfamiliar faces to send on their way. He then pointed out a few whom he distrusted, instructing, "You shall patrol from the right." Once all the untrustworthy individuals had been dispatched, leaving only a handful of loyal confidants, Lion Yu subtly gestured towards Wolf Xiao. Wolf Xiao emerged from the shadows, swiftly advancing to the entrance. Despite the numerous surveillance measures in place, Lion Yu's confidence in allowing Wolf Xiao to approach indicated that arrangements had been made. "Quickly enter," Lion Yu urged, his voice tinged with anxiety as he opened a small door, glancing around to ensure they were not observed by passers-by. Wolf Xiao promptly carried Bai Yue inside, and, just as he stepped through the doorway, it swung shut behind them. Within the sacrificial ground, 3 altars emanated a striking red glow, piercing the earth like beams of intense light, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This was Wolf Xiao's first encounter with the altar at midnight, and he found himself momentarily captivated by the formidable aura of the barrier. "Qiu," Bai Yue whispered, her voice low. The energy of the barrier was overwhelmingly dense, stifling her already modest mental prowess and hindering her usual capabilities. "Is Qiu out now? Can it emerge?" Wolf Xiao, cradling Bai Yue, strode purposefully towards the altar. Suddenly, the flames intensified significantly, swirling as if caught in a tornado, shooting skyward with a fierce whoosh. Wolf Xiao halted abruptly, sensing something was amiss. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to Lion Quan. The flames appeared to be enveloped by a current of wind, and Lion Quan was indeed a wielder of wind powers. A sense of dread gripped Wolf Xiao as he placed Bai Yue gently on the ground and quickly sent a message to Xiong Yao. "Pack your belongings. Prepare to leave the city." If Lion Quan was present at this moment, they could not remain in safe city any longer. Bai Yue rubbed her eyes, striving to utilize her mental strength to observe the flames. The energy radiating from the fire was too potent for her to discern whether there were any other energies surrounding it. As is often the case, events unfolded in the most dire direction, and this instance was no exception. Finally, Bai Yue's gaze fell upon something not at the altar, but towards the water altar. A lion beast emerged from the depths of the water altar. Bai Yue's eyes widened in alarm as she clutched Wolf Xiao's arm. Wolf Xiao followed her gaze and beheld Lion Quan, suspended in midair, his naked form gracefully floating down, steadied by the wind's energy. "Lion Yu brought you in, didn't he?" Lion Quan remarked with a calculated tone. "It seems you have chosen the path of hell when heaven's route was available." His voice, though not loud, reverberated through every corner of the sacrificial ground, causing the heated air, agitated by the crimson light, to quiver. Yet just beyond the wall, there was not a ripple to be seen. Lion Yu pressed his ear against the door, eavesdropping, entirely unaware of the situation within, anxiously murmuring, "Why haven't they come out yet?" Wolf Xiao shielded Bai Yue behind him, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he stared directly at Lion Quan. Do you intend to kill me to silence me? Why? Is what you are doing here something that cannot bear the light of day? Chapter 136. The secrets of the past leader's lion's gaze upon Wolf resembled that of a man staring at a corpse, indicating his unwavering determination to claim Wolf's life. He did not conceal his intentions, gesturing towards the sacrificial altar. This barrier harbors immense energy, capable not only of suppressing Flora, but also of being harnessed for my own purposes. Ha ha ha, Lion declared, erupting into maniacal laughter. In that moment, Wolf comprehended the gravity of the situation, his demeanor turning solemn as he remarked. Thus, it follows that every leader of the Beastmen has experienced a significant augmentation of power. Yet, it appears that your ascendance has occurred at an alarming pace. Moreover, since your rise to leadership, the stability of the barrier has deteriorated. Bai Yue, clutching Wolf's arm, searched the surroundings for the presence of Chiu. Upon hearing Lion's words, she could not help but mentally scoff. Speak on, for it is known that villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity. Encouraged by her thoughts, Lion proclaimed with renewed vigor, every night, the sacred water, birthed from the barrier, emanates a rich energy. My wind-based abilities can accelerate the combustion of flames, allowing for swifter energy release. Naturally, the energy within the sacred water increases, thereby hastening my own growth and power. Wolf clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. So, you recklessly pursue your desires, disregarding the safety of the city, all in exchange for energy derived from the chaos of the barrier? You are utterly unworthy of being a city lord. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, charged with tension following Wolf's defiance. An ethereal wind enveloped Lion, causing his thick mane to sway, bestowing upon him an almost otherworldly presence. I am selfish. Yet you have unjustly accused me of previous instances of barrier instability. For this reason, I have refrained from intervening for an entire month, only resuming once it appeared stable. Wolf pondered this, realizing that the possibility of the bone vine being a sentient entity had become more credible. Lion sneered, I have divulged all that you wish to know. Now, perish. With that, he swept his hand, unleashing a powerful gust towards Wolf. How? In an instant, Wolf transformed into a colossal wolf, grasping Bai Yue and retreating to safety. Thanks to the distance of the attack, he successfully evaded Lion's strike. A more resonant roar echoed as Lion too transformed into his beast form, charging toward Wolf. Relinquishing Bai Yue, Wolf rushed toward Lion, ensuring her safety by putting distance between her and the battlefield. The two beasts collided in a fierce charge, leaping simultaneously and engaging in a grappling contest mid-air. Both were among the mightiest of their kin, yet Lion's frame was typically more robust than that of Wolf. Lion's muscular build exuded a sense of strength, appearing larger than Wolf. In contrast, Wolf was leaner and more agile, placing him at a disadvantage in this encounter. However, he too was a beast of formidable strength, with hidden power beneath his unassuming exterior. As their claws met, both beasts recoiled mid-air, seemingly evenly matched. Yet, Bai Yue recalled that Wolf possessed greater strength than Lion. During their last duel, Wolf had thrown Lion off balance. This time, it was evident that Wolf was deliberately evading. At the moment, both beasts staggered back. Lion let out a ferocious roar, unleashing a blade of wind aimed directly at the most vulnerable part of Wolf's head. Had Lang Xiao not held back just now, he would have undoubtedly had his throat severed by the wind blade in an instant. However, the current situation remains grim. The distance is still alarmingly close, leaving Lang Xiao little time to evade. Yet, he appears to have been prepared. The moment the wind blade was unleashed, he had already pivoted his body, tilting his head to the side, thereby exposing only his shoulder to the range of the attack. Chapter 137. The decision of Wolf Knox. The sharp blade of wind swept across Wolf Knox's shoulder, leaving a trail of crimson. A howl escaped his lips, filled with pain, as his forepaws steadied on the ground. Following this, a stream of blood cascaded down, and wisps of wolf fur floated in the air. Knox! Bai Yue could not help but cry out, her voice drawing the attention of Lion Quan, allowing him to miss the opportune moment for a decisive strike. Your female grieves for you. Lion Quan taunted, transforming into his human form. "Do not worry. Once you are gone, I shall find a more suitable male for her." A low, threatening growl emanated from Wolf Knox's throat as he scraped his claws against the ground. Bai Yue fell silent, realizing that Wolf Knox had rushed forward to protect her. She retreated, distancing herself from the battlefield. A flare of fire illuminated Bai Yue's eyes, causing her pace to slow as the panic in her gaze gradually faded. How could she release the ball? If this continued, Wolf Knox would surely be slain. Lion Quan shifted back into his beast form and charged at Wolf Knox once more. With Bai Yue absent, Wolf Knox instinctively turned and fled. Though the lion beast was not as swift as the wolf, Lion Quan, aided by his wind abilities, exceeded Wolf Knox's speed. A roar escaped Lion Quan before he could catch up, unleashing a blade of wind. Wolf Knox rolled instinctively to the side, narrowly evading the lethal attack, yet sustaining another wound that left a trail of blood in his wake. Bai Yue glanced back at Wolf Knox, gritting her teeth, and hastened toward the altar. The altar, embedded in the earth, had once been merely a pit, but after millennia of relentless burning, the soil had transformed into a substance more solid than steel. As she approached the altar, Bai Yue felt an intense heat radiating from her face and hands, as though she had stepped into an oven. The sound of her fur sizzling beneath her feet filled her ears, and upon inspection, she discovered that the bark imitation of a beast's paw had already begun to char. She could not go any further. Bai Yue circled the altar, pondering how to dismantle it. Toppling it over was out of the question. Perhaps dousing it with water? She glanced at the water basin near the pavilion, realizing that the holy water was scant, insufficient for her needs. A sudden, desperate howl from Wolf Knox startled her. Immediately, she turned her gaze toward him, seeing him bloodied yet undeterred by his wounds, his eyes filled with concern fixed upon her. "Come back." Wolf Knox's eyes clearly conveyed the urgency. The place was far too perilous. A fall would result in instant incineration. The mere temperature of the ground was unbearable for a female. Bai Yue, uncertain of what to do but unwilling to relent, resolutely shook her head. Wolf Knox's gaze remained locked on her, reflecting her petite figure against the backdrop of an endless inferno. His silver pupils constricted, revealing a flash of turmoil and struggle. Was there truly no other choice? With a final roar, Lion Quan twisted his neck, unleashing his last furious cry, determined to claim Wolf Knox's life in this assault. The wounded wolf, Xian, found his actions severely hindered, leaving him with little hope of evading the impending assault of the Lion Quan. With a heavy sigh, he suddenly sprinted forth, racing towards the altar where Bai Yue resided, his injuries oozing fresh blood with every stride. Upon reaching the edge of the altar, Xian transformed into his human form, casting a glance back at Quan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Quan's expression shifted dramatically as he transformed into his human form and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Xian replied resolutely, "Since you cannot tolerate my existence, let us meet our demise together." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch upon the ground, which was as solid as rock. Chapter 138, Destruction of the Barrier Bang. The sound of impact echoed, shaking the earth as Bai Yue stood on the ground, her feet tingling and nearly collapsing. The scorching and hardened surface cracked like a spider's web around the epicenter of the strike, releasing waves of heat from the fissures. Quan was both astonished and terrified, exclaiming incredulously, "You will destroy the entire safe city." Time was of the essence. As he spoke, he dashed toward the altar, intent on stopping Lang Xiao. While a series of wind blades were hurled in his direction, Lang Xiao did not flinch, continuing to rain down punches upon the ground. Fortunately, the distance mitigated the force of the wind blades, preventing them from delivering a fatal blow. After several strikes, the altar showed clear signs of cracking. Flames seeping into the crevices, energy beginning to overflow. Lang Xiao was drenched in blood, his fur barely recognizable. Lang Xiao, Bai Yue's voice trembled, filled with genuine fear for his life. She glanced at Lang Xiao, then at Quan. As Quan rushed toward her, she suddenly sprinted forward, placing herself in his path. Quan, deeply ingrained with the instinct to protect the female, instinctively halted upon seeing Bai Yue charge at him. Bai Yue pressed her hands against the lion's head, preventing him from advancing. Roar. In a fit of rage, Shi Quan, realizing the gravity of the situation, regrettably lifted his foot and sent Bai Yue flying. In comparison to the barrier, what was a mere female? Bai Yue fell onto the searing ground, momentarily unable to rise. Lang Xiao, struggling to get up, caught a glimpse of Shi Quan from the corner of his eye and steadied himself, his bloodied fists summoning all their strength to strike at the heart of the fissure. Bang! The sound of the impact reverberated, rolling forth like thunder, as the ground split open, rapidly widening into a deep chasm. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, as if a slumbering giant beast had been awakened, yawning and preparing to rise from its slumber. No Shi Quan's face turned pale, even forgetting to eliminate the now defenseless Lang Xiao, enveloped by a wave of despair. Suddenly, the ground erupted with a deafening roar, the sound seemingly coming from all directions, encircling the three individuals present with no escape. The earth shook violently, splitting open, buildings collapsing, as if the end of the world had arrived. Bai Yue was startled, pressing her hands tightly over her ears, her head spinning from the overwhelming sound waves. Before she could recover, something began to emerge from the water altar. It overturned the sacred water vessel, breaking through the roof of the pavilion, soaring skyward, and branching out in midair. The fire illuminated its form, a wooden vine plant, with new branches of a dark green hue, stems of a deep purplish green, and oval leaves, unmistakably resembling the notorious white-bone vine from textbooks. One after another, the white-bone vines erupted from the ground, spreading out in all directions. The altar was overturned, flames more intense than lava danced in the air, raining down upon the vines, causing them to wilt and char swiftly. However, for the fully unleashed white-bone vines, these flames were but a drop in the bucket, utterly incapable of altering the tide of this unfolding chaos. The wolf coughed up several mouthfuls of blood mixed with minced flesh, clutching the deep, bone-exposing wound on its shoulder. It leaped across a crevice that spanned 3 or 4 meters, reaching Bai Yue's side. Bai Yue felt as though her feet were sinking into a mound of cotton, making it difficult for her to stand. The arrival of the wolf provided her the stability she desperately needed. Chapter 139. Perishing in flames upon witnessing the wounds on Lang Xiao's body, Bai Yue felt a pang of anguish in her heart. With trembling hands, she gently touched the injury that had not been covered by Lang Xiao. "We must leave," Lang Xiao exclaimed, encircling Bai Yue's waist, determined to take her away. Shi Quan struggled to maintain his footing on the violently shaking ground, swaying in rhythm with the earth's tremors. Upon hearing Lang Xiao's voice, his expression contorted with fury. "You wish to escape?" A vortex of wind began to coalesce above Shi Quan, a daydream come to life. The swirling tornado expanded at a visible speed, drawing flames from the air, the flickering fire moving so swiftly that it left only a fleeting shadow, a testament to the tornado's rapid rotation. The howling winds roared. The earth cracked and molten fire erupted, a scene of devastation unlike any other. Lang Xiao's complexion shifted dramatically as he prepared to push Bai Yue away. Yet, it was evidently too late. Shi Quan directed the tornado toward Lang Xiao, its vast expanse making evasion impossible, even if he were to fling Guo away. The female's frail constitution could not withstand such a violent impact, leaving her with a slim chance of survival. Lang Xiao understood this all too well, yet he was still willing to take a chance. It was better than waiting for death alongside Shi Quan. Just as he lifted the female's body, he found himself ensnared by delicate, boneless arms. "If we are to live, we shall live together. If we are to die, we shall die together," Bai Yue declared resolutely, her gentle visage radiating unwavering determination. Lang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, inspired by the steadfastness reflected on her face, and he involuntarily relaxed. "Very well. Let us strive to survive together." The fierce winds arrived as anticipated, and the two, embraced in each other's arms, were instantly swept into the tornado, spiraling amidst the sparks of fire. Shi Quan, controlling the aerial vortex, let out a cold laugh as he propelled it into the fiery chasm below. He had no intention of killing the female, but to eliminate Lang Xiao, he deemed it a necessary sacrifice. The barrier had been shattered, yet his reputation must remain intact. He could not allow his secrets to be exposed. No matter the cost, Lang Xiao was destined to perish. Once the tornado plunged into the chasm, it dissipated upon colliding with solid ground. Lang Xiao grasped the earth soil with one hand, while holding Bai Yue's waist with the other. Above them lay a glimmer of hope, while beneath their feet lay a hell of flames. "Climb up my back," Lang Xiao urged with great effort, blood seeping from his wounds into the inferno, causing the flames to hiss and crackle. "All right," Bai Yue replied, nodding firmly, her hands gripping the scorching soil as she gritted her teeth and ascended. The bone vines continued to grow wildly, and the once bright barrier had succumbed to darkness, overtaken by lush, green tendrils. The air was thick with the scent of charred earth and the raw aroma of burgeoning plant life. Shi Quan trudged laboriously to the altar, and upon seeing the pair clinging to the edge of the chasm, he sneered, "All your efforts are in vain." As he spoke, he began to gather wind energy once more. However, the previous exertion had drained much of his strength, rendering this attempt considerably weaker. Yet for Lang Xiao, hanging by a thread, it was sufficient to drag him into the depths of despair. Without hesitation, Lang Xiao addressed Bai Yue, "Climb on my back. I will carry you out." "Okay," Bai Yue responded softly, having been climbing atop the body of Lang Xiao. As soon as he spoke, she immediately began to slide down, eventually finding herself perched upon his shoulder. Looking up into the vast expanse above, she felt a surge of anxiety. It was so high, and Lang Xiao was gravely injured. Could he truly leap up there? The worry gnawed at her, yet she refrained from voicing it, fearing it might burden him further. With Bai Yue atop him, Lang Xiao sought a point of leverage, and before Shi Quan could unleash his wind blades, he sprang into the air. Despite the considerable distance from the ground, Lang Xiao reached the apex of his jump. Alas, it was evident he could not reach the target. Bai Yue sighed internally, clutching Lang Xiao's head as time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment of impending doom. Memories of her life flashed before her eyes. The childhood recollections that had haunted and constrained her for 16 years began to fade, while the moments spent with Lang Xiao became vividly etched in her mind. In that instant, she fully cast aside her past, yet lamentably realized she would never have the chance to live well again. Meeting Lang Xiao in this lifetime had been worth it, though it pained her that he would sacrifice his life for her. A blend of guilt and fulfillment filled Bai Yue's heart. Time does not pause for the sentiments of any individual. "Take good care of the children," Lang Xiao suddenly declared. Bai Yue, momentarily taken aback, thought she had misheard him. Just then, a powerful force propelled her upwards, lifting her into the air. She was momentarily dazed. Lang Xiao, in midair, Bai Yue turned her head and instantly located him. His face, splattered with blood, bore a pure smile, two shallow dimples appearing on his cheeks, still radiating sweetness. The flames drew nearer, illuminating his form. His muscles and skin, drenched in blood and sweat, exuded health and youthfulness. Ultimately, his body was consumed by the inferno, vanishing from sight. Ah, this is what I meant by a change in fate. I can't help but spill a bit more. This is unwaveringly a sweet tale. Sweet, sweet, sweet. After watching King Kong a few days ago, I vowed never to write a tragic ending again. I regret the endings for Lan Zhe and Anon. Chapter 140. The fall of Safe City. Bai Yue was utterly dazed, unaware of when she had been caught by Shi Quan. When Lang Xiao was present, he was her world. Watching helplessly as Lang Xiao was engulfed by the sea of flames, Bai Yue vaguely heard a sound of collapse. She understood then that her world had crumbled. "It seems you are quite fond of him," Shi Quan remarked, turning Bai Yue around to scrutinize her features, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. "No wonder Lang Xiao dotes on you. Upon closer inspection, you are truly beautiful." Having grown accustomed to the plump females, Shi Quan found for the first time that a slender female, like Gua Gua, was just right. Bai Yue reached out and pinched Shi Quan's neck, her fingers tangling in his fur. However, Shi Quan was incensed, his expression darkening as he seized both of her hands. Suddenly, the towering wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, and vegetation spread outwards. Outside the gate, Shi Yu and the others stood in a daze, transfixed by the scene resembling a battlefield. Shi Quan, clutching Bai Yue, urged, "What are you still doing? Hurry and evacuate. He tossed Bai Yue to Shiryu, who instinctively caught her. What about Lang Xiao? Shiryu asked, restraining the struggling Bai Yue, a sense of foreboding rising within him. It appeared that Lang Xiao had been caught by the leader. Had he been executed on the spot? Yet, how had the bone vines emerged? This time, they had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Shi Quan shot a dangerous glance at Shiryu, who immediately fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. Shi Quan raised his wrist to send a message to the residents of the city, preparing to lead the evacuation from Safe City. Shiryu stood obediently to the side, alert to the creeping bone vines, but in a moment of distraction, the female in his arms slipped from his grasp. Bai Yue dashed towards the altar, ignoring the dense vines underfoot, her petite figure swiftly disappearing among the green foliage. Guogua! Shiryu was both shocked and anxious. Normally, a female weaving through the thickets would be doomed, and without a second thought, he transformed, pursuing her. Ironically, while Bai Yue ran unimpeded, Shiryu was repeatedly lashed by the vines, his speed lagging behind hers. Bai Yue reached the edge of a trench, leaning down to peer inside. Lang Xiao! Lang Xiao! Lang Xiao! Her cries echoed plaintively within the searing fissures of the earth, where flames danced brightly, obscuring any sign of life. The bone vines closest to the flames had been scorched. Lang Xiao! Bai Yue's voice gradually faded, her sorrow overwhelming her, leaving only a profound silence. She stared numbly at the flames, disregarding the tears streaming down her face, her expression devoid of sadness. Thoughts of offspring and delicacies, once the focus of her life, faded in that moment. With Lang Xiao gone, what was the purpose of her existence? If life were to end at this instant, she need not confront the awkwardness of her relationship with Xionya. Her love for Lang Xiao remained perfect, and how splendid that would be. A serene smile slowly blossomed on Bai Yue's face as she plunged headlong into the abyss. In an instant, as Bai Yue fell, a gentle whirlwind enveloped her. Shi Quan pulled her back to his side, and as the wind receded, he stumbled a few steps. "Leader, are you all right?" The lion, in a disheveled state, returned, bearing several wounds inflicted by the vines. The excessive use of his abilities rendered Shi Quan's complexion quite grim. He steadied himself and said, "I am fine. We must leave swiftly." Chapter 141. Gathering outside the city having spoken, the leader hastened away with a troop of orcs towards the periphery of the bone vine. After a final, frantic struggle, Bai Yue became as motionless as a marionette, allowing Lion Yu to carry her in flight. Typically, when the barrier weakens, the flora within the safe city burgeons uncontrollably. However, this instance was strikingly contrary. The plants in the upscale shopping center, the female hospital, and the villa gardens writhed violently as if scalded by acid, desperately attempting to escape the soil, only to wither rapidly before the naked eye. In mere moments, the entire safe city, save for the bone vine, was devoid of any verdant life. This was a manifestation of a powerful plant demarcating its territory. And without Lion Quan's announcement, any knowledgeable orc could discern the unfolding calamity. In haste, the orcs evacuated the safe city, congregating in the lush jungle, a place that might not guarantee safety, yet was undoubtedly preferable to the now reclaimed territory of the bone vine. Xiong Yao carried a hefty burden on his back and held 3 wolf cubs in his hands, his dark eyes scanning the throng of beasts for the figures of Wolfman Yao and Bai Yue. "Leader, how did the bone vine breach the barrier?" And under the cover of night, when plants are most vulnerable, the bone vine rarely manifests its power after dusk. Could it be a repeat of the last unexpected occurrence? The behavior of plants grows increasingly inscrutable. Amidst the tumultuous murmurs of the beast horde, Lion Quan stood elevated, shaking his head. Upon his response, the multitude of orcs fell silent, their gazes fixated upon him. Indeed not. Lion Quan took the seemingly lifeless Bai Yue from Lion Yu's arms and inquired, "You recognize this female, do you not?" "Indeed, she is the female of Wolfman Yao, a cherished companion. But where is Wolfman Yao? Why is he absent now?" The orcs exchanged glances, their whispers resounding. Xiong Yao, having finally spotted Guogua, chose to remain silent, bowing his head as he pressed further into the crowd. "He is dead." Lion Quan's declaration stunned all the orcs, and before they could fully comprehend, he hurled another bombshell. The barrier was destroyed by him. I have executed him. Bai Yue cast a sidelong glance at Lion Quan, striving to suppress the bone-deep resentment that simmered within her. The orc horde around Xiong Yao faltered in their steps. He had formed a grim hypothesis, yet he never anticipated it to be the direst of possibilities. The cubs in the basket widened their eyes in alarm. The eldest suddenly leaping up and howling, followed closely by the second and third. Shoo! Xiong Yao hastily pressed them back into the basket. Yet, his efforts proved futile as Lion Quan's gaze landed upon him, who, despite attempting to bow his head, still towered over the surrounding orcs. The multitude instinctively parted, creating a space around Xiong Yao, leaving him with nowhere to hide. The wolf cubs, now under the scrutiny of thousands of furious eyes, shrank back into the basket. Trembling with fear, Xiong Yao surveyed the surrounding orcs before fixing his gaze upon Lion Quan, his voice resonating like a low thunder. What do you intend to do? Even when surrounded by a horde of beasts, Xiong Yao remained undaunted, his robust and imposing figure exuding an aura of invincibility. Surely, you cannot claim ignorance regarding the thoughts on Wolfman Yao? Lion Quan scoffed. Xiong Yao replied, If I were to say so, would you believe me? What do you think? In Lion Quan's eyes, there was not a trace of doubt. It was his unwavering principle of survival to err on the side of caution, preferring to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let a single foe escape. Chapter 142. The true strength of Xiong Yao. In contrast, the crowd was filled with greater fury. Without the need for Shi Quan to give orders, those with fiery tempers surged forward. Damn traitor, I will slay you. With a furious roar from the orc, the horde swiftly converged upon Xiong Yao, their encirclement tightening rapidly. A glimmer of vitality finally appeared in Bai Yue's eyes, her gaze towards Xiong Yao laced with concern. Shi Quan, still weakened, watched coldly, dismissing Xiong Yao as a threat. Yet the unfolding scene caused his expression to shift dramatically. As several orc jaws lunged forward, Xiong Yao, with a wolf cub in his left hand and his right arm shielding his body, underwent a sudden transformation into his beast form, towering in stature. A resounding roar emanated from the heart of the beast horde, sending ripples through the leaves, while the vines and flowers poised for ambush recoiled in submission. A wall of earth coalesced around Xiong Yao's right arm, thwarting the external assault, as the gnashing jaws of the orcs were met with nothing but mud. Shi Quan's face paled as he instinctively took a couple of steps forward. Energy materialization? Shi Ziyu's mouth gaped in astonishment as he cast a glance at the chieftain beside him. Pondering to himself, it appears the chieftain is not the first orc in the city to achieve energy materialization. Xiong Yao has proven to be the most powerful. He has hidden his strength so deeply. However, it was a pity that Xiong Yao's ability was purely defensive. Had it been offensive, the position of chieftain would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Shi Ziyu would never dare voice such thoughts in front of the chieftain, unless he wished to forfeit his standing within the tribe. Although Xiong Yao's prowess surpassed that of the surrounding orcs, he was still outnumbered, facing countless hands and an unrelenting enemy. A snow-white fox darted over the heads of the orcs, its lithe body traversing the beasts with ease. Swiftly arriving at Xiong Yao's back, sinking its teeth into him. With a fierce roar, Xiong Yao retaliated, swiping his arm and sending the fox beast, which turned out to be the previously reprimanded Hu Xing, flying. Just as the fox was sent sprawling, new orcs surged forth to attack Xiong Yao's rear. In a fit of rage, Xiong Yao roared, one arm clutching the earth shield, charging forward like a battering ram. Roar. Shi Quan entrusted Bai Yue to another, focusing intently on gathering wind energy, his expression darkening as if he had fallen gravely ill. The bear, rather than retreating, advanced like a fully armored tank, plowing through the horde towards Bai Yue. She shook her head, her clear, bright eyes seeming to convey a message. You must flee. Xiong Yao panted heavily, each swing of his arm sending orcs flying. The earth shield, not invulnerable, was continually shattered by the orc onslaught, only to reconstitute itself, formed from fragmented soil. As long as there was earth, Xiong Yao's shield was inexhaustible. As Shi Quan's wind energy coalesced, Xiong Yao had already reached the stage below. A whirlwind erupted, sending a multitude of orcs tumbling in disarray. The wind was thick with dirt, and Xiong Yao's towering form struggled within the eye of the storm, his sturdy, coarse fur sliced by the sharp wind blades, resulting in frayed hair and leaving shallow white marks upon his flesh. The expression on Lion Quan's face grew increasingly grim. Indeed, it was evident that he was up against a higher-tier beastman, one he could not easily overpower. With a roar, as soon as the wind subsided, the bear beast, its fur disheveled, opened its mouth and let out a furious bellow, raising its massive paw to strike at Lion Quan. Although the bear beast's offensive power was not particularly formidable, no beastman dared to withstand its blow, forcing Lion Quan to sidestep. He swiftly grabbed Bai Yue from beside Lion Yue and hurled her forward. Chapter 143. The siege Xiong caught Bai Yue and immediately cradled her in his arms. Releasing a furious roar, Lion Quan retreated to a safe distance, issuing commands. Kill him. Do not let him escape. No matter how strong his defense, his stamina and powers are finite. You can certainly wear him down. The beast's fighting spirits surged, tightening their encirclement around Xiong, leaving him no room to maneuver. With no arms left to fend off the onslaught, Xiong was fortunate that Bai Yue took the basket containing the wolf cubs from his left hand, liberating one of his arms. Roaring, Xiong turned and forged a path with his remaining arm. The beasts relentlessly pursued him, their sharp claws and fangs raining down upon him. Although they could not breach his defenses immediately, they effectively trapped him, rendering escape impossible. Xiong moved slowly, while the beasts maneuvered with agility. No matter how far he walked, he remained at the center of the encirclement. The prospect of escaping this dire situation seemed utterly hopeless. Over time, the black bear bore numerous injuries. His thick fur was marred by patches of bare skin, and his sturdy hide was etched with countless wounds, bloodied and raw. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air. Even Bai Yue could discern its metallic tang. Xiong's roars remained fierce, but his movements had begun to slow. Another agile leopard beast leaped forward, delivering a devastating blow to Xiong's shoulder. With a pained roar, Xiong cried out, the injury rendering his right arm ineffective for clearing a path. Suddenly, a robust earthen shield rose around him, granting him a moment of respite. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the earthen wall, sounds of various attacks reverberated, causing the walls to tremble violently. Within the darkness of the earthen enclosure, no light penetrated. Xiong plopped down, panting, his bare mouth agape, exhaling warm breaths that enveloped the female and cubs in his embrace, revealing his utter exhaustion. Bai Yue crawled out from under Xiong's arm, her gaze piercing through the darkness, landing accurately on his weary face. You should leave, she suddenly spoke, her tone as composed as any ordinary person. Xiong was momentarily taken aback, his massive body jolting as he ceased panting, his deep-set eyes widening in disbelief, the dark pupils dilating in astonishment. Guo spoke. Xiong's mind echoed these words endlessly, leaving him stunned before Bai Yue. She tiptoed to reach his face, planting a soft kiss on his sweat-soaked cheek. His eyes, already wide, grew even larger, his heart racing as the wounds that had begun to congeal suddenly burst, fresh blood flowing forth. Guo kissed him. Had Bai Yue been able to peer into Xiong's innermost thoughts, she would have witnessed an explosion of pink bubbles, all heart-shaped, surrounding him. You cannot take me with you. Bai Yue looked directly into Xiong's eyes, her voice steady, neither fast nor slow, devoid of sorrow or joy, chillingly calm. So you must go first. Do not worry about me. It was as if she had cast aside all concerns, her own safety no longer a priority. As Xiong regained his senses, a sense of unease washed over him, compelling him to shift and attempt to transform in order to voice his thoughts. Yet he was halted by Bai Yue. Do not transform. It will exacerbate your injuries. Bai Yue gently pressed her hand on Xiong's shoulder, enveloping him in an embrace. And with her eyes closed, she whispered, Let us go. I implore you. Chapter 144. The lone escape of Xiong, she had invested nothing in Xiong and did not wish for him to sacrifice his life for her. The lion's authority was unlikely to kill her, ensuring their survival. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. She was determined to avenge the wolf's death. Under the calm influence of Bai Yue, Xiong Yao's breathing steadied. He stared blankly at the female, the thunderous pounding resonating in his heart. He had to make a decision. A mournful howl escaped Xiong Yao's throat. Finally, he embraced Bai Yue, his eyes filled with helpless sorrow. In the next moment, he raised his head, the weakness in his gaze vanishing, replaced by unyielding resolve. Gua gua, I will return to save you. With a thunderous crash, the indomitable earthen wall that covered the ground exploded, not breached by the outer orcs, but bursting forth from within, sending nearby orcs flying. Xiong Yao leaped onto the mound of earth, roaring as he sprang several meters away. Hiss out, everyone hurry! The orcs surged forward. Upon landing, Xiong Yao, unlike the lithe orcs, brought several to the ground with his solid frame. Orcs nearby instinctively fled, while those further away scrambled to escape, creating a scene of utter chaos. It was not only difficult to impede the bear's progress, but also to maintain one's footing. Yet, this turmoil did not hinder the powerful bear. As Xiong Yao ran, he cleared a path with his arms, effortlessly pushing through the throng of orcs and swiftly deviating from the center of the encirclement. Unencumbered, Xiong Yao's determination to escape was unstoppable. Soon, he had completely broken free from the circle, dashing into the dark, dense forest. A small group of orcs pursued him, but their numbers dwindled, as they were silently consumed by the ferocity of the plants in their frenzy. A long howl from the lion's authority echoed, momentarily stunning all the orcs. Come back, he commanded. The scattered orcs hurriedly returned. Bai Yue, carrying a basket of wolf cubs, was brought to the side of the lion's authority. Leader, Gua Gua and the children of the wolf are still here. How shall we arrange for them? Inquired the orc who had brought Bai Yue and her offspring. Bai Yue bowed her head quietly, adopting a low-key and inconspicuous demeanor, yet all the orcs' gazes fell upon her. The lion's authority recalled the hostility the female had shown him, and his fondness for her was replaced by wariness as he spoke casually. Gua Gua will be assigned to the breeding department. It had been previously mentioned that the breeding department was responsible for mating and alleviating the physiological needs of single orcs, valued only while they were fertile. Those who lost their reproductive capabilities would face euthanasia. During their escape from the city, the orcs had not forgotten to take the females from the breeding department and human males who were currently tethered aside. As for these wolf cubs, the lion's authority was troubled. He wished to eliminate the progeny of the wolf entirely, yet this was clearly against orc principles and laws. The wolf had been dealt with according to the law. His children bore no guilt, and executing them would surely not sit well with the populace. Before he could devise a strategy, a leopard orc suddenly emerged from the throng. Leader, the leopard creature struggled to advance, transforming into an elegant and refined blonde gentleman. I am Gua Gua's attending physician. She ought not to remain in the reproductive department. Her health is exceptionally robust, even exhibiting signs of atavism. I can assure you, she is undoubtedly our healthiest female. I implore the frere to reconsider. Chapter 145. The white-bone vine exits the city. A flicker of intrigue crossed line authority's mind, prompting him to inquire, what phenomenon of atavism are you referring to? The doctor of leopards responded with a tone of expertise. What she exhibits is a trait characteristic of the earliest female specimens. The concept of atavism might be foreign to those unacquainted, yet the essence was universally understood as a glimmer of hope for the rejuvenation of the female. Upon hearing the leopard's words, the beast crowd began to murmur, casting scrutinizing glances at Bai Yue, with many feeling a stir of attraction. Moreover, Bai Yue had recently given birth and had yet to regain her former figure. Her slightly plump physique and delicate features aligned perfectly with the aesthetic preferences of the Beastmen, rendering her an ideal female in their eyes. Line authority, hesitant to gamble with the genetics of his progeny, readily acquiesced, saying, very well, I shall temporarily entrust Gua Gua to you. Please take good care of her. With a sigh of relief, the leopard doctor made his way onto the stage, taking it upon himself to escort Bai Yue and the wolf cub away. Line authority, unable to conceive a plausible excuse to dispose of the wolf cub, tacitly accepted the leopard doctor's actions. The doctor, cradling Bai Yue, maneuvered to the periphery of the beast crowd, joining the ranks of the medical team. Do not fear. I shall look after you, he gently reassured her. Noticing her despondent demeanor, Bai Yue remained unresponsive, yet her attention was drawn to a nearby group of individuals. They were clad in loose-fitting tops, devoid of pants, relying solely on the lengthy hems to conceal their intimate areas. The males donned blue tops while the females wore pink, presenting a uniformity reminiscent of hospital gowns or perhaps the garb of some organization. The girls retained their plumpness. Yet the males starkly contrasted with the Beastman Bai Yue had previously encountered. Slightly taller than the girls, they possessed little muscle, their skin sagging, exuding an aura of lethargy born from indulgence. Their gazes lacked clarity but held a feral edge as they warily surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings. Bai Yue swiftly deduced that these must be human males. Those belong to the reproductive department. Those males are akin to your kind. Is this your first encounter? The leopard doctor remarked, keenly aware that conversing with females could stimulate their cognitive development, thus providing Bai Yue with the answer she sought. This marked her inaugural sighting of human males in this era, compelling her to observe them closely. The leopard doctor jested, "Does Guo wish to conceive a female offspring with a human?" Bai Yue, maintaining a stoic expression, turned her head away. The doctor shrugged in resignation, observing, "It seems Guo truly has an affinity for wolf cubs. Such an emotionally invested female is undeniably captivating." "Oh, the wolf cubs, since the threat had dissipated, and playfully scratched their mother's arm. Bai Yue, however, remained oblivious, her eyes wide and lost in thought. As night fell, fatigue enveloped everyone. Lion Authority intended to rest for the night, but to his dismay, a chilling revelation soon emerged. Why are the trees trembling? All around, the trees quivered, a cacophony of rustling engulfing them. "Commander, the grass beneath us has withered." A glance downward revealed the vegetation at their feet had completely perished, the timing of which was a mystery. Gasps of astonishment echoed, one after another, as the bizarre occurrence momentarily alleviated the orcs' weariness, prompting them to anxiously survey their surroundings. A faint rustling sound emanated from the ground, reminiscent of quivering vegetation, until at last, one orc uncovered the shocking truth. The bone vines had extended beyond the city. "Everyone, flee!" Alas! Before the warning could fully escape his lips, it transformed into a scream, echoed by several others in horrific unison. Chapter 146. The man emerging from the bone vine, dozens of orcs tumbled forth like a handful of yellow beans poured from a bowl, crashing into the thicket. Under normal circumstances, such a fall would subject them to the ferocious assault of the trees. Yet, this time, the trees trembled as though they had encountered a formidable foe, oblivious to the feast presented to them. "Run! It's a bone vine." The orcs fought while retreating, resembling a horde of ants fleeing a deluge, utterly defenseless. "How is this possible?" Lion Power exclaimed in astonishment, his first instinct being disbelief. 8 centuries prior, the bone vine was confined solely to the territory of the safe city. Having been suppressed for 800 years without sunlight, its power surely could not rival its former might. How could it have ventured beyond the safe city's boundaries? A frightening thought struck Lion Power, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Could it be that the energy amassed by the barrier was also being absorbed by the bone vine? If he had achieved significant power in just 10 years, how formidable would the bone vine have become after 8 centuries of siphoning energy? No, it could not be so. The possibility of reclaiming the safe city would be lost. Ignoring his fatigue, Lion Power forced himself to harness the wind energy and ascended into the sky. Upon a fleeting glance, he was rendered speechless. The safe city had been engulfed by the color of the bone vine, with not a trace of its original architecture visible. The tendrils continued to spread in all directions, showing no signs of abating. He rose higher, perching atop the treetops, and surveyed the surroundings. Trees 100 miles away displayed a withered hue. The influence of the bone vine had expanded several times beyond what was recorded 8 centuries ago. In an instant, Lion Power comprehended the grim truth. There was likely no entity more powerful than it in this world. Suddenly, a vine shot from the thicket, aimed directly at Lion Power's domain. His complexion changed drastically. His abilities rendered him incapable of evading, and with a momentary lapse, the wind energy dissipated. The vine struck with ferocity, yet, due to an unexpected fall, Lion Power narrowly escaped this lethal blow. Howling, he involuntarily transformed into his beast form mid-air and landed among the treetops. Thanks to the branch's obstruction, he sustained no serious injuries upon hitting the ground and scrambled to his feet to flee. The bone vine seemed to possess a keen awareness, directing its attacks toward Lion Power's vicinity. As he mingled with the throng of orcs, countless of them were struck down, collapsing to the earth, trampled by many feet. Plant growth necessitates time, yet the orcs ultimately managed to escape the bone vine's assault range. This time, they dared not pause even for a moment, desperately fleeing with their females and young, oblivious to the lurking dangers nearby. Meanwhile, the surrounding flora lacked the energy to hunt. Their branches stretched outward, yearning to sprout legs and take flight. The distance between the orcs and the bone vine widened, and eventually the bone vine halted its relentless advance, giving rise to a strange sense of helplessness as it fell into an ordinary state. After a pause, the tendrils settled upon the ground, transforming into vines indistinguishable from common plants. At that moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the bone vine, a man of ethereal elegance, akin to a celestial being. Dressed in a vintage white shirt paired with light gray casual trousers, he even wore casual leather shoes, reminiscent of a young aristocrat transported from the 21st century. What is disconcerting is that he possesses a magnificent cascade of dark green hair, cascading from the crown of his head to the ground, reminiscent of the lavish hem of an evening gown, flowing gracefully with each step he takes. Wherever the man treads, the surrounding flora withers and decays, allowing the moonlight to penetrate through the brittle branches, casting a silvery glow upon the earth and illuminating his form with a gentle, ethereal radiance, rendering his silhouette almost otherworldly in its beauty. He strides resolutely in the direction the Beastmen have departed. Chapter 147. Bai Yue's emotional outburst, the Beastmen fled throughout the night, only slowing their pace once they were certain that the bone vine had not pursued them. Led by Lion Quan, they discovered a barren rocky hill where they could temporarily rest. Lion Yue, please take a head count, Lion Quan said weakly, leaning against a large stone. Lion Yue hurried to comply and soon returned with the information. Uncle, we are down by 1,327 beastmen. However, there are no losses among the females or human males. Lion Yue called out, subtly invoking familial ties, fearing Lion Quan's reprimand. Lion Quan cast a sidelong glance at him, but chose not to address the matter of the wolf's inclusion in their ranks, stating simply, they must have been ensnared by the bone vine. They cannot be saved. With over 1,000 individuals lost, the number was significant, and under normal circumstances, they would have returned to rescue them. Yet this time, upon hearing the leader's words, not a single beastman voiced dissent. None wished to venture into the territory of the bone vine, for history and the name of the bone vine warned them that it was a path to certain demise. Moreover, the bone vine was known for leaving no survivors. Even if they returned, all they would find would be the remains of their companions. At that moment, the team sent out by Lion Quan to search for food returned. Everyone, replenish your strength. We shall seek refuge in the southern safe city, Lion Quan declared, a renewed ambition glinting in his eyes. He had become a formidable force with his powers materialized, and the position of leader in the new city was within his grasp. Soon, the entire continent would be on the lookout for Xiong Yao, and he would have nowhere to escape. The food consisted of freshly cooked wood, which could be consumed once thoroughly roasted. Bai Yue and the children were also given pieces of the freshly roasted wood, and the wolf cubs, famished, began to gnaw at their portions eagerly. They remained oblivious to the concept of death. Upon hearing of their father's demise, they felt only anger. With no further mention of it, they feasted heartily. Some of the wood contained holes embedded with seeds. These were traps set by the plants. If any unfortunate animal ingested the seeds whole, it would become sustenance for the seeds. Fortunately, these seeds had also been roasted, making them safe to consume, and they offered higher nutritional value and superior taste. Oh, the leopard cubs relished the seeded wood, with 3 wolf cubs eagerly vying for a piece adorned with holes. Savoring their meal, Bai Yue observed her children's eating habits, lost in thought, and glanced at Lion Quan, who was being adored by the others. Suddenly, She reached out and snatched the piece of seeded wood from her children's grasp. Oh, the wolf cubs looked up at their mother, puzzled, licking their lips, their faces full of desire. Eat, 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 they seemed to convey, unaware of their father's fate. Bai Yue felt a surge of anger and lowered her head to pry out the seeds, choosing to ignore them. The wolf cubs raised their heads in confusion. The seeds pried from the wood were forgotten as they anxiously pawed at their mother. Bai Yue continued her task, intent on replacing the seeds in the holes with fresh ones to offer to Lion Quan, as this was the only form of revenge she could conceive at that moment. Mommy, the eldest suddenly transformed into a small infant, tugging at Bai Yue's sleeve with a sweet voice. He picked up the seed from the ground with his chubby little hands and offered them to her. Say you eat. Bai Yue paused, her child's voice resonating within her. And as she gazed upon the chubby little hand before her, she was inevitably moved. She lifted her gaze to the eldest, her eyes meeting a face reminiscent of a wolf's, and a flicker of pain instantly crossed her features. Get out! Bai Yue screamed hysterically, simultaneously toppling the eldest with a swift motion. Yesterday, I failed to deliver a chapter, and how many votes did I lose as a result? Today, I shall make amends. Can you restore them? Will you? I demand that you do. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand. Bai Yue will undergo growth, and as the story unfolds, her character will evolve. The first phase of her development has concluded, and what lies ahead is maturity and responsibility. I hope her current temperament does not displease you. Chapter 148. Peril in the river. The elder brother was unexpectedly flipped over, landing awkwardly on the ground. And after regaining his composure, he sat with his legs sprawled, gazing up at his mother. Bai Yue, unable to meet his eyes, wrapped her arms around her knees and began to sob uncontrollably. A small infant and two little wolf cubs huddled around her, too frightened to make a sound. Hearing the commotion, Dr. Leopard approached, placing a hand on Bai Yue's shoulder and gently shaking her. Gua gua? What is wrong? Bai Yue, stifling her cries, shrugged off his hand, suppressing her tears, though her choked sobs were heart-wrenching. Not wishing to raise the issue of the wolf cub, Dr. Leopard suggested, Is it that you dislike the food? I can search for some fruits for you shortly. Bai Yue nodded slightly, dismissing him with a wave. She did not want to display her emotions or attract attention, but it was nearly impossible, especially when she caught sight of that face so reminiscent of the wolf cub. At the foot of the rocky hill, a river meandered, adorned with thorny lotus leaves and standing proud with an array of beautiful lotus flowers in shades of red, yellow, and purple, their vibrant colors and fragrant aroma enchanting the air, revealing tender young lotus pods nestled within their blossoms. The lotus leaves along the riverbank had been cleared, and several beasts were gathered there, quenching their thirst. Wiping the tears from her face, Bai Yue made her way to the riverbank. The three little wolves scampered eagerly behind their mother to drink water by the river. As Bai Yue sipped, she kept a vigilant eye on the surrounding lotus pods. Be careful, Dr. Leopard called out, finishing the last bite of his wooden snack, brushing off his hands as he stood up. After much effort, Bai Yue spotted a mature lotus pod within reach and hurriedly reached out to pluck it. Dr. Leopard quickened his pace, jogging to her side and lifting her up. That pod is already ripe and inedible. Take this instead. He offered her a tender lotus pod, urging, Eat this. Bai Yue cast a discreet glance at the mature lotus seeds by the river before lowering her head to accept Dr. Leopard's offering, oblivious to her gaze. The little wolf cubs, however, were acutely aware of her attention. They exchanged knowing looks, and had Bai Yue focused on them, she would have discerned their mischievous intentions. The three cubs formed a circle, chattering amongst themselves in hushed tones before lining up at the river's edge. Then, the eldest took a deep breath, and with a small leap, landed atop a lotus leaf. The leaf wobbled precariously, creating a rustling sound. The little one's body swayed with it, but his sense of balance was impeccable. He jumped again, landing on a second leaf. Turning back, he noticed the first leaf had curled up and was sinking into the water, and the one he stood upon was also beginning to fold. The eldest quickly leapt towards the dark and mature lotus pod. On the bank, the two wolf cubs held their breath, their eyes glued to their sibling, anxiously scratching the ground with their paws. Awoo! The eldest, mid-air, opened his mouth and expertly bit down on the stem of the lotus pod. The stem snapped effortlessly, and with the lotus pod in his mouth, he leaped towards another leaf closer to the river's center. Splash! Suddenly, a formidable head emerged from beneath the water, overturning the lotus leaf beneath the leader. It opened its gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth. It was none other than the common aquatic predator, the crocodile. Howling, the two wolf cubs by the riverbank jumped 3 meters high in fright, retreating with terrified yelps. It was only then that Bai Yue was startled, turning her gaze toward the riverbank. Upon grasping the scene before her, she immediately sprang to her feet. The leader, catching sight of the enormous mouth below, found himself unable to evade as he was suspended in midair. In the next instant, he plummeted into the crocodile's jaws. Chapter 149. Calmness. A chilling howl echoed alongside the splashing of water as a mere 1-month-old wolf cub was dragged beneath the surface. The water rippled and quickly transformed into a crimson hue. Numerous lotus flowers leaned toward the blood, their blossoms seemingly more vibrant in that instant. Bai Yue's mind went blank, her feet moving mechanically toward the water's edge, her face drained of color. The sudden commotion alerted the Beastmen, who immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. They encircled the scene, yet none dared to plunge into the water to rescue the cub. Lost in her thoughts of danger, Bai Yue dashed toward the river, one foot poised to step into the water when she was abruptly yanked back. The hurriedly arriving leopard doctor seized her arm, insisting, "It's too late." "No, there is still time." Bai Yue thrashed wildly, her cries mingling with her tears. The Beastmen remained silent. Lion Quan approached with a commanding tone, instructing, "Keep a close watch on the cub. Do not allow them to approach the river alone." Suddenly, a ripple spread across the water, revealing the crocodile's head. Bai Yue froze, her eyes wide as she gazed toward it. As the crocodile emerged, the wolf cub's body also surfaced. A howl erupted from the cub, still alive, as it opened its mouth to cry out. It had only been clamped by one foreleg. The other 3 legs were propped against the crocodile's body. Upon realizing the predator had surfaced, the cub disregarded its trapped limb, agilely leaping onto the crocodile's head, engaging in a fierce tug-of-war. Its soft fur, dampened by the river, clung to its plump little body. Though fragile and diminutive, its vitality was astonishingly resilient. It was still alive. Save him. Quickly save him. Bai Yue disregarded everything else, grasping the leopard doctor's arm and hopping anxiously. The leopard doctor paused, incredulous as he exchanged a glance with Bai Yue. Had Guo just spoken? The surrounding males were equally stunned. In that brief moment, the situation shifted yet again. The crocodile's hunting method involved seizing its prey with a powerful bite and then executing a rapid spin underwater to disorient it before relishing its meal. If it failed to incapacitate its quarry, it would toss the prey into the air to reposition for another strike. At that moment, as the crocodile hurled the cub upwards, the cub took the opportunity to escape. As the crocodile released its grip, the cub leaped off its head. With a triumphant howl, the cub landed atop a lotus leaf, prompting the beastmen by the riverbank to rush into the water, lifting it by the scruff of its neck. "Big brother." Bai Yue struggled momentarily, prompting the leopard doctor to release her. She rushed to her brother's side, taking the sodden cub from the beastman's grasp. "Big brother," he weakly called out, his head nestled against their mother's embrace, panting heavily. One of his forelegs was nearly severed, only a thin layer of skin holding it together, blood dripping and swaying in the air. Bai Yue clutched him tightly in her arms, her throat constricted as if filled with cotton, the urge to cry overwhelming yet silent. She gazed intently at her brother's condition, her mind swirling as dizziness threatened to consume her. The wolf has perished, and she believed her world had reached its nadir. Little did she know that there were depths even more profound. It is all her fault. Why did she neglect the children? Had she not overlooked them, her eldest would not have sustained such grievous injuries. "Let me see." Dr. Leopard extended his hand towards Bai Yue. Bai Yue forced herself to remain composed, to steady her nerves, and handed the child over. Chapter 150. Self-blame. "My bones are utterly shattered. Immediate treatment is imperative," Dr. Bao stated. Another physician interjected, "However, the nearest safe city is several days' journey away. We have no time. Amputation is the only option. Delay could prove fatal." Dr. Bao sighed. casting an apologetic glance at Bai Yue. Beside them, Shi Quan reveled in the situation, relishing the destruction of the most formidable offspring of the wolf clan, leaving only two, who would be far less significant. The eldest, licking his wounds, gazed around with glistening eyes before turning towards his mother. Bai Yue found it challenging to articulate the look in the eldest's eyes. All she knew was that she could not let him be destroyed. Approaching Dr. Bao, she whispered, "Please save him." Dr. Bao paused, and several doctors turned their attention to Bai Yue. "What are you saying?" Dr. Bao recalled the words of Guogua and was struck by a startling hypothesis. "Is your intelligence intact?" Bai Yue remained silent. Dr. Bao's heart raced. Before a coherent female, no Beastman could refuse her requests, regardless of their nature. He turned to Shi Quan, the leader. Shi Quan, having heard Bai Yue's plea, scrutinized her for a moment before gesturing for everyone to follow him. He led the doctors to a secluded area, with Bai Yue cradling the eldest closely behind. "Who are you?" Shi Quan's gaze sharpened as he questioned Bai Yue. "Shi Quan, you have killed the wolf cub," Bai Yue replied, striving to maintain her composure. Shi Quan's pupils constricted. The doctors were scarcely able to contain their excitement. One young doctor even gasped, "My goodness." A speaking female, Dr. Bao managed to stay composed, casting a sidelong glance at the young doctor. Many females can speak, but Guogua speaks as males do. Dr. Bao turned to Shi Quan. "We must return to the city. If the medical equipment is intact, perhaps we can save Guogua's child." Shi Quan scoffed. "Are you out of your mind?" Bai Yue bit her lip in anguish. She had anticipated that Shi Quan would not relent. His gaze fell on Bai Yue, revealing a glimmer of delight. "Guogua's intelligence is quite astonishing. I believe she should remain in the reproductive department. Perhaps with human males, she could bear healthy offspring." Bai Yue instantly lifted her head, her eyes filled with animosity directed at Shi Quan. If looks could kill, he would undoubtedly be riddled with wounds. Whether male or female, as long as they are healthy, they are a treasure to our beastmen, Shi Quan stated in an official tone. This left Dr. Bao speechless, as Guog was attending physician. He had formed an emotional bond over the months, and was unwilling to see her go to that place. Yet, he understood that the leader's decision was rational and most appropriate, a determination beyond his ability to alter. "What about the wolf cub?" Dr. Bao inquired. "Amputate." Shi Quan replied without hesitation. "No." Bai Yue immediately clutched the eldest tighter, glaring angrily at Shi Quan, her voice hoarse as she uttered, "You will face retribution." With a cold snort, Lion Quan remarked, "Whether to intercept is entirely up to you. I shall not send anyone to their demise. If this drags on, your leader will meet his end. You must decide for yourself." With that, Lion Quan turned and departed. Dr. Leopard patted Bai Yue's shoulder. "Gwa, gwa." Bai Yue firmly replied, "I would rather be shattered like jade than remain intact like a mere tile." Bai Yue had never encountered a disabled beastman. It was not difficult to surmise that a disabled beastman would not survive long. Today was rather foolish. I thought I had lost my internet connection, but in reality, my phone had run out of credit, and I had been waiting in vain for the network to return. It was only after recharging that I regained access. Chapter 151. Salvation. The matter concerning Bai Yue is kept under wraps by Shi Quan, known only to a select few doctors. The number of individuals protecting Bai Yue had increased, or rather, the number of those surveilling her had multiplied. As dusk approached, the beastmen were winding down from their labors, and the plants were on the verge of wilting. With a commanding roar, Shi Quan called everyone to attention from his elevated position, urging them to prepare for departure as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon. Bai Yue gently swayed her eldest child in her arms, using a dry towel to dab the fresh blood seeping from his forelimbs. "Are you hungry, my darling? Mother will peel some lotus seeds for you," she cooed, her voice imbued with a sweetness that could almost drip like honey as she brought half a seed, devoid of its lotus leaf, to his lips. The eldest, now significantly weaker than in the morning, let out a feeble whimper before closing his eyes in weary repose. The moment his eyelids fluttered shut, 2 large tears cascaded down Bai Yue's cheeks. "Oh!" The third cub scratched at his mother's waist while the second sat nearby, watching her intently. Bai Yue divided the lotus seeds between her second and third children, enveloping them in her embrace as she wept. "I am so sorry. Mother will never lose her temper with you again. Truly, I apologize." Mother! The two wolf cubs transformed into their human forms, eagerly burrowing into her arms. The beast herd was organized, and at Sher Quan's command, "Let us set forth," the group rose en masse. Dr. Leopard attempted to scoop up Bai Yue, but, upon squeezing into the protective circle, found her absent. "Where's Guogua? Wasn't she just here?" One of the beastmen guarding Bai Yue and her children spoke up, glancing towards the center, his heart racing. She had indeed been here moments ago. Suddenly, Bai Yue felt the weight of a gaze upon her. Looking up, she beheld a man with hair cascading to the ground. Instantly, she recognized him as the individual she had first encountered, the one she had glimpsed before. The previous dim lighting had obscured her view, but now she discerned the source of her earlier discomfort. He was clad in attire from the 21st century, a white shirt, casual trousers, and shoes that did not belong to this world. His dark green hair fell in waves to the earth, his eyes mirroring the same verdant hue. Though he stood at a distance, his gaze pierced through her, rendering her utterly exposed. "Can you save my child?" Bai Yue implored, thinking that such a great distance would render her inaudible. Yet, he nodded and began to approach her step by step. Bai Yue, momentarily taken aback, quickly gathered her 3 children and ran toward him. The surrounding beastmen seemed oblivious to her presence, frantically searching for her. Filled with confusion, Bai Yue's worries were overshadowed by the joy of potential salvation for her children. As he drew near, she realized he possessed an ethereal beauty, almost too exquisite to be human. His features were otherworldly, with dark green eyes, willow-like eyebrows, and pale, thin lips. His face bore soft contours, and his skin was not overly pale, lacking any flush of vitality, instead exuding a faint, ethereal green hue from beneath the surface. Bai Yue even found herself questioning whether his blood might be green. She could detect a natural, fresh scent about him, reminiscent of plants. "Can you truly save him?" Bai Yue asked, her heart laden with apprehension. He extended his hand, and without hesitation, she placed her eldest into his grasp. He gently cradled the body of the wolf cub with one arm, carefully placing its severed foreleg in position, while his other hand enveloped it tenderly. The elder, breathing feebly, lifted his eyelids to glance at the man. Bai Yue observed a faint green light emanating from his palm, obscuring the mysteries concealed within. Yet, the elder's severed claw twitched slightly. Chapter 152. Healing. A surge of euphoric rebirth enveloped Bai Yue, her heart pounding heavily against her chest. It seemed that the leader had sensed something amiss. His drowsy state faded as he lifted his eyelids to gaze at the hand resting upon his arm. The hand, long and somewhat disproportionate, was unexpectedly pleasing to the eye, the skin on its back pale with a hint of delicate green. At that moment, it radiated a faint luminescence, resembling a meticulously crafted jade artifact. Bai Yue had begun to comprehend the situation, and as the man withdrew his hand, it was indeed as she suspected. The leader's arm had returned to its original state. With a joyful howl, he wiggled his body, laboriously standing on a man's arm and staggering a few steps. Overwhelmed with emotion, Bai Yue embraced the leader tightly, looking up at the man with tears in her eyes, murmuring her gratitude. "Thank you." His expression remained impassive as he tilted his head, observing Bai Yue with a hint of earnest charm. Though his body remained still, Bai Yue suddenly felt an arm lifting her from beneath, and before she could process her surprise, she found herself cradled in his embrace. His arm was remarkably long. She instinctively lowered her gaze to assess his arm, and found it to be of ordinary length. As their bodies pressed together, the botanical essence emanating from him became more distinct, and Bai Yue vaguely surmised his identity. "Who are you?" she inquired, refraining from voicing her inner thoughts directly, wary of the potential awkwardness should she be mistaken. No sooner had her words left her lips than she felt the arm encircling her tighten suddenly. "You do not recognize me?" The bone vine narrowed its eyes, a consciousness directly infiltrating Bai Yue's mind. A pang of discomfort prompted her to frown. It was undoubtedly Chiu Chiu. She hurriedly clarified, "You're Chiu Chiu? I have never seen you like this, so I was uncertain." The grip of the bone vine loosened slightly as it moved towards its territory. Bai Yue sighed in relief, reflecting that Chiu Chiu had indeed transformed significantly since they first met during his juvenile phase. he must have matured by now, cradling 3 young cubs. Bai Yue was held by the bone vine as they navigated through the chaotic throng of beasts, unnoticed in their departure. "Search! Hurry and find them!" roared Lion's sovereignty, his frustration palpable, his eyes ablaze with desperation and fury. Thousands of beastmen scoured the hillside. Even Dr. Leopard, who had shown Bai Yue favor, was confined. Bai Yue glared at Lion's sovereignty, her fists clenched. "I want to kill him." Following her gaze, the bone vine spoke. "I share that desire." His voice was now distinct, shedding its ambiguous quality, resonating with male attributes. Yet, it retained a softness, akin to a clear spring echoing through the vast mountains. Bai Yue was momentarily taken aback, as if a soothing stream had flowed into her ears, an indescribable comfort washing over her. It was only then that she grasped the implication of his words, leaving her momentarily stunned. Bai Yue asked, "Then why? Did you not act directly?" "This is not my domain," the bone vine replied as they walked. "This is merely my spiritual form, lacking the power of my true self." Bai Yue, filled with disappointment, furrowed her brows and leaned against the shoulder of the bone vine, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Lion Power. She vowed that one day she would return to exact her revenge. The bone vine moved with a steady yet swift pace. Consumed by hatred for all orcs, he felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate them all. However, he restrained his murderous intent, fully aware that Bai Yue did not wish for him to act in such a manner. Yet, he could not help but harbor a sense of gratitude towards Lion Power. Chapter 153. The Greatest Generation Gap. All things are born and perish in mutual opposition. Within 100 meters, there must exist a nemesis. The barrier that restrained him also bestowed upon him an inexhaustible source of energy. Even if Bai Yue did not appear, perhaps in another 800 years, he could forcefully break through the barrier. This energy could only be absorbed by plants. Once he had absorbed enough, there would occasionally be energy leakage. The energy transformed by him became accessible to the beastmen, who began to lie in wait for the energy he released. For centuries, the beastmen had relished this behavior. Among them, Sher Quan was the most opportunistic. Although Sher Quan benefited from it, the energy was something that had already entered his own being. Expelling it was one thing, but having others consume what he had expelled was quite repulsive. Thus, his desire to eliminate Sher Quan stemmed purely from this disgust. Bai Yue and the bone vine departed silently, leaving Sher Quan searching fruitlessly throughout the night. However, they managed to rescue several hundred companions who should have perished. These individuals had been trampled into unconsciousness during their escape, but had not been attacked by the plants. Upon waking, they fled, while those who did not return were those who had been trampled to death. The fact that the bone vine did not exterminate them all astonished the beastmen. Nonetheless, Sher Quan insisted that this was a ploy by the bone vine to lure them into a trap, and he suppressed such notions. The night had fully descended, a white mist filling the air, and the grass on the ground had been hardened by frost, crackling underfoot. Bai Yue shivered in the embrace of the bone vine, her lips turning a shade of dark blue, as she clutched the 3 small orbs for warmth. The bone vine cast a curious glance at Bai Yue, his hair slithering forward like serpents, wrapping around her trembling form. How could he have known that she would shiver at night? Previously, he had lacked the ability to manifest at night and had never witnessed her nocturnal demeanor. Perhaps this was simply a human trait. Bai Yue glanced at her arm ensnared by the tendrils and stammered, "What are you doing?" "To prevent you from shivering," the bone vine replied earnestly. Bai Yue, she had thought the generation gap between herself and Lang Shao was considerable, 2 millennia, but it seemed the gap with these orbs was even greater. The greatest distance in the world is not that between life and death. It is not that I stand before you and you are unaware of my love. Rather, it is the chasm between being an animal and being a plant. It's late. Let's find a place to rest. You plants ought to rest at night. Bai Yue suggested, patting her stomach, which had grown quite hollow. The second and third orbs had consumed plenty during the day, but the first, having sustained serious injuries, had gone an entire day without food and, having lost so much blood, was still lacking vitality. The bone vine nodded and gently set Bai Yue down, leaning casually against a nearby tree trunk to close his eyes and rest. Large plants can be perilous. However, with the bone vine present, this tree was remarkably benign, almost akin to an ordinary plant from the 21st century. Bai Yue crouched beside the trunk, sheltered from the cold wind, feeling considerably warmer. She placed the children on the ground and then retrieved the wooden stick embedded with seeds from her sleeve. "Eat up," she urged. Bai Yue spoke, gently tapping the heads of the second and third siblings, saying, "You should eat less and leave more for the eldest, understand?" They nodded in comprehension and collectively nudged the wood towards their elder. The eldest, famished, opened his mouth and bit into the wood. However, after gnawing for quite some time, he failed to extract even a single splinter, which only intensified the growling of his stomach. 2 more chapters remain. Chapter 154. The Chasm of Generations. Bai Yue affectionately caressed the head of the eldest, cradling him in her embrace while pushing the wooden pieces towards the second and third. "You may eat," she said, although her bite stung a bit. Her heart felt immensely at ease. The previously closed eyes of the white bone vine opened briefly, stealing a glance before shutting again, only to peek once more. When Bai Yue turned to look at him, the white bone vine suddenly inquired, "Are you feeding him yourself?" More or less." Bai Yue hesitated momentarily before responding. The white bone vine frowned disapprovingly, stating, "He will consume you entirely." Bai Yue burst into laughter, exclaiming how vast their differences in thought were, akin to the generational gap. Covering her mouth with her hand to stifle her amusement, she reassured, "That won't happen. They will outgrow it. By then, you will have been devoured," the white bone vine insisted. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding animals, having witnessed a mother scorpion being entirely consumed by her offspring. Bai Yue fell silent. She had also scarcely eaten throughout the day. Her milk supply was limited, and the eldest quickly finished one side before moving on to the other. It was the first time the white bone vine observed the softer aspects of a female, typically concealed beneath garments, causing his eyes to widen as he crouched closer for a better view. Flushing, Bai Yue hastily adjusted her clothing, clearing her throat as she said, "They should be weaning now. Once the eldest gains the strength to gnaw on food, he won't eat me." The white bone vine felt reassured, settling beside Bai Yue to watch the wolf cubs feast. As night deepened, the temperature dropped further, and the breath of both the wolf cubs and Bai Yue transformed into wisps of white vapor. After 2 days and nights without sleep, exhaustion washed over Bai Yue. She finally found solace and a reason to persist, and drowsiness swiftly enveloped her, tightly embracing the 3 little wolves. She could not help but nestling into the angle between the tree trunk and the white bone vine. The white bone vine observed her for a considerable time before suddenly realizing that humans, living in enclosed environments, likely felt insecure when exposed. Consequently, his hair began to grow, thickening and lengthening, weaving itself into a massive ball at the base of the tree trunk. The night passed in serene silence. The next day, sunlight filtered through the layers of branches, casting delicate golden speckles into the vine ball. A playful glimmer danced upon Bai Yue's eyelid, bearing warmth that dried the tears at the corners of her eyes. "I've got you," Bai Yue murmured incoherently, her fists clenched, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Climb up quickly, come on." Wolf Xiao, amidst the fiery inferno, looked up at her and agreed. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically. Bai Yue turned to see the fierce visage of Shi Quan, and suddenly her hand was released. "Wolf Xiao!" Bai Yue screamed, gazing downward to find Wolf Xiao smiling as he plunged into the flames. "Wolf Xiao! Wolf Xiao! Wolf Xiao!" Bai Yue bolted upright, gasping for breath. Her eyes fixated on the woven wall before her, momentarily stunned. The memories of the previous night sluggishly flooded her mind, and as she turned her head, she beheld an unfamiliar yet strikingly elegant face. "Chiu Chiu," Bai Yue called out in a daze. The skeleton vine blinked its eyes, seemingly gazing at Bai Yue for an extended period. Chapter 155. A question of whether to speak or not. Mother. The eldest child clung to his mother's arm, affectionately nuzzling against her. Bai Yue's expression softened immediately as she gently stroked his soft silver hair. "Are you feeling better?" The eldest, still limited in his speech, merely grinned, revealing a row of tiny teeth resembling grains of rice. He then energetically climbed next to the vine creature, tucking one arm beneath its hand. The second and third children mimicked him, eagerly extending their legs towards the vine creature's grasp. Bai Yue glanced at the vine creature's expression and gently admonished, "Stop being mischievous. Sit still." The vine creature's face revealed no discernible emotion, yet it tenderly caressed the children a few times. Two wolf cubs and a little baby lay on the ground, emitting soothing purring sounds. Bai Yue reached down to lift them, feeling apologetic as she said, "They're still young. Please don't mind them." "Indeed," the vine creature replied, lifting its gaze upward. "The sun has emerged." "Then let us rise," Bai Yue suggested. The vine creature began to retract its tendrils, wrapping them around the children as the vine structure began to thin, allowing more light to filter through. Soon, one ball of vines was completely dismantled, and the vine creature's long, dark green hair cascaded down once more. It cradled Bai Yue and walked towards the direction of the rising sun, followed closely by the three little wolf cubs. Bai Yue suddenly inquired, "Where are you taking me?" "Home," the vine creature replied succinctly. "I wish to find Xiong. Bai Yue murmured, resting her head against the vine creature's shoulder, her lowered eyelids concealing the emotions swimming in her eyes. The vine creature paused. It was aware of Xiong, having encountered him before, and had seen the chaos he could create. Frowning slightly, it ultimately decided to assist Bai Yue in fulfilling her wish, reasoning that it had nothing else to occupy its time apart from basking in the sun. "Where is he?" the vine creature asked. "I'm not certain," Bai Yue hesitated, speculating, as a Beastman, he likely resides in a city somewhere. The vine creature nodded and changed direction. "I will help you search." "Thank you," Bai Yue said, wrapping her arms around the vine creature's neck, resting her chin on its shoulder. She glanced at the little wolf cubs scampering behind them, a soft smile gracing her lips as she silently encouraged them. "Good luck." "Oh," the little wolf cubs, filled with excitement, quickened their pace, one of them playfully darting through the vine creature's hair, frolicking with glee. Bai Yue shot them a few stern looks before managing to rein them in. Ever since the recent upheaval, Bai Yue had assumed a more authoritative demeanor in front of the children, embodying both a mother and a father. The forest was dense, with towering trees reaching for the sky, their canopies casting ominous shadows, creating a chill in the air. However, wherever the vine creature passed, sunlight flooded in. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the trees willingly shifted their branches, reluctant to compete for the sunlight. The nascent rays of sunlight warmed the skin pleasantly, but by midday, the brightness became harsh and unforgiving. Bai Yue felt utterly drained, parched and hungry, her gaze drawn to a shaded area nearby, her heart longing for respite. "Chiu, shall we rest over there for a while?" Bai Yue finally voiced her thoughts. "All right," the vine creature replied. The white-boned vine nodded gently and proceeded in the direction indicated by Bai Yue's finger. Then, Bai Yue watched in astonishment as the shaded area transformed abruptly into a sunlit expanse. The great tree, in an effort to evade the light, seemed on the verge of breaking its sturdy trunk. "Rest now," the white-boned vine said, lowering Bai Yue. Yet, Bai Yue, still exposed to the blazing sun, thought to herself, "There's a saying that I am uncertain whether to voice." Chapter 156. The seated Bai Yue sighed helplessly, her head bowed as she circled a tree trunk as robust as a house, finally arriving at a cool spot. As she settled on the ground, she noticed the shadow beneath her beginning to shrink. Looking up, she saw that it was the bone vine approaching. "Rest," the bone vine said, standing beside Bai Yue, the sunlight illuminating his face with a translucent elegance that was breathtaking. Bai Yue gazed up at him, only feeling the urge to slap him across the face. "It's so sunny, mother." The eldest crawled towards Bai Yue on all fours, flashing a grin at the bone vine. The second and third siblings preferred their beastly forms, as they were more agile and could keep up with the ever-crawling eldest while playing. Bai Yue's face burned under the sun, prompting her to seek refuge in the shadow cast by the bone vine. "Big brother, stand up. It's quicker to walk," she urged. The bone vine glanced back at the human hidden behind him, his dark green eyes sparkling with a joy reminiscent of an animal's. The eldest obediently responded, pausing his crawl to slowly rise, pushing against the ground with his hands. Bai Yue watched him intently, her encouraging gaze fueling his determination. With the unsteady gait of an infant barely 6 months old, he managed to stand upright. Well done, baby. Bai Yue clapped her hands, a proud smile blooming on her face, momentarily dulling the pain in her heart with the joy of seeing her children grow. The second and third siblings, feeling a twinge of jealousy, exchanged glances before simultaneously rising on their hind legs, joining the eldest as they approached their mother side by side. Oh, well, Mama, the sight of two wolves and a tiny baby standing in formation was so beautiful that Bai Yue could hardly bear to look. She pressed her hand to her forehead, but couldn't help but laugh. Are you hungry? She gently asked as the three children gathered around her, stroking their heads. The eldest opened his mouth, his uncertain yet childlike voice chiming in, hungry. "Awoo," echoed the second and third, their tones pleading for food. Bai Yue surveyed the surrounding flora, unsure which were edible. With a sigh, she unzipped her jacket, revealing her significantly diminished chest. The three cubs immediately pounced, the competitive scramble ending as swiftly as it began. The eldest and second each claimed a nipple, while the third sat defeated on the ground, gazing up at her with longing. "Mother is hungry too," Bai Yue said, patting the third cub's head softly. "Be good. Soon you will have plenty to eat." "Awoo." The third cub, unlike before, did not throw a tantrum, but instead nuzzled against Bai Yue's arm, offering comfort. Bai Yue smiled with satisfaction. It is often said that children of the impoverished mature quickly, and in adversity, heroes emerge. Indeed, there is truth in that. Under hardship, even her once delicate children had grown understanding. A flicker of displeasure crossed the bone vine's gaze as he squatted down to dig a hole. Bai Yue glanced at him, unable to discern his intentions, and chose to observe quietly. After excavating a hole as deep as Bai Yue's calf, he suddenly lifted her legs and placed them into the pit. "Huh?" Bai Yue looked at him in confusion. The white bone vine covered the soil and patted it down. Bai Yue had a peculiar sensation, as if she were being planted like a sapling. However, having her feet buried felt rather refreshing. The white bone vine, noticing Bai Yue's bewildered gaze, tilted its head to glance at her and remarked, "You won't feel hungry in a little while." Bai Yue responded, "I truly have been planted, haven't I?" Chapter 157. The cornfield. Bai Yue, feeling utterly famished and weak, had scarcely consumed a few bites of milk. The eldest and second cubs soon relaxed, dejectedly licking their lips. The bone vine swiftly excavated a larger pit, placing the three wolf cubs within and covering them with soil. Their small bodies were entirely buried, leaving only their heads exposed, with their eyes rolling about, gazing at the bone vine. At first glance, they appeared as if they had been decapitated. "Whoa, Mama," they called out, bewilderedly looking up at the adults. Bai Yue found the scene both amusing and exasperating. She extricated her foot and began to dig out her children. "Now that I have regained my strength, let us set forth," Bai Yue declared. For remaining in this spot was still unbearably hot. The bone vine glanced at Bai Yue's expression, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. He lifted Bai Yue into his arms, with the three wolf cubs trailing behind, and they resumed their journey. This time, Bai Yue remained vigilant, her eyes scanning the surroundings. And she indeed spotted some familiar flora. "Wait a moment, Chio. Let us investigate that area over there." She pointed towards a thicket resembling reeds to the right front. She had often encountered reeds, which thrived abundantly by the lotus pond in her elementary school. She had heard that they were edible, and now they must surely be even more so. "Woo," the cubs inquired eagerly. "That should be edible," Bai Yue responded. They immediately rushed towards it, with the eldest exhibiting a hint of caution, scrutinizing the path ahead before following his siblings. "Do not run ahead. Let me check first." Bai Yue, startled by the eldest's behavior, hastily called out to stop them. The cubs obeyed, halting in their tracks. As the bone vine approached, the reed leaves drooped, revealing the elongated fruits nestled between the leaves and stems. Bai Yue's heart leaped with joy. "Corn?" The bone vine nodded, affirming her discovery. "You have eaten these seeds before." Overjoyed, Bai Yue reached out and poked at the corn leaves. Not sensing any signs of retaliation, she held her breath and swiftly plucked a cob from a stalk. The corn was enveloped in lush green leaves, which she peeled back layer by layer, unveiling the golden kernels beneath. Bringing it to her nose, she inhaled the aroma and sighed contentedly. Suddenly, the bone vine felt a pang of discomfort as he cast a cold glance at the cornfield. subtly shifting closer to Bai Yue to mask the scent of the corn. Instantly, the corn stalks began to wilt. Just a minute ago, they had been vibrant and full of life, but now they appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Unaware of the change, Bai Yue carefully nibbled on half a kernel, fearful that consuming an entire seed might cause it to sprout within her. The corn was rather mature and tough, yet it tasted infinitely better than wood, and Bai Yue found it quite acceptable. A rumbling sound echoed beneath her feet as the three wolf cubs eagerly pawed at their mother's legs. The eldest transformed into his human form, clutching her leg and pleading, "Mama, I'm hungry." Bai Yue took another bite and fed half a kernel into the eldest's mouth. "Eat slowly. Chew it well before swallowing." "Woo!" The eldest opened his mouth wide, lunging fiercely for the morsel, yet only managed to catch half a kernel, his teeth clacking together with a resounding thud. Chew and swallow swiftly, then open wide in anticipation of being fed. Bai Yue nibbled on several half kernels of corn, distributing them to the second and third siblings. The four of them stood on the ground, gnawing at the corn cobs, their eyes reddened with hunger, yet compelled to eat slowly, eliciting impatience from onlookers. After observing for a while, Bai Yue Tung also broke off a few ears of corn, assisting them in peeling the kernels. Chapter 158 Encounter with the Beastman. They sat on the ground for a full hour, consuming their meal until they could hardly breathe. The children, utterly stuffed, lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Bai Yue gathered them in her arms and took them to rest beneath a large tree. Although the shade was scant, the sun's rays still beat down harshly. "Do you remember the food I used to eat?" Bai Yue asked, leaning against the tree trunk. The bone vine nodded in response. With a sigh of relief, Bai Yue added, "When you see the food I once consumed, just show it to me, will you?" "All right," the bone vine replied. Once they resumed their journey, aided by the bone vine, Bai Yue discovered several edible plants, mostly seasonings, many of which were unfamiliar to her: ginger, garlic, chili, bay leaves, ingredients she had seen in Chio's kitchen. They encountered an abundance of food along the way. However, they still lacked a source of fire, leaving them with a collection of seasonings that were of little use. The bone vine led Bai Yue and the wolf cubs for 3 days and nights, until one afternoon, they unexpectedly encountered a group of beastmen in the jungle. "Wait," Bai Yue whispered, leaning closer to the bone vine. "There are beastmen ahead." The bone vine continued walking without hesitation, casting a glance forward. Bai Yue's heart raced as she hugged the children tightly, bowing her head to observe the beastmen with her mental energy. Soon, the group of beastmen crossed paths with them. "Hey, you there!" A bovine beastman suddenly greeted them. Failing to recognize the bone vine species, but harboring no doubts about his beastman identity. "You brought a female out of the city all by yourself? You must be quite powerful." The bone vine remained unperturbed, showing no sign of acknowledgement, and continued walking while holding Bai Yue. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me?" The bovine beastman, growing agitated, moved to block the bone vine's path, emboldened by his numbers. Despite the confrontation, the bone vine maintained his forward momentum but raised his head to regard the beastman, his hair shifting from soft to rigid. The beastman remained unaware of the tension, but Bai Yue sensed that the bone vine was ready to take action and quickly tugged at his hair. Only then did the bone vine come to a halt, looking down at Bai Yue with a questioning gaze. "Don't fight," she implored, her eyes filled with urgency. The bone vine did not speak, but a thought entered Bai Yue's mind. "If you wish to convey something, just tell me directly. How do I say it?" Bai Yue was utterly perplexed. Remembering her ability to see spiritual entities, she thought that perhaps communicating her intent through mental energy, like Chio, might work. She took a deep breath, concentrating on relaying her message to Chio. "Don't fight. Don't fight. Don't fight." The bone vine stared intently at her, noticing her wide, pleading eyes, reminiscent of a poor plant suffocated underwater for days. Yet, what she meant remained a mystery to him, leaving him bewildered. "Are you heading back to the city as well?" the bovine beastman inquired. Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, eager to convey her thoughts. It felt as though she had finally stumbled upon a hidden path after a long search, effortlessly discovering the city. This time, without the need for mental communication, the bone vine understood her expression and offered a response to the beastman. "Yes." Then let us travel together. It is safer that way. The temper of the bull beast rises swiftly and dissipates just as quickly. Upon receiving a response, it feels at ease and naturally takes the lead. The bone vine silently follows, as tranquil as a plant. "Hey there, my friend. You must be a plant beast," the bull beast suddenly remarked. Bai Yue was taken aback, glancing over in shock, only to find the bull beast grinning merrily, realizing that it was merely a jest. A false alarm. If it were to discover that Xiao was indeed a plant, one wonders if it would take flight in fright. Chapter 159. Arrival of the new city. The bone vine remained utterly unresponsive, as if the surrounding discussion merely revolved around the weather. The bull beast shook the bag in his hand and remarked, "Today fortune smiles upon us. We have captured a few bunches of bananas. I shall keep one for my mate, while the remainder can yield a considerable contribution." He then inquired, "What do you have in your bag?" As the bull beast peered into the vine net held by the bone vine, he found nothing familiar within. Upon hearing the mention of bananas, Bai Yue could not suppress a gulp and glanced toward the bull beast's bag. Only then did the bone vine notice the bananas the bull beast referred to. He retrieved a fist-sized garlic bulb from his own bag and offered it to the bull beast. "Would you like to trade with me?" the bull beast asked, intrigued by the unfamiliar garlic. The bone vine nodded slightly. "All right, I shall exchange one banana for it," the bull beast tentatively proposed. The bone vine raised no objections. Yet the bull beast couldn't help but feel he might have been duped. However, having already made an agreement, he reluctantly retrieved a golden yellow banana from his bag. "Here," he said. The bone vine accepted the banana and promptly handed it to Bai Yue, who, suppressing her saliva, began to peel it. "Ah, you're giving her a raw one? That could lead to indigestion," the bull beast cautioned. Bai Yue and the bone vine, however, paid him no mind. Recognizing the futility of the conversation, the bull beast fell silent, reasoning that eating raw bananas posed minimal risk, perhaps just a case of diarrhea for the female. Bai Yue and the children shared a single banana, which sufficiently satiated their hunger. Upon reaching the safety city, they had yet to enter when Bai Yue spotted two notices affixed to the city wall, prominently featuring the faces of Xiong and herself. She tugged at the bone vine's hair, signaling him to observe the notices, and he approached to stand before them. The eager bull beast explained, "You might not be aware, but these were put up just last night. This bear beast colluded with the captain to destroy the nearby safety city. How utterly depraved." As he lamented, the bull beast shook his head repeatedly, sighing deeply. That was the city that suppressed the bone vine. Now it lies in ruins. Alas, it will surely not be restored. The entire continent is now hunting for Xiong. I wonder if he can be captured. Bai Yue felt a weight in her heart. It seemed Xiong was no longer here. If he could not remain in other cities, where could he possibly be? The bull beast glanced at Bai Yue and exclaimed, "That female resembles you quite a lot." Lion Quan was eager to find Bai Yue, but dared not reveal her worth, thus withholding excessive information, which left the bull beast uncertain upon encountering Bai Yue. The bone vine pressed Bai Yue's head into his embrace, casting a threatening glance at the bull beast. Some beasts possess a strong sense of possessiveness, and the bone vine's behavior was quite normal in this regard. The bull beast quickly averted his gaze from Bai Yue's face and chuckled. Perhaps it is simply due to their slenderness. The bone vine chose to ignore him, leading the way into the city, parting ways with the bull beast. This city, comparable to the territory of the bone vine, had established its position by suppressing a number of potent plants, thereby simulating the bone vine's influence. The ground was overrun with weeds, seemingly endless in their proliferation. Large plants were nowhere to be seen, as no one dared to cultivate within the city, too prone to chaos. As Bai Yue traversed the overgrown grass, each step left behind a withered yellow footprint. "Where shall we go next?" he inquired. Bai Yue surveyed the bustling streets, filled with the comings and goings of beasts, and remained silent, her lips tightly sealed. Reluctantly, Bai Yue ventured into a deserted alley, prompting Bai Yue to speak at last. "He seeks me and may very well follow Shirquan. However, if he discovers that I have departed, the outcome is uncertain." Chapter 160. The Exchange of Consciousness. Bai Gu Tung gazed quietly at Bai Yue. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yue spoke, "It's getting dark. We should stay here tonight. We might learn about the whereabouts of Shirquan." Bai Gu Tung then lifted her in his arms and walked onto the street, with 3 wolf cubs trailing behind them. Bai Yue immediately fell silent, hesitant to speak further. What do you wish to say? Bai Tong communicated with Bai Yue through their minds. Bai Yue's expression contorted as if she were constipated, looking at him in frustration. At that moment, Bai Tong suddenly produced a transparent crystal, delicately pinched between his fingers like a fine jade sculpture, a sight most pleasing to behold. Bai Yue's eyes brightened, eagerly watching Bai Tong. Do you desire it? Bai Tong inquired. A bit shy, Bai Yue nodded. With a slight inclination of his head, Bai Tong brought the crystal to her lips, and she promptly opened her mouth. However, in the next instant, Bai Tong tossed the crystal away. My crystal! A surge of strong consciousness erupted spontaneously from Bai Yue's mind. She craned her neck forward, searching for the crystal, but found nothing. Was it necessary to waste a crystal merely to tease her? Bai Yue glared at Bai Tong, only to find him regarding her with a satisfied expression, causing her to suddenly freeze. Wait, did she just articulate that thought? Bai Tong raised his hand, the crystal still intact between his fingers. You articulated it well, albeit weakly. Only I can hear your current abilities. Bai Yue was still in disbelief, as if a new epic had just dawned upon her. After a brief hesitation, Bai Tong fed the crystal into her mouth. She swallowed it immediately, smacking her lips in satisfaction. Bai Tong, however, remarked what a waste. Bai Yue, indignant, recalled her earlier actions and endeavored to project her consciousness. It was not a waste, although she had consumed numerous crystals without a significant increase in strength. There had been some effect, and the transparent crystal was merely a discarded remnant for Beastman. Indeed, I am merely recycling waste. Bai Tong pursed his lips, adding, I can also absorb white crystals. Bai Yue responded with a non-committal sound. Bai Tong stroked her head. To an outsider, it appeared as a tender gesture from a male to a female. Yet Bai Yue felt an underlying sense of disappointment in herself. You must expend mental energy before consuming the crystal to effectively absorb its power, Bai Tong explained. Bai Yue pondered momentarily, then suddenly had an epiphany. Of course, during her first consumption of a crystal, she had just traversed the time-space tunnel, exhausting much of her mental energy. It was not merely the initial ingestion of the crystal that enhanced her strength, but the expenditure of mental power that had caused the surge. Since then, she had scarcely utilized her mental energy, remaining in a state of fullness, and thus her strength had stagnated. With a resounding slap to her forehead, Bai Yue lamented her own foolishness. So when you were suppressed, the monthly outbursts were also to expend energy? Bai Yue queried intermittently through her consciousness, a revelation dawning upon her. Bai Tong nodded in affirmation. Instantly, Bai Yue looked at Bai Tong with eyes brimming with admiration. He was formidable, so powerful. A mere plant was wiser than she. How was she to survive in a shadow? At long last, Bai Yue discovered an effective method of learning and eagerly set to work, her mental faculties fully engaged, extending to the utmost limits of her perception. With her eyes closed, the striking image of the skeletal vine remained unchanged, while the little wolf cubs transformed into 3 twinkling stars, bobbing along in their wake. In the distance, the streets were alive with shifting lights, coalescing into a shimmering galaxy. Further still, Bai Yue beheld a honeycomb of luminous points. Chapter 161. Discovering the whereabouts of lion rights. That place resembles a lodging house. Bai Yue's ability to communicate through consciousness had progressed rapidly, and she had gained some experience. Bai Tong cast a glance in that direction. Bai Yue continued, Let's stay there. Bai Tong then made his way towards it. In this era, there were no inns. Only citizen housing existed, which was affordable and comfortable enough for even the most destitute of beastmen to afford. Those arriving from the outer city for a night's stay often found themselves sleeping on the streets, as beastmen were not as delicate as humans of the 21st century. Although the housing was inexpensive, Bai Tong lacked a personal terminal. Thus, securing accommodation or even purchasing the most basic food was impossible. However, Bai Tong harbored no such concerns. He simply shielded the beastmen's senses and boldly retrieved the key to an unoccupied apartment. The wolf cubs had walked quite a distance that day and were exhausted, collapsing onto the floor as soon as they entered. Bai Yue nudged them towards the center of the room and proceeded to the bedroom, where she found a computer and promptly activated it. Fortunately, this computer was part of the house, which had not yet been sold, and thus there was no fingerprint lock set up. She accessed the personal terminal network as a guest and quickly browsed through. She frequently observed the wolf howl logging in, allowing her to view all Beastman's information, including that of lion rights. Currently, the trending topic on the personal terminal was an announcement regarding lion rights. The announcement detailed how the safety city had been ravaged by the wolf howl, which incensed Bai Yue. She scrolled down to avoid seeing it and effortlessly located his whereabouts. Lion Rights is heading to the capital. In an effort to refine her skill in consciousness transmission, she refrained from speaking aloud in the absence of others. While conveying the information, she swiftly searched for details about the main city and discovered it to be the cultural hub of the Beastmen. It was the first city established by the Beastmen, housing countless strong individuals, with over a dozen possessing tangible abilities. Lion Rights was not a rare figure there. The personal terminals used by the Beastmen received signals emanating from a capital. Even if the barrier of Safety City collapsed, their properties and information would remain unaffected. Bai Yue smirked coldly, retrieved a map to the capital, and turned to say, "Chiu, please take note of the route." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Yue was nearly startled by the sight before her. What had once been a neatly arranged bed had transformed into a colossal ball. The brownish-green ball was adorned with several vibrant green leaves, and Bai Gutang's cool voice emanated from within. "Come and rest." Since humans favored encasing themselves, he thought to envelop her further, believing she would sleep more soundly. Bai Yue stood up, tapped the ball, and it immediately opened an entrance large enough for her to crawl inside. Bai Gutang lay languidly at the bottom, his hair cascading loosely, gazing at her. Bai Yue, feeling helpless, had grown accustomed to the discomfort of sleeping among the vines, so she climbed in. "Tomorrow, take a look at the map. We shall go to the capital." Bai Gutang expressed no dissent, parting a portion of his hair to envelop Bai Yue, which was why she would not perish from the cold during the night. She extended her mental prowess and noticed the wolf cubs lingering in the living room. With a commanding voice, she called out, "Babies, come in and sleep." Howling softly, the three little creatures sluggishly stood up, shook their heads, and made their way toward the bedroom. The kickball separated into several tendrils, which gently enveloped them and ushered them inside. Meanwhile, in a side tale, a bovine creature, having exchanged a banana for a clove of garlic, returned home with eager anticipation. It hastily peeled a clove, inhaled its aroma, and tossed it into its mouth to chew. Alas, its rugged face contorted as if doused in acid. "How does it taste?" inquired a companion of the bovine. "It feels as though I have consumed a bomb," the bovine replied. A plume of toxic gas erupted from its mouth, causing the surrounding beastmen to change color and flee in sheer panic. Chapter 162. From now on, Xionya is daddy that evening. Bai Yue exerted herself to the utmost, striving to deplete her mental energy. However, once she reached a certain threshold, exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she succumbed to slumber before she even realized it. Having stayed up late, she naturally awoke late the following day. "Mommy!" The three children clamored around Bai Yue. The bone vine gently nudged them aside with one of its tendrils, preventing them from disturbing Bai Yue's rest. The trio then gathered around the bone vine. The eldest climbed close to its hand, extending his arm to pat its palm, making a soft, rustling sound. In a cheerful mood, the bone vine infused energy into its palm, emitting a gentle glow as it stroked him. The eldest burrowed in, contentedly purring. Seeing this, the second and third siblings also squeezed in, and soon, a playful scuffle ensued over who would claim a hand. Before long, they all transformed into their beastly forms. "Owo! Owo!" The eldest's claws grazed Bai Yue's back, while the third's feet poked at her waist, and the second nibbled at her ear. Finally, unable to endure the chaos any longer, Bai Yue stirred awake. Having slept, her face still bore signs of fatigue, possibly from the previous night's exertion or perhaps from a haunting nightmare. The bone vine gently touched her lower eyelid, sensing the darkness beneath. "Let's go outside to bask in the sun," it suggested. Bai Yue rubbed her eyes, tempted to retort, "Trust me, a bit of sun will only darken my complexion." "Mommy's finally awake." The wolf cubs exclaimed, rushing towards her, transforming back into their human forms as they leaped into her embrace. Mommy, the second child looked up at her. His voice sweet and innocent, I want daddy. Bai Yue's body stiffened involuntarily, a wave of poignant emotion swelling in her chest. She averted her gaze, not wishing for them to witness her vulnerability. All right, we shall go find daddy, she managed to say, her voice choked and husky with suppressed tears. Instantly, radiant smiles blossomed on the three children's faces as they tugged at her hands, chanting, find daddy, find daddy. Bai Yue wiped her eyes and turned to the bone vine. Chio, let us rise. Indeed, the bone vine responded, swiftly gathering her loose strands of hair. Bai Yue showed it the map on her computer while she led the children to the bathroom to wash up, having gone days without a bath. Her gray wolf attire had turned the color of mud. The children appeared relatively clean, but as the water flowed down, it revealed streaks of dirt. After a brief rinse, she guided the children to the bathtub. Oh well, they splashed around, joyfully exclaiming, find daddy. The sound tugged at Bai Yue's heart, prompting her to change the subject. Do you miss Xiongya? The wolf cubs, submerged in the warm water, nodded in unison. Xiong is good. Bai Yue felt a slight relief and took a deep breath, stating, from now on, Xiongya will be daddy. The three children paused, their expressions momentarily blank. The eldest, with utmost seriousness, replied, we have a daddy. Bai Yue nodded, affirming wolf nitrate is daddy, and Xiongya is too. She resolved that once she found Xiongya, she would solidify their relationship. Perhaps it is her selfishness. The children require a father, and she needs someone to assist in avenging Wolf Xiao. No one is more suitable than Xiong, who is, after all, her nominal husband. The children are relatively accepting of the term mother, nodding obediently. The eldest then inquired, what about Tung Tung? Is Tung Tung also a father? From the bathroom to the bedroom, there are several soundproof walls. Yet this minimal barrier does not impede the perceptive abilities of White Bone Tongue. He is intently studying the map on the computer when he hears the question. His eyes cease their movement, and his body remains utterly still, fully focused on the sounds emanating from the bathroom. Although he does not entirely comprehend the meaning of father, it must hold significance, as both humans and animals seem to regard it with great importance. Chapter 163. Why can't I be a father? This time, an unexpected glimmer of anticipation flickered in the eldest's eyes. Influenced by him, the second and third siblings exhibited no aversion towards the bone vine. Bai Yue was taken aback, shaking her head and hands in protest. No. How could he? He is merely our friend. Besides, Chio is a plant. It doesn't require marriage. It just blossoms and reproduces. Well, that should be the case, right? Oh, the eldest's head drooped in disappointment as he resumed swimming. The expression on the bone vine's face darkened instantaneously, swiftly turning an ominous shade of blue. It is often said that a person's face can turn ashen in anger. When one truly exhibits such a hue, it transcends mere fury, embodying an unsettling and perilous aura. Despite the visage being strikingly handsome, it commanded a sense of caution from others. The bone vine fixed a cold, piercing gaze towards the bathroom, gradually crushing the computer in its grip. If even that bear can become a father, why should he be denied? Does he hold less significance in Yu's heart than that bear? Boom! A resounding crash erupted within the room, causing the entire house to tremble slightly. Bai Yue sprang from the bathtub, exclaiming, Chio, has there been an attack? With no time to dry herself, she hastily donned her soiled clothing and rushed out to collect the damp little wolf cubs. Outside the bathroom lay utter chaos. The wall between the living room and the bedroom had been obliterated, leaving the bedroom exposed. The computer lay in ruins, yet the bone vine had vanished. For a moment, Bai Yue was bewildered, but quickly regained her composure, extending her mental energy to survey her surroundings. Numerous beastmen were hastening towards the house, with the nearest already at the door. Bai Yue felt her breath hitch in her throat as she turned her gaze towards the entrance. In the next instant, the door was forcefully kicked open. What has transpired? Upon entering, the beastmen began to scan the area, their eyes sweeping past Bai Yue without acknowledgement. Bai Yue, gripped by tension, found herself momentarily breathless, cold sweat mingling with the bath water, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Realizing the Beastman had not detected her presence, she surmised that the bone vine remained concealed within the house. "Where are you? What happened?" Bai Yue projected this thought, yet, perhaps due to her unsuccessful attempt, the bone vine remained unresponsive for an extended period. As a spiritual entity, the bone vine could easily dissipate into nothingness when it chose not to reveal itself. Coldly observing Bai Yue, amused, "You wish to find Xiangyao? Very well. I shall allow you to search. Let us see if you can find him alone. Since you refuse to let me be a father, then that bear shall not have the chance either." Seeing that the beastmen were oblivious to its presence, Bai Yue mustered her courage to inch towards the door, cautiously moving closer, then quickly grabbing a bag of food before darting outside. As she fled, Bai Yue encountered no obstacles, managing to run all the way out of the city before halting her steps. "Mom." The eldest transformed back into human form in their mother-s embrace, clinging to her neck as he inquired, "Where is Tung Tung?" Bai Yue, equally perplexed, speculated, "Perhaps he is preoccupied and unable to materialize." Oh, the children believed wholeheartedly in whatever their mother said, and upon hearing her words, the eldest felt utterly reassured. Bai Yue stepped outside with utmost caution, ever vigilant of the surrounding flora, beginning to regret the excessive expenditure of her mental energy the previous night. She was acutely aware that Xiao Qiu had been safeguarding her. Otherwise, she would not have been able to leave the city. It was possible that Xiao Qiu had encountered some misfortune, rendering him incapable of maintaining his ethereal form. She could not ascertain how long he could continue to shield her, or when he would reappear. It was imperative that she did not place all her hopes upon Xiao Qiu. She needed to muster her strength and ensure the safety of herself and the children. Chapter 164. Fruits falling from the sky without the bone-white vine. The world seemed to plunge into shadows. The branches in the forest no longer yielded. Each plant resembled a ravenous beast, poised to ensnare any passerby. Bai Yue dared not let the children tread upon the ground. Instead, she placed them in a food bag, carrying it upon her shoulders. The combined weight of the children and provisions was approximately 70 to 80 pounds, and within just half a day, her shoulders were severely swollen. Yet, the greater torment lay in the exhausting depletion of her mental fortitude. Her beautifully shaped lips were chapped and peeling, and her body swayed precariously. But she could not afford to relax, remaining ever vigilant against the surrounding flora. The wolf cubs fared no better, cramped into a narrow space like a flattened cake, with only the third cub perched atop, enjoying a modicum of comfort. The third cub peered at his mother's weary countenance, reluctant to see her so fatigued. Thus, he extended a hand from the net and gently scratched her neck. "Mama, I want to drink water. Are you thirsty?" But there is no river here. Bai Yue glanced around, laboriously placing the bag on the ground before sinking onto the earth herself. "Let us eat some corn. I'll pick the tender ones for you. They are juicier." She carefully extracted each child from the bag, each movement tugging at her aching shoulders, causing her to grimace slightly. The eldest and the second stretched their little bodies, their bones cracking with the sound of tiny pops. Seeing this, Bai Yue couldn't help but laugh, playfully poking their stiff bodies, feeling her own aches and fatigue lessen somewhat. She peeled several tender corns and placed them before the children, then chose the oldest one for herself. "Hurry and eat. You must chew it well, or it will sprout in your stomach." As Bai Yue gnawed on the corn, she remarked, "Once we finish, we must set off. When night falls, I want to be able to see the path." The three little ones transformed into their human forms, sitting around their mother, holding the corn with their small hands, their tiny teeth effortlessly munching through the kernels. Watching them eat filled Bai Yue with contentment, and upon noticing corn juice on their rosy lips, she instinctively licked her own lips and continued to gnaw on her dry, tough corn. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as something fell from above. Bai Yue immediately turned her gaze to the source of the sound, discovering a large yellow fruit had dropped to the ground. Looking up, she realized that the tree above was a fruit-bearing one. Instantly, her mouth watered, and she said to the children, "Stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look." With that, Bai Yue sprang to her feet and hurried over. The children turned in unison, watching intently as she approached the fruit, inhaling the sweet fragrance that wafted through the air. Bai Yue, tempted, swallowed her saliva, but hesitated to taste the fruit, unable to discern its type. After observing for a while, she returned empty-handed to her children. "Mom, can we eat it?" The wolf cubs eagerly inquired. Bai Yue swallowed again, replying, "I don't know. It's best to avoid it to prevent poisoning." Oh! Disappointment washed over the children as they lowered their heads and resumed gnawing on the corn. After a brief rest, the mother and her 4 children resumed their journey. Bai Yue could no longer bear the burden of the children, so she allowed them to follow closely behind her, which alleviated her fatigue considerably. However, the issue of thirst remained unresolved. After a short while, a loud thud echoed as yet another fruit fell from the tree. There were so many fruit trees. Bai Yue marveled. She led the children over to investigate, and this time, they discovered a fully ripe papaya. Chapter 165. The Resurgence of Pride. This is edible. Bai Yue exclaimed with enthusiasm. "How?" The wolf cubs, like arrows released from a bow, sprang into action at their mother's words. The 4 of them sat on the ground, indulging in their meal with immense satisfaction. High above in the treetops, the bone vine placed the apple it was about to discard at the very tip of the branches. It was not out of a desire to assist her. Rather, it was motivated by a fear that she might perish from thirst. The bone vine silently vowed never to offer her any other form of assistance. Yue belonged solely to him. She was his and his alone. Once she had endured enough hardships, she would surely choose to remain by his side. As dusk settled in, Bai Yue leaned on a cane, forcing herself to maintain her mental focus while navigating the path ahead. Just a bit further. "Once the sun sets, we shall rest," she urged, uncertain whether she was speaking to her children or merely to herself. No sooner had the words left her lips than she suddenly felt her body weaken, her vision darkening, and she collapsed to the ground. "How?" The wolf cubs rushed forward, nudging their mother with their heads. "Mother!" As the branches parted, the setting sun revealed its warm glow. The 3 children prepared to look up only to discover that a layer of soft, cool, dark green hair had draped over them. Tung, the bone vine, paid no heed to the wolf cubs, anxiously stroking Bai Yue's forehead. Then, a crystal appeared in his hand, which he placed in her mouth. "Is she gone? Why can I not rouse her?" Each time she had fallen asleep before, she could be awakened with a gentle shake. The bone vine's mind was a blank. All thoughts of lessons learned and jealousy were cast aside as he pushed another crystal into Bai Yue's mouth. He could not bear to envision a future where she lay here, transformed into mere sustenance. Regret surged from the depths of his heart. The longer Bai Yue remained in slumber, the deeper his remorse became. Fortunately, her complexion soon regained its rosy hue, and her breathing grew stronger, appearing even healthier than during her usual rest. The bone vine sighed in relief, ceasing his attempts to rouse her, allowing her to rest peacefully. His long, fair hands gently caressed her face, as a faint green aura seeped through her pores, penetrating deep into her skin. "Howl!" The eldest wolf cub nuzzled against their mother, reassured by Tung's presence. The eldest, Tung, rubbed against the bone vine's arm, then took hold of his hair, wrapping it around himself. The 2nd and 3rd cubs followed suit, using the bone vine's hair to cover themselves, ensuring their mother was kept warm as well. The bone vine transformed his hair into green vines, weaving a protector ball right there, and then, "Let us safeguard them for the night. We shall address everything tomorrow." With this thought, the bone vine closed his eyes. The next day, Bai Yue, in her slumber, sensed the presence of an adult nearby and instinctively nestled closer into his embrace. The bone vine opened his eyes immediately, feeling Bai Yue's dependence on him. An unfamiliar emotion unfurled within him, filling his heart with a bittersweet ache. He did not comprehend the source of this feeling, yet he could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. Since Yue relied on him so, he would reluctantly forgive her words from that day. Tears cascaded down the corners of Bai Yue's eyes as she affectionately nuzzled the arm she held. "Wolf Knox." The smile on the lips of the skeletal vine froze, and he clenched his fist, disregarding Bai Yue's desperate attempts to retain him, forcibly withdrawing his arm. The tendrils unfurled, and the early light of dawn bathed the vines in its glow. The wolf cubs were roused by the illumination, each awakening in turn. The eldest vine yawned and spoke. As his voice faded, the figure of the skeletal vine swiftly dissipated, and with a last note of sound, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 166. Finding Xiongya, the branches once again cloaked the sky, shrouding the light in a dim haze. The eldest blinked in confusion, surveying his surroundings. Where was Tung Tung? Meanwhile, Bai Yue also opened her eyes. As clarity returned to her mind, she immediately sprang to her feet. Did Mother faint? Bai Yue exclaimed in horror, a chill of anxiety washing over her. To collapse in the forest and awaken alive was indeed a stroke of fortune. The children, still oblivious to the concept of fainting, exchanged glances until the eldest finally spoke. Mother is asleep. Bai Yue, vexed, smacked her forehead, only to realize her mental energy was replenished and even stronger than before. Strange, she pondered, bewildered. I haven't consumed any crystal stones. How could I recover so swiftly? The eldest continued to search for the white bone vine, prompting Bai Yue to inquire, did Qiu come by? Yes, the eldest nodded, glancing around. But now he's gone again. Bai Yue chuckled softly, committing his good memory to her heart, yet she found herself perplexed by Qiu's sentiments. Let us continue on our journey, she declared with renewed vigor, shouldering her bag and grasping her pathfinder's staff as they set forth. The white-boned vine observed them from the shadows, swiftly moving toward the capital. He could not endure Bai Yue's greater concern for others than for herself, yet he also realized he could not bear to see her suffer. Thus, he resolved to capture that bear, hand her over to the bear, and he would wash his hands of the matter entirely. He vowed, never again would he concern himself with it, unless Yu came to him, weeping and pleading. Yes, she must cry and plead. At that moment, the white-boned vine existed merely as a mental entity, unburdened by Bai Yue and the wolf cubs. With focused determination, he traversed thousands of miles to the capital in just an hour. In the capital, within an expansive villa, the sounds of battle echoed ferociously. Roar! A bear's growl erupted from the villa, followed closely by the crash of a collapsing wall. Awakened in the dead of night, Shirquan's temper flared, and he unleashed a gust of wind, propelling himself into the fray. How? Xiongya withstood the wind blade, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Shirquan. The wall behind him was severed by the wind blade and came crashing down. Following Shirquan were several lion beasts, all lunging forward. It was only Xiongya's resilience that spared him from being torn apart by the pride. With each skirmish, Xiongya grew bolder, unperturbed by pain, charging deeper into the fray. Guogua must be inside. If he could just get in, he would find her. Perhaps his obsession was too intense, for suddenly, Xiongya perceived Guogua's silhouette before him. He halted abruptly, his gaze fixated on the figure. Bang! In the next instant, Shirquan tackled him, sinking his teeth into Xiongya's neck. Roar! With a fierce shake, Xiongya flung Shirquan aside. Being of equal standing as a Beastman, the blow inflicted significant harm. Yet, this pain did not incite fury within Xiongya. His eyes remained locked ahead, shaking off the lion beast and sprinting forward. Roar, roar, roar. The figure flickered and vanished, but Xiongya chased it to a corner, anxiously scanning his surroundings. Finally, he spotted the familiar figure clad in a gray wolf outfit not far away. Guogua! Xiongya's bare jaws parted in a wide grin, revealing sharp teeth, and a genuine semblance of joy graced his expression. He pursued her, a throng of lions trailing behind, occasionally nipping at his fur. He sensed that the figure before him, Guogua, was not quite right. It could very well be a ruse orchestrated by Shirquan. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to follow, if only for the faintest glimmer of hope. Thus, Xiongya chased after Guogua, running and pausing intermittently, until Shirquan and the other beasts reached the city gate, at which point they ceased their pursuit. Chapter 167. The attack even before the sun had set. The forest had succumbed to darkness, visibility reduced to a mere 10 meters. A delicate veil of mist floated above the ground, and frost began to form. Bai Yue leaned on her cane and continued her journey, determined to find a clear patch of earth free from underbrush where she could rest. Generally speaking, as long as she avoided formidable flora, she would be safe. Yet, life is seldom absolute. Suddenly, an unsettling intuition gripped Bai Yue. Silence. An overwhelming stillness enveloped her. She nudged the children closer with her cane and turned to survey her surroundings. Perhaps sensing their discovery, A lurking presence emerged from the shadows. A vague silhouette, indistinct in form, was betrayed only by a pair of glowing green eyes fixed ominously upon them. Howl! The wolf cubs were taken aback, their fur bristling in alarm as they stood fiercely yet fearfully beside their mother, growling. Bai Yue, though frightened, found strength in her responsibility, gripping her wooden staff tightly. She glared at the threat, her voice resolute. Stay close to Mama, don't run off. The wolf cubs obediently complied. Bai Yue's defiance was undoubtedly perceived as a provocation by the beast, which appeared agitated. However, sensing the absence of fear in her gaze, it hesitated, glancing at the vulnerable cubs scattered on the ground. Hiss! A dark mass moved swiftly toward them, producing a rustling sound that instilled an invisible pressure. Despite her fear, Bai Yue bravely positioned herself in front of the children, finally able to discern the creature's true nature. It was a colossal lizard, a chameleon to be precise, with an imposing body and a serpentine tail, combining immense strength with agility. The wolf cubs, mistaking it for a crocodile they had once encountered in the river, were instantly terrified, their instincts kicking in. Don't run. Bai Yue dared not look back to see where her children had fled, swiftly moving to the left instead. Hiss! The giant lizard emitted a hoarse roar, its elongated tongue shooting forth, aimed directly at the second cub. Bai Yue instinctively hurled her cane, striking the creature's tongue. The lizard recoiled, its slimy appendage retracting back to its mouth. This blow, while not inflicting any significant harm, only served to further incite the giant lizard's wrath. It glared at Bai Yue with fury, its mouth opening once again, a scarlet tongue darting out menacingly. Bai Yue froze, realizing too late that retreat was no longer an option. With a scream, she instinctively raised her arm to shield her head, releasing her mental energy in a surge. Bam! The scarlet tip of the tongue was about to graze her clothing when it collided with an invisible barrier, akin to soft glass, and recoiled. Bai Yue faintly comprehended that she had somehow repelled the attack with her mental force. The impact sent a sharp pain through her head. Lowering her arm, she glanced down, but before she could exhale in relief, a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Her legs buckled, and she sank to the ground. The lizard, having pricked its tongue on the barrier, regarded Bai Yue with newfound caution. Bai Yue, utterly fatigued, longed to recline and rest. Yet her body refrained from yielding to such temptation. She mustered her dwindling strength to maintain eye contact with the lizard. Ultimately, the creature overcame its scant trepidation and once more flicked its tongue towards Bai Yue, with no strength left to resist. She could only watch helplessly as the enormous lizard gaped its maw wide, unleashing its slimy, elongated tongue. Chapter 168 Reunion. The speed at which the lizard's tongue shot forth was astonishingly swift, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Without a camera, ordinary beings would find it impossible to discern the true nature of that tongue. However, Bai Yue perceived it clearly, not due to any extraordinary vision, but because the tongue, having reached its utmost extension, suddenly halted in mid-air. It was slender and a soft pink, reminiscent of a living nematode. Bai Yue was momentarily taken aback, for she had not employed her mental power this time. In her moment of bewilderment, she observed as if an invisible hand had grasped the tongue, causing its tip to twist and contort. The colossal lizard emitted a painful hissing sound, laboriously crawling forward on its limbs. That unseen force must have yanked sharply. With a heart-wrenching cry, the giant lizard's tongue was brutally severed from its mouth, falling to the ground beside it. In agony, the lizard writhed in place, cradling its mouth and groaning, its lengthy tail thrashing against the earth. Bai Yue was completely stunned, retreating while scanning her surroundings. Qiu. The only being capable of such a feat that came to her mind was Qiu alone. Suddenly, the wolf cubs erupted in excited howls. Bai Yue turned to her children, following their gaze to behold a majestic figure not far off. Xiong. That familiar silhouette, she could never mistake it. Xiong stared back at her, equally astonished, hesitant to approach, fearing she might vanish once more like a mirage. The giant lizard, recovering from its pain, now had its bloodshot eyes consumed entirely by hatred. It opened its mouth and stealthily approached Bai Yue, preparing for a surprise attack. Though it had lost its tongue, Its maw was still filled with sharp teeth. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yue was staggering to her feet, yearning to find Xiong Yao. Xiong Yao's pupils constricted, and he roared as he charged forward. Roar! The sound of his massive paws striking the ground reverberated, shaking the very earth beneath. The giant lizard was momentarily stunned, its crimson gaze shifting toward the bear, and it lunged at him. The two beasts, one tall and imposing, the other short yet stout, seemed evenly matched at first glance. However, in the instant of their clash, the disparity became evident. Xiong Yao seized the lizard's upper and lower jaws, exerting immense force. With a resounding crack, the giant lizard's body spasmed as it was torn in two, its thick, hot blood spraying forth, drenching both Bai Yue and Xiong Yao. Bai Yue stood there, utterly dazed, gazing at Xiong Yao in astonishment. Thankfully, her adversary was not Xiong Yao. Otherwise, she feared she would not have lasted even a second. Xiong Yao, panting heavily, perked his ears, detecting a familiar breath behind him, his dark eyes widening in disbelief. Guogua, still here? Not vanished? Thump, thump, thump. Xiong Yao heard the pounding of his own heart, his body stiff as if carved from stone, slowly turning his neck, even hearing the creaking of rusted machinery. Bai Yue broke into a smile and leaped onto Xiong Yao's leg. Transformed into a black bear, Xiong Yao towered over 3 meters high, while Bai Yue barely reached his waist, appearing as diminutive as a child. Xiong. At last, she had found someone to rely upon. As Bai Yue spoke, her voice involuntarily quivered with a hint of tears. Xiong Yao finally sensed the authenticity of the moment, tightening his embrace as he transformed into human form. In this guise, Xiong Yao towered over Bai Yue by a head or two. With one arm, he lifted Bai Yue effortlessly, his rough, blood-stained fingers delicately brushing away the crimson specks from her face. Guowa, awu! The wolf cubs joyfully bounded towards them, surrounding them with playful leaps and bounds. Chapter 169. The bone vine leaves in a huff. Xiong Yao cast a glance at the children, then affectionately ruffled Bai Yue's hair, his voice deep and resonant. At last. I have found you. How did you locate me? Bai Yue inquired, bewildered by the serendipity of their encounter amidst the vast expanse of the forest. Xiong Yao stared in surprise. You do not know? Bai Yue quickly comprehended the situation. Indeed, it was Qiu. She glanced around and called out loudly. Qiu, are you there? Her voice echoed through the woods, but no reply came for quite some time. From behind a towering tree, Bai Yue's form rapidly twisted, transforming into a young man clad in a white shirt, his hair cascading like a waterfall. Yu has found Xiong Yao. There is no longer any danger, and it is time for him to depart. Since Bai Yue showed no concern for him, he, too, must not harbor any for her. Suppressing the emotions within his chest that resisted departure, the bone vine's figure gradually faded, soon vanishing from sight. During this interval, Xiong Yao and Bai Yue had opened up to one another, holding Bai Yue and the children close. Xiong Yao walked and said, I truly must express my gratitude to the bone vine. I shall thank him in person when the opportunity arises. Bai Yue nodded in agreement. We can return to the original safe city. However, Xiong Yao disagreed, stating, he is, after all, a plant. Bai Yue's lips tightened in displeasure. Alarmed, Xiong Yao hastily clarified, in the territory of a plant, he could easily take my life. Aye, if that is what you desire, then let us go. Bai Yue was not one to impose her will upon others. Upon seeing his distress, she softened her tone and asked, do you have a better place in mind? Indeed, Xiong Yao replied promptly. Bai Yue looked at him with curiosity. After all, Xiong Yao was a Beastman wanted across the entire continent. Where could he possibly go? In the densest forest of the continent, there lies a city of exile, inhabited by Beastmen who are unrecognized by the law. We could seek refuge there. Xiong Yao's eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed at the female in his arms, filled with dreams of their future, though it may be perilous. As long as you are at home, you should be safe. With just him and Guohua, along with the children, life there would be blissfully idyllic. Bai Yue was moved by Xiong Yao's enthusiasm and nodded in agreement. Very well. Xiong Yao beamed, a simple yet endearing smile illuminating his face. His gaze on Bai Yue radiant with wonder. Bai Yue returned his smile, unable to resist. What are you grinning about? It is truly wonderful that you can speak. Xiong Yao replied with a chuckle. However, the smile on Bai Yue's face faded as memories of Lang Xiao resurfaced. Lang Xiao had once cautioned her that before having children with Xiong Yao, she must keep it a secret, lest he divulge their secret to the world. A wave of sorrow washed over her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She pressed her face against Xiong Yao's chest, closing her eyes to mask the sadness lurking within. Before long, Xiong Yao discovered a crystal-clear stream. Woo, woo, woo. The wolf cubs dared not approach the river carelessly, standing at a distance and howling. Xiong Yao set Bai Yue down, stretched his limbs, and with a splash, leaped into the river, plunging beneath the surface. Bai Yue's attire was so filthy that its original color was indiscernible. Upon seeing the clear water, an unbearable itch consumed her, and she eagerly awaited Xiong Yao's return to the shore. 3 minutes had elapsed, yet Xiong Yao had not emerged. Xiong Yao? Bai Yue called out anxiously. As she projected her mental energy, a sharp pain surged through her head, compelling her to abandon the effort. If only she had a crystal stone to replenish her mental strength. Suddenly, with a splash, Xiong Yao's head broke the surface of the water. There is no danger. Everyone can come down now. With a joyful howl, the wolf cubs dashed over, leaping into the water with enthusiastic splashes. Chapter 170. Bathing together in the river, Xiong Yao extended a large hand towards Bai Yue, who responded with a gentle smile. Her dirty little hand reaching out to him as she slowly descended into the river. The water's temperature decreased gradually, still retaining a hint of warmth. Immersed in the tepid water, Bai Yue sighed contentedly, turning her back to Xiong Yao as she began to undress. The garments she had worn for over a week had become unbearable. With remarkable speed, she shed her clothes, her swift movements leaving Xiong Yao utterly astonished. This was the first time he had witnessed Bai Yue undressing. More precisely, it was the first time they were bathing together. His mind was filled with thoughts. How adorable it was for the female to undress by herself. Nearby, the children, both human and wolf, frolicked around their mother, joyfully calling out. Xiong Yao scooped up the third child, examining the new patches of black first sprouting on his chest. The third child immediately covered his chest with his paws, while the second child, sensing the impending danger, trembled and burrowed into their mother's embrace.